Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. Inside the Wegong village, a handsome young man was leaning on a chair and busy with his craft, cutting his nails. Click. Click. At this moment, the door of the lobby in the village was suddenly pushed open, and a hurried and panicked voice was heard. Boss. Boss. Something bad has happened. Whoosh. The young man sitting on the chair stopped what he was doing and lazily raised his head to look at his panicked younger brothers below. Ergu, how many times have I told you to knock before coming in? Our village is not rich to begin with, and this door has just been replaced. I want it to last a few more years. Understand? The money for repairing the door will be deducted from your monthly salary. The younger brother named Ergu took a few deep breaths and shouted in panic, "Oh my, boss, it's already this late, how can I care about so many things? We've hit a wall this time. The enemy has already come up the mountain. We can't stop it at all." The young man slowly stood up and brushed off the debris on his body with his hands. All right, I already felt it just now. After doing this for so long, a big fish finally came. Let's go, follow Laozi out to get some work. Outside the village, I saw a middle-aged man with an orange slicked-back hair, some stubble on his chin, wearing a dark green cloak with shoulder pads. He had a strong build and was wearing a dark vest, a wide belt around his waist, dark blue trousers, and brown boots. He was looking at the bandits opposite with a smile on his face. After glancing around, he said, "Young man, if you don't want to get hurt, you'd better get out of the way. You are not my target this time, so let your head come. It will also save me some energy." When the bandit heard that the wizard was so arrogant, he spoke immediately. "Just you? You're not even worthy of fighting me. Haven't I dealt with enough wizards in this period of time? You won't be an exception. Just hand over all the money you have on you, and I can give you a decent treatment." The last person who spoke so arrogantly was stripped naked by my boss and hung on a tree for several days. Ha 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 ha. As soon as the bandit brother finished speaking, the middle-aged man also laughed along with the bandit. Ha 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 ha, what you guys did is really too much. But if you want to hang me up, I don't know if your so-called boss is strong enough to do so. And is there no one in this bandit den of yours? You're the only one I met along the way here. No, including the one who just ran back to report the news, there are only two. Are you really bandits? The three cats looked at Girdas with disdain. Tisk, what do you know? Our boss said that it's not the quantity of soldiers that matters, but their quality. With Ergu and I, a pair of crouching dragon and phoenix, we are better than 100,000 strong soldiers. After saying that, Sanmao raised his head proudly, his eyes full of pride. Forward. Girdas was speechless when he saw it. Although he didn't know what crouching dragon and phoenix chick were, he always felt that it was not a good word. Then Girdas touched his head. "I don't know what you mean, but since you are a bandit, you must be aware of the situation." Suddenly, a huge wave of magic power came from the middle-aged man. Sanmao only felt that his body was under unprecedented pressure. With his current physical fitness and mental strength, he could not withstand such pressure at all. He collapsed and sat down in just a moment. When Girdas was about to make a move, a bright light flashed across the distant mountain. "Call out! Break down!" When the light was about to approach the middle-aged man, it was directly decomposed in the air. The middle-aged man stared ahead, and saw that a young man appeared in front of him without him noticing. When Sanmao saw the familiar figure, he immediately felt confident, got up from the ground and ran behind the young man. "Boss, you're finally here. This wizard is so arrogant. Let's strip him naked and hang him on a tree this time." The young man looked at his three cats chattering non-stop. Then he put his hand on Sanmao's face, and Sanmao, who was talking excitedly, immediately shut his mouth. Gently, gently. The young man pushed hard, and the three cats flew out and fell on the grass. "Stop making so much noise, three cats. I'm here now." The three cats stood up suddenly, returned to the young man's back and closed their mouths. Then the young man looked at the familiar middle-aged man in front of him. Red hair. No, no, you should be Girdas. Girdas was a little surprised. He could never have imagined that this bandit leader was so young and recognized him. Ha ha ha, you're my fan now, considering I'm already so famous. When I beat you up later, you might consider being gentler. Yang looked at Girdas, who was so out of tune, and said, Uncle's magic pressure just now was as strong as a monster, it was really scary. Girdas felt something was not right when listening to what the young man said. You little brat, why did you speak so rudely just now? Sorry, I take back what I just said. I have to teach you a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, Girdas raised his right hand and a magic circle unfolded in his hand. Break down. I saw white lines appearing under Yang's feet, and the ground was instantly broken down into small stones. Wow! What is this? The three cats behind Yang suddenly lost their feet and fell directly into the decomposed pit, covered by rubble. At this time, Ergu, who came hurriedly, did not even see the collapsed ground in front of him, and his feet were empty and he fell down. Oh my gosh! Who is so uncultured as to dig a hole in the road? As soon as Girdas took action, Yang turned into a golden light and disappeared, and appeared next to Girdas in the blink of an eye. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by light? Light speed kick. Smash. Boom. In an instant, Girdas was shrouded in smoke. Suddenly, Girdas, who was in the smoke, saw a bright light appear in front of him. He felt something was wrong and exerted force on his feet and rushed out of the smoke. Boom. The smoke slowly dissipated, and a hole with a radius of about 5 m appeared on the ground. It was a close call. I almost got caught. As he spoke, Girdas put away his smile and looked at the young man in front of him with a slightly serious look. What's your name, kid? It's surprising that you have such power at such a young age. I originally thought this was just an ordinary crusade mission, but the old man insisted that I come. From your conversation just now, I heard something different. After all, in this mountain near Magnolia Town, the official guild is located at the foot of the mountain. It's too blatant to be a bandit here. Either this person is absolutely confident in his own abilities, or he has some unspeakable secret. It's not you who issued the commission, is it? Chapter 2. Yang's pupils shrank slightly after hearing Girdas's analysis. Before he could say anything, 3 cats had crawled out from the rubble. What should we do, boss? He has discovered our secret. As soon as San Mao finished speaking, the scene suddenly became silent. On the other hand, Yang's face was covered with blue veins. I was shocked to hear that my secret was so easily revealed by my own people. 3 cats. You will die if you don't speak. 2 dogs. Go. At this time, Ergu's head was buried in the ruins, with his body exposed outside. He kept twisting his body trying to pull his head out. When he heard Yang calling him, he didn't know where he got the strength from, but he pulled his head out. Boss. I'm here. Drag the 3 cats out and give them a beating. Yes, sir. Boss. When San Mao heard his boss words, he immediately covered his mouth. He seemed to have recalled something in his mind and looked at Ergu with such fear in his eyes. Don't come over here. The 2 dogs looked at the 3 cats helplessly. Cat, bear with it, this is all the boss's orders. After saying that, Ergu greeted San Mao. No. Old dog, can't you be gentler? Oh shit. Dividing line. Wegong Jai at night. San Mao, with a bruised face and nose, and Ergu, who was giving the commentary, sat on both sides of Yang. In front of the 3 of them sat Girdas, who was drinking. On the fire in the middle, the meat of an unknown monster was roasting, and it smelled oily. Originally, Girdas was thinking that there would be a good fight, but Yang did not play according to the rules and surrendered directly. This is how we have the current scene. After listening to Ergu's description, Girdas understood everything. There was a hint of admiration in everyone's eyes when they looked at Yang. I say, you have a pretty good brain, how did you come up with such a brilliant idea? I issue a commission to attack myself, and then I rob the wizard who accepts the mission. Then he looked at Yang with a smirk on his face. You've made a lot of money, haven't you? Yang got angry when he heard this. It would be better if you didn't say it. But now I get angry. I robbed so many wizards, and the total amount is only 100,000 yuan. Are all wizards so poor? At least what I issued was an A-level mission. It's okay that they come here one by one, but their strength is not that great, and they don't have much money either. It's not enough for these two guys to eat. This village I robbed is getting worse day by day. Jirdosh laughed out loud after hearing this. Ha ha ha, there's nothing we can do. Wizards spend a lot of money. If they break something, they have to pay for it. How can they possibly have that much money on them? Yang looked up and down at Girdas's clothes and appearance. Then he sighed slowly. Ah, I can see that you don't have much money just by looking at your clothes. Girdas smiled innocently. I have paid all the compensation, so I accepted this mission. After all, there is a lot of money to be made in the mission of seizing and eliminating bandits. But looking at the appearance of your Wegong Jai. Ha ha ha, drink, drink. Yang certainly knows what Girdas means. I wanted to join the guild before, but I thought it would be faster to just snatch the commission. I only realized after I started this business that it's not easy. We also have to feed these two young dragons and phoenixes. When the three cats and two dogs heard Yang calling them, they immediately raised their proud heads. Girdas took a sip of wine and said, "Would you like to come to our guild, kid?" Yang looked at Girdas, then looked at the three cats and two dogs who were eating happily, and thought for a moment. Can your guild accommodate the two of them? They haven't awakened any magic, they are just ordinary people. Ha ha ha, then you've come to the right place. Fairy tale never cares about this. As for magic, our old man will also be responsible for teaching them. And you? Girdas kept looking at Yang, as if he could see the secret of his body. I know what you want to say. That's another force. Looking at Yang's expression, Girdas didn't want to ask any further questions. Everyone has his secrets. In that case, do you want to go to the guild with me? It's quite nice, there are many beautiful girls, he. When San Mao heard that there was a beautiful girl, he immediately put down the meat in his hand and whispered in Yang's ear. Boss, we have been in this mountain for almost a few months, but we haven't made much money. We are losing money every month. I think what this uncle said is very right. It will definitely be better for us to join a formal guild than our current business. I definitely didn't persuade you, boss, because of the pretty girl. Absolutely not. I send for. Yang looked at San Mao as if he were a fool, and then looked at Ergu. Although Ergu did not say it explicitly, it could be seen from his eyes that he was persuaded by Jirdosh. All right, you two have spoken. What else can I say? Anyway, the bandit business can't be continued now. Let's see if the guild can make money. After they finished eating, they began to rest on the spot. Yang lay on the ground, looking at the starry sky and reminiscing about the past. Time flies by so fast. It has been 2 years since I came into this world. If I hadn't been rescued by these two guys, I might have died before I could awaken my system. I originally didn't want to include these two guys in the main storyline. Although it's fairy tale, which is known as the immortal manga, reality and anime are simply incomparable. I've been going around in circles, but I still can't get away from it. I've inherited the template of the yellow monkey, and I've become more and more lazy. Open system panel. Ding. The system panel is opened successfully. Host, Yang. Age 13. Panel, Borsellino 20%. Abilities, Armament Haki Elementary, Observation Haki Elementary, Pikachu Fruit Intermediate, Navy 6 Styles Elementary. Money 206948J. 100 WJ is required to exchange for the next stage Borsellino template. Backpack, Evolution Fruit *1, will be used automatically when the panel reaches 100%. Alas, why can't you assign me a better system? It's definitely a 3-no product. Since we can't avoid it, we have to let these two guys have some means to protect themselves. We have laid a good foundation for their bodies in the past 2 years. When we get to the guild, I will ask that old man to awaken their magic and teach them the 6 styles, so that they can have some self-protection ability. I still have to make money and improve my ability as soon as possible. Chapter 3. Early morning. Magnolia Town. Girdas brought Yang, 3 cats and 2 dogs to the front of the town. Ding! 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 Sanmao and Ergu, who had just finished their bandit business, reacted instantly when they heard the alarm and quickly came behind Yang. Sanmao said in panic, "Boss, have we been deceived by this uncle? He is not going to take us to his territory to kill us. Look, the alarm bells are ringing. It's obvious that this guy has informed the people inside. Let's go, boss." Ergu, "Me too." Yang looked at the 2 people who were like clowns and was somewhat speechless, frustrated face. Suddenly the ground began to shake violently, like thousands of horses galloping. When Sanmao and Ergu heard the noise, they immediately realized that the other party's people had come out. They quickly came from behind Yang and protected him behind them. Sanmao changed his cowardly look and said proudly, "Don't be afraid, boss. There are probably thousands of people here. As long as Ergu and I are here, we will be rewarded with 1,000 men. You are responsible for restraining this uncle, and we will take care of the rest." Ergu, "Me too." Ha 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 ha. How could Girdas not see what the 2 were doing? He couldn't help but laugh out loud. When Sanmao saw the other party laughing, he said hurriedly, "You old uncle finally revealed your true colors. Only our eldest brother is still young and would be brainwashed by your big cake. Luckily I'm here. I've seen through your plot a long time ago. Just tell me how many people there are. I, the 3 cats, will take it all." Ergu recalled the scene of last night. "Maur, weren't you the one begging the boss yesterday?" "Ergu, what do you know? I said this to let the enemy relax their vigilance so that I can directly infiltrate their interior. This is a strategy, don't you understand? Seeing that you are so big and strong, you must not understand. This family will fall apart without me." Yang's face was already full of black lines at this time. "Go. I'm in the boss's chair. Get the fork out of here." "Yes, sir." Cat 2, As the town rose, a road leading to Fairy Tale appeared before the 3. Yang followed Girdas and walked slowly forward. Ergu looked around curiously. He had never seen such a scene before and was very curious. Of course, he dragged the half-dead Sanmao in his right hand and walked forward. Soon the 4 of them arrived at the gate of Fairy Tale. Before the 3 of them could stop and take a closer look, they saw Girdas walking straight ahead. Buzz! The guild's gate was instantly broken into small pieces of wood. Suddenly, a lively sound came from inside. Macau raised his glass and shouted, "You are back, Girdas, come and drink." "Ha ha ha, wait a minute, the president is here. Girdas, come and fight me." I saw a young boy with cherry-colored hair running towards Girdas excitedly. Bang! The young man was thrown directly into the ground. "Wait a minute Natsu, I have something else to do." As he said that, he walked towards the bar. At this time, Makarov, who was standing at the bar, saw that his door was broken and stared at Girdas with a dark face. "I've told you so many times. Can't you just open the door? You know how much it costs to break the gate every time." "Ha ha ha, sorry, I'll definitely do it next time. I found a good seedling for you." Makarov heard there were newcomers, then looked towards the 3 young men standing in the direction of the gate. Girdas then shouted, "You 3 come in." Then, the 3 of them slowly walked forward. At this moment, the originally lively guild suddenly became quiet, and Sanmao and Ergu suddenly felt that many people were staring at them. Then began to whisper. "Which of these 3 do you think is Girdas's illegitimate child? I beg to differ. Can't it be all 3? What you said makes a lot of sense. But I think the one in the middle is the most likely. He looks a bit amorous." "Tisk, tisk, tisk, how can you say that about this young man? You must be jealous of him." "What did you say? Laozi is jealous of him. Do you want to fight? Go ahead and hit me. I'm not afraid of you." As they spoke, the 2 of them started to do it, and the originally quiet guild instantly turned into a big brawl. The 3 cats and 2 dogs were stunned. Suddenly, a humanoid hidden weapon flew towards the 3 people. Sanmao and Erga noticed it immediately. Erga flew up and kicked the man, who flew backwards instantly. Then 3 cats and 2 dogs also joined the battle. At this time, Yang and Makarov, one old and one young, were standing in front of the bar with frowns on their faces. Makarov was because of the members of the guild, and Yang was because he heard that he was the illegitimate son of Girdos. And Girdos smiled heartlessly. Makarov raised his gloomy head and instantly turned it into a smiling face. Ha ha ha, they aren't usually like this. It must be because of your arrival that they became more active. Ahem. What's your name, young man? Just call me Yang, old man. Hey, welcome little Yang to Fairy Tale. Makarov stood up and was about to pat Yang on the shoulder when an egg hit him directly on the head. The egg liquid and eggshell slowly flowed across Makarov's smiling face. Dish hashtag. Can't you bastards just be quiet? As he spoke, Makarov's body slowly became huge. He simply swung his palm and swept away all the fighters. Then he turned into a kind and amiable old grandfather. What color badge does Xiao Yang want to get tattooed, and where do you want it tattooed? Gold, gold is good, just tattoo it on the back of my right hand. FK, this is giant magic, it's really shocking when you see it from the front. 2 dogs. 3 cats. We're at the boss. Come over here and get your badge tattooed. Okay boss. As you command, boss. After the 3 of them finished the tattoo, Yang followed Makarov into the inner hall. As for what the 2 of them talked about in there, no one knows. When Yang came out, he saw Sanmao and Ergu already playing well with the people in the guild, and were bragging about how powerful their boss was. The people around were stunned when they heard it. At this time, Natsu, who was dissatisfied, saw Yang coming out and immediately rushed forward and shouted. I heard you're very strong, I don't believe it, come and duel with me. Ah! Yang, who just came out, was still confused. He was lazy by nature, and before he could hear anything, he saw Natsu rushing towards him. Chapter 4. Bang! Natsu fell to the ground again in an instant, coincidentally right next to the one who was knocked down by Girdos before. Then the whole guild started to laugh. Macau, ha ha ha! What a loser Natsu, being defeated by a newcomer in seconds. At this time, a boy with nothing on his upper body came out and taunted. Natsu, you really are lame. Natsu immediately pulled his head out when he heard himself being taunted by his mortal enemy. What did you say? You naked pervert! Gray looked at himself immediately after hearing this and found that his shirt had disappeared without a trace. Sigma. When? Then he put his head directly on Natsu's head. So what, you fire-breathing BD? You're still killed in seconds. Ah! Then I'm better than you. You droopy-eyed BD. The people around started to make a fuss, and soon the 2 men started to fight. Yang was also a little speechless. Just then a girl in armor walked towards Yang. Welcome to join this guild. I heard you are very strong. It's okay. Then he looked at the 3 cats and 2 dogs who were still bragging, and his face was filled with black lines again. Don't listen to what those 2 guys say. Urza's eyes were slightly excited because she heard the 3 cats bragging that Yang's swordsmanship was also very good. So far, except for Laxus, no one of her age in the guild can match her. And Laxus didn't fight with her, so when he saw Yang, he always wanted to fight with her. Yang looked at Urza, who had a fighting spirit on his face, and after glancing around, he found that Myra Jane was nowhere to be seen. It's the year 778, and Myra Jane hasn't joined yet. Well, why don't we just forget about it today? I just joined the club and have some things to do. Urza thought for a moment and nodded. I'll wait for you tomorrow. After saying that, Urza slammed Natsu and Gray, who were fighting, on the head. No fighting between partners. Instantly, big bumps appeared on their heads, and they said in unison. It hurts? Why are you imitating my speech? You wanna fight, you BD? Hit me if you want, who's afraid of you? The 2 people who were talking suddenly felt a chill and looked back, only to see Urza's eyes emitting a scarlet glow. Go to hell. You two bastards. %. Hashtag. After a while, the two men were beaten to a state of disfigurement and lying on the ground. Yang had already taken Ergu and Sanmao away from the guild and went to the guild's apartment to clean up his room. After a while of tinkering, the three finally finished cleaning up, and Yang called the two dogs, 3 cats. Boss, you say. Yang glanced at the two and said, now that you have joined Fairy Tale, you should know that you can't be like before. The 2 dogs and 3 cats nodded. Ergu, boss, we know. Next we will do the mission and earn the commission money. Sanmao, boss, don't worry. With us here, we can solve those commissions in a matter of minutes. Boss, just lie down at home and count your money. Yang looked at the two of them and shook his head helplessly. I plan to start accepting commissions tomorrow, but I'm not going to take you with me. Ah. Sanmao spoke first, boss, how can you do this and make a fortune by yourself? Ergu also showed a look of disappointment, but he also understood what Yang meant. Now the strength of the two of them was just that of ordinary people who were extremely strong. Going with Yang would only slow down his pace and even put Yang in danger. Ergu, cat, shut up and listen to what the boss has to say. The 3 cats shut their mouths instantly. Ergu, it seems you already know. Ergu nodded. So in the next period of time, I will let the old man awaken your magic. I've already asked uncle about your 2 magical talents, and they're not very strong. I have asked the old man to teach you some physical magic to strengthen your bodies. After you learn it, I will teach you all 6 styles. As for how far you two can go, it depends on your own efforts. Sanmao and Ergu were extremely excited when they heard that their boss was finally going to pass on the 6 styles to them. 3 cats, boss, you are finally going to pass on your legacy to us. Bang! It hurts. As soon as Sanmao spoke, Yang punched him directly. Don't talk like I'm already dead. Hey, don't worry, boss. Once Ergu and I learn how to do it, we can help you. Wait until you meet my requirements. Okay, we're almost done cleaning up. The old man prepared a banquet for us. It's almost time to go to the guild. Dividing line. Fairy Tale Guild at night. The guild was very lively at this time, with drinking and fighting going on. Because Yang was a bit lazy, he sat next to Makarov, drinking a little wine and watching the people below drinking and playing. Seeing that the 3 cats and 2 dogs got along very well with the people in the guild, he also smiled with relief. Makarov looked at Yang and said, you little brat, why don't you join them in the party? Today is the party I specially prepared for you. Just hide here and keep me company, an old man. I'm rather a lazy old man. Nothing can drive me except money. Hey! You little brat, why do you keep talking about money at such a young age? What do you know, old man? I'm going to be a big landlord in Magnolia Town in the future. Makarov looked confused after hearing Yang's words. Ah! Isn't your ambition to become the strongest wizard? Girdas has already told me that at your age, you already have strength beyond that of an ordinary S-class, and you are extremely fast. There are simply not many people who can keep you. Now you're telling me you want to be a landlord. Tisk, old man, don't think that real estate is worth much now. I believe that in a few years, real estate prices will soar. I want to be the best landlord. I have thought it through. I will take on a crusade mission tomorrow and buy him a house first. Then rent it out, and the cycle continues. After the quantitative change leads to qualitative change, I will just live in the guild and drink tea. I'm afraid I'm not a genius. Superscript 3. How can you have such an idea, you little brat? I won't allow your power to be buried like this. Old man, you can't stop me. This is my dream. Ah! Are you trying to PS me off to death? Old man, you will know when you reach my age. Huh? I'm your age. Why don't you listen to what you are saying? Chapter 5. At this time, the drunk Girdas came directly to Yang and hooked his shoulder. Hiccup. How did you make the old man angry? This can't be possible. Come on, drink, drink, this is what the old man prepared specially for you. You, look at Ergu and the others. I defeated them all. But you can't be left out. Yang looked ahead helplessly, not wanting to pay any attention to the drunk Girdas. Uncle, you are drunk. Girdas stood up with a look of dissatisfaction. Who are you looking down on? I'm not drunk. Bring me some wine. You drink with me. Before Yang could react, Girdas flashed behind Yang and entangled Yang with his limbs. Hurry up and bring the wine. Yang was feeling a little tipsy at first, but he sobered up instantly. The lazy look instantly turned into surprise. FK. Uncle, what are you going to do? Hey, let's drink. Suddenly, everyone who had just been drinking together, raised their wooden wine glasses and rushed towards Yang. Makarov looked at the bound Yang with a slight smile on his face. He immediately rushed forward and pried Yang's mouth open. Seeing this, others poured wine into the pot. Gudong. Gudong. I am super, master, Gugu, no. Gugu, Wuyud, Gugu. Makarov ignored him and said. It's good to be young. Your drinking capacity is almost the same as mine back then. Gudong, Gudong. After a commotion. Yang, who was originally a little tipsy, now had a red face and was holding a wooden wine barrel in his hand. Girdas, who had just restrained him, was now under Yang's feet. Belch. Hey, uncle, why don't you get up and drink? Why are you sleeping now? Hiccup. Yang patted Girdas's face with his hand and found that there was no movement at all. Uncle, when did you learn how to split yourself? I seem to see 8 of you. He, that's perfect, all 8 of us can come and drink. Belch. As he said that, Yang directly opened Girdas's mouth and poured the wine into him. Girdas, who had fallen into a deep sleep, had ferocious eyes. Hum. Thump. Sigma _. After Yang finished drinking, Girdas couldn't hold it anymore and started vomiting. Then a wisp of white soul flew out of Girdas's mouth. Seeing this, Makarov sobered up a bit, as he was the one who drank the most just now. Seeing the drunken Yang was so terrifying. Everyone else around him had already fallen down in the chaos. Now he is the only one who is still somewhat sober. This kid's drinking behavior is a bit bad. No. I want to live a few more years, so I have to go. Just as Makarov was about to sneak away, the drunken Yang shouted. Old man! Makarov was startled by the shout. Cold sweat slowly flowed down his forehead. His head trembled as he looked slowly behind him. Yang just stepped on Girdas at this time. Girdas, who had originally vomited out everything, shuddered and vomited out again, and his soul floated even farther away. Yang was so shocked that he lost his balance and fell down without making any sound. It's okay. Makarov looked at all the members of the guild who had fallen down. He was the only one left. He walked out of the guild with a proud look on his face and headed towards his home. Dividing line. The next day at noon. Yang slowly opened his eyes and looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar ceiling. He held his head and slowly sat up. My head hurts. What happened yesterday? How come I don't have any impression at all? How did I get back? What time is it? Why don't Ergu and Sanmao call me? Yang looked at the sun outside the window and found that it was already noon. Drinking is a waste of time. I was thinking of taking on a commission today. No, I have to get to the guild. Yang quickly packed up and walked towards the guild. At this time, everyone in the guild was making a fuss outside. Why are you all outside? Macau was seen holding a paper megaphone and shouting. Come and see. Come and see. The strongest newcomer vs the strongest female wizard. The strongest newcomer 1:3. The strongest female wizard 1:3. Bets are placed. Bets are placed. When Yang heard Macau's shouting, he understood what was going on. No, I didn't did I agree yesterday? While Yang was still thinking, the sound of armor colliding came from behind him. You are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Let's start. Yang looked back and scratched his head in confusion. Well, Urza, I'm not in the right state today. Before Yang could finish, Urza slashed at Yang with a sword. Yang was startled and dodged quickly. F***ck, he just chopped me down before I could even finish my sentence. When the people around saw Urza appear, they immediately made a large space for the two of them. Go ahead Urza. Oh. Come on, boss. We've put all our belongings on the line so you can win. Yang glanced at the three cats, took out a stack of banknotes and threw them over. Go. Buy me to win. At this moment, Urza had already rushed in front of Yang and pierced through Yang's body with a sword. Suddenly there was silence, and Urza just stood there in shock. But... Macau, the newcomers were cut into two sections. Wakaba, did we go too far? Only Ergu and Sanmao kept shouting come on. Makarov saw through Yang's tricks at a glance. This kid's affinity and attainments in the element of light are so high that he can even transform into an element. This is the first time I've seen this in my entire life. I really want to teach this brat my magic. But this brat doesn't even have a magic source. How infuriating. Makarov looked at the atmosphere around him and it was extremely cold. You little brat. If you keep playing like that, it's going too far. After Yang heard Makarov's voice, the body lying on the ground opened its eyes directly. Everyone was frightened. Oh my god! He's faking, he's dead. Then there was a flash of light, and Yang appeared in front of everyone intact. Physical attacks can't hit me. Urza didn't understand that she was being tricked by the other party. UBD. Sanmao, the boss is really a BD. He deceived a young girl's feelings like this. What a scumbag. Ergu, indeed, you can't do whatever you want just because you are a little bit pretty. Ergu, despise that. Chapter 6. Change your outfit, Heavenly Wheel Armor. Tianlun Liaoluan Sword. Dozens of energy swords appeared around Urza and rushed towards Yang at a high speed like a rain of swords. The sword rain instantly submerged the area where Yang was. Urza landed slowly, staring at the direction of the smoke with a serious expression. The companions around him shut their mouths again. They knew Urza's move. Even though it was not the strongest, anyone who was hit by it would not feel any better. Under their noses, Yang never stepped out of the range of the sword rain. As the smoke slowly dissipated, everyone could finally see a vague human figure. Urza's expression also changed from serious to surprised. At this time, Yang was not injured at all, and even his feet did not move at all. Damn it, how the hell did this guy do that? While Urza was stunned, Yang instantly turned into a golden light and appeared beside Urza, touching his beardless chin. Pantyhose. It's not a good habit to be absent-minded when fighting with someone. Urza came back to her senses instantly, and saw that golden light had gathered under Yang's feet and swept directly towards Urza. Urza had no time to dodge and took the blow head-on. Bang! Urza was sent flying backwards in an instant. Fortunately, Yang did not kill him. Urza directly inserted the sword in his hand into the ground and slid for dozens of meters before stopping. As Urza steadied himself, a finger was pointed at his forehead. You lose. After saying that, Yang came directly to Macau and spread his hands. Give me money. Macau quickly counted out 60 WJ and gave it to Yang. Yang took the money, spit on his fingertips and began to count them one by one. After counting it several times, he was satisfied and deposited the money into the system, then walked towards the guild. Macau felt unhappy when he saw that Yang had taken away most of his money. Geardos, where did you find this monster? Now I have to live frugally for several months. When the others heard Macau's words, they all nodded. This was not just ordinary strength. Urza was defeated so easily. His strength was undoubtedly very strong. Ha ha ha, don't worry about it. I bet 50,000 yuan on this guy. Give me the money. Upon hearing this, Macau reluctantly gave another 15 WJ from his limited savings. It's over, it's over. We have really gone back to the time before liberation. Urza stood up and looked at Yang's leaving back. It was the first time that she was defeated so easily by someone her age. Next time, I will definitely win. Before long everyone returned to the guild to continue bragging, drinking, and discussing the recent duel. At this time, Yang was standing on the guild's task board and selecting tasks. It's you. It's easy for you to defeat the bandits. I really hope there are more missions like this. I love them so much. All I saw was the number 20000000J written below the order form. Master, I want to take this mission. Makarov looked up at Yang and the commission in his hand. Are you so anxious to make money, little brat? Of course, I'm poor. I still have my dreams. After saying this, Yang raised his head with pride. Veins popped up on Makarov's forehead when he heard this. Okay, if you want to go, go now. Okay, I'll be back as soon as possible. I'll trouble you with the 3 cats and 2 dogs. You don't need to remind me, I know my limits. Looking at Yang slowly leaving, Makarov couldn't help but curse inwardly. You little brat. The next day, Yang came to the foot of Nyota mountain in the next town. Tisk tisk tisk, this is the mountain where those bandits are. They really have no sense of crisis at all. There's not even a sentry at the foot of the mountain. I deserve this money. Since this is the first mission, let's go ahead. After saying that, Yang slowly walked over along the mountain path. What Yang didn't know was that he had been stared at by a hamster in a tree since he walked to the foot of the mountain. Yang kept walking along the mountain road, and he felt something strange the further he walked. Why do I always feel like something is watching me, but I don't sense anyone nearby? Could it be some kind of magic? There doesn't seem to be anything else around except some animals. Wait, animals. As he spoke, Yang looked at the animals nearby. Sure enough, these animals did not have the spirituality that animals should have. They all stared at him intently. At this moment, the sound of an arrow breaking through the air came from a distance and instantly pierced through Yang's body. In the hall of the mountain village, a burly man with a very strong build was sitting on the main chair, playing with 2 beads in his hands. Next to the sturdy man was a thin man with a sinister look, with a magic circle floating in his eyes. Brother, the wizard who came to attack us has been killed by a crossbow. The bandit leader sneered contemptuously. Humph, anyone would dare to attack Lucy. The formal guilds nowadays are really getting worse and worse. Send a few people to take away his belongings, and give the body to that lord as a sacrifice. He, I understand, brother. And when the thin man looked at Yang on the ground through the creature's eyes again. Suddenly I found that the body that was supposed to be lying on the ground was gone, and there was no trace of blood. How is that possible? I clearly saw the arrow pierce through the boy's body. How is it possible? How is it possible? The bandit leader also noticed his brother's appearance and asked. What's wrong, bro? The thin man turned to look at his eldest brother and said, just now the wizard's body disappeared. The bandit leader looked at his brother solemnly. What the hell is going on? Before the thin man could say anything, the door to the hall flew in, along with his 2 younger brothers who were guarding the door. The bandit leader immediately stood up, staring at the door. Who dares to break into Lucy village? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound outside the door. Banditry is indeed a high-risk profession. Fortunately, I chose to quit decisively at that time. After a while, a figure appeared in front of the boss and the second in command. When the second in command saw Yang's appearance, his eyes opened instantly. You. All right, stop it. I am the one you shot through with your arrows. I like to win people over with my virtue. I just came here to ask for the money for my medicine. Chapter 7. Seeing Yang break in so easily, the bandit leader Kira immediately shouted, "Where are the people? They are all dead." Kira's younger brother Kir directly used magic to check the situation outside. Just now he only focused his attention on Yang and did not check the situation in the village. When Keel checked the area around the village through the animals outside, he found that hundreds of people in his village were lying on the ground without any movement. How is it possible? How did he do it? Yang tickled his ears. Everyone, stop arguing. I've already dealt with everyone outside. They won't come even if you scream your throat out. Huh? Why does it feel so weird for me to say that? Kira didn't show any panic when he heard Yang's words, but was a little annoyed. Humph. A bunch of rubbish, you can't even stop one person. That's fine. That gentleman is in need of a large number of corpses. Once we have dealt with this little rat of yours, we will send them over as well. Just as Kira was about to take action, Keel beside him spoke up. Brother, be careful. This guy was able to deal with these people silently in such a short time. His strength is not simple. Kira grinned. Don't worry, brother. He's just a little kid. Contact the adult first. Kir still looked at Yang solemnly, then secretly stuffed something into Kira's pocket. Yang couldn't help feeling a little chilly when he saw the two men acting so respectful to each other. Oh my god, these two people are not crossing the line. Little bug, look at the emblem on your hand, it's from the fairy tale guild, right? How dare a small, insignificant guild come and attack Laozi? Yang spread his hands helplessly. I can't help it. The money they offer is so much, a full 2 million yuan. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Humph, you don't know your own limits. Some money isn't so easy to get. Rock protrusion. A cocky magic circle appeared under Yang's feet. Suddenly, a rock cone quickly emerged from the magic circle. Yang jumped back lightly and dodged the attack. Then golden light condensed in his hand, and a laser beam directly penetrated the rock cone and headed towards Kira. Rock flow. The magic circle under Kira's feet unfolded, and the ground began to become like flowing water, carrying Kira to move quickly. Boom! Yang's laser beam directly blew up the wall behind Kira. Kira quickly moved to Yang's side, and just as he was about to attack, a dazzling golden light appeared before his eyes. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by light? Bang! Boom! Kira's body flew backwards quickly, breaking through the wall and smashing a large hole with a radius of about 20. Kira lost his life instantly and lay limp on the ground. He's really weak. It seems like he has a younger brother. Just when Yang was about to look for Kira, a wisp of black air emanated from Kira's pocket in the pit, and the air went directly into Kira's nostrils. Kira, who was originally dead, kept squirming and colliding with his body. Black air continued to pour out from the cave. After a while, a roar of a monster came from the pit. Roar! Yang still looked lazy as he watched what was happening in front of him. With the pantyhose on, I really have turned into a monster now. Bang! Boom! A huge black shadow flew out of the pit and crashed into the ground. Hulu hulu! Kira, who was originally in human form, has now turned into a monster covered in rocks, with his eyes emitting scarlet light. At this moment, Keel, who went to report the news, came to the monster Kira with an excited look on his face, his eyes full of fanaticism. Success! Success! Ah! What a wonderful gesture, my dear brother! Yang was speechless when looking at the somewhat sick Gil, frustrated face. I am telling you, this, sick, perverted uncle, this is your beloved relative, your brother. Well, ahem, he's like this, why are you so excited? Shut up! This is biological evolution. Resurrection from the dead. How can someone like you? Bang! Before Kill could finish his words, the monster Kira slapped him into a meat patty and put it in his mouth, chewing it non-stop. Roar! Tisk tisk tisk, you've evolved and resurrected. I'm afraid you're going to return to the earth now. After eating human flesh, Kira seemed to have tasted something delicious, and his nose kept sniffing the air. He immediately looked towards Yang's position, and a hungry desire instantly filled Kira's body, with sticky saliva constantly dripping from his mouth. The monster Kira roared, leaped with all his might, and smashed towards Yang like a rock falling to the ground. Yang turned into golden light and disappeared instantly, appearing 100 m behind the monster Kira. When the monster Kira was about to turn around, several golden lights flew towards it at a high speed. Boom! 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 4 golden lights exploded directly on the body of the monster Kira. The huge force caused the monster Kira to let out a shrill roar. Roar! Yang felt that the monster was not dead, and once again condensed a huge cross of light at his fingertips. Call out! Boom! Yang walked slowly forward and saw rubble and green flesh on the ground. This guy is really pitiful. He was framed by his own brother and became like this, neither human nor ghost. But fortunately your brother also died in your hands. It's really fate that plays tricks on us. Afterwards, Yang plundered the village wantonly, with a smile on his face that was harder to suppress than AK. The system unlocks the next stage. Ding! Collect 100 WJ from the host, Borsellino is freed 20%. Suddenly, bursts of golden light emerged from Yang's body, and after a while, the golden light gradually retracted into Yang's body. Oh wow, this is the 40% yellow monkey. It has become much stronger. System opens the panel. Ding! The system panel is opened successfully. Host, Yang. Age 13. Panel, Borsellino 40%. Abilities, intermediate level of armament Haki, intermediate level of observation Haki, advanced level of Pikachu fruit, intermediate level of Navy 6 styles, swordsman. Money 502941J. 2000 WJ is required to exchange for the next stage Borsellino template. Backpack, evolution fruit *1, will be used automatically when the panel reaches 100%. 2000 WJ. Dog system, shouldn't it be 1000 WJ? Others are expanding 10 times, why are you expanding 20 times? System. System. I almost forgot that you are a system without even a dialogue function. I have to become S rank as soon as possible, otherwise I will never be able to complete these small commissions. Once I finish this mission, I will buy a house and become a landlord. Chapter 8. Shortly after Yang left, dozens of people in black robes came to the Nyuta mountain village. Are they all dead? It seems that this potion is still somewhat imperfect. Drag away all the bodies and body parts here. Yes, sir. The black-robed leader looked around for signs of fighting. Crushing? This Kira has the strength of an A-class wizard. His strength after becoming a demon is close to that of an S-class wizard. Such strength has not been taken down by future generations. Could it be that a certain guild has sent out an S-class wizard? It seems that I have to be more careful in the future. Dividing line. Magnolia Town. Yang returned to town the next day. Seeing that the guild was still bustling with activity. When the 3 cats and 2 dogs saw their boss coming back, they rushed forward. 3 cats, boss, how did the mission go? How did you feel? How strong were the enemies? You must take us with you next time you do a mission. Go. Yes, boss. Yes, boss. Hi. While the 3 cats were stunned, they were dragged aside by the 2 dogs and beaten up. Makarov saw that he was safe and came back, and asked, how was your first mission in life? It feels okay, but the enemy feels a little weak. When can I become S rank? You're so young, but you're so arrogant. It's not as easy to get to S rank as you think. Tell me about the commission process first. Yang then told Makarov everything he had seen and encountered. Makarov listened with a serious look on his face. Are you sure that the person you killed has been resurrected as a monster? Yeah, I think it was done by someone from some evil cult or dark guild. It's unlikely that the dark guild is involved, but I haven't heard of any evil cult that can turn the dead into monsters. I will report this matter to the council. These guys who only work for nothing, such a big thing happened, and there is not even a little news. Yang looked at the angry Makarov and said, Old man, I will have nothing to do with you from now on. There's nothing to do after the commission is completed. What's wrong with you? Otherwise, I still have to go look at houses. Convex. Don't give up your dream yet. Tisk, I already said it's a dream, can you just give up on it like that? Ergu, and Sanmao, stop playing dead. Let's go. Okay, boss. Hey, boss, just tell me what it feels like to do a mission. Yang looked at Sanmao with a smile on his face, if you keep pushing me, I'll let Ergu continue to cut you, understand. Hey, I understand. I understand. 2 months later. In the house bought by Ye Yang. At this time, Ergu and San Mao were undergoing cruel training from Ye Yang. Each of them carried a 2m high and 1m wide stone on their backs and did frog jumps while sitting. Every time the two of them jumped, the entire ground would vibrate slightly. Ye Yang was lying on a chair drinking tea, supervising the training of the two. After the last dance, both of them were so tired that they lay on the ground gasping for breath. Agu, I feel like my legs are no longer mine. Cat, please talk less. Ye Yang looked at the two people who had completed the task and nodded with satisfaction. Then he pulled the two people with one hand and threw them directly into the medicinal bath pool next to him. As soon as the two were thrown in, the strong effect of the drug quickly entered their bodies, and the tremendous pain made them feel worse than death. FK, this hurts too much. Hold on, cat. Ye Yang looked at the two people's expressions and couldn't help thinking. The medicine that Granny Polyasica prescribed is really powerful. The vitality of the two is getting stronger and stronger. In a few months, the two of you should be able to practice the 6 styles. After a while, the two came out of the bath. The originally thick medicinal bath had now become a little thin. The bodies of the two men became stronger and the stripes became clearer. Ye Yang nodded with satisfaction. Just keep going for a few more months and you'll be able to learn the 6 forms. The 3 cats immediately wilted when they heard this. No way, boss, it will take several more months. Does one need to be so strong to practice this 6 style? This is all for your own good. We are laying a foundation for you now, so that it will be easier to practice later. Ye Yang took out a card from his pocket. I recently saw a shop on the street that I liked. You guys should buy it back for me at the lowest price. And it's time to collect rent from those houses. The 3 cats immediately took the card. Hey, boss, don't worry. I'm familiar with this. Leave it to me and Agu to complete the task. Yeah, then go ahead. I've accepted a mission, so I have to go first. After saying that, Ye Yang disappeared in a flash of golden light. Seeing this, San Mao said enviously, oh, I really want to go on missions with the boss. Training like this every day will make me tired. Ergu, that's enough, you're the only one who talks too much. Hurry up and leave. If you don't complete the mission, be careful that the boss will cut you. Soon Ye Yang appeared in the guild. Within 2 months, the 3 of them had already become good friends with the people in the guild. When Natsu saw Ye Yang appear, he rushed forward to duel with him. As expected, Ye Yang knocked Natsu away with a single blow. The crowd watching burst into laughter again. Master, I'm here to take on the mission. Whatever the mission, I must go. Let me make it clear first. If the price is lower, I won't go. You little brat, you're obsessed with money. As he said this, he threw the commission in his hand to Ye Yang. Ye Yang opened the commission and saw. Destroy the demons in the church. There are still demons in the church. Tisk, 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 this god is really useless. Bang! Makarov directly challenged Ye Yang. How dare you talk like that, little brat? Yes, yes, just pretend I didn't say anything. Then why do you insist on me going, and the money is so little? This is an expedited commission. There is a demon in that village, and the village chief is afraid that the demon will hurt the villagers, so he issued this commission. You are the fastest in the entire guild. If not you, who else can take on this mission? As you said, if you don't make this money, who will? Ye Yang looked at Makarov with disdain. Old man, you are becoming more and more shameless now. Besides, you don't have much money. Makarov immediately interrupted Ye Yang, activated the giant magic, grabbed Ye Yang, and his arms became thicker in an instant. Titan throws the groundhog. Call out. Ye Yang's figure instantly broke through the air and flew away at a high speed. You old man don't have martial virtues. Oh, I feel much better. Everyone in the guild watched as their president threw Ye Yang out, and looked at the smiling old man in shock. 3 cats, the boss has ascended to heaven. Ergu, 6. Chapter 9. Ye Yang, who was flying at high speed in the sky at this time, looked at the commission in his hand. Why do I always have a familiar feeling, church, devil. F***ck Myra Jane Elfman Listena. Yang put away the order and said, forget it, I'll forgive this old man this time. Let me see where it is thrown now. Yang carefully compared the map with the town below. F***ck. Damn old man, you threw it in the wrong direction. At this time, the people in the small town looked at a bright light that cut through the sky. Mom, look, there's a shooting star. Then make a wish quickly, baby. In a small house on the edge of the town, a family was having a meal. The head of the family, okay, everyone please take a seat. The eldest son, father, why do I feel a little shaky? The owner of the house, what nonsense are you talking about? It's only noon and you're already drinking. Mother, okay, the soup is ready. Eat it quickly or it will get cold in a while. The moment the soup was placed on the table, the soup in the bowl began to shake constantly. The eldest son, see what I said, there is shaking, Dad, is there an earthquake? When Yang in the sky realized that he was heading in the wrong direction, he condensed the energy on his fingertips. The high-density energy gathered at Yang's fingertips into a small ball emitting dazzling golden light. It's better to use a smaller power. Flash. Boom. The powerful energy directly penetrated the distant mountain, which made Yang stop. Yang looked at his masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction. Yeah, let's leave the account of this mountain in the hands of the old man. Just as Yang was thinking, his body began to fall slowly. At this moment, the father and son, who were still wondering whether it was an earthquake or there was something wrong with the corner of the table, were bending over to check the corner of the table. Suddenly, an unidentified object broke through the roof and landed on the dining table of the three people. Boom! The three people's brains froze instantly, and their eyes stared blankly ahead. Oh my god, I was so focused on how to trick the old man that I forgot I was still in heaven. Yang rubbed his head, suddenly raised his head and slowly looked around, and found that the three people seemed to be under a spell of immobilization, staring at him motionlessly. Yang, feeling embarrassed, stood up quickly. Well, all the losses will be compensated by fairy tale. As he said this, he took out a business card from the space. This is my business card. If you want to rent a house in the future, I'll give you a 10% discount. After saying that, Yang left the place with a flash of golden light. After a while, the family came to their senses and the head of the family looked at the business card in his hand. Yang rented a house. Right. Laozi has never been so speechless in his life. This damn old man. Far away in the fairy tale guild in Magnolia Town. Achoo. Why do I always feel like someone is stabbing me in the back? It's evening time. Strauss Village. After a whole afternoon of traveling, we finally arrived. The village of Strauss was exceptionally quiet at this time in the evening, and no one was walking on the village roads. No, there's no one outside. They're all hiding in the house. Then Yang knocked on the house closest to the village entrance. Bang, bang, bang. Please open the door. I'm the wizard of fairy tale, and I'm here to deal with the demons. Suddenly there was a crackling sound coming from inside the house. When the people in the room heard that someone was here to deal with the devil, they hurriedly opened the door. Everyone, come out quickly, the wizard is here to deal with the demons. Following the villagers' shouts, all the people in the village came out of their rooms. Really? The wizard is finally here. Great. We are saved. Master Mage, please drive the demons out of our village. Yang listened to the villagers chattering and felt overwhelmed. At this time, an old voice shouted, "Silence!" The villagers suddenly quieted down, clearing a path in the middle, and an old man walked out. "Hello, Master Wizard. I am the village chief of this village. I and everyone else have finally waited for your arrival. Please, Master Magician, destroy the demon." Yang looked around and saw that the villagers all looked scared when they heard about the devil. Yang glanced around calmly and found a little white-haired girl looking at him furtively in the corner in the distance. After the little girl and Yang looked at each other, the little girl immediately shrank back and ran away. With Yang's perception, he immediately sensed a force of energy in the distance. Then he pointed in a direction and asked, "Is your church in that direction?" "My lord, yes. I need someone to take you there." When the villagers heard this, they all lowered their heads, as if they were afraid of being chosen by the village chief. Yang shook his head. "No need, I roughly know where it is." Then Yang walked through the crowd and headed towards the church. Outside the church, a thin figure was running with all his might. "Myra sister. Elfman brother. Oh no, the wizard is coming. The wizard is coming. Hoo-hoo." At this moment, a voice with a slightly blaming tone came. "Listen, I've told you several times not to go out alone. Why won't you listen?" "Hey, I'm sorry, sis. No, we're not talking about this now. The wizard is here, we should get out of here." Myra Jane rubbed Listena's head and smiled at the two siblings. "Maybe this is my sister's fate." "Elfman. Sister, I'm here. You must take good care of your sister. I will stay here to hold back the wizard. You two should leave here immediately." The two said in unison, "No. We want to be with our sister." "No. I am an unlucky person who will only bring you pain. Listen to my sister and leave quickly." "No. No." Just then a voice was heard. "None of you can leave." Why does it feel weird again?" Myra Jane immediately shielded her younger siblings behind her. Yang looked at Myra, whose arm had been transformed into a demon. This is Myra when she was a child. At this moment, Lisena broke free from Myra's restraints and ran directly in front of Yang. Myra hurriedly shouted, "Lisena! Come back soon!" Lisena ignored Myra's words. "Master Wizard, please let my sister go. She is just possessed by a demon and has not hurt anyone at all. Lisena, come back soon. If you dare to hurt Lisena, I will kill you." When Myra said this, the black magic fluctuations on her body continued to spread, and her eyes were fixed on Yang. "I haven't said a word yet, don't make it seem like I'm a bad person." Yang squatted down and rubbed Lisena's head. "Don't worry, I'm not here to kill you." Lisena looked at Yang with tears in her eyes. "Really, really? Of course." Chapter 10. Yang slowly stood up and looked at Myra. Myra was not deceived by Yang's words and was still wary of him. "Lisena, come here. It's okay, sister. I believe in my wizard brother. Come here quickly." Yang appeared behind Myra Jane with a flash of golden light. So fast. Myra had no time to react. She watched Yang's hand slowly reach out to her and closed her eyes in fear. This day has finally come. "I'm sorry, Lisena Elfman, I can't be with you." Just when Myra thought she was going to die, she felt her arm that was possessed by the devil being slowly lifted up. What caught my eye was the boy looking at his arm with interest. This is the first time I've seen reception magic. It's really amazing." Myra was stunned for a moment. "Receive magic." Yang nodded pretending to be serious. "Yes, it is to receive magic, and it is a rare species like demons, but if I bring this back to the guild, the old man will reward me with 1,000,000 or 800,000. Strange, why is there such a big energy fluctuation in the church? Could it be?" Myra was still a little bit unbelievable, that is to say. "Yes, that's the answer in your heart. Elfman, great. Sister." Lisena jumped directly into Myra's arms. "Wow! That's great, sis." Yang looked at the three sisters who were so close to each other and felt a little overwhelmed for a moment. Suddenly, the ground of the church began to shake violently. Boom! Yang hurriedly shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Get out of this area!" Myra Jane picked up Lisena and ran forward with Elfman. Boom! The entire church turned into ruins in an instant. Yang said to himself, "Finally you've decided to come out, Satan." Myra didn't quite understand what Yang said. "Hey, what do you mean? Why did the church suddenly collapse?" Yang did not answer Marajana's question and said directly, "Take your brothers and sisters away from here quickly. The next battle is no longer something you can participate in." In the ruined church, wisps of black air slowly floated into the air. After a while, the black air in the sky enveloped the entire village, and a pair of purple eyes appeared in the black fog. Ha 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 ha, I really don't want to see you humans acting out these sad dramas. Human, how did you find me? Yang said with disdain, tisk tisk tisk, you don't think you are hiding well. Since I arrived in this village, I have already felt a strong force inside. At first I thought it was emitted by this little girl, until I got closer and found that there was only a little aura on this little girl, and most of it came from the church. Not bad, not bad. At such a young age, you have such skills. It seems that I have caught a big fish this time. I have waited for hundreds of years. Finally, I can break this seal and return to the world of the living. Ha 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 ha. I saw the black fog in the sky gradually falling, and condensed into a huge demon arm with an open palm grabbing towards Yang. Become my sacrifice. Human. Yang said disdainfully, I'm afraid you are not qualified enough. As he spoke, he slowly raised his fingers, and energy gathered at his fingertips. Laser. Call out. Boom. The condensed arm was blown up in an instant. Yang put his hands together in front of his chest, and a large amount of golden light gathered between his hands. Yashakani no Megatama. Swoosh. Whoosh. 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 Tens of thousands of light bullets flew towards the sky in a large area. But all the light bullets passed through the black fog one by one and exploded in the air. Stupid human, ha 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 ha. This king is an immortal being. Yang scratched his head, what a hassle. Without giving Yang time to react, a large number of arms gathered in the air. What a perfect body. It will be mine soon. Ha 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 ha. Demon realm killing. The hundreds of arms gathered by Satan all went towards Yang. The sword of aim no cum. Hundreds of arms were chopped off one by Yang's lightsaber. Yang sneered disdainfully, you don't think you can defeat me with these inferior things. If all demon kings are trash like you, you'd better rest in peace as soon as possible. It's embarrassing to come out. Humph. You're just a brat who can only show off his power of words. I wonder how long you can hold on. Demon realm killing. Suddenly, a black wind blew violently, the entire sky began to darken, and visibility dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. From time to time, I could hear roars like those from hell. Suddenly Myra's voice came into Yang's ears. Hey! Annoying guy, are you okay? Look, I look fine now. Get out of here. I don't have the energy to protect you. Who needs your protection? Is there anything I can help with? What a coincidence. It really is possible. I'm afraid you're the only one who can do this. After saying that, Yang unleashed his sword, and a stream of sword energy directly cut off Shen La's arms. Yang appeared beside Myra in an instant. That guy's real body must be in the ruins of the church. You have some of its power in your body. Follow your feelings. This arm of yours will lead you to that guy. And then? What should I do if I find out? A sly smile appeared on Yang's lips. What else can I do? He said as he grabbed Marajana's clothes. Myra said in panic, what are you doing? Put me down. Yang ignored it and threw it hard towards the ruins of the church. Ah! 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 Just wait for me. Then golden light condensed on his fingertips, directly blasting a passage in the ruins of the church. The black shadow felt something was wrong when he saw it. He gathered a huge ball of energy and threw it at Myra. Yang flashed with golden light and appeared directly in the path of the energy ball. Flash! Boom! The energy ball was instantly swallowed up by the flash, leaving a huge hole in the black fog. Myra also flew into the cave entrance smoothly. Shadow of Satan, human, you don't think that little girl can defeat me? Yang looked in Myra's direction and raised the corner of his mouth slightly, that's hard to say. Then Yang pointed his fingers toward the sky, and golden light gathered at his fingertips. Shine! Suddenly, a large amount of golden light scattered around, and the evil spirits and ghosts wandering around were instantly turned into ashes when illuminated by the golden light. Within the sealed land. Bang! 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 Ah! Myra, who was thrown in by Yang, jumped a few times on the ground and fell to the ground. Ouch! 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 This BD actually threw me in like this. I'm going to make him pay when I get out. After saying that, Myra slowly stood up, and suddenly there seemed to be a voice in her heart telling her to move forward. And her arms unconsciously raised and pointed forward. Chapter 11. Outside the Sealed Land. Shadow of Satan, how can humans be so damn difficult? Looking at his age, he can only be S rank at most. Why doesn't he look exhausted after fighting till now? Is this guy really a human? No, I have a bad feeling. There's something about that human girl that makes my heart palpitate. We have to find a way to make this damn brat stop. I am just a remnant soul now. I can't exert much of my own strength. I don't know if this magic will succeed. Abyss Atlas Netherworld Chapter 1 Tian Kui. Suddenly, an extremely huge black magic circle appeared in the sky, and a huge door slowly descended from the magic circle. Yang looked at the dark door in front of him with complicated spells engraved on it, and his eyes gradually became solemn. The ominous aura emanating from the door made Yang feel a little uneasy. Is this old guy ready to give it a try? At this time, the soul of Satan said, "Human, it's still too late to leave now. If you wait until this door opens, you will have no chance." Yang said disdainfully, "Should I thank you for reminding me? Being a villain, you talk so much nonsense. Open. If you don't open this door today, you will be my grandson. Damn you little brat. I will torture you first when I get your body. Open it." The gate to the underworld. The bat demons on both sides of the door came out directly from the wall of the door, each holding a key in their hand, inserted it into the door lock and turned it. Squeak squeak. The door opened a tiny crack, and suddenly the roars of countless evil spirits and ghosts came from inside the door. Ah! At this moment, a pair of pale ghost hands shot out from the gap in the door. The door that was originally opening slowly was forcibly pushed open. At once, a large number of wandering souls flew out, and the owner of the giant hands walked forward step by step as the door opened. Boom! Boom! A 5-meter-tall demon with a pale body and a fang-like mouth on his head walked out. Ugh! Shadow of Satan, accept my sacrifice, white devil, Tian Kui. The black gas in the sky continued to condense, and the originally dark sky gradually became brighter. Soon, a black energy ball emitting a large amount of energy was suspended in the air. And above the energy ball, a wisp of dark mist was suspended above it. The dark energy ball slowly flew towards Tian Kui. It went straight into Tian Kui's chest. Tian Kui was covered in pale white, and dark lines continued to emerge from his chest. Within a few breaths, the lines covered all over Tian Kui, and a pair of scarlet lights appeared in Tian Kui's pupils, which originally had no eyes. Shadow of Satan, kill this human. It can be seen that the Shadow of Satan at this time paid a huge price to summon this demon. Suddenly, the motionless Tian Kui bit his own palm, and a large amount of dark blood flowed out from Tian Kui's broken palm, gradually forming a huge bone-chopping knife. Roar! Facing Tian Kui's roar, Yang scratched his ears. It's so noisy. Why are the bosses so loud when they appear? Hey, old man, I thought you summoned something. You don't think you can defeat me with just this, do you? The Shadow of Satan jokingly said, who knows, I have more important things to do now. After saying that, the Shadow of Satan quickly headed towards the sealed place. Just as Yang was about to stop him, a machete came straight at him. Boom! The earth continued to tear apart and houses collapsed. Fortunately, the villagers all left the village when they saw the weather change. Tian Kui's attack directly destroyed half of the village. Yang was overwhelmed looking at the destroyed village. *CK. It's over, it's over. I'm going to be nagged by the old man again. The money given by this village is not enough to compensate me. Hey! Big fool, do you know how much trouble you have caused me? As Tian Kui does not have enough sacrifices from the Shadow of Satan, his strength is insufficient and he is just a machine that only knows how to kill. Roar! Tian Kui picked up the bone-chopping knife again and chopped at Yang. Within the sealed land. With the guidance of her arms and her heart, Myra smoothly arrived at the core of the sealed land. In the center of the sealed land, Satan was bound by chains, and one of the chains had broken for some unknown reason. Myra looked at the demon in front of her in surprise. She didn't feel a trace of fear in her heart, but instead felt a little excited. This guy is the demon who awakened my magic. Just when Myra Jane was about to touch Satan, Satan simply opened his eyes. Myra was startled by this sudden change and collapsed to the ground. A voice came into her mind. Human. Myra was startled by the voice in her head. Who's talking? The king is right before your eyes. Myra looked at Satan with fear as he opened his eyes. Why is your voice in my head? It's simple. You are the chosen one. The chosen one. Yes, your arms are proof of that. Myra looked at the arm that had brought so much torture to herself and her family, and a surge of anger surged from her heart. So everything I suffered before was because of you. That's nothing compared to the power you gain. When I get out, I will eliminate all those lowly people who bully you one by one for you. Myra was silent. Quick, unlock the seal of this king, and you will gain even more powerful power. As soon as Satan finished speaking, Myra's body began to stand up unconsciously and slowly walked forward. When the arm touched the chain, it broke. Crack! Crack! Until the last chain was broken, a strong wind blew in the sealed area, and the black fog directly enveloped Satan, and the magic circle below shone with dazzling purple light. The light shot straight into the sky and poured into the dark clouds. For a moment, there were lightning, thunder, and howling winds. Yang stepped on Tian Kui's head and watched the sudden change in the situation. It's up to you from now on, Myra. After he finished speaking, a golden light flashed under his feet, and Tian Kui's head broke open and slowly dissipated. In the sealed place, the black smoke that enveloped Satan slowly dissipated, and a man who looked like a nobleman of the vampire clan appeared in front of Myra. Satan slowly walked towards Myra with an evil smile on his face. What a pretty face you have. I really don't want to erase you for the moment. But this body has been sealed for so long that it is on the verge of breaking. You are the key person for me to get the body of that dead kid. Chapter 12. Myra lowered her head with a slight smile on her face. Take over. A powerful pulling force pulled Satan forward. Satan's expression suddenly changed and he said in panic, "What's going on? Why is my body not obeying my commands?" Satan looked at the girl in front of him and found that the girl was not bewitched by him at all. Instead, she was looking at him with a smile on her face. How is it possible? What did you do to me? Humph, you're the only one who wants to control me. But I do have to thank you for allowing me to awaken the magic of receiving the magic of the devil. Impossible. How could there be such magic in this world? And your arm only appeared because of my demon gene. How can it make you awaken magic? Or receive the devil's magic? How could I know so much? That annoying guy just told me. Okay, I'm not going to waste my time talking to you. I'm going to eat you. Satan felt the force pulling him become stronger, and his body was pulled directly over. The whole person was absorbed by Myra. No. Myra saw that everything was finally over and collapsed to the ground. I feel a powerful energy in my body. That's magic. Outside the sealed land, Yang was sitting on the stone, feeling the huge energy inside disappear and all gather on one person, and nodded with satisfaction. It's over, you can go home now. At this time, the entire village had disappeared, and the ruins of buildings were everywhere. Soon, two figures came running from the distance. Brother Wizard. Yang looked and found that they were Lysina and Elfman. Why are you two here? It's very dangerous, don't you know? Lysina panted and said, We came here because we found that there was no movement here. By the way, why don't I see Sister Myra? Yang looked towards the cave entrance and found a figure slowly walking out of it. Look, there she is. Lysina and Elfman looked at their sister, who looked a little disheveled but not physically injured, and ran forward happily. Sister Myra! Sister Myra! Myra Jane heard her brother and sister's voices, looked up and smiled softly. Lysina, Elfman. He then fell into a coma. Dividing line. Not long after, people from the Magic Council arrived here, and when they arrived, only the villagers were left sorting out something in the ruins. After asking, I found out that it was done by Fairy Tale Wizard. When the people on the council heard that it was Fairy Tale, they were overwhelmed. Why are they the same group of guys again? They are getting more and more outrageous recently. On the way back, Yang carried the unconscious Myra with a helpless look on his face, and walked towards the guild with the two little ones. Myra slowly opened her eyes and found herself on someone's back, with her younger brother and sister walking beside her. How did I end up on this BD's back? What should I do? What should I do? I'd better keep pretending to sleep. Now that you're awake, come down. It's so heavy. Before Myra could react, Yang threw Myra to the ground. Ah! Ouch, ouch, ouch! You disgusting BD, you just threw a beautiful girl like me on the ground like that. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Also, how can I be overweight? Yang said nonchalantly conscience? What is that? Listen, okay, sister, don't blame brother Yang. He has been carrying you for a long time. Ugh! Listen, why are you speaking to this annoying guy? Elfman stepped forward and helped Mila up. Sister, are you okay? I'm fine Elfman, by the way where are we going? Sister, we are going to the Fairy Tale Guild. Sister, your arm hasn't recovered yet. Myra Jane then looked at her arm and saw that it had not improved at all, but had become even more intimidating. Hey! You annoying guy, why isn't my arm healed yet? Didn't you say it would be healed once I took over that demon? Alas, your magic has just awakened, and you have accepted a demon like Satan. When you return to Fairy Tale, you can let the old man teach you how to accept magic. So I have to walk all the way with this arm on my shoulders. Hey! Yang then took out a cloak and covered Myra with it. It's getting late now. You guys stay here and rest. I'll go to the forest to hunt for some food. After a while, Yang dragged back a giant bear and quickly roasted it. The three people who had not eaten meat for a long time stared at the meat in front of them with shining eyes. Soon the four of them ate up the bear that was bigger than them, and Yang ate most of it alone. The three siblings were stunned by what they saw. Myra Jane, how do you manage to eat so much? The stronger the people, the more they eat. The fact that you eat so little is a sign of your lack of strength. Myra Jane looked at Yang in confusion, is this true? Why do I feel like you are fooling me? How could that be? Look how strong I am. I eat a lot, too. It's proportional. Really? Don't worry about it. Go to bed. We still have to hurry to the train station. If we go back late, the old man will laugh at us. After saying that, Yang fell asleep. Lysina and Elfman also fell asleep slowly leaning on Myra. Myra looked at everything around her, and it seemed that everything was moving in a good direction. I looked at my younger brother and sister and saw that they had gradually fallen asleep. A few days later, after 4 days of travel, the four of them finally arrived at Fairy Tale. Finally! I'm back! Yang kicked the door open and noisy sounds came out from inside. When Sanmao and Ergo saw that their boss had finally returned, they immediately put down the wooden wine barrels in their hands. Sanmao hugged Yang's thighs with tears and snot. XX. Boss, you are finally back. I thought you were dead. What will I do if you die? I can only inherit your properties and live on rent every day. XX. Hashtag. Rebellion. Rebellion. Go. Drag him out and give him a beating. It's the boss. Hashtag %at. Humph, you want to inherit my property? Tui. You are nothing. Don't pay attention to them, come on, I'll take you to see the old man. The three of them looked around curiously. When Yang and the other three passed by, Macau directly teased, Yo, you brought back 2 beauties as soon as you went out, which one do you like? Drink your wine, these 3 are here to join the guild. Myra Jane protected her younger siblings behind her. Well, they don't mean any harm, they're just a little frivolous. You'll get used to it later. Chapter 13. Makarov, you're finally back, little brat. If the letter complaining about me hadn't come back a few days earlier than yours, I would have thought something had happened to you. Oh wow, I didn't expect you to care about me so much, old man. This commission will cost more money. Makarov's forehead was bulging with veins when he heard Yang mention money. UBD, you dare to ask me for money? Do you know that you destroyed the entire village this time? I was dragged away for a long time and had to pay a large sum of money. You still have the nerve to ask for more money. You look like money to me. You old BD, you won't give me more money. It's not unusual for a wizard to encounter difficulties while completing a mission. Besides, if I hadn't killed that demon, you know how much trouble it would have been. Besides, it wasn't me who destroyed those villages. It was that devil who destroyed them. How can you put all the blame on me? Ah! You little brat, are you trying to piss me off to death? As they talked, they started arguing, leaving the three siblings at a loss. After more than 10 minutes, the old man and the young man finally calmed down. Makarov turned to look at Myra and the other two, and immediately put on an amiable smile. You three little guys are here to join the guild, right? Myra Jane said nervously, yes, yes. Yang said, old man Myra has awakened the receiving magic, but he can't control it yet. You little brat, I know. Little girl, let me see your arm. Myra Jane then took off her cloak to reveal the arm, and Makarov nodded after seeing it. It's not a big problem. After a few days of practice, I can get rid of this state. The three siblings laughed as if relieved when they heard this. Although they knew that this was the so-called magic, they were still a little nervous inside, fearing that their arm would always be like this. Stinky boy, after we stamp them with the meeting stamp, you will be the one to help them get familiar with the subject. Yang was already lying in his own rocking chair, drinking tea. It's still a comfortable day like this. Seeing this, Makarov said, this brat is like this as soon as he returns to the guild. Alas, this guy is getting lazier and lazier. Dividing line. The days passed peacefully, and the three Myra siblings soon became friends with the people in the guild. Myra Jane and Urza were still at odds with each other, and instead of Natsu and Grey fighting, Urza and Myra Jane fought too. The two would occasionally drag Yang into a duel, although they always lost to Yang. As Yang hadn't seen any good commissions recently, he had been hanging around in the guild. Watching them fighting and playing around, he took Ergo and San Mao to exercise in the morning. The tools they used for exercise had changed from the original stones to armor with gravity patterns engraved on them. Under the effect of the medicinal bath, his strength improved rapidly, and it wouldn't take long before he could learn the 6 styles. Until June, the Fairy Tale Guild welcomed its most important day. Yang came to the guild alone at noon. After the 3 cats and 2 dogs finished their training, they went straight back to the guild. As soon as Yang opened the door, he felt something was wrong, it was too quiet. What's going on? Have you guys changed your ways or am I still asleep? Makarov saw the last person coming and announced. BD, everyone is waiting for you. Come here, stop dilly-dallying. Huh? Oh. What's going on? Is the guild going to be disbanded? You little brat. Your head is full of shit. Can't you just hope for the guild to be good? Myra said excitedly, old man, just ignore this lazy guy. Announce it quickly. Makarov rolled his eyes at Yang and said. Ahem. According to the rules of Fairy Tale, I will now read out the list of S-class candidates this year. Oh! Everyone in the guild became excited instantly. Laxus Driar. Laxus, humph. Yang. Ah! After examining everyone in the guild this year, the strength and character of both of you have been recognized by me and Geardos. This year's assessment will be held at Mount Nereus. Everyone can have a companion follow them. We will gather at the guild tomorrow morning. As soon as Makarov finished speaking, the guild began to discuss. As expected, there is Laxus. This guy is extremely strong. I don't know who is better, Yang or Laxus. I don't know. The two have never fought each other. Even if they met in the guild, they would just nod to each other. I haven't seen them have any conflict. What a shame. I really want to see the duel between these two. After hearing Yang's name, Laxus glanced at Yang and left. Yang was immediately surrounded by Natsu, Gray, Urza, Myra Jane, 2 dogs, and 3 cats. Natsu, I'm so jealous, why am I not on the S rank list? Gray, tisk, forget it. Natsu said angrily, UBD, do you want to fight? Hit me if you want, I'm not afraid of you. When the two were about to start fighting, Urza gave them a look, and they were so scared that they broke out in cold sweats and started to hug each other. Hey, we are best friends. Urza nodded in satisfaction. Yang, what do you want to find someone to be your partner? Yang thought for a while and said, I haven't thought about it yet. It's such a big thing, it's too sudden. Myra Jane interrupted, of course I'll go with you. Urza, why? I would go with him. You want to fight, armored girl? I would be afraid of a bad girl like you. As they talked, they began to quarrel. Yang scratched his head helplessly. I said, why did you two start arguing? Shut up. This is a matter between us girls. Yes, yes, alas. Then Yang looked at the 3 cats and 2 dogs who were motionless. Sanmao, why are you so quiet today? That's not like you normally. Hey, boss, look at what you said. I'm just afraid of getting beaten again. Urga said, boss, we thought you would be able to learn the 6 styles before you become S rank, and we would be able to help you then. But who would have thought that you, boss, would be selected for S rank so soon? Yang looked at the 2 people who were a little disappointed and comforted them. Okay, don't be depressed. There is still a long way to go. This is just the beginning. It's just an S rank. When your boss becomes an S rank, I'll have tons of money. Ha 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 ha. Then your boss's dream will come true. Sanmao immediately flattered him, that's right, boss, you are the man who wants to be the strongest landlord, but it's just an S level, it's no problem. Hey, you're a good talker today. Next time I let Urga beat you, I'll be gentler. Hi. Go home. Chapter 14. The next morning, inside the fairy tale guild, Laxus and Yang, who was still asleep, stood in front of Makarov. The other members of the guild excitedly began to place bets on who would be able to successfully advance to S rank. Fortunately, Macau has set a betting limit this time, and each person can only bet a maximum of 2 WJ. The last wave of losses scared him enough. The odds for both players are the same, 1:2. Judging from the bets placed by everyone, most people bet on Laxus to win. Compared to Yang, they still think Laxus is stronger. Only a few people who had a good relationship with Yang placed their bets on Yang. Yang looked at Urza beside him with a puzzled look on his face. So you fought Myra and you won? Urza said calmly, of course, she is not my opponent yet. Myra Jane got angry when she heard that. Tisk, if I'm not new to receiving magic, how could you possibly beat me? Urza turned a blind eye to Marajana's words, and Myra Jane instantly became angry when she saw Urza's attitude. You stinky armored lady, just wait for me, I will definitely get back at you for this. Laxus' partner is freed, his loyal little fanboy. Makarov looked at everyone and said, since everyone is here, let's go. The 5 people sat in the carriage in silence the entire way. The atmosphere was very depressing, but Yang was like a heartless person, he just lay down and fell asleep. After a morning's journey, the carriage arrived at the foot of Mount Nilus. It was already a hot summer, and now that they had arrived at the foot of the volcano, Yang and the others were all sweating, and Yang was woken up early by the heat. Hey, old man, why did you have to hold the S-level test on a volcano in the middle of summer? Can't you find a slightly cooler place? Humph, what do you know, brat? To become an S rank, you must adapt to all kinds of harsh environments. If you can't even stand this, how can you be an S rank? Yang looked speechlessly at Makarov who was eating a popsicle and fanning himself. Old man, maybe you can be more convincing if you put down what you have in your hand. This is your assessment, not mine. I am old enough to enjoy myself. Yes, of course. You have the final say. Humph, you are smart. Just then the carriage stopped directly. All right boys, we've arrived. Let me tell you about the task of this assessment. This mountain is called Mount Nereus. A group of monsters called blazing lizards live on this volcano. These monsters live in the lava all year round, and from time to time they cause small-scale eruptions of the volcano. If a volcano erupts, it will cause huge financial losses to the villages and towns below the mountain. The town at the foot of the mountain has always relied on a mineral called molten rock to survive. In the past, the monsters on this mountain and the village at the foot of the mountain have always been in a state of non-aggression. But in the past few months, for some reason, the fiery lizards have started to attack the workers who go up the mountain to mine. The council sent troops and wizards from major guilds to deal with this. Although they were able to wipe out the lizards, a large number of them still continue to appear. According to the latest survivors of the failed expedition by the magicians, they saw an extremely huge flaming demon lizard inside this volcano. Your mission this time is to see who can kill the blazing demon lizard first and retrieve its horn. Don't underestimate the strength of these fiery lizards. Each one of them is as powerful as a B-class wizard. The time limit is 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. These are 2 maps of Mount Nereus. If you have no more questions, you can set off. After listening to this, Laxus immediately ran towards the mountain ahead with the map. Seeing that the other party had already set off, Urza immediately pulled Yayang and ran towards the mountain. From the map, there are 2 ways to go up the mountain, and both sides chose different paths to move forward. After the 4 left, Gildarts walked out. Master, who do you think will be able to successfully advance to S rank? Makarov thought for a moment and said, I am a little unsure about this. I haven't known Laxus's strength for a long time since I kicked that unfilial son out. I haven't personally seen Yayang's strength, but I'm more optimistic about this brat Yayang. Ha ha ha, Gildarts laughed, I'm more optimistic about this brat too. Okay, I have to go watch over these 2 guys. I hope they don't cause any big trouble. Ha 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 ha. Makarov waited for Gildarts to leave and immediately fanned himself. It's so hot, why did I choose such a place? I have to go through so much trouble at my age. As he spoke, he took out a blue gem, and immediately a cool feeling swept over my body. Comfortable. Dividing line. At this time, Urza pulled Yayang and rushed towards the top of the mountain. All the invading lizards along the way were destroyed by Yayang with a laser. After a while, the 2 began to rest in the middle of the mountain. Urza looked at the map and began to study it. Yayang, the cave entrance is just ahead. We will enter from the east cave. I think Laxus and the others will enter from the west cave. But the terrain inside the cave is complicated, and we don't have a map, so it's very difficult to find the giant flaming demon lizard. Don't worry Urza, my perception is very strong, just follow me when the time comes. A light bulb suddenly lit up in Urza's head, I almost forgot that you have this ability. This way we can find the lizard first, but I don't know how strong the lizard is. At this moment, the sound of crawling footsteps could be heard all around. Urza immediately stood up and prepared to fight when she heard the voice. Suddenly, a large number of flaming demon lizards appeared around them and surrounded the 2 of them. Yayang slowly stood up. Finally here, you reptiles. Urza asked, did you know we were surrounded? Of course, these guys are not simple. They are like a well-disciplined army. They put down a few baits on the mountain road to lure us in the direction they want. Seeing us stop, they surrounded us directly. You really can't underestimate any kind of creature. Urza looked at Yayang in confusion, if you knew everything, why didn't you remind me earlier? I originally wanted to prevent Yayang from wasting too much energy along the way, but who would have thought that this guy's magic power seemed to be endless? None of those magic lizards could defeat him. I'm resting here because I'm tired from running. This guy is like nothing happened. Whether it's physical fitness or the total amount of magic power, I can't compare to him at all. I really don't know if this guy is still human. No, I'll be a burden to him if I continue like this. Yayang, leave this to me, you go quickly. Yayang looked at Urza and knew what she was thinking. Chapter 15. That's not necessary Urza. I may be a lazy person, but I won't put my friends in danger. Although the strength of these lizards is not very good, there are too many of them. Urza's grip on the sword tightened after hearing what Yang said. It was the first time that she felt that her strength was so insufficient that she even dragged down her companions. She herself did not have the confidence that she could kill all the lizards by herself. She had dealt with these lizards on the way up, and with her current strength it would still take some effort to kill one. Urza, lend me a sword. Urza looked at Yang in confusion, but still gave the sword to Yang. Thank you. Arm. Buzz. The originally silver-white sword body instantly turned black. Urza looked at Yang solemnly. It was the first time she saw Yang use such an ability. Shave. Call out. Yang disappeared from the spot in an instant and appeared among the group of flaming demon lizards. For a moment, the flashes of swords and sabers were shining, and the speed was so fast that it was dazzling. So fast. This guy's swordsmanship is far superior to mine. Damn it! Is the gap between us really that big? It was only a few tens of seconds before Yang returned to the original place, and the group of lizards surrounding them were all standing there motionless. After a while, a bloody mark appeared on the neck of all the lizards in the group of flaming lizards. The head of the demon lizard slowly moved away from the skull, and blood splattered all over the place. Ah, it would be nice if I had Conqueror Haki, but it takes a lot of effort on my part. Okay, let's go. At this moment, a bolt of lightning struck from the other side of the sky. A loud boom was heard. Yang stared ahead for a moment and then took Urza towards the cave entrance. On the other side, Laxus and his team were also surrounded by a group of flaming lizards. Now the group of demon lizards surrounding them have all turned into charred corpses, emitting an enticing aroma. Fried said excitedly, Laxus is amazing, you solved these monsters in a flash. Laxus didn't answer but looked in Yang's direction. Let's go. Makarov, who was watching through the magic crystal ball from a distance, showed a gratified expression when he saw the performance of the two. Laxus has grown up, too. He has reached this level. When did this brat Yang develop such exquisite swordsmanship? That layer of black stuff is what he called armament haki. What an incredible ability. The scene changes. Yang and Urza soon arrived at the entrance marked on the map. As the two reached the cave entrance, they felt a surge of heat coming towards them, along with the roar of a demon. The king of this flaming demon lizard is afraid that we can't find him. Interesting. Let's go, Urza, the other party has told us the location. The further they went inside, the higher the temperature became, and Urza had to use his magic power to cover his body to resist the high temperature. Yang directly transformed himself into an element to avoid the high temperature. As he went deeper, Urza felt that his magic power was no longer enough. Yang realized that Urza's body was almost at its limit. Urza, you should go back first. Your body won't be able to handle going any further inside. Yang said without giving Urza a chance to speak, and directly stuffed the magic power recovery potion into Urza's hand. What is this? Urza asked in confusion. This is the potion I asked Granny Polyasica to prepare. It can restore your magic power. All the monsters along the way have been cleared. Drink this, and wait for me at the cave entrance for now. But... call out. Yang disappeared in a flash of golden light. I see. Urza glanced at the direction Yang left, then turned back with a serious expression. Fortunately, the two hadn't gone too deep yet, and soon Urza met Girdas. Let's go, Urza-chan. Of course, Girdas also saw the unwillingness in Urza's eyes. Because he had just seen it in Felide's eyes. But Girdas is not good at comforting people, so it is better to leave this kind of thing to the president, who is better at it. The further Yang went inside, the happier he became, because the inner walls of the volcano were inlaid with rubies, emeralds, and diamonds. F***ck. It's sent. It's sent. Why didn't you think of digging for gems in the volcano to exchange for money before? Oh. Oh. It's all oh. Soon, Yang's trouser pockets were filled with gems and were bulging. He also filled up the 10 grids given by the system. It can't fit in anymore. It can't fit in anymore. Bring a big bag over some other day to put it in. Thanks for the gift of nature. At this time, Yang had been blinded by money and had completely forgotten that he was taking the S-level assessment. Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from the distance. Mad! I almost forgot, I'm here to take the test. Laxus got there first. No, I have to go there quickly. Call out. At this time, there was a flaming demon lizard in the lava cave, which was dozens of times larger than an ordinary one. And Laxus stood in front of him. Lightning spear. Laxus gathered a bolt of lightning in his hand, swung his hand violently, and the lightning formed a spear in the air, flying towards the demon lizard. The demon lizard raised its front paws and clapped them, and a column of lava instantly gushed out from the ground. Resisted the lightning spear. Laxus transformed into lightning and instantly appeared under the demon lizard. Shake your fist violently. Thunder fist. Boom. Crack. Roar. The lizard felt pain and raised its claws and swung them violently. Laxus quickly jumped up to avoid it. The lizard turned its body and swept Laxus directly with its tail. Fortunately, Laxus reacted in time and crossed his hands to take the blow. His figure flew backwards quickly and hit the rock wall hard. Boom! A huge red magic circle unfolded from the mouth of the demon lizard, and a fierce column of fire gushed out from the magic circle. Laxus saw that the situation was not good. Not good. At this moment, a flash of light appeared and instantly defeated the gushing column of fire and hit the mouth of the demon lizard. Boom! Roar! Thump! Laxus immediately realized who was coming and immediately came out from the rock wall and landed on the ground. You're a little late. Ha ha ha, sorry, something delayed me on the way. Laxus looked back and saw Yang, who was bulging all over, appeared in front of Laxus. Laxus saw that his pockets were stuffed full, and upon closer inspection, he saw a pile of gems. The eyes began to twitch continuously. That's what you call having trouble. Laxus pointed at the ruby that fell out of Yang's trouser pocket. Seeing this, Yang hurriedly picked it up. You know me. I regard money as dirt. Laxus, then why do you carry shit in your pockets? Yang, this isn't my first time taking the S-level exam, so I thought I'd bring something back to commemorate the occasion. Chapter 16. Laxus was speechless for a moment, frustrated face. Why would such a person be selected into the S-level list? Yang pretended to be normal and said, ahem, let's not talk about this anymore. I see you are in a very bad state. I can't even beat this little lizard. Laxus instantly blushed and became angry. What do you know? I was just waiting for you to come over and play with him. Before someone can say I beat him to it. Snort. At this moment, the fiery demon lizard that was originally lying on the ground opened its eyes, and scarlet light flashed in its eyes. Roar! The demon lizard roared, and the entire cave entrance began to shake violently. The demon lizard, whose skin was originally dark red, suddenly flashed a bright red light. Suddenly the entire volcano began to shake. Oh no, this guy wants to cause a volcanic eruption. Stop this guy quickly. After saying that, Yang appeared under the demon lizard in a flash of golden light. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by light? A big light speed kick. A large amount of energy condensed on Yang's feet. A large cross of light flashed at his feet, and he kicked the fiery demon lizard in the chin with a fierce kick. The demon lizard only felt that its head was subjected to a violent vibration, and its entire skull seemed to be shattered. Yang's kick directly kicked the giant lizard weighing dozens of tons into the air and embedded it on the top of the cave. Laxus was no longer hiding, his whole body was flashing with violent thunder, his whole body was taller, and his muscles bulged. The roar of the thunder dragon. The huge roar directly hit the fiery demon lizard that was about to fall. The roar covered the entire demon lizard, breaking through it layer by layer towards the top and directly piercing through the crater. A bolt of thunder spewed out from the mountain pass, and the Lord of Thunder rushed straight into the sky and defeated the thick clouds covered by volcanic ash. This time I'm paying you back, you stinky lizard. Laxus looked at Yang and found that Yang was running quickly towards the cave entrance. Hey! Laxus was about to ask when he saw a large amount of magma pouring out from the top of the cave. FK! Yang, you're just going to run away like that? Yang's voice came from a distance, still looking, you don't want to live anymore, right? Run! Then Laxus ran forward desperately. UBD, you are so disloyal. At least tell me something. It's all your fault. I just embedded it in the rock wall, but you just chiseled it through. Now it's okay. The lava has a vent so it won't erupt, but it's flowing in there. Laxus scratched his head embarrassedly, it seems to be like this. Yang yelled, stop talking, the lava is about to catch up with us. Just then, the two saw a familiar figure in front of them. That's right, it was Gildarts who sent Urza back and now rushed back. Gildarts looked at the two people in front of him and saw that they were Yang and Laxus. He ran past him quickly, raising a cloud of dust. Ahem! Why are you two running? Is there something chasing you? Gildarts looked ahead, his pupils gradually dilating. FK. After saying this, he immediately ran out. Soon they caught up with the two. What did you two do? Why is there magma here? Yang shouted, it's not Laxus yet. The three men and the lava chased him and he couldn't escape even if he had wings. A few minutes later, the three of them finally ran out of the cave at a life and death speed. Yang and the other two quickly ran to the foot of the mountain. Makarov looked at the three embarrassed people and asked in confusion, what happened to you three? As soon as Makarov finished speaking, lava gushed out from the cave entrance. Boom! A large amount of lava flowed out of the cave and headed down the mountain. Sigma! What the hell did you three bastards do? Yang, old man, now is not the time to talk about this. If we don't stop it, the village below the mountain will be destroyed. Of course I know, but what can I do? Yang, Laxus, and Gildarts said in unison, of course, destroy the volcano. The three of them heard the other party saying the same thing as themselves and nodded in satisfaction. Three people, they really do understand me. Dish hashtag. Makarov's forehead was bulging with veins instantly, can't you three think of something more reliable? Yang shouted, it's too late, old man. As he spoke, light spots continued to condense at his fingertips, and the powerful energy fluctuations shocked the people around him. Laxus, this guy actually has such powerful magic. Damn it! Gildarts, I'm the one who brought you into the guild. Makarov, it's over, it's over. I'm not going to spend the rest of my life in jail. Flash! Wow! A huge amount of energy burst out from Yang's fingertips. Everyone shielded their eyes with their hands when faced with the dazzling golden light. Boom! After a while, the light gradually disappeared. Everyone slowly opened their eyes and saw that the volcano in front of them was razed to the ground. Makarov's eyes widened, unable to believe that everything he saw was done by this harmless young man. Yang nodded with satisfaction, blew away the smoke from his fingertips, and raised his head proudly. As expected of me. Plate! Makarov leaped up and punched Yang in the head. Can't you be a little gentler, little brat? Why would you just destroy the top of the mountain? Why do you want to flatten the entire mountain? Just then Yang suddenly thought of something and fell to the ground with a look of remorse on his face. Yang's move stunned everyone present. Makarov looked left and right in disbelief. I don't think the old man said anything, what happened to him? The people around were also confused. Yang looked at the bare ground in front of him and said, I couldn't help but shed tears. She pointed her trembling fingers forward and looked at Makarov with tears in her eyes. My gem. It's gone. It's all gone. Everyone said in unison, gem. Then Makarov saw that Yang's pockets were bulging with big gems. Makarov, is that why you are here? Yang nodded with tears in her eyes. Everyone fell to the ground. I thought it was nothing, but now that the gems are gone, they are gone. Not only will your gems be gone, but even the things in your pocket will be confiscated. Yang jumped up immediately when he heard it. I advise you not to take my gemstone. See my fist, it's as big as a sandbag. It might hurt if it hits you. Makarov ignored Yang's threat. He turned his hand into a giant arm and grabbed Yang's leg. He shook it up and down twice, and all the diamonds in Yang's pocket fell out. Ouch, be gentle. Chapter 17. A moment later, Yang collapsed to the ground with his last gem in his hand, looking hopeless. Makarov looked at the gems on the ground with a smug look on his face. You finally did the right thing. With these gems, you can compensate the villagers down the mountain for their losses. At this time Urza said, President Grandpa, how about the S-rank assessment? As soon as Urza started talking, everyone finally realized that they were still taking the S-rank exam. Ahem, I almost forgot the main thing. Which of you two got the monster's horn? Yang still looks like he has no desire to live. At this time Laxus said, none of us got it. The monster has disappeared. Let's give the S rank to this guy this time. As soon as Laxus said this, Makarov and Gildarts looked at him in surprise. They couldn't imagine that these words actually came from Laxus' mouth. Makarov said seriously, Laxus, are you sure? Well, just give it to him. I am not as strong as him now. Yang Gang's fake flash deeply shocked Laxus. He couldn't deliver such a powerful attack so easily. Well, in that case, I declare. The person who becomes an S-class wizard this time is Yang. Yang still looked dead, not even hearing that he had become S-rank. Urza stepped forward, grabbed Yang's head and slammed it against her chest. Bang! It hurts? Great Yang, you've become S-rank. Yang rubbed his head. What? I became S-rank. Such heavy news instantly made Yang's mind filled with many things. It's just a volcano. There are more than one in the world. I'll see if there are any S-level missions related to volcanoes when I get back. I can mine gems and get commissions this way. I'm afraid I'm not a genius. Hey! Everyone looked at Yang who was thinking, the corners of his mouth kept rising to both sides, and his eyes turned into the shape of money. Everyone, this guy is hopeless. It wasn't long before the council's troops arrived and arrested Makarov and Yang. When Gildarts brought the remaining people back to the guild, they found that the president and Yang had not returned. After asking, they learned that they had all been captured. The news that Yang became an S-class wizard spread quickly. At the age of 13, he became the youngest S-class wizard in history. Within 2 days, Makarov and Yang returned to the guild. Sanmao, boss, you really have become S-rank. I told you that you can do it. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile, these are all basic operations. The food in the council is really bad, and the accommodation is not good either. I will never go to this damn place again. Makarov got angry when he heard this. You little BD, if you don't want to go again, just behave yourself when you're doing the mission. You're either destroying villages or destroying nature. I don't have that much money to pay. Haha. I don't like what you said, old man. The gems you took from me are enough to pay off your debt this time, right? There should be a lot more. Makarov plays dumb for a moment. Huh? Why can't I hear what you are saying? Alas, I'm getting old, and my hearing isn't as good as it used to be. As he spoke, he walked outside with his hands behind his back. Tisk, this damn old man. My old man's chair is more comfortable. Dividing line. 1 month later. The day after Yang became S-level, he couldn't wait to start the S-level mission. Unfortunately, he looked around for a long time but didn't see any mission related to the volcano, so he just randomly accepted a subjugation mission and left the guild. In less than a week, Yang returned to the guild, handed over the mission, and immediately received a huge sum of 1,000 WJ, which he used to buy several properties he liked. He sold the remaining 11 gems along the way and got a huge sum of 2,000 WJ. After buying a property and some medicinal herbs needed for body training, he returned to the guild. Started a life of shitty living. At this time, in Yang's mansion. Yang looked at the 2 people who were taking the medicinal bath, both of them enduring the final torment. As long as they were through this medicinal bath, they could start the 6th style training. During these months, the 2 of them have mastered the control of magic to perfection and can now cover their hands and legs with a minimal amount of magic power, which can be considered a weakened version of armament haki. With the absorption of the last bit of medicinal power, the 2 people's bodies once again achieved a huge breakthrough. The two slowly opened their eyes and looked at their bodies in disbelief. San Mao said excitedly, "Boss, this feels so good. Now Agu and I can learn your 6 styles." Yang used his observation haki to sense the strength of the two people's auras and nodded slowly. "That's enough, but it will take time to master all 6 styles, so I suggest that you learn 1 style for attack and 1 for evasion." "Ergu, okay, boss. We'll listen to you." Yang then demonstrated all 6 moves and informed the two of the details of each move. After the two of them thought about it, Ergu spoke first, "Boss, I want to learn Iron Block and Storm Kick." Yang looked at the big guy Ergu and became a little uneasy after he said the word Iron Block. "Well, Ergu, are you sure you want to learn Iron Block? I don't really recommend you learn this first." Ergu asked in confusion, "Ah? Why? I feel like he's very nice." Listen to Big Brother, you can't control this move." Although Ergu felt strange, he listened to the advice and replaced the iron block with a razor. Yang then nodded with satisfaction. "What about you, 3 cats?" "Boss, I want to learn finger guns and paper painting." "Yes, this is indeed more suitable for you." Afterwards, Yang informed them of their respective training methods, and the two began even more inhumane training. The system unlocks the next stage. Ding! Unlocking successful. Suddenly, a pure light energy surged from Yang's danshan into his whole body, transforming his body. Cool! System opens the panel. Ding! The system panel is opened successfully. Host, Yang. Age 13. Panel, Borsellino 60%. Abilities, Advanced level of Armament Haki, Advanced level of Observation Haki, Proficient in the Pikachu Fruit, Advanced level of the Navy 6 styles, Swordsman. Money 1582721J. It takes 100000000J to exchange for the next stage Borsellino template. Backpack, Evolution Fruit *1, will be used automatically when the panel reaches 100%. My physical fitness, haki, and fruit ability have all been further improved. Damn it! It's already 100 million. Next, we have to find a volcano, otherwise it will take forever to complete the mission. Chapter 18. X780. Time flies and 2 years passed in a flash. After practicing the 6 moves for 3 months, San Mao and Ergu have already mastered them. After being tested by Yang, they have gained his approval and started to complete tasks. Natsu also picked up the Transcendence Egg in the same year, and Happy the kitten was born. In X779, Laxus was the only one selected for S level, so Jirdosh simply gave up and handed over all the assessment matters to Yang. As Laxus wished, he had a thrilling battle with Yang. Laxus trained very hard during this year and his strength made a qualitative leap. It is said that in the S-level assessment, the battle between the two directly razed a small island to the ground, but fortunately it was an uninhabited island and no damage was caused. Although Yang was still the final winner and Laxus also obtained the S-level qualification, Laxus was not reconciled because he did not defeat Yang. During this time, Laxus' heart became more and more blackened. During these 2 years of being active, Yang also made a name for himself, the Golden Flash. Fairy Tale Guild. Yang. Come and fight me. Happy, Natsu, you're going to be killed instantly. Then I don't care. Bang. Boom. Happy, KO. Natsu, this is your 136th failure. At this time, Natsu's head was stuck on the ceiling and his body was shaking randomly. Hey Natsu, you don't have to wait for me in the guild every morning. You might as well do more missions if you have this time. Happy can hardly afford to eat the dried fish. When Happy heard this, he immediately flew to Yang's head with tears in his eyes. Boss! How about I just be your cat? I won't be full every day following Natsu, XX. When Happy was born, he often heard the 3 cats calling Yang Big Brother, so he started to call them as well. Yang rubbed Happy's head. You are already a strong cat. Natsu is still young now, with only the strength of a B-class wizard. When he grows up a little, you will have endless dried fish to eat. Really? Boss? Of course, I can't lie to you. Then boss, what should I do during this time? Yang rummaged around his body and pulled out a mini dried fish from somewhere and put it into Happy's hand. With this, there's no need to worry about not having fish. Happy looked at the fishing rod in his hand with a confused look on his face. That fish is bigger than me. Are you trying to let me get caught by it? Yang walked to his own recliner and lay down lazily. In the past few years, Yang rarely went out to take on missions. He is now the largest real estate tycoon in Magnolia Town. He only rents houses and does not sell them. Of course, the rent is relatively cheap and the location is good. I can easily earn 10 million J every month. He completely realized his dream. He spent every day chatting with the old man in the guild, lying down to rest, and entering retirement life early. Just then Makarov returned to the guild with a scroll of parchment in his hand. Come here, little brat. Yang looked up at Makarov, who had a serious face, and knew that something must have happened. What's wrong, old man? Do you want to buy a house from me? I will definitely give you a friendly price. You stinky boy, you are not a decent person, something went wrong. As he spoke, he threw the scroll in his hand to Yang. After Yang glanced around, an astonishing momentum instantly burst out, and the overwhelming pressure was so overwhelming that everyone dared not even breathe. Makarov looked at Yang in front of him in shock. It was the first time he saw Yang so angry, and even he could hardly bear the pressure he burst out. Makarov glanced around and found that everyone was looking at Yang tremblingly. Although Myra Jane and Urza did not show any signs of trembling, their bodies were also trembling slightly, and they looked at Yang with serious expressions. What are you doing, little brat? After being yelled at by Makarov, Yang regained a bit of rationality and restrained his momentum, but the murderous intent in his eyes showed that he was just suppressing it at this moment. Tata village is the village where my 2 dogs and 3 cats and I grew up. Makarov looked at Yang in shock. Yang and his friends had never mentioned the village they lived in. They only knew that they used to be bandits. The intelligence listed dozens of villages, including Tata village, and the word massacre was written in the intelligence. I also understand why Yang has such big fluctuations. When Ergu and Sanmao heard Yang mention Tata village, they felt an ominous feeling. Sanmao, boss, what happened to you just now? Did you mention Tata village? Ergu, boss, what happened in the village? Yang lowered his head and did not answer the two. Grandpa, please take care of the 2 dogs and 3 cats for me. Makarov thought of something and shouted, what are you doing, little brat? Yang ignored what Makarov said and disappeared in the guild in a flash of golden light. Something bad is going to happen. Urza and Myra Jane hurried forward to ask. What happened to Grandpa President? Makarov knew that he could no longer hide the secret, so he showed the information to a few people. Ergu and Sanmao knelt down after seeing it. When everyone saw the looks of Ergu and Sanmao, they also understood why Yang had just gone berserk. Makarov shouted hurriedly, 3 cats. 2 dogs. Where is Tata village? The 2 of them immediately came to their senses after hearing this. Yes, boss, nothing can happen again. As he said that, Ergu took out a map and pointed it. Makarov immediately shouted, Urza, Myra Jane, 2 dogs and 3 cats, follow me, everyone else stay in the guild and don't move. Natsu hurriedly shouted, Grandpa, we want to go too. Gray agreed, yeah, we want to help too. Makarov said seriously, you are not strong enough, and you will cause trouble if you go. After saying that, Makarov took the 4 people and left the guild. The originally lively guild suddenly became deserted. With Yang moving at a very fast speed, in less than an hour, Yang arrived at the entrance of Tata village. At this time, the houses in Tata village were dilapidated and extremely desolate. A few of them came back some time ago, and the place was still thriving, with the kind old village chief, the hard-working uncle, and the talkative aunt. As Yang walked into the village step by step, he saw blood splattered on the walls and dried bloodstains on the ground. Every scene told him how tragic it was. Wait, where's the body? Why is there no body? The information the old man just gave us did not mention any bodies. It just said that all the people in the village disappeared, and there was a lot of blood in the village. But there was no mention of a dead body. Chapter 19. Why did the body disappear, or was it dragged away? A body. What's the use of a corpse? I feel like I've encountered something similar before. Where? Grass. Why can't I remember it? All the surrounding villages have become like this. The intelligence said that the incident happened 2 days ago. There are so many villagers, it's impossible to transport them all at once. There must be a lair nearby. Then Yang closed his eyes and opened his observation haki to the maximum, directly covering a large area. No, and no. Found it. Swoosh. Yang disappeared from the spot in an instant. The scene changes. In a valley. At this time, a large group of people dressed in black robes appeared, each driving a carriage loaded with corpses. The whole valley was filled with a strong smell of blood and rotting corpses. I saw carriages driving into the cave one by one. Inside the cave, Your Holiness, a man in a black robe bowed respectfully to the person sitting in the main seat. The Pope said calmly, "How is it going?" "Your Holiness, everything is going on normally. I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask it." "Explain." "Your Holiness, why is there such a large-scale massacre this time? I guess by now, those people in the Guild of Light have already known about those villages. It's only a matter of time before they find us. I am afraid that those guys will ruin your plan, Your Holiness." The Pope smiled slightly, "Everything is under my control. You just need to do your job well. Understand?" "Yes, I asked too much." "Pope, now the potion has entered a critical period. With the people from these dozens of villages, we have enough to complete it. By then, the entire continent will be ruled by us, and humans will become creatures of a higher dimension." Ha 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 ha. Outside the cave, Yang watched as cartloads of corpses entered the cave, but did not see the bodies of the villagers from Tata village. "A bunch of damn things. Call out." Boom. The loud noise did not hurt anyone. The black-clad guards who heard the noise immediately rushed out of the cave and released a magic barrier to protect the cave. The frightened carriage kept running around in all directions, and for a moment the entire outside of the cave was in chaos. Yang walked forward step by step. The captain of the men in black saw Yang at a glance. "Kill him for me." All the wizards who came out raised their staffs, and various elements condensed on the staffs. The energy turned into spears and went towards Yang. Boom! 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 A large amount of energy fell like raindrops, all landing on Yang's position. For a while, there was a constant roar and smoke and dust rose up. The captain in black waved his hand to signal his men to stop attacking, and looked into the smoke with a serious expression. "Call out." A flash of light suddenly appeared in the smoke. Before the captain could see what it was, the flash shattered the barrier and pierced his head. He fell down without feeling any pain. The other men saw their captain die in front of them, and they all looked ahead in horror. As the smoke cleared, everyone could see the person walking towards them. "Monster, monster!" Under their bombardment just now, Yang did not suffer any damage. In their opinion, it was impossible for anyone to do that, and dodging was even more unrealistic. People always fear things that they don't understand, things that they think are impossible, but are happening right before their eyes. Yang looked at everyone with a cold expression, and a golden light flashed from his fingers, which exploded in the center of the crowd. Boom! In a blink of an eye, there were wailings everywhere. All the men in black who had just taken action fell in a pool of blood with incomplete limbs, wailing. The news of someone breaking in here had already been reported to the inside. "Oh no, Your Holiness! A wizard has attacked us." The Pope stood up directly from his seat. "How is this possible? How could the people from the Bright Guild find this place so quickly? How many people are here?" "Your Excellency, there is only one person." When the Pope heard that only one person came, his panicked expression finally subsided. He thought that if a large number of people from the Guild of Light came to encircle and suppress them, he was really afraid that he would not be able to hold on. Now that there is only one person, he doesn't have to worry at all. The Pope regained his composure and slowly said, "Since he is here, don't let him go back. It's a good opportunity to try out the corpses of the wizards from the Guild of Light. Cress, go and bring back his body. I obey your command, your holiness. Outside the cave, Yang came to the entrance and a strong smell of blood wafted out. Yang did not go into the cave, but searched for the bodies of the villagers one by one outside. No, and this one isn't either. Just then a voice was heard. What are you looking for, little brother? Yang ignored them and continued searching one by one. Yang had noticed someone coming, but his strength made him lose interest. Finding the bodies of the villagers was the most important thing now. Damn the Illuminati, damn brats! How dare you ignore me like that? Cress cursed inwardly as he looked at his men lying on the ground wailing in pain. A bunch of rubbish, they can't even take care of one person. Dark magic, corpse whisperer. A black magic circle unfolded under the feet of the man in black. A large amount of black gas emerged from the magic circle, covering all the corpses and wailing people lying on the ground. The wailing stopped instantly, and all the men in black who were still alive lost their breath. After a while, all the motionless corpses slowly stood up, looking ahead with empty eyes. Go, eat that human for me. After hearing the order, the zombies smelled the scent and quickly ran towards Yang. Some zombies without hands and feet kept crawling on the ground and roaring. Yang looked at the last carriage but still did not find the bodies of the villagers from Tata village. He's still not here. Has he been sent inside? Ah! A roar came into Yang's ears. It's so noisy. Yang looked at these humans who had turned into zombies with an indifferent expression, and Yang clasped his hands together. The sword of aim no cum. Swoosh! Swoosh! A few sword lights flashed, and all the zombies were beheaded and fell to the ground one by one. Before Cress could see clearly, he felt a burning sensation on his neck. Ah! Where is the body of Tata village? Chris was so frightened that he didn't hear what Yang said at all. Yang didn't say anything more. He raised his knife and slashed it. Cress felt dizzy and saw his own body. Why am I? Chapter 20. The Pope in the cave could see everything happening outside clearly through the crystal ball. Who on earth is this guy? With such a fast speed, Cress was killed so easily. Which guild's S-class wizard took action? But I've never seen this guy before. From the look of him just now, he seemed to be looking for something. Could it be that there are people of his in those villages that were massacred? The people from that village are all outside and haven't been rushed in yet. Those in the cave were sent in some time ago. At this time, the Pope's confidant, Rama, said, Your Excellency, among the villages sent here, there is one village that you sent in ahead of time. Is that true? The Pope asked doubtfully. Yes, Your Holiness. According to reports from my men, the treasures looted from this village are more than those from all other villages combined. Your Holiness, please tell them to send the people from this village in first. Now that you put it like that, it seems to be true. That means this young man is most likely here to find that village. What is the current situation of that village? Your Excellency the Pope, based on the time calculation, they should have evolved successfully. And Lord Fab seems to have integrated it all together. After hearing this, the Pope suddenly thought of something, and then he instructed Rama and continued to look at the crystal ball. Outside the cave. Yang had already walked into the cave. Compared to the outside, the smell of blood and decay was stronger inside the cave, and the roar of monsters could be heard from time to time. Under Yang's perception, he headed towards the direction of the Pope. After a while, they walked to the outside of the gate. Just when Yang was about to break down the gate, it opened automatically. Yang walked inside without hesitation. There was only one figure sitting in the main seat. Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, he raised his finger and a flash of light shot directly over. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of the flash and slashed at the flash with a sword. What this man didn't expect was that the flash exploded the moment it hit the sword. The person who was blocking was blown away, hit the wall hard, spit out blood, and slowly fell to the ground. Snap! 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 Amazing, amazing! You are worthy of being an S-class wizard of the Guild of Light. Yang looked at the dead man in front of him with indifference. You know me? That's right, the one spying on me in there must be you, a bug. Ha ha ha, I really didn't recognize you at first, but after seeing the emblem in your hand just now, I remembered it. The youngest S-class wizard in history, the Golden Flash, Yang, known as the Son of Light. Now that you know everything, you can go and die. Young man, don't be impatient. Don't you want to know where the person you are looking for is? As soon as the Pope finished speaking, Yang's body trembled slightly. Before Yang could speak, the Pope spoke again. This Pope is merciful. The person you want to see is right here. As the Pope spoke, he clapped his hands, and the cloth beside him fell down. A huge figure appeared in front of Yang. It was a huge monster with its limbs locked with thick unknown metals and dozens of people guarding it. At first, Yang thought that the thing inside was the Pope's trump card. But when he saw the familiar faces printed on the huge creature, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. The entire cave began to shake violently, and Yang's expression instantly became crazy. You deserve to die. Damn it! Yang's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and appeared directly in front of the Pope, inserting his fingers directly into the Pope's ears. The Pope felt that all the sounds around him disappeared, and there was only a buzzing sound in his head. After a while, a sharp pain swept through my body. Ah! The Pope's voice echoed throughout the room. Kill him. As soon as the Pope finished speaking, he fainted. The subordinates who were in charge of guarding the monsters saw their Pope lying in a pool of blood before they could react. After hearing the Pope's words, the men all rushed towards Yang. In just a moment, they were all pierced by the golden light and fell down. The Pope, who was originally unconscious, was supported by Rama, who had just been blown away and walked towards another place. Yang raised his finger and a laser shot directly towards the two of them. Seeing that the situation was not good, Rama pushed the Pope in. His heart was pierced and he fell to the ground without a sound. When Yang was about to deal with the Pope, the originally quiet group of monsters began to move. Crash! Crash! Bang! Bang! Roar! The awakened monster group immediately broke free from the chains. His eyes were fixed on Yang, saliva constantly flowing from his mouth, which was a sign that he wanted to eat. Yang looked at the familiar faces all printed on the monster's body, and the face on the monster's head was the face of the chief of Tata village. Yang lowered his head and walked forward step by step. The monster exerted force with its legs and quickly ran towards Yang. A punch hit Yang hard, and Yang flew backwards and hit the wall, slowly falling along the wall. Blood slowly flowed from the corner of Yang's mouth. I owe you this punch. You raised us. After saying that, Yang quickly ran towards the monster, and the monster swung its fist and smashed it directly into the ground. This punch is because I failed to protect you and made you suffer. Just when the monster was about to kill Yang with one punch, the fist stopped in front of Yang and no longer moved forward. A familiar voice came over. It's Xiao Yang. Yang suddenly opened his eyes, peeled off the fist in front of him, and saw the village chief's face moving. Old man! Xiao Yang, hurry up, kill us! As soon as he finished speaking, the monster took control of his body again and swung his fist again, but this time the fist did not fall on Yang, but hit Yang's side. Hurry, kill us! Roar! The monster suddenly became manic and started beating its own body frantically. Blood splattered everywhere and the faces on its chest were all beaten beyond recognition. You deserve to die too. Sword of aim no cum. Puff. The lightsaber pierced straight into the monster's heart, and the entire cave became silent. Thump. The monster slowly knelt down. Live well, Xiao Yang. Tears slowly flowed from the eyes. Chapter 21. Scenes and memories of the villagers emerged in Yang's mind. Village chief, you three little bastards, you've come to steal Laozi's chicken again. Laozi is counting on it to give birth. Auntie, did you three steal the village chief's chickens again? Uncle, if you have no food to eat, come to my house, I can still take care of you three. When Yang becomes rich, he returns to the village. Old man, this is to return your chicken. The village chief looked at the truckload of chicken cages, which contained at least 100 chickens, and smiled happily. I knew you could accomplish great things. Which bandit den did you rob? The bandit leader even raises chickens. I bought this. It's a different era now. Fighting and killing are out of fashion. Ha ha ha, you can't commit crimes. Don't worry, this chicken is guaranteed to be authentic. Uncle, you've been working as a blacksmith in the village your whole life. Do you want to come to the city with me? I've reserved a house for both of you. No, no, I won't want to leave the village if I stay there for too long. Auntie, that's right, we old guys have a good life here. Fine. Yang stood up slowly. In his perception, the Pope was still alive. And under the cave. Fab. Fab. Quickly inject the potion into me. Fabio hurriedly said, no, the potion is not yet completely perfect. However, the Pope could not hear what he was saying at all, he just saw his mouth moving around. What are you talking about? I can't hear you. Get out of here. I can do it myself. As he said this, he pushed Fab aside, took the medicine out of the incubator, and injected it into the body. It only took a moment for the reaction to occur, and a huge pain swept over me. This is all, for, the evolution of life. Roar. Puff. The Pope's body was simply unable to support this powerful energy, and blood burst directly from his pores. The whole person was covered in blood. Evolution. Fab looked at the fallen Pope and walked forward step by step in panic. The Pope adult? The Pope adult. Fab approached the Pope little by little, put his hand under his nose, and found that he was not breathing. Dead, dead. As he spoke, Fab seemed to have thought of something. He took out the knife and slashed towards the Pope's heart. A blood-red crystal appeared at the position of the Pope's heart. Success, success. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. As expected, the bodies of stronger wizards are stronger than these losers. The fruit of evolution, what a fascinating appearance. As he said this, he swallowed the red crystal with blood stains. A powerful energy instantly swept through Fab's body, and Fab's body began to expand rapidly, with sharp claws growing from his limbs. The epidermis gradually turns black and grows a layer of metallic skin. A humanoid monster appeared here. Refer to the monsterized Garu. This is the power of the new generation. Boom. The door of the laboratory was broken open and Yang walked in slowly. Where's your Pope? Fabio looked at Yang with great interest. Now that he had gained power, he was eager to know how strong Yang was. Seeing that Yang looked a little embarrassed, he subconsciously thought that he was only slightly stronger than the Pope. Then Fabio kicked the lab table over, and it quickly moved towards Yang. Yang quickly raised his feet and swung out a blade of air, cutting the experimental table in half and embedding it on the walls on both sides of him. Without the obstruction of the experimental table, Yang saw the dead Pope whose corpse was whipped. Yang looked at the half-human, half-ghost figure in front of him and thought that he was an experimental subject who had run out for revenge and killed the Pope when he saw him coming. Then Yang was ready to leave, but just as he was about to turn around, Fabio called Yang. Are you just leaving like that? I have already cleared out the enemies. You can go home with peace of mind. Fabio couldn't help but laugh when he heard Yang's words. Ha 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 ha, don't you still have me, the wizard of the Guild of Light? After saying that, Fabio exerted force with his right foot, his body broke through the air and blew away the surrounding objects, and then he swung a punch towards Yang. Yang's expression didn't change at all, he threw out a punch with his arm covered in armed color domineering. Bang! Buzz! Boom! The powerful air wave instantly destroyed the interior of the cave, huge rocks fell from the top of the cave, and the entire cave collapsed. Outside the cave, a golden light appeared from the ruins, and the golden light slowly gathered into Yang. What the hell is that guy? The power of the explosion is much stronger than that of Laxus. Boom! A black figure jumped out from the ruins and landed a few meters in front of Yang. Yang asked calmly, "Who are you?" Fabio stroked his chin and thought, how should I introduce myself? By the way, that synthetic monster is my masterpiece. Isn't it beautiful? Bang! Yang kicked Fab directly with a flash of golden light. Fab spat out a mouthful of green blood and crashed directly into the ruins. In just a moment, Fabu rushed out from the ruins. Damn humans! It was Laozi who gave those guys the power to become gods. Yang looked at Fabu who was rushing towards him and didn't take him seriously at all. A golden light flashed, and he appeared under Fab's body. With a fierce kick, Fab flew into the sky instantly. Yang gathers the golden light energy at his fingertips. A piece of trash with only strength but no combat experience. Disperse, scumbags! Flash! Boom! The clouds in the sky were directly dispersed, and the sunset glow shone through the hole onto the mountain, covering the entire mountain. As soon as Makarov and others reached the foot of the mountain, they saw a golden light rising into the sky. Quick, over there! When everyone arrived, they saw cenotaphs standing in the valley, and Yang was carving names on them with his hands. The 3 cats and 2 dogs slowly walked to Yang. Boss! Boss! Yang did not answer, but after carving the last word, he slowly stood up and placed the uncle's tombstone next to the ant. Then he came to the middle and knelt down. The 3 cats and 2 dogs also knelt down hurriedly. When the 2 saw the names on the tombstone, they couldn't hold back their tears. Yang hurriedly stopped them. Don't cry, they want us to live well. Yes, it's the boss. The 2 tried hard to hold back their tears, but the tears just couldn't be stopped. Makarov walked up to Yang and bowed deeply towards the cenotaph. I will take good care of them for you. Chapter 22. Several days had passed since the cult massacre, and the horses that Yang had startled during the battle were also found by the council in the surrounding forests. Looking at the tragically dead bodies, everyone had a solemn expression. They had never imagined that such an incident would happen under their supervision, which directly nailed the council to the pillar of shame. The severity of the incident soon spread throughout the kingdom of Fiori, and people began to doubt the credibility of the council. On the contrary, Fairy Tale, who solved the incident, became famous, but the people in the guild were not happy. Yang changed his lazy appearance and searched everywhere for the dark guilds to eliminate them one by one. In just a few days, dozens of medium-sized dark guilds and countless small guilds were wiped out by him. For a time, the entire dark world was shaken. Yang's name of Shura spread throughout the dark world, as well as the 2 Rakshasas beside Shura. In the end, dozens of dark guilds joined forces with a large dark guild to destroy Shura. Thousands of magicians besieged Yang alone, but were all annihilated by Yang alone. This caused a huge earthquake in the dark world. In the end, it was Makarov, Gildarts and Worodzikin who brought Yang back. Everyone in the guild was shocked when they saw Yang, soaked in blood, returning to the guild. The murderous aura emanating from him was mixed with a strong smell of blood. In the end, Yang was taken back by Worodzikin. 1 month later. Little guy, you should go back. Really? Don't mention it, old man, you're quite comfortable here. I don't even want to leave. Oh wow, the plants also like you very much now. Indeed, they are all delicious. Old man, are you sure you can't use magic to build a villa? I'll buy you a piece of land in the suburbs, and you help me build hundreds of villas. When the time comes to sell the houses, I'll split the money with you 7:3. I'll split 7 and you'll split 3. I guarantee it will sell well. Warod immediately used magic to tie up Yang and sent him towards the Fairy Tale Guild. This annoying little guy is finally gone. My dear plants, no one will eat your fruits from now on. Soon, Yang was sent back to Fairy Tale by the trees. Tisk, this damn old man has money but doesn't want to make it. But those fruits are really good. They will definitely sell well here. Yang looked at the guild in front of him which remained the same, and slowly pushed open the door. Although the guild was still bustling, it felt like something was missing. When Yang walked in, everyone in the guild stopped what they were doing and stared at him. Yang looked at everyone looking at him, and took out a mirror to look at himself. Still so handsome. Why are you looking at me? Even if you look at me, I won't give you money. After saying that, Yang lay back in his chair and continued his lousy life. Sanmao and Ergo were relieved to see that their boss had returned to his original state. They were very worried about Yang this month, fearing what might happen to him. The guild members were relieved when they saw that Yang was intact and the same as before. Soon the guild returned to its former bustle. Time flies, and several months have passed as usual. Fairy tale at night. You little brat, you are still responsible for this year's S rank. Yang quit when he heard this. What? It's me again, uncle. You mean guild arts? He left after accepting the 100 years quest. He said he felt very relieved having you in the guild. Yang, damn it, this guy. Can't Laxus go? I'm worried about that brat. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Yang could only accept it. Oh, who will be selected this year? Makarov thought deeply, Urza and Myra Jane. Yang felt a headache when he heard this. Well, whichever side wins the S-class this time will cause a fight. Okay, I get it. I'm going to take Ergu and Sanmao with me. It's time for them to fight against someone with higher combat power. The next morning, everyone in the guild gathered together excitedly again to discuss who would be selected for this year's S level. Macau, based on my analysis over the years, Urza and Myra Jane should be the only two left in the younger generation. Wakaba, I feel the same way. We all know their strengths. I just don't know who it will be. How are you going to open the market this time? Wakaba asked. Let's make it the same as Yang's time, 1:2, capped at 20,000. It's hard to say between the two of them. Just as everyone was chattering, a voice rang out. Quiet. After hearing Yang's voice, everyone gradually quieted down, and Makarov also walked to the front of the stage. Ahem, after a year of observation, here are the people selected for the S-level upgrade list this year. Urza Shikaret. Myra Jane Strauss. It's finally my turn. I will definitely be the S rank this time. Makarov, those whose names are mentioned, please gather at the guild tomorrow morning. The S-class wizard examination will be held on an unknown island. However, there are some changes to this year's assessment. Participants are not allowed to bring their own teammates. They can only take part in the entire process by themselves. When the guild members heard that they couldn't bring teammates, Natsu Gray and others who wanted to go and see it all became discouraged. Natsu, how could this happen? I've been looking forward to it for a whole year. Gray hit back, even if nothing changes, you can't even make the backup list. What did you say? You perverted naked man. Gray looked at the shirtless upper body and exclaimed, ah! When? In the blink of an eye, he was facing Natsu. At this time, Yang had 3 cats, 2 dogs, and 3 people on the unknown island. Sanmao, boss, are you really going to take us to participate in the S-class? We can't beat Urza and Myra Jane at all. Yang picked his nose and said, I know, I never thought you could beat them. With your current attainments in the 6 styles, it is impossible to defeat an S-class. I brought you here this time to let you experience fighting against a high-powered fighter, so that you can see how big the gap is between you and the high-powered fighter. I have already explored this island. There are no ferocious beasts or monsters in it. I will be on the top of the mountain and you will be on the mountainside. If you defeat me, you can fight me. Ergo wondered, isn't it too hasty for boss to do an S-level assessment like this? Careless? This old man asked me to be in charge of the S-class and didn't even approve the funding for me. I'm lucky I can do this well. Alright, if you don't want to lose so badly, prepare some traps and obstacles. I have to go to the mountain to rest. Chapter 23. The next day, on the unknown island. Makarov and his companions set out from Harjan port and arrived at the island after a few hours' journey. Makarov, the person who will test you is at the top of this island. Your task is to find him and get his approval. If there is no problem, let's go directly. Urza and Myra Jane looked at each other before jumping off the boat and leaving the island. Natsu and others on the boat watched the two leave with envy. Natsu asked excitedly, Grandpa, can I go to the island? Bang! You're still a long way from that. Just stay still. Urza. Urza was alert to her surroundings while walking quickly forward. Suddenly, Urza saw a figure in the distance. "It's you, Ergu. Tell me where Wegong is." Ergu waved his hand. "If you beat me, you can go find the boss." Urza smiled slightly. "I've heard that you two are learning 6 styles of martial arts from Wegong. I've never fought with you. Today, let me see the power of the 6 styles you learned," Urza said as she rushed towards Ergu with a sword in hand. Shave! Urza swung her sword and Ergu instantly disappeared from where he was and appeared behind Urza. Lan Xiao! Ergu swept his right leg fiercely, and a blade of air came towards Urza. Urza looked slightly shocked. She never thought that a human could create an air blade with their physical body. Great! But that's not enough. Then Urza cut off the flying air blade with a sword. Ergu never expected that his attack could be defeated so easily. Looking at Urza who was coming towards him again, his figure disappeared again, and Urza's eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. Although I couldn't see Ergu's figure clearly, I could hear the sound of BG constantly coming from my ears. Here! Urza swung her sword fiercely, and sure enough, Ergu's figure appeared in front of her. Ergu quickly channeled his magic power into his arms, blocking Urza's sword, and slid dozens of meters behind him. Awesome! This is the gap between me and S rank. The other party didn't even use magic. Urza looked at Ergu and said, "If this is all you can do, get out of the way. You are no match for me." Just then, Urza saw Ergu taking off the bracelet on his body. "What's this?" "The boss gave me a gravity ring to exercise with." "What?" Urza was surprised. "You're right. I was really no match for you just now because I was tied up." As he said this, he threw the gravity ring to the ground, and a hole was instantly created in the ground. Phew! That makes it much easier. "Come on, Urza, let me take round 2. Shave! Ergu's speed was countless times faster than before, and Urza couldn't see any of his movements clearly. Ergu's foot kicked directly on Urza's armor, and the huge force directly knocked Urza away and hit him against a tree. Boom! Urza was not seriously hurt because of the protection of the armor. Urza stood up and saw that her armor was slightly dented by the opponent's kick. What a fast speed, what an amazing force! A person without magic can exert such powerful power. Wegong is really an incredible person. We can't be careless anymore. Change your outfit, Heavenly Wheel Armor." Ergu looked at Urza starting to use magic and his expression became serious. Urza using magic and Urza not using magic are completely different concepts. Tianlun Liaoluan Sword. Storm Legs, Blades. Dozens of magic swords collided with dozens of air blades, and soon all the air blades were destroyed. Ergu had to use shaving to leave the range of the sword rain. Tianlun Flash. As soon as Ergu appeared, Urza hit him with a sword. Ergu flew backwards and hit the tree hard, spurting out a mouthful of blood. When Ergu raised his head, Urza's sword had appeared in front of him. "I lost. The boss is up there. Go ahead. Urza, you are very powerful. I have only seen 2 of the so-called 6 styles. I believe that once you have learned all the moves, it is not impossible to become S rank. I'm leaving first. The president is at the foot of the mountain. Someone will heal your wounds." After saying that, Urza continued walking towards the top of the mountain. This sword really hurts. If I hadn't gathered the magic power in my body, I would have been injured. I should have learned how to use an iron block. Then I wouldn't have been afraid of the pain. The other side. Myra Jane also faced off against the 3 cats. "Damn it, how can you hide so well?" Painted paper. Myra's fists kept attacking the 3 cats, but the 3 cats' bodies were like a piece of paper. Myra attacked for a long time, breaking several trees and was unable to touch the 3 cats at all. I'm so pissed off. If you don't hurry up, Urza will get there first. Receive the soul of Satan with your whole body." The 3 cats looked at Myra in front of them and couldn't help swallowing. Gurgle. Gently, gently. Bang, bang. After a while, the 3 cats were lying on the ground with bruised faces and noses. "Tell me. Where is Wegong?" The three cats pointed tremblingly in the direction of the top of the mountain. Myra Jane threw the three cats aside and ran towards the top of the mountain. The three cats were left with no tears to cry. After a while, the disheveled Ergu and the bruised and swollen Sanmao came to the side of the boat. Ergu burst out laughing when he saw Sanmao's look. How badly you were beaten by Myra Jane. This girl has no moral principles. I didn't even take off my gravity ring, but she defeated me with the soul of Satan. Makarov looked at the two and said, okay, let's get on the boat quickly. Listen, bandage them both. Okay, Grandpa President. Mountain top. Urza and Myra Jane reached the top of the mountain at the same time, both staring at each other. Looking at Yang lying on the chair, they ran over and said in unison, I reached the top first. It's obviously me. Tell me, who is it? Sisters, it's not like whoever reaches the top of the mountain first will be S rank. What's there to argue about? Well, now that you two have reached the top of the mountain, I will announce the final assessment. The two of them immediately quieted down when they heard this. The next test is very simple. You two will attack me together. Whoever survives to the end will be an S-class wizard. Myra Jane said unconvinced, then it can't be that we defeated you. Yang said calmly, of course, if you two can beat me, I can make an exception and let both of you become S-level. The two girls immediately became excited when they heard this. You said that. Chapter 24. Change your outfit, Heavenly Wheel Armor. Receive the soul of Satan with your whole body. Yang couldn't help but smile slightly when he looked at the strength of the two girls. Not bad, not bad. I never thought that you have grown to where you are now in these 2 years. Myra Jane said unhappily, don't talk to me in such an elder's tone, you BD Yang. Dark fireworks. Mirajana's hands were covered with dark energy, and she quickly came to Yang's side, attacking with fists and feet, but Yang dodged them one by one. Damn it! Damn it! The three cats can't hit it, and neither can you. I was the one who taught the three cats. You can't even touch the three cats, and you expect to touch me. At this moment, Urza's voice came from the air behind him. Don't forget me. Heavenly Wheel Sword of the Three. Urza swiftly swung the sword in her hand, and the sword cut through the air to form a triangle of sword energy heading towards Yang. Speed is power. Little girl, have you ever been kicked by light? Bang! Yang kicked Myra Jane, who was attacking him at close range, and sent her flying. Then he tapped the bottom with his toes and his body instantly disappeared from the spot. Urza's sword energy missed Yang and left a deep mark on the ground. Urza's nerves tensed up and she felt something was wrong. Yang instantly appeared above her head and kicked Urza hard from top to bottom, knocking her to the ground. The two girls stood up slowly, looking a little embarrassed. So strong. Yang looked at the two girls and said, you guys can't have only this much ability, right? If so, none of you will be able to pass the S level. The two girls became furious when faced with Yang's ridicule. Stop looking down on others. The magic power of the two girls increased instantly, and they rushed towards Yang with sharp eyes. The sword of aim no cum. The three of them immediately started fighting. Yang held a lightsaber in one hand to fight against Urza, and used the other hand to activate the armed color to fight against Myra Jane. The attacks of the two women were extremely fierce, but they were all resolved one by Yang. Myra Jane, damn it, if this continues, our magic power won't last much longer. Dark Fury. Urza retreated directly behind her when she saw Myra use this move. Mirajana's hands were filled with magical fluctuations and her body was spinning violently. A powerful vortex was instantly formed, which attracted the atmosphere and formed a small tornado with Myra Jane as the center. Go! Dark Storm. The pitch-black tornado headed straight for Yang. The ground shattered wherever it passed, and its powerful suction force uprooted the surrounding trees. Facing the black tornado that was rapidly approaching him, Yang saw a flash of golden light and instantly appeared in the center of the black tornado. Golden light condensed at his fingertips, and a laser directly destroyed the bottom of the black tornado. The black tornado dissipated instantly, and trees and rocks continued to fall from the sky. At this time, Urza had already put on the black feather armor, and his magic power continued to condense on the axe. He quickly flew towards the sky, and the axe chopped towards Yang fiercely. Black feather crashing strike. Arm. Yang directly covered his right hand with armament haki and raised his hand to resist this powerful attack. He could have easily avoided it, but that would have been too boring. The massacre a few months ago had somewhat changed Yang's lazy nature. The moment the fist and the axe touched, black thunder burst out instantly and continued to rage around the two of them. Urza roared, "Hey, get down here!" But things didn't turn out as she expected. Yang still looked at her motionlessly. Then Yang stretched out his other hand. Urza saw that the situation was not good and was about to escape, but the axe had been grasped by Yang at some point, and Yang's fingers had reached her forehead. Yang bent his fingers and flicked them, with such powerful force that Urza came into close contact with the ground again. And Myra had already been preparing underground. Soul Exterminator. A powerful dark shockwave directly covered Yang. As the shockwave continued to shrink, there was no trace of Yang in the sky. Myra Jane gasped, the blow had almost drained all of her magic power. Has it been solved? Urza also forced herself to stand up. At this moment, countless lights appeared in the sky, and the two girls' expressions suddenly became terrified. Light spots continued to fall toward the ground like raindrops, and each light spot produced a violent explosion. On the ship in the distance, Natsu and the others saw light rain falling from the sky and looked on with excitement. So pretty! Before the word Liang could be uttered, the head in the distance and the surrounding land exploded instantly. Makarov said to himself with a cold sweat on his face, why did this brat use this trick? He clearly remembered that when he went to find Yang used this trick to directly wipe out thousands of magicians. They should be able to survive. The sound of the explosion gradually dissipated, and Yang returned to the bumpy ground. At this time, the scene was silent, and Urza and Myra Jane were lying on the ground motionless. Oh my god, did I push too hard? Hey, are you still alive? Suddenly Urza gritted his teeth and stood up with injuries all over his body. Yes, I won. After saying this, he fainted. An hour later, Yang slowly came to the side of the boat, holding one in each hand. Makarov goes up for a dunk. Bang! You little brat, you can use this trick on your friends. Don't worry, old man. I've restrained myself. Otherwise, it would be more than just this hill that would be destroyed. Take them both to heal their wounds. Afterwards, Lisana and others gave the two of them simple treatment and helped them to bed to rest. Makarov looked at Yang lying on the chair and asked, so, who won between the two of them? It's Urza. In the end, she had clearly fainted on the ground like Myra, but she relied on her strong willpower to force herself to stand up. The two of them are about the same strength. Even though they don't get along with each other normally, they have perfect tacit understanding when they team up. Give them some more time, and their strength will make a qualitative leap. It was already noon the next day when the group returned to the guild. The two girls still showed no signs of waking up, so they were sent to Grandma Polishka. As expected, Makarov was scolded again. It was not until the afternoon that the two girls finally woke up. Polyasika said impatiently, now that you are awake, leave here immediately. I don't like humans. When the two woke up, they knew that the S-level assessment had ended. When they returned to the guild, the banquet had already started. Chapter 25. Myra Jane was extremely upset the whole way because Urza told her that she won, even though she didn't believe it. But once she returned to the guild, she heard everyone saying that Urza had won, which forced her to accept this cruel reality. Because that would mean she was weaker than Urza, and that was something she couldn't accept. Then Myra Jane went straight to Yang and pinched his clothes and shook him. Why did she win? Help! Help! Save me! Everyone in the guild paid no attention and watched the two of them having fun. After the banquet, Yang also returned home. System opens the panel. Ding! The system panel is opened successfully. Host, Yang. Age 13. Panel, Borsellino 60%. Abilities: Advanced level of armament Haki, Advanced level of observation Haki, Proficient in the Pikachu fruit, Advanced level of the Navy 6 styles, Swordsman. Money 51542726J. It takes 100000000J to exchange for the next stage Borsalino template. Backpack, Evolution Fruit *1, can be used when the panel reaches 100%. It's almost halfway done. In another 4 years, it will be the plot time. By then, there will really be no time to do any commissions. I have to try to collect enough money in these 4 years. I don't know how much money I will need in the next stage. Dividing line. Time flies and 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the second year, Myra became an S-class wizard as she wished. Yang remembered that the year after Myra became S-level, she would take her younger brothers and sisters to do S-level Beast King missions, so Yang would check from time to time to see if there were any Beast King commissions. But even so, the gears of fate continued to turn. When Yang set out on a mission, the Beast King's commission was taken up by Myra as promised. By the time Yang returned to the guild, it was too late. Myra is unable to drive her magic power due to the shadow in her heart. Elfman has changed from his cowardly appearance with a watermelon head to a muscular man who keeps calling himself a man. Elfman also started doing physical training with Sanmao and Ergu, and Yang also passed the 6 styles to Elfman. In the same year, Mist Ogden, the prince from Otherworld, also joined Fairy Tail and became the S-class wizard of the year. After several years of training, Ergu and Sanmao have completely mastered the 6 styles and developed their own extended skills. Their strength has been rapidly improved, but their physical fitness has also reached the limits of human beings. In this world dominated by magic, physical training has its limits. After being stimulated by Yang's medicinal bath, the two of them gained the power to surpass their limits. But compared to the physique of a dragon like Natsu, it is not even a little bit inferior. X784. Harjan Port Train Station. Natsu, it's time to get off the bus. Ugh, let me take a break. A somewhat panicked flight attendant asked with concern, are you okay, passenger? Love. Don't worry, it's just an old problem. Woo. Sigma. Help Happy. Happy watched in shock as Natsu was sent away by the train again. Nr Yang completed all the mission indicators for this year and returned to Harjan Port. Ha! I'm so tired, so tired. This 10-year mission is really time-consuming. I don't know why the uncle would want to do a 100-year mission. As soon as Yang looked up, he saw a little blue kitten flying in the sky. Happy. Why are these two guys here? Forget it, never mind. I'm hungry and need to go find something to eat. Otherwise, I'll be sorry for my stomach. My appetite has been increasing recently. Just as Yang was walking towards the restaurant, he saw a plump girl walking out of the prop store angrily. I think I've seen you somewhere before. Forget it, eating is more important. However, he still glanced in the direction the girl left. What a great figure! On the other side, the clock of fate started to tick, and the boy and the girl met. So, in order to thank the boy, the girl took the boy and the cat to the restaurant for dinner. As soon as the two people and the cat entered, they saw everyone looking ahead in surprise. I saw the table in front of me was filled with plates as high as a mountain. And the people who were eating were still eating the remaining mountain of food. Natsu and Happy recognized this person immediately. Excitedly shouted, Yang! Boss! Lucy heard, boss! You met someone you know. Happy, love! I like the eldest one the most. I can eat endless food with him. Natsu nodded in agreement, that's right, you don't have to pay. Yang heard someone calling him, stopped what he was doing and looked up to see Happy and Natsu. You guys are here. I thought I saw it wrong at the station. Boss. 20 more servings of food. Then the two of them and the cat started eating like crazy, which made Lucy feel extremely embarrassed watching them. No, this guy is really a human. Won't his stomach get bloated if he eats like this? Yang looked at Natsu and asked, who is this person? Oh, it's Louise. Yes, Lucy. Yang looked at Lucy in surprise and asked, "You are Lucy?" Lucy immediately said conceitedly, "Do you know me? I didn't expect that I already have fans during this period of time since I came out." Yang calmly shook his head, No, you think too much, I don't know him at all." Bang! Lucy screamed and her forehead hit the table. "And you act like you know me. Haha, Natsu, your friend is really funny." Natsu, who was still eating, didn't hear what Lucy said and replied perfunctorily, "It's fine." After eating, Yang asked, "Natsu, why are you here?" Lucy immediately said, "I think you look like someone." Natsu stopped eating and said, "I heard that someone called fire dragons appeared here, so I came to see if it was Igneel." "Who knew I just found the wrong person?" Lucy asked in confusion, "Hey? Someone like fire dragons? What would that look like?" Natsu explained, "Igneel is not a human, but a real dragon." Sigma, degree, Lucy, but how could a fire dragon appear in a town? And are there really dragons in this world? Natsu and Happy then realized that if the fire dragon appeared openly in the town, there would be chaos. I immediately realized that this information was false. Yang looked at the two fools and laughed instantly, "Ha ha ha, you two are still as thick-skinned as ever." Chapter 26. "Thank you so much for what you did just now," Lucy said sincerely. Natsu and Happy came back to their senses and looked at each other in confusion. "Hey? Why are you thanking us?" Lucy explained, "The fire dragon just used the so-called charm magic, which was banned by the council a long time ago. If you two hadn't barged in just now, I wouldn't have been able to free myself from the magic so quickly. Don't look at me like this, I'm also a wizard. Although I haven't joined a guild yet, I already have the best guild in my mind. Is there a strict process for entering these big guilds?" Natsu, Happy and Yang just listened to Lucy talking, and the two of them and the cat just looked at each other in silence. "Happy, you're really good at talking." Lucy then realized that she seemed to have said a lot. Sorry, I talked so much about the wizarding world in one go." After saying that, Lucy stood up and prepared to pay the bill. The waiter brought the bill and Lucy asked for 8 WJ. "Your store is a shady shop. Why do you want so much money?" The clerk also explained helplessly, "Dear customer, our store has clearly marked prices. This customer ate for nearly 50 people, and this is already the discounted price." Natsu said as he ate, "It's okay Lucy, Yang will pay for it, just leave if you have something to do." "Love." Yang also nodded slowly, but Lucy had promised to treat them, so she couldn't go back on her word. She immediately took out 8,000 yuan bills and placed them on the tray. "I said I would pay, so I will pay." Then Lucy left the restaurant without looking back. Yang looked at Lucy's body and smiled unconsciously. "The story has already begun. It's okay. The money I've earned in the past 4 years is almost enough. If I collect rent for a few more months, I can raise 500 million and push the template to 100%. It's urgent." It was already evening when the two people and the cat finished their meal. After walking out of the restaurant, Yang stretched. "Come on, Natsu, Happy, we should go move around." "Hi." Natsu looked at Yang in confusion. "Oh, just follow me." Then the two men and the cat walked towards the pier. On the boat sailing on the sea, Lucy, dressed in luxurious clothes, was sitting elegantly. The man called Fire Dragons, with a smile on his face, wanted to have a drink with Lucy. The juice in the cup floated in the air with magic and floated towards Lucy. Lucy immediately noticed something was wrong and broke the juice in front of her. "Although I agreed to let you go on board and have a party, it was only because I wanted to join Fairy Tale. I didn't say I wanted to be your woman." The fake dragon looked at Lucy helplessly and said, "You are really difficult to deal with." Then the fake dragon clapped his hands. The curtain behind Lucy was instantly pulled open, revealing a group of strong men, each carrying 1 or 2 girls who were attending the party. All the girls fell asleep with happy looks on their faces. Lucy panicked when she saw the sudden change. Looking at the fake fire dragon with a serious expression. "What do you mean? Haha, isn't it obvious enough? We are going to sell you out." You are so beautiful that you can definitely be sold for a good price. Damn it, this is the so-called fairy tale wizard. How lame. Then, just as Lucy was about to take out her key to summon the celestial spirit for battle, the fake fire dragon was one step ahead of her and used magic to snatch the key from Lucy's hand. I didn't expect it to be a celestial spirit mage, but this thing requires a contractor to use it, so it's of no use to me. As he said that, the fake fire dragon threw the key directly into the sea. Lucy became desperate when she lost the key. Her fantasy about the fairy tale guild was shattered and tears flowed unconsciously. Just when the fake fire dragon was about to take action, the roof of the ship shattered into pieces. Natsu. Natsu appeared with a handsome look on his face. When Lucy saw that it was Natsu, she immediately saw hope. However, when the boat shook slightly, Natsu immediately showed an uncomfortable expression. Vomit. It still doesn't work. Lucy great. Natsu's series of actions stunned everyone. At this time, Happy took advantage of everyone's attention being on Natsu and took Lucy away directly. When the fake fire dragon saw Lucy being taken away by a cat, it felt something was wrong and a red magic circle instantly appeared in front of it. Red Sky Whip. Dozens of pink energy whips emerged from the magic circle and flew towards Happy in the sky, but Happy dodged them all. Damn it, how can this cat be so agile? Lucy looked at Happy who dodged all the attacks with excitement. Happy. So you can fly. Love. But Lucy, I have some bad news for you. Ah. I have no magic power left. As soon as the words came out, Happy's wing magic disappeared instantly. The two fell directly from a high altitude. You stupid cat. Love. Lucy fell into the sea and swam quickly to her key, then swam out of the water and took out a golden key. Open. Gate of Aquarius. As the magic unfolded, a noble mermaid appeared before their eyes. When Happy saw that it was a big fish, his saliva immediately flowed down. It's a fish. No. Lucy ordered, Aquarius, rush the boat back to the shore. Tisk Aquarius looked at Lucy with disgust. Lucy said angrily, did you just cut me? Aquarius ignored the angry Lucy. You little BCH, if you lose your keys again next time, I will kill you. Aquarius threatened with murderous intent and Lucy and Happy immediately became intimidated and quickly apologized. Sorry. Aquarius was seen swinging the bottle in his hand vigorously, which stirred up a large amount of sea water. In an instant, a tsunami several meters high directly swept Lucy, Happy and the boat in. Natsu, who was being beaten, and the fake fire dragon that was beating Natsu, both couldn't understand why a tsunami suddenly appeared. After a while, the tsunami slowly subsided, and the boat and Lucy were all washed ashore, with Happy's head buried in the sand. Lucy stood up and angrily asked, why did you rush me along when I told you to rush the boat? Aquarius said nonchalantly, oh my, I accidentally brought the boat over here. Oh, so you were originally going to attack me, right? After finishing all this, Aquarius was about to leave and reminded Lucy. Don't contact me this week. I'm going on a trip with my boyfriend for a week. It's my boyfriend. Oh, I heard you. You don't have to say it twice. Then a figure appeared next to Lucy and pulled Happy's head out of the sand. Boss. Chapter 27. Lucy looked over and saw that it was Natsu's companion from the afternoon. I remember your name is, Yang. Yang nodded and patted the sand off Happy. Natsu, hurry up and fix it, we need to leave. Natsu's voice came from a distance, oh, I see. Without the influence of the ship, Natsu's momentum instantly changed. Hey, I heard you're the fire dragon from Fairy Tale. Although Porlaw knew that he was fake, he was not panicked at all. After all, no one knew the fire dragon, so he must be the fire dragon. So what? Hurry up and kill these guys. If we are caught by the council, we will be finished. Porlaw's minions raised their weapons and rushed towards Natsu. Natsu knocked the two people who were rushing towards him away with a punch. I'm Fairy Tale Natsu, and I don't remember anyone like you in the guild. Lucy looked at Happy and Yang in shock. You are the wizards of Fairy Tale. Love. Then the fairy tale emblem on Natsu's arm was revealed. Porlaw's younger brother hurriedly said, Mr. Porlaw, it's me. When Porlaw saw that her lie was exposed by her younger brother, she immediately said angrily, "Idiot! I told you not to call me by my name." Happy didn't know where the fish came from while chewing on it and said slowly, "Porlaw of Red Flame was a wizard who was expelled by the giant's nose several years ago." Lucy worriedly asked, "Will Natsu be in trouble?" Happy said with a straight face, "Don't worry Lucy, Natsu is very strong." Then Porlaw told his men, "Leave this kid to me, and go deal with the woman and the cat." After hearing Porlaw's order, everyone picked up their weapons again, turned around, and walked towards Lucy. Lucy immediately panicked, "What should I do? What should I do? They are coming over here." Happy comforted her, "Don't worry, Lucy. With my big brother here, even if there are 100 times more of these people, they are still no match for him." After hearing Happy's words, Lucy looked at Yang, who was almost asleep next to her, with a puzzled look on her face. She kept thinking about the man in front of her, but she had never heard of this person before. Yang looked at the group of minions in front of him, raised his finger slightly, and a golden light flashed across the sky. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose from the ground. The group of little brothers all lay motionless on the ground. "So strong!" Lucy exclaimed in shock. Seeing that his younger brother was eliminated like this, Porlaw knew that he couldn't go on like this. A bunch of rubbish. Red Typhoon. Porlaw unfolded a red magic circle, and a large amount of flames emerged from it, directly engulfing Natsu. Porlaw said disdainfully, "A brat who only knows how to talk big." After saying that, he prepared to deal with Yang. Just then, Natsu's voice was heard from the flames. "It's unpalatable. Are you really a fire wizard? This is the first time I've tasted such unpalatable fire." Porlaw looked back and saw Natsu in the flames eating his own flames. After a while, the flames were completely swallowed by Natsu. "Thank you for the treat. When you eat it, the power will emerge." Natsu then clenched his fists, one in front and one behind, and a red magic circle with dragon patterns appeared in front of him. Fire Dragon's Roar. A stream of hot flame burst out of Natsu's mouth and quickly moved towards Porlaw. Boom! Natsu's attack directly destroyed the ship behind Porlaw, and at this time Porlaw was lifted into the air by the flames to avoid the attack. Lucy looked at Natsu in surprise, she had never seen such magic before. "What kind of magic is this, that you can eat fire and use fire as a weapon?" Happy explained, "A dragon's lungs can breathe fire, a dragon's scales can melt fire, and a dragon's claws can wrap around fire. This is an ancient magic that transforms the body into a dragon's." Natsu's magic was taught by the fire dragon Igneel, so Natsu is Salamanda. Lucy exclaimed in shock. Porlaw said with disdain, "Tisk! What fire dragon? It's just something people make up. Laozi has to deal with you as soon as possible, otherwise it will be difficult to leave later." Natsu said sternly, "You can't get away." Natsu said as he wrapped flames around his fists and quickly rushed towards Porlaw. Seeing this, Porlaw quickly used magic. Red Flame Baptism. A large amount of pink fire bombs fell around Natsu. Natsu dodged and said disdainfully, "Compared with my companion's move, yours is nothing." As he said that, Natsu leaped up and knocked Porlaw down from the air with one punch. Just as Porlaw was about to stand up, Natsu had already arrived in front of Porlaw, and his fists and kicks covered in flames rained down on Porlaw. Then, a punch of condensed fire directly knocked Porlaw away and penetrated through the houses. Just then, a series of footsteps were heard, and Yang and others had no idea what was going on. Yang disappeared instantly in a flash of golden light. Lucy was confused and just wanted to ask what was going on when she was grabbed by Natsu and rushed forward quickly. Oh, why are you still standing there? The council's army is coming. It will be troublesome if they catch us. But why should I run? Don't you want to join Fairy Tale? The encounter between the boy and the girl sets the gears of fate in motion. Magic Council. Bang! A congressman slammed the table in dissatisfaction. Why are they here again? They destroyed half of the port just to catch a group of human traffickers. Counselor Ush, calm down first. Things like this happen every day. Although they have done this before, it did not cause any casualties. Besides, they have destroyed countless dark guilds. Just consider it as a balance of merits and demerits. Congressman Yahima, I know you are very familiar with President Fairy Tale, so of course you will speak in their favor. Yahima didn't care at all. So what? Is there anything wrong with what I said? Not to mention the entire guild, even. Before Yahima could finish his words, he was interrupted by the chairman of the council. To the council, that name was a man they did not want to mention, the man who indirectly nailed the council to the pillar of shame. Crawford Shim knocked on the table and said, all right, stop arguing. Now is not the time to argue. Let's deal with this issue. We have finally managed to restore the reputation of the council among the people over the past few years. I don't want my reputation to decline again. The two people who were told by Crawford suddenly became quiet. At this time, two young people were whispering in the council. Female MP, that existence that no one wants to talk about, what do you think of him? The male congressman looked at the female congressman and said, what does he have to do with me? The female congressman smiled and said, what if? The male congressman said confidently, no one can stop me. The congresswoman smiled and said nothing more. Chapter 28. The next day, Yang and others finally returned to the Fairy Tale Guild. Lucy looked at the guild building, unable to suppress her excitement. This is Fairy Tale. Just when Lucy thought Natsu was going to open the door, Natsu kicked the door open. I'm back. The buck-toothed man immediately teased Natsu when he saw him coming back, you did something big in Harjanport again. Ha ha ha. Natsu got angry as soon as he saw him. He went up and punched him directly, sending him flying. The buck-toothed man angrily asked, why did you hit me? The information you told me was false. Hey. I just heard that there was a fire dragon over there, how would I know if it was true or not? Suddenly the entire guild began to panic. Lucy stared blankly at what was happening in front of her. The guild, which had been doing fine just a moment ago, suddenly started fighting. Just then, Myra Jane walked up to Lucy. Oh, you are the one Natsu brought back. This is the first time he brought someone back. Lucy looked at the beautiful Myra who was greeting her with a smile. It's Myra Jane herself. Lucy looked at the situation around her and said embarrassedly, shouldn't we stop it? Ah? Isn't this good? After saying that, Elfman flew over from a distance and hit Myra Jane directly. Look, isn't this very interesting? As soon as the words fell, a soul emerged from Myra's mouth. Ms. Myra. Yang. Yang. Hurry up and save Miss Myra. Yang raised her head and looked at Myra Jane who was being pressed down, then turned over. How heartless. At this moment, Grey suddenly appeared beside Lucy naked. Miss, can I borrow your underwear? Abnormal. Lucy directly took out the folding bench, which was the first of the 10 weapons, and knocked Grey out. Then he was held firmly in Loke's hands. Be a gentleman when dealing with ladies. Elfman woke up at some point and knocked Loke away with a punch. Man. Lucy looked around and saw that there was no normal person in the guild. Suddenly, Lucy was shrouded by a shadow. Lucy looked back and saw a giant with glowing eyes. Ah! Myra Jane slowly stood up and said, Hey, you're here, Guild Master. Lucy was surprised and said, Well, President. Everyone fell silent instantly, only Natsu was still arrogant, and was directly crushed by Makarov. Yang was squinting when he suddenly noticed that the surroundings had become quiet, so he opened his eyes. Old man, when did you grow so tall? Makarov was so angry that he raised his right foot and crushed Yang and the chair. Yang was torn into pieces, and his head rolled to Lucy's feet. Oh my god! Someone killed someone! Makarov looked at Lucy with a fierce look, and Lucy was frightened. Are you the new guy? Asterisk. No, no. Suddenly, the giant's height shrank instantly and he turned into a smiling old man. Lucy immediately complained after seeing the contrast, so small. Then Makarov exerted force on his feet and jumped to the second floor in a handsome manner. Bang! I wasn't paying attention and bumped into the railing. Puff! The originally quiet place was suddenly filled with such a sound, and everyone turned to look at Yang, who had only one head on the ground. Sigma, resurrected from the dead. Lucy shouted in panic. She didn't understand what was going on. In the few minutes in this guild, her cognition was completely overturned. Ahem, go on, go on. As soon as Yang finished speaking, Myra kicked Yang's head against the wall, turning it into a spot of light, and the spot of light condensed into Yang again. Myra, if you kick my face and you can't find a wife in the future, you can marry me. Oh, what are you talking about in public? Myra ran back to her bar with a blushing face. Everyone in the guild immediately started to make a fuss. Ooh! Makarov rolled his eyes at Yang and took out a stack of papers from behind him. Quiet! As soon as the words fell, the guild instantly returned to peace. You bastards have caused me to be scolded by those people on the council again. First, Grey, someone reported you for being indecent. Not only did you walk around naked, you also stole other people's clothes. Grey was unconvinced and said, then I can't be naked. Elfman complained, why don't you just not take it off? And Kana, you drank in the client's house's wine cellar and left the council's name behind. Kana, damn it! We've been discovered. And Elfman actually beat up the client. Elfman, Tisk, who told him to be a man must learn to read the calendar. And the most infuriating thing is Yang. In order to catch a group of human traffickers, he destroyed half of Harjan port. Yang looked at Makarov in confusion. Old man, I'm warning you not to talk nonsense, or I'll sue you for defamation. He slandered me, he slandered me. Those were clearly Natsu's doing, what does it have to do with me? Makarov ignored Yang and burned the paper in his hand, throwing it into the air, where it was caught by Natsu. Let the council eat shit on these things. Listen carefully. The power beyond persistence comes from the belief of persistence. Magic is not the power of miracles, but the power that is materialized when the air currents in our bodies merge with the air currents in nature. This is through mental strength and concentration. No. Only by injecting all of your soul can you form magic. If you always follow the eyes of those high-ranking people, you will never be able to improve your magic. Don't be afraid of those guys in the council. Move forward on the path you believe in. This is our fairy tale wizard. Ooh! Lucy looked at the guild in front of her and was suddenly moved. Mom, I seem to have joined a very good guild. After Makarov's handsome speech, everyone returned to normal. Myra Jane then placed the emblem on Lucy's hand, and Lucy immediately ran to Natsu excitedly. Natsu, look, it's my emblem. Natsu didn't even glance at it. Oh, congratulations, Louise. Oh, it's Lucy. How many times do I have to tell you before you know? Just as Natsu was about to choose his mission, a child came up to Makarov. Why hasn't my dad come back yet? He said he would come back in 3 days, but it's already been a week and he still hasn't come back. Makarov looked at the little boy and said, you are so nagging, Romeo. As a wizard's child, you should trust your father and go home and wait for him to come back. Damn it! Romeo was so angry that he punched Makarov and ran out crying. Chapter 29. Natsu was at the task bar. After hearing this, he smashed the task bar into pieces with one punch and walked outside with happy. Lucy couldn't help looking sad as she watched what was happening before her eyes. The president is so strict. And what's going on, Natsu? Myra explained, maybe I was thinking of my father. Yang looked at the beaten Makarov and said, old man, you are really not frank. You're obviously worried to death, but you insist on doing this. Why bother? The mission is not as important as life. Makarov sighed helplessly. You're right, little brat. The mission is not as important as your life. Makarov was about to say something when Yang said, don't worry, Natsu is already there. By the way, Lucy, you should come along too. When Lucy heard Yang calling her over, she immediately asked in confusion, hey. Why? You have to familiarize yourself with the guild's procedures. This will be your first mission in the guild. Seeing that Yang had said so much, Lucy couldn't refuse. Okay then. Makarov looked at Yang, who was acting abnormally, and asked, "You little BD, why are you so concerned about this Lucy? You are not attracted by her good figure and want to..." Tisk tisk tisk. As soon as the president finished speaking, Myra looked at him with a smile, holding a knife in her hand. "I want to know too." Yang immediately panicked when he saw this situation. He couldn't say that the plot was like this. "You think too much. With a beauty like Myra next to me, I don't have time to look at other girls. Right, my beautiful Snow White." Myra blushed and covered her face when she heard it. Seeing that his plot had failed, Makarov began to drink with an unhappy look on his face. "By the way, old man, the money for Lucy's order is on you." Sigma, LLL, puff. "What?" Yang covered his ears with his hands and kept saying, "I can't hear you." Makarov was talking so much that his saliva was about to spray on Yang. By the evening, Natsu and Lucy helped Macau back to the guild, and the matter was resolved perfectly. At night, Lucy returned to the house she rented, which she spent 7WJ on. Although it was a little expensive, she liked the decoration style very much, so she decided to rent this place in no time. Just as Lucy finished her bath and came out wrapped in a towel, she saw Natsu happy and Yang appear in her room, sitting on the sofa and eating her snacks. "Hi! Yo! Ah!" Lucy kicked Natsu away with one kick. As for Yang, her foot went straight through Yang's body, and Lucy lost her balance and fell to the ground. The scene changed, and Lucy was sitting on the bed, and Natsu happy sat on the sofa again. Why are you guys showing up in my house? Even if we have a good relationship, this is a complete invasion of my privacy. This is illegal trespassing. This is a crime." Natsu rubbed his kicked face and said, "Louise, you are too harsh. I already told you my name is Lucy. And you guys are going too far. Could it be that you are coveting my beauty, so you want to? I know that I am naturally beautiful and have a fatal attraction to men like you. Could it be that all this is due to the beauty that God has given me?" Natsu happy and Yang were speechless when they heard Lucy starting to become narcissistic. So Natsu decisively interrupted Lucy's next speech. "You're overthinking it. I just want to see what your new house looks like." After hearing this, Lucy finally realized, "How did you get into my room? Did you pry open my door lock?" "Huh? There's no way we could pick someone else's door lock. We opened the room with a key." "Haha, it turns out that it is opened with a key. I was just wondering." "Sigma, degree, why do you have the key to my house?" Happy replied, "Lucy, don't you know that the house you rented is my boss's property?" "Huh?" Lucy looked at Yang in confusion. "Isn't he a wizard?" Yang took a sip of tea and said, "Who said that magicians can't rent houses to other people? Love. My boss is a man who wants to be the strongest landlord. The most powerful landlord." Lucy couldn't help but twitch her lips after hearing that. Every time the boss completes a mission, he uses the money he earns to buy a house in Magnolia Town. Now the boss owns the most real estate in Magnolia. Lucy was even more confused after hearing this series of operations. Do tasks to earn money, use the money to buy a house, rent the house out to make money. What the hell is going on here? Yang said unconvincedly, "You guys have no vision, real estate prices will definitely get higher and higher in the future. Isn't 7WJ a bit too little for the rent? Should I increase it a little next month?" Lucy panicked immediately. "Don't add any more, it's already enough, I can't afford any more, Epsilon, dot. Haha, I'm just kidding. I just heard that someone rented a house here, so I came here to show my face. I also met these two guys at the door. Since you treated me to dinner yesterday, I'll waive your rent for next month." When Lucy heard that, she immediately stood up happily, and her bath towel fell off, revealing her perfect figure in front of the two people and the cat. Yang quickly covered his ears, yes, his ears. Ah! Natsu was about to cover his ears when Lucy kicked him away. Then he quickly picked up the towel and walked towards the bathroom. "Mom, I'm not clean anymore." The scene changes. Lucy got dressed and returned to the living room, only to find that the two men had not left yet. "Why don't you leave?" Natsu said with a smile, "We are not leaving, we are here to play with you." "Yang, I heard from Natsu that you have something fun here, so I stayed here." Ruth thought for a long time but couldn't think of anything fun. "I just moved here, and I don't have anything good at all." Natsu suddenly thought of something. "By the way, Lucy, can't you summon things? Show us your keys." "Huh? Key? You mean celestial spirit?" "That's right, let's take a look at that." Lucy looked helplessly at Natsu and Happy, who looked excited. Then Lucy took out all her keys, 3 gold and 3 silver. These silver keys can basically be bought in stores. These 3 keys are Horologium, Crux, and Lyra. And there are only 12 of these 3 golden keys in the world. They can open the golden zodiac keys. They are very precious keys. They are Taurus, Aquarius, and Kesha. Chapter 30. Natsu thought about it. Taurus is the cow, right? It doesn't look that powerful. It's just that my current strength is not strong enough. When my magic power increases, they will also become stronger. Happy suddenly saw that Lucy had a key hanging around her waist. "Hey, Lucy, you have a silver key on your waist. What is this?" Lucy looked down and saw that there was indeed another key. "I almost forgot. This is the little dog seat I bought at the store in Harjanport. I almost forgot." "That's perfect. I'll show you how a celestial spirit wizard makes a contract." Then Lucy looked ahead seriously, holding Canis Minor's key in her hand. "I am the one who connects to the celestial spirit world. I command you to respond to my call, pass through the door, and open it." The gate of Canis Minor, Nicola. I saw a magic circle open, and a white unidentified creature the size of a small animal walked out tremblingly. Natsu and Yang were both confused when they saw this. Natsu asked in confusion, "Is this a summoning failure?" Lucy hurriedly explained. "There is no failure, that's how Canis Minor is meant to be." Natsu looked disappointed. "I thought some powerful guy would show up." Lucy then ignored Natsu and started communicating with Canis Minor, asking him when he would be free. Yang looked very bored and prepared to leave. Lucy asked, "Are we leaving now?" "Yes, I have to rush to the next place to collect rent." Lucy looked outside and saw that it was getting dark. "It's so late, and we still have to collect rent." Then Lucy looked at Natsu, who was still in his room. "Yang has already left, why aren't you leaving yet?" "Hehe, of course we have something going on." Lucy asked in confusion, "Ah? What could be the matter?" "Of course I'm looking for you to form a team." The next day, in the Fairy Tale Guild task bar, Levy from the Lane Engine team looked at the task bar but couldn't find the order she had seen before. "Has the mission for the Elba Mansion been taken over by someone?" Myra looked at the registration form in her hand. "Yes, Natsu picked me up last night." Levy looked disappointed and said, "How could this happen? I finally made up my mind to take the job. The reward is 20 WJ. I shouldn't have hesitated." At this time, Makarov said, "Levy, you were right not to accept this mission, because the commission of 20 WJ became 200 WJ this morning." "What? 200 WJ? This is almost as much as the subjugation mission." "Why? It's just a book, how come the price has increased 10 times in an instant?" "Ah, sad face, what a great mission." Levy had no choice but to leave in disappointment. Makarov looked like a dead man, and Yang was furious. "You're lazing around here again, little brat. Your limbs are almost degenerating." Yang lazily turned over. "It's impossible to do the quests. It's impossible this year. It's better to stay in the guild. The people here speak well and look good. I really like it here. Hashtag, this brat." At this time, Myra came out and said, "Okay, don't make the president angry. Since you have nothing to do now, just accompany me to buy some things." Then Yang was pulled out by Myra. Everyone in the guild watched the two leave and began to whisper. "Macau, when do you think they will be together?" "Wakaba, that's unclear. Myra Jane likes Yang, everyone can see it with their own eyes. There's no way this guy can't see it." "Macau, but Myra Jane has really changed a lot since she grew up. She has transformed from a little girl to a beautiful lady. This kid is lucky. Makarov, who knows what this brat is thinking? Wait until Ergu and Sanmao come back someday, and you can ask them and you'll know. But speaking of these two boys, they should be back soon. Macau, ha ha ha, no hurry, come on, have a drink. Suddenly, I don't know who said. Urza seems to be a good match for Ye Yang. Macau was so shocked when he heard Urza's name that he almost spilled his wine. A few days later, Lucy stood in front of the commission column to see if there was any task suitable for her. Searching for the lost magic bracelet. Remove the cursed staff. Use divination to predict love. The demon that banished the volcano. There really are all kinds of commissions. After Lucy finished the task with Natsu, she decided to see if there was any task she could do. She had been in this guild for almost a week and had not earned a penny. Although Ye Yang waived her rent for next month, she would be starving if she had no income. At this time Myra Jane came out. During this period, the president is not here. If you need any mission, please tell me. Lucy looked towards the bar counter, where Makarov usually sat, but she didn't see him today. What did the president do? Lucy asked. The president is not here because there is a regular meeting. Regular meeting? Lucy looked a little confused. At this time, Ye Yang said, it's just a bunch of old men and women, having a party, drinking and bragging, it's not interesting. The old man still wants me to go with him, but that's impossible in this lifetime. Myra tapped Ye Yang's head gently with a clip. You are not allowed to lead the newcomers astray. But communication between guilds is indeed very important. This can prevent some accidents from happening. Accident? Suddenly Natsu appeared behind Lucy. The dark guy will appear. Ah! Lucy was startled by this sudden move. Happy, coward Lucy, or cowardly for short. Don't give people nicknames, you stinky cat. Natsu smiled and said, there are indeed dark guys. They are a group of people who ignore the law and use magic at will. Lucy said speechlessly, you will be poached by them sooner or later. Although Lucy has only followed Natsu on one mission, from the time they met until now, Natsu has basically been on the road of destruction. One is the Harjan port, and the other is the house in the Elba mansion. Okay Lucy, hurry up and choose a mission. Lucy asked in confusion, what mission I choose has nothing to do with you. Aren't we a team? Our team has been cancelled. Natsu asked in confusion, Hi? Why? Lucy said with some resentment, anyone can be a partner as long as they have blonde hair. Isn't that what you said? Natsu smiled and replied, we chose you as our partner, Lucy, because you are a good person, of course. Lucy felt a little embarrassed looking at Natsu who looked sincere. Chapter 31. Just then, a man with his upper body naked walked over. Actually, you don't have to feel embarrassed. There are plenty of people in the guild who would like to team up with you. Suddenly Kana reminded, Grey, clothes. Ah. When? Natsu looked at Grey with annoyance, ah, so annoying. Grey was not happy when he heard this. You stinking fire breather, didn't you just say you're so annoying? Super annoying perverted naked man. Hi. Grey said, then he bumped his head against Natsu's with an unhappy look on his face. You want to fight? Oh. That's just what I want. The two of them started arguing. At this time, Loke slowly walked over and put his arm around Lucy's shoulders. Lucy, how about forming a love squad with me, just tonight? Lucy had already ignored Loke's true colors when she first joined the guild. Ha! I think you are really beautiful. Even sunglasses can't block your charm. Just when Loke was about to continue his love offensive, he suddenly saw the key hanging around Lucy's waist. His expression suddenly changed. So what, you're a celestial spirit mage? Happy came out and explained, love there are also crabs and cows. Loke looked regretful, oh I didn't expect fate to play such a trick on me. I'm sorry, our beloved team has to disband. After saying that, she quickly ran out of the guild crying. Lucy was speechless, frustrated face, we never even started, okay. Myra, Loke seems to be not very good at dealing with celestial spirit wizards. I heard that he was injured by a celestial spirit wizard before. Then Lucy glanced at Yang, who was lying there like a big boss watching Natsu and Grey quarreling. I really envy you. You're like a big shot. You don't have to do any missions, but you still get tons of money. Myra Jane came out and explained, he is different from others. He can only complete a few missions in a year. I know. With his condition, he won't have to do any missions in his life. Myra Jane obviously knew that Lucy had misunderstood, and just when she was about to explain to her, she saw Loke running in from outside the guild in a panic. No. Oh no. Urza is back. The originally lively guild immediately became quiet after hearing that Urza had returned. Natsu and Grey, who were arguing, immediately looked as if they had seen a ghost, and Yang also started to play dead. Lucy looked around confused. Urza is? I think I heard Natsu mention him before. Why does it feel like everyone in the guild is afraid of her? Who is she? Natsu panicked, that's a monster. Grey echoed, that's the devil. After hearing what they said, Lucy became even more curious. Myra explained, don't listen to them, Urza is the strongest female wizard in fairy tale now. Omega the strongest. What kind of person is he? At this moment, everyone in the guild looked towards the door. Suddenly, there were huge vibrations coming from the ground. As the sound got closer, everyone became more and more panicked. Lucy even imagined what kind of monster Urza looked like. Outside the guild, a figure holding a huge object in one hand appeared in front. Boom! Is the president here? Omega is so beautiful. Myra explained, the president is out for a routine meeting. I see. Then he changed his look of disappointment. You guys are causing trouble for the president again. I heard it when I was on a mission. Then Urza continued to scold several members. And when his eyes turned to Natsu and Grey, they were sweating profusely and hugging each other tightly. Grey, Urza, we are very good friends today too. Natsu, love. Yeah, that's good. Even though friends sometimes fight, I still like to see you guys getting along harmoniously. Then he looked at Yang, who was lying on the chair pretending to be dead. You are getting lazier and lazier. You can easily lead new people astray. What Yang hates most is being nagged. Yes, it's my fault, I will never do it again. Urza nodded in satisfaction. Come with me on a mission tomorrow. Yes, hi. Doing the mission. Urza didn't give Yang any chance to refuse and left the guild with the horn. Lucy still didn't understand why everyone was so scared of such a beautiful person. What on earth is going on? Myra Jane explained, Natsu challenged Urza to a duel, but he was beaten badly. Grey was caught by Urza without clothes and was also punished. And Loke was severely punished for pursuing Urza. Lucy asked in confusion, what about Yang? Was he also severely punished by her? Myra shook her head, no, Yang has become increasingly lazy in recent years and can only complete a few commissions a year. Urza always scolds Yang whenever she sees him. It just so happens that what annoys him most is someone nagging in his ear. The three cats are one, and Urza is another. So that's how it is. Who are the three cats? Calculate the time, you will see it soon. I see. After everyone in the guild saw Urza leave, they started discussing. Did you just hear that Urza actually wanted to ask Yang for help? Yes, are they going to attack a certain country? I think they're going to take action against the council. The more they spoke, the more exaggerated they became. Lucy was stunned, and then she looked at Yang, who had returned to his original state. Is this guy so strong? In her memory, Yang had only taken action once, with a powerful golden light that directly wiped out the opponent. He was indeed very powerful, but Lucy only thought that Yang was on the same level as Natsu. What she didn't know was that the golden light that looked like a powerful move was just a casual attack by Yang. The next morning, Magnolia Station. Yang, who was woken up by Urza early in the morning, walked with a tired look on his face. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something and looked towards the pillar behind him. Discovered? It's all Natsu's fault. Why are you moving around? How can you blame me? It's obviously because Lucy is too fat. What did you say? How am I fat? Just as the three began to argue, a figure appeared in front of them. The three people and the cat slowly looked up and saw Urza with a serious look on his face. Why are you guys here? The three people and the cat were sweating profusely. Happy flew directly to Yayang's head. Boss, I was dragged here by Natsu. Lucy was stunned. It only said my words. That's right, Lucy was also sleeping soundly at home when she was pulled over by Natsu. Chapter 32. Natsu explained, we are just curious, Urza, what mission would you ask Yayang to do? Gray agreed, that's right. Urza looked at the two funny guys with a helpless expression. Since you're here, let's go together. This way I'll feel more at ease. Yayang came up to the two of them and patted them on the shoulders with earnest words. This difficult task is left to you two. Urza gave Yayang an unfriendly look. Woo woo woo. The train whistle sounded. Let's go, let's get in the car first. Then the five people and the cat got on the train. As soon as the train started moving, Natsu started to feel uncomfortable. Vomit, it's still so disgusting. Gray moved Natsu away with a look of disgust. Ah! What a hassle! Then Urza motioned for Natsu to sit next to her. What Lucy didn't expect was that Urza punched Natsu in the abdomen and Natsu fainted. Thanks. Lucy watched Urza's skillful attack and drops of sweat broke out on her forehead. Ms. Urza doesn't seem normal either. As the journey progressed, several people couldn't help but start chatting. Lucy inquired, by the way, Ms. Urza, what kind of magic do you use? I've seen Natsu and Yayang use magic in the guild. Just call me Urza. Happy said, Urza's magic is very beautiful. It causes a lot of blood to flow, a lot of enemy blood. Frustrated face, you call this beautiful? Urza said, it's actually okay. I think Gray's magic is beautiful. Lucy looked at Gray curiously, and then Gray directly used magic, and a fairy tale emblem made of ice appeared in the palm of his hand. Lucy's eyes lit up when she saw the shiny things. It's really beautiful. Girls always have an inexplicable liking for these sparkling things. My magic is ice-shaping magic. I can create anything according to my own ideas. It is the freest magic. Lucy suddenly looked at Natsu, so this is why you and Natsu are at odds. After finishing his last bite, Yayang said, okay Urza, it's time to get to the point. Why did you invite me this time? Did you encounter a difficult commission? Urza immediately put on a serious expression. What happened is, I was on my way back from completing a mission, and when I passed through Onibus, I was in a tavern frequented by wizards. I heard a group of people nearby saying that they found Lullaby, but it was sealed. I wanted to ask the president what Lullaby is, but the president was in a meeting. At this time, Lucy said, Lullaby, I seem to have heard of this magic in a book. It seems to be a sleep magic like a lullaby. Urza's expression gradually became serious when she heard that it was a kind of sleep magic. If they get hold of this magic, there will probably be a huge mess. Gray thought for a moment, lullaby? I seem to have heard this word some time ago, but I heard it from a member of the Dark Guild Eisenwald. Urza, is that so? Then you and I must have met the same group of people. I recognized them at first, too. I just heard them talking, and then I heard a name, Eriger. At that time, I just had some impression of the name, but I forgot it. It was not until later that I remembered that Eriger was Eisenwald's trump card. He had always received assassination commissions, so he was also called Eriger the God of Death. And assassination requests are prohibited by the kingdom's order, so as early as 6 years ago, Eisenwald was also included in the ranks of the Dark Guild. Bang! Urza punched Natsu on the head. I should have remembered at that time and sacrificed them with blood. Lucy had a bad feeling immediately after hearing Urza's words, Dark Guild, assassination, it sounded like they were not someone to be trifled with. Yayang said slowly, so our mission this time is to eliminate Eisenwald. Who would have thought that within a few years these bugs would become active again? Yes, this is why I asked you to come here this time. Because the magic that can be sealed must be very powerful. Before we know what they are going to do, we can just kill them. This way, we don't have to worry about their conspiracy. When Lucy heard this, her face changed instantly and cold sweat broke out. Happy complained, "Lucy, you leaked so much juice. This is con. You just said you wanted to destroy Eisenwald. That must have been a joke. How can we possibly take on a guild with just a few of us?" Happy consoled her, "Don't worry Lucy, my boss and Urza are very strong, it's just one Eisenwald." Frustrated face, "I'm worried about them, but I'm worried about myself." After chatting for a while, they arrived at their destination. After getting off the bus, several people looked at the people coming and going on the omnibus. "Lucy, we're looking for a few people here, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack." Urza, "No way, the only clue is right here." Lucy seemed to have thought of something and looked around to find that Natsu was nowhere to be found. Where's Natsu? Everyone then realized that Natsu was missing. Urza worried, "Where was Natsu last seen?" "Woo woo woo. On the train. On the train." Natsu slowly opened his eyes and found that there was no one around him. "Everyone, how could you abandon me?" At this time, Urza broke into the control room of Omnibus railway station and quickly explained the situation to the station master. "So for the sake of my companions, this car must stop." The station master looked at Urza helplessly, "You must be kidding, of course not." Urza ignored the station master and pulled the stop lever down. In the train, a person suddenly appeared in front of Natsu. "Hey brother, I see there's no one around you, can I sit next to you?" Natsu was already feeling uncomfortable and didn't want to pay any attention to this person. Kageyama just sat down. "I see you don't look well." Natsu said impatiently, "Who are you? What are you doing?" Kageyama was very upset when he saw Natsu's expression. The wizards from the regular guilds are different. Their attitudes are really arrogant. The girls in your regular guilds must be very pretty. I saw one in the tavern a while ago. Unlike us, we don't even have a single girl. Natsu was upset and didn't want to pay any attention to this person. Kageyama was instantly furious. "Are you looking down on us Eisenwald because we are a dark guild? People from a regular guild are so great." Kageyama said as he unleashed magic. A black fist directly knocked Natsu away. Natsu suppressed his disgust and looked at the other person fiercely. "UBD, why did you suddenly attack me?" Kageyama looked at Natsu with a joking expression. "Tisk tisk tisk, you finally spoke up. People in the regular guild are as arrogant as you." Chapter 33. Do you know how we in the Dark Guild describe you? You're flies. Look at Laozi's fly punch. Natsu, who was carsick, couldn't muster any strength at all and was pinned to the ground by Kageyama, who beat him madly. "Hey, hey, fight back! Are all the people in your regular guild as weak as you?" At this moment, the train suddenly stopped and the two people who were caught off guard were thrown out. Boom! Natsu slowly stood up from the ground. Stopped the car. Natsu then recovered and looked at Kageyama angrily. "Go to hell, UBD! Fire Dragon's Iron Fist!" Kageyama saw that the car had stopped. Natsu, who had been weak just now, suddenly became strong and quickly cast magic. Several black shadows appeared in front of him. Kageyama looked at Natsu rushing towards him in horror. Boom! Natsu's angry punch broke through the shadow's defense and hit Kageyama in the face. The powerful blow directly knocked him into the next car. And a flute with a skull on it flew out from Kageyama's body. Woo woo woo! Dear passengers, due to an error message, this train will start again soon. Natsu glanced at the flute, and when he heard the train was about to depart, he hurriedly picked up his luggage and got off the train. Yang and his group rushed over quickly in the magic four-wheeled vehicle and soon saw the train they had just taken. Great, we caught up! At this moment, a figure jumped out from the window. The speeding car had no time to brake and directly knocked the figure out. Lucy panicked and said, "It's over, it's over. There was a car accident. This person is not dead." Gray looked carefully and saw a man spouting souls lying on the ground. "That's Natsu." When Urza saw it was Natsu, she immediately ran to Natsu worriedly. "How can you sleep in this place? Don't you know how worried we are about you? Lucy =_ you just knocked him away. If it were a normal person, he would have died long ago. Then Urza picked up Natsu and slammed him into her chest. Bang! So hard. Urza immediately returned to her serious expression when she saw that Natsu was alright. Well, since Natsu is okay, let's get going. Natsu rubbed his head and said, nothing, I was just harassed by some jerk on the train. Urza immediately punched Natsu, who just stood up to the ground. You idiot! Our target this time is Eisenwald. Did you listen to me in the car? Lucy =_ you knocked me out in the car. Then I quietly asked Yang, has Urza always been like this? That's right, so you should be more careful next time. Clear. Urza then began to ask Natsu some details on the train. Natsu thought for a long time. I remember now, when I beat that BD away, it seemed like a flute fell out of his body. Urza asked in confusion, flute? What kind of flute is it? It looked like a skull flute with 3 eyes. Natsu recalled. After hearing Natsu's description, everyone except Yang looked confused, as they had completely similar impressions in their minds. Just then Lucy suddenly thought of something. Lullaby, the spell is the magic of death. Urza asked hurriedly, Lucy, do you know this thing? Yeah. I saw the flute described by Natsu in the book I mentioned before. It is a very scary mass-killing magic. As long as the flute is blown, anyone who hears the sound will be killed. Urza was furious when she heard this, damn it. I don't know what Aragorn is going to do with this magic. The train has already left. There is nothing we can do but keep chasing it. Yang, you are the fastest here, go and intercept them. Okay, I understand. Call out. Yang disappeared in a flash of golden light. Urza and the others continued to ride the magic 4-wheeled vehicle at a fast speed. At this time, the periphery of Kulaki railway station had already been surrounded by the army. When Yang appeared in front of everyone with a flash of golden light, the soldiers thought it was an enemy attack and immediately swarmed forward and surrounded Yang. I'm the Wizard of Fairy Tale, and I'm here to solve this trouble. When the team leader saw Yang's appearance, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. You idiots, put your weapons down now. The soldiers who heard the captain's order laid down their weapons and retreated. He was a participant in the purge of the Dark Guild a few years ago. Although they were only responsible for cleaning up the mess, Yang's face had already left a deep impression in their minds. He is also listed as the most untouchable person, no doubt about it. Then the team leader came to Yang and trembled. Master Yang, do you have any instructions? Yang looked at this person he had never met with curiosity. Do you know me? Yes, I do, but you probably don't know me. I've seen you before during that purge. Yang immediately thought of something. Haha, it's okay, don't be so reserved. I'm here to deal with those guys in there. When the team leader heard this, he immediately asked his men to open a hole. Sir, please come this way. Is there anything else you can do for us? Oh, you are so polite. My companions will be here soon. Just let them in then. Yes. The team leader looked at Yang's departing figure in awe. Then he gave the order, notify everyone to push the defense line out another 50. No. 500 m. At this time, the team's adjutant came out. Why, Captain, if the defense line is too long, it will be easy for those guys to escape. Bang! What do you know, kid? Do you know who that person was just now? The adjutant was a little confused after being beaten. Yeah, who is this brat? Bang! What a stinky boy, you should call me general. With you like this, you will be an adjutant all your life. The adjutant looked at his captain with pride. Yes, I will be your adjutant for life. Bang! Who wants you to be Laozi's adjutant for life? Get lost! This man is the kingdom, the general. Shura. When the adjutant heard Shura's name, he really couldn't remember it for a moment, and kept muttering to himself. Shura? General? I seem to have heard of Shura somewhere, but our kingdom's general has never seen him. Shit, it's him. He is the mysterious general. You finally reacted. Captain, can we leave work early? Bang! You're good, kid. I've known you for a long time. That's because you cultivated him well, sir. Ha 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 ha, no problem. Chapter 34. Inside Ashibana Station. Kageyama gave the mantra to Arigar. Brother Arigar, I have lifted the seal. Arigar looked at the excited look on the curse song's face. Very good, you performed very well this time. With this thing, we can kill those old guys. Kageyama thought of something and said, Brother Arigar, I saw the fairy tale wizards on the train. They seemed to be coming for us. Will they hinder our plans? Arigar smiled slightly, don't worry, they can't stop us, they are just a group of flies. Just then, a figure slowly walked in from the station entrance. Everyone in Eisenwald focused their attention on Yang. Excuse me, is this the Iron Forest? The station suddenly became silent, and soon people began to whisper. Have you heard of the Iron Forest? No, if anyone dares to have more wood characters than our Eisenwald, I will chop him down directly. Arigar looked at his men speechlessly. He didn't expect them to be so stupid. I've been waiting for you, fairy tale wizard. Yang looked at the person who answered. She has tattoos under her eyes, short silver hair, bandages wrapped around her hands, tattoos on her upper body, a robe that looks like a skirt, and brown flip-flops. You guys also have the habit of taking off clothes? And you're a shamit. Ha 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 ha. Yang's laughter echoed in the station. All the people in Eisenwald looked at Yang in horror. They never thought that this young magician would be so stupid. Arigar stared at Yang unkindly, very good. Storm-crushing blow. A magic circle unfolded in front of Arigar, and a large number of wind blades attacked Yang. Boom! 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 Just when Arigar thought the problem was solved, a voice suddenly came from beside him. It's a bit slow. Just as Arigar was about to turn his head, a foot came into view. Arigar, who was caught off guard, was kicked away, broke through the wall and flew outside, hitting the ground hard. Boom! At this time, Urza and his group happened to appear outside the station. When they saw something flying out, they stopped in a hurry. Everyone be careful. Arigar shook his head. Yang's move just now had directly caused him to suffer a small amnesia spell. Mad, what the hell is this for lousy? Arigar stood up and saw 4 people vaguely behind him. The smoke slowly dissipated and he immediately saw the emblem of fairy tale, and he immediately remembered what had just happened. Damn it, how could it come so fast? Urza also instantly saw who it was. It's Arigar, catch him! Arigar turned into a gust of wind and rushed into the sky. You little flies think you can catch Laozi? Laozi is the god of death. Magic wind wall. Suddenly, a strong wind blew across the entire station, and soon surrounded the station. Ha 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 ha, stupid fairy tale wizard. Damn it! He got away. Let's go and take a look inside. When the group ran into the station, they saw a large group of people lying on the ground wailing. Kneeling in front of Yang were Eisenwald's 4 main fighters. Kageyama, Ryul, Karaka, Piatu. Lucy watched all this in shock. She never thought that Yang could take down an entire guild by himself. Urza stepped forward and asked, did you find out any information? What is Arigar using the spell for? Is he going to blow this flute at the station? Yang nodded. After asking, we found out that their target is not these people at all, but the old man and his group who are holding a regular meeting in Kruba City. What? Damn it! We have to go and provide support quickly, otherwise the president will be in danger. Yang hurriedly said, calm down Urza, the old man is at least a saint 10th level figure, and Arigar alone can't make any waves. Urza calmed down a little after hearing what Yang said. No, I'm still worried, Yang can only trouble you again. Yang looked at Urza and sighed, alas, I know. Gray, build a super large telescope. Gray immediately understood what Yang meant after hearing this, and in an instant, a large telescope appeared in front of everyone. I also found the direction of Kruba City, and saw Yang's golden light flash through the telescope and then disappeared on the spot. Gray looked at Urza after Yang left and asked, what should we do then? We have to go there quickly too. Natsu agreed, that's right, otherwise all the enemies would be defeated by Yang alone. When the group was about to leave, the magic wind wall covering the station directly blocked them inside. Damn it! There's no way you can break this thing! Natsu yelled. Gray asked, Urza, even you can't break this magic. Urza shook her head, no, I have been using the magic wagon all the way, and now I don't have enough magic power. If we want to get out, we have to think of another way. Maybe those 4 people will know something. Then Natsu grabbed Kageyama by the collar. Tell me. How can we get out of this place? Kageyama shook his head, it's impossible. The only way to defeat Brother Eriger's magic wind wall is to wait for it to dissipate naturally. Anyway, I have never seen any magician defeat it so far. Natsu punched the wall hard. Damn it! Happy looked at Lucy as if she was recalling something. Lucy also glanced at Happy. Why did Happy keep looking at me along the way? I seem to have forgotten something very important. It's related to you, but I just can't remember it. Ah? It's related to me. Then Happy thought about all kinds of random things in his mind. Suddenly a light bulb lit up in my head. Ah! I remember now. Then Happy took out a golden key from her small bag. When Lucy saw it, she was shocked, because this key was the same key that the Lord of the Alba Palace had held before, Virgo. Why did you just remember it now, you stinky cat? Love. Lucy took the key and excitedly told everyone, we can go out now. Lucy knew Virgo's ability to burrow underground. Urza and the other 2 turned around and looked at Lucy in confusion, and then Lucy told everyone about the key. Urza looked at Lucy excitedly, great, let's go without further ado. Chapter 35. Kruba City Regular Meeting Center. Bob, oh, I really envy you, Xiao Ma, for having such a great ace in the guild. Unlike us, alas. Makarov said pretentiously, you are talking about that brat Yang, right? He is far from being good enough. Every time he goes out, he causes me a lot of trouble, and he is getting lazier and lazier. Goldmine teased, in that case, how about giving Ya Boy to our guild? I am the last one who minds trouble. Bob agreed, that's right. Makarov sobered up instantly, you old guys are so shameless. You still want to poach people from me. Just then, Marajana's projection came over. Makarov boasted, this is our guild's poster girl. What do you think? Isn't she beautiful? Myra Jane ignored Makarov and said, President, I have bad news and good news. Which one do you want to hear? Makarov suddenly had a bad feeling. Let me tell you the bad news first. The bad news is that a group of people from the Dark Guild are coming with the magic of the curse song to destroy you. Urza sent me a message specifically asking you to be careful. Curse song? I remember it was Black Ziraf's magic, I didn't expect it to still exist. I know about it, so what's the good news? The good news is that Urza and Yang are teaming up. Puff. What did you say? Myra Jane hung up the call as soon as she saw Makarov's expression change. Makarov's eyes rolled back and he felt confused about the rest of his life. It's over, it's over. I feel like I'm going to spend the rest of my life in jail. Bob said with a smirk, you better hold on, pony. Boom. Suddenly, an unidentified object pierced through the roof and fell into the conference room. Oh shit, luckily I transformed into an element in advance. Otherwise I would have been ruined. Forget about long-distance teleportation, it's too difficult to control. When the guild leaders saw an unknown object falling, they thought it was an enemy attack and rushed forward. Makarov suddenly heard a familiar voice. You little brat, why are you here? Yang rubbed his head. It's old man, I'm so glad you're okay. When Bob saw that it was Yang, he immediately stepped forward. Hey, isn't this Xiao Ya yet? You've grown so handsome after not seeing you for a few years. As he said that, Bob was about to touch it. When Yang saw that it was Bob, the president he least wanted to face, he was afraid that he would not be able to help but pierce him with a golden light. Then a golden light flashed and appeared behind Makarov. Oh, you're really shy. I like it. Yang felt a chill when hearing this. If I am wrong, please let the heavens strike me down instead of torturing me like this. That's right. Old man, someone is coming to kill you. Makarov replied, I already know. Myra has just communicated with me. We just need to wait here for that person to come. Yayang's eyes light up. Old man, are you planning to take action? I've already thought of the headlines for tomorrow's newspapers for you, the 10 holy mages tearing apart Zeref's demons with their bare hands. I'll tinker with it for you then, and I guarantee it'll sell like hotcakes. Hashtag, your head is full of shit, you little BD. I'm already old, and you still want me to do this kind of thing? Don't you feel guilty about it? Conscience? No, without him, I will only earn more. Ah. It's the other way around. It's the other way around. Yayang looked at the furious Makarov and directly chose the delicious food on the table. Second half of the night. Yayang was sitting alone on the rooftop under the bright moonlight, enjoying the breeze and drinking wine. Suddenly a gust of wind blew, and Aragorn was suspended in the air above the stronghold. Aragorn looked at the lively and brightly lit area below and couldn't help but smile. Enjoy your last moments. Suddenly a voice was heard. I say, why are you standing here alone, grinning like an idiot? Don't be afraid that you are a fool. Aragorn looked at the sound and saw that there was another person on the roof. His expression changed drastically when he took a closer look. You, what do you mean by you? Why are you stuttering after I kicked you like that? I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're really slow. I don't know how long I've been eating here. I also took a shower and went to the toilet several times. You are still a killer and the god of death. How dare you? I am ashamed for you. He walks around shirtless every day, he's as skinny as a DK, Tui. He's nothing. Aragorn's brain veins popped up and his whole face turned red after hearing what Yayang said. You BD brat. Laozi is going to kill you. Wind Demon Palm. A powerful tornado was released from Aragorn's hands. Yayang drank a glass of wine, slowly raised his finger, a golden light flashed, and the tornado was directly defeated and dissipated in the air, followed by another golden light. Aragorn hurriedly gathered the storm around himself, and the golden light exploded when it touched the storm coat. The violent explosion directly shattered Aragorn's storm, and the aftermath of the explosion blew Aragorn away. It fell from the air and landed on the ground, and the curse song hanging on the belt also fell in front. Aragorn endured the pain and tried to pick up the spell and play it. Just wait, when Laozi blows the curse song, all of you will die. At this moment, a short figure slowly picked up the flute that had fallen on the ground. Hey! Young man, is this the flute you dropped? Aragorn looked up and saw a little old man, whom he obviously did not recognize. That's right, old man. This is mine. Give it to me now. Young man, listen to my advice. This thing contains a very evil energy. You can't control it. Aragorn looked at the old man in front of him, whom he had never met, preaching to him. Stinky old man. Give him to me now. Otherwise Laozi will kill you. Seeing that his exhortations were useless, Makarov simply stopped trying. Alas! Seeing that the old man was indifferent, Aragorn stood up and prepared to grab it directly, but Yayang appeared directly in front of Aragorn. What do you want to do to my old man? Don't you know that you should respect the elderly and love the young? Don't think that just because you have white hair, you can act like an old man and take advantage of your age. After hearing what Yayang said, Makarov punched him directly. How dare you talk like that, little brat? When did I ever take advantage of my age and seniority? Did I point at you, old man? Then Yayang and Makarov simply ignored Aragorn and started arguing. Aragorn pointed at Yayang and Makarov, and was so angry that he couldn't utter a word. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Chapter 36. Yayang and Makarov looked at Aragorn who had fainted on the ground and stopped arguing. Huh? Why did this guy faint? I don't know, maybe you were too harsh on me, brat. How is that possible? I was holding back when I hit him, otherwise he would have died long ago. He's not trying to blackmail us, is he? How about you lie down too, old man? That way it will be easier to explain. Bang! I'm not as shameless as you. Just then Urza's voice was heard from a distance. President! President! Grandpa! Grandpa! Boss! Boss! The two turned around and saw that it was Urza and his group. Urza saw that the president was fine and slammed Makarov into her chest. It hurts? Natsu looked at the fainted Aragor with an unhappy look on his face. Damn it! I'm still too late and was defeated by Yayang again. Yayang spread his hands. He wasn't knocked unconscious by me, he fainted on his own and it's none of my business. Waste. Waste. Such a useless thing that I have to deal with it myself. The sudden sound made the chattering people quiet down instantly. Lucy said with a frightened face, Who is talking? This place can't be unclean. Urza and the others looked around seriously but didn't see anyone. At this moment the flute floated directly into the air. It's the old man who's speaking. Sigma, the flute has become a spirit. Lucy said in surprise. A large amount of black smoke suddenly came out of the flute, and a huge tree monster appeared outside the conference hall. Lucy, the flute turned into a monster. Happy, Lucy, you are so juicy again. I told you this is sweat. Zudge looked at the group of people below and laughed, I'm so hungry, let me taste your souls. Natsu looked at Lucy excitedly and asked, Is the soul delicious? How should I know? Can you please stop looking at me and say it? Urza hurriedly protected Makarov behind her. President, let's go, just teach us here. At this moment, Zudge unfolded a magic circle at his mouth and headed towards the meeting place. Makarov said hurriedly, What are you looking at here, you little brat? Go and stop him. Yes, yes, yes. Yayang appeared in front of all the presidents with a flash of golden light. All the presidents looked at Yayang excitedly. Although they had heard of Yayang's reputation, they had never seen Yayang take action. At this time, the magic fluctuations from Zudge's mouth became stronger and stronger, and all the surrounding plants were drained of energy and died. Lucy couldn't help but worry when she saw such a strong magical fluctuation. Can Yayang really stop it? Gray looked at Lucy in confusion. Ah? Isn't this normal? He is Yayang. Natsu was even more upset, I want to fight this monster too. Urza explained, Don't worry Lucy. Love Boss is the strongest. Lucy saw that no one was panicking at all, but she still looked ahead with some worry. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light was released from Zudge's mouth. Yayang raised his index finger to condense golden light, and a larger golden cross shone. Flash! Just as the energy wave was about to approach, an even greater energy emanated from Yayang's fingertips. The energy wave of the spell was instantly suppressed, and the energy directly covered the spell. When the golden light slowly dissipated, only two legs of the originally huge monster were left standing in front. What was even more exaggerated was that a huge pit appeared on the hill in front. Lucy's jaw dropped in shock. She never imagined that this harmless-looking man could be so powerful. Urza looked at Yayang with a fighting look on his face. This guy has become much stronger again. Natsu said excitedly, One day I will destroy the mountain like this with just one strike. Lucy complained, That's what you care about. Makarov was petrified. He had already thought about what he was about to face. The presidents of other guilds were so shocked that they were speechless after seeing this. Such strength was really too unfair. Suddenly, a large group of troops walked towards the meeting place. When the people of Fairy Tale saw the army of the council, they ran away. Urza left directly holding the petrified Makarov. The only one left was Lucy, who was confused and standing there, looking disheveled in the wind. Hi! Inside the Magic Council. The news that Eisenwald hijacked the station and wanted to use a spell to kill the presidents of the major guilds spread overnight. Ouge said angrily, These guys are really becoming more and more lawless. If they succeed in this, our entire bright magic world will be in turmoil. Crawford, let's talk about how to solve this problem. If we don't handle it well, the prestige we have established among the people will be lost again. Ouge, should we launch another campaign against the Dark Guild? The specific implementation is still to be discussed. Zekaren said, Everyone, I think we can put this matter aside for now. The people from the Dark Guild were able to obtain Zeref's magic so easily. Don't you think there's something fishy going on? If this is to be investigated, everyone here will be to blame. Zicoline's words suddenly silenced everyone in the council. If this was embellished by someone with ulterior motives, all of them would be pushed to the forefront. So I propose here to reward Fairy Tale. Everyone was thoughtful after hearing this. Rather than catching one person to take the blame, it would be better to put the blame on the Dark Guild and reward Fairy Tale. The council would not suffer any loss. But when they thought about rewarding the guild that they usually disliked, they became hesitant. Og, I think Zicrane's proposal is very good, but we can't just praise him. There were quite a few letters complaining about them this time, especially that guy who directly destroyed a mountain. Although there were no casualties, the villagers in the village below the mountain suffered heavy losses. This damned brat, why can't he be a little gentler when he's at work? He always makes us clean up his mess. Yakima, oh, Xiao Yang has held back, otherwise with his strength, that mountain range would have disappeared. No one objected to what Yakima said, because he had really done it. The news of that incident was blocked, and the only people who knew the whole story were the old guys like them and the soldiers who participated in the cleanup. People outside only know that the village was massacred and that it was the council's fault. When Senator Reggie heard that Fairy Tale was still to be commended, he immediately shouted angrily, "What are you still commending? I think we should just disband Fairy Tale." The reason why Councillor Leiji was like this was because his precious granddaughter was seduced away by someone from the Fairy Tale Guild, so he hated it very much. Everyone looked at Reggie as if he were an idiot. Crawford knocked on the table to signal for silence. "Okay, let's do as Zicrane said, commend Fairy Tale, and arrest the criminal this time, Ya Yang." When everyone heard about the arrest of Ya Yang, they all looked at the speaker in surprise. "Alright everyone, let's adjourn the meeting." Chapter 37. The next day, inside the Fairy Tale Guild. Lucy looked at Natsu and the others with a sad face. "How could you leave me alone?" Urza said sheepishly, "Sorry Lucy, I forgot you just got here. Usually when we encounter the council we don't want to deal with them, so we just run away. This is also a good experience for you. You will know what to do in the future. I don't want to have this kind of experience again." After Lucy was caught, she was scolded for a long time and locked up for a whole night before being released. Gray said, "Lucy, you are famous now, the Iron Girl who can tear apart the curse song with bare hands. I'd rather not have such a reputation." Just then, the quiet Natsu suddenly spoke. "Urza, please duel with me." Natsu's shout undoubtedly froze the entire guild. Everyone looked at Natsu in disbelief. "Gray, hey, did you forget to take your medicine this morning? Don't forget that Urza beat you up half a year ago." "Tisk, I'm no longer the person I was half a year ago. I have confidence this time." Urza looked at Natsu with a pleased expression. "It seems that you have grown a lot in the past 6 months. Let me see your progress in the past 6 months. Ouch! I'm on fire." The scene changes. All the members of the guild came outside the guild. It's open, Natsu vs Urza. Urza 1:1.1, Natsu 1:10. Looking at such exaggerated proportions, Lucy gained a new understanding of Fairy Tale's combat power ranking. "I saw happy look between the two odds and then choose Urza directly. You heartless cat. Don't say that Lucy. I have to survive too." Lucy sighed and said, "The strongest team is about to start a duel." As soon as Lucy finished speaking, Gray looked at Lucy with a puzzled look on his face. "Huh? The strongest team? What's that?" Lucy said hurriedly, "It's you, Natsu, Urza, Ya Yang, aren't you the strongest people in the guild?" Gray was puzzled. "I would like to, but Natsu and I are not even in the first tier. There are many people who are similar to us, and there are even a few who are stronger than Urza." "Which idiot told you that?" Lucy pointed at Myra Jane behind her, and Gray looked over and saw that Myra Jane was about to cry. "Woo woo, I just think that you guys might be very strong if you worked together, woo woo XX." Elfman shouted directly, "Gray, you are done. You dare to make my sister angry. My boss is going to kill you." Speaking of the strongest, Urza is undoubtedly the strongest female wizard, and the strongest male wizard must be my boss. He is a man. If it's the second tier, I can also be ranked. Lucy looked at Yang with a puzzled look on her face. He is the strongest. The scene of Lullaby that day suddenly popped up in Lucy's mind. That devastating blow still makes her feel a little nervous. It seems that I still don't know much about the guild. Meanwhile, Natsu and Urza had already started fighting. Change your outfit, Flame Emperor's armor. Everyone saw Urza even use this armor, and knew that Urza was really serious. Natsu was even more excited. Oh! This way I can let go. Natsu gathered the flames under his feet. Fire Dragon's sword horn. Natsu rushed towards Urza quickly, and Urza dodged Natsu's attack by moving his body to the side. At this moment, the flames on Natsu's body disappeared instantly, and the moment his feet touched the ground, the flames surged again, and the ground exploded instantly. Natsu's speed has been raised to a new level. Fire Dragon's sword horn stage 2. Seeing that she couldn't dodge, Urza quickly held the Entei sword in front of her, but Natsu's powerful attack directly knocked Urza away. Urza slid for dozens of meters before stopping, looking at Natsu in surprise. Natsu's move made the surroundings quiet instantly. Is this guy Natsu? He's not possessed, right? That Urza was actually repelled by Natsu. Seeing that it really worked, Natsu shouted excitedly. Ha ha ha, I've been practicing this move for a long time. On the other hand, Gray ran directly in front of Yang. Did you teach Natsu this? Yang looked at Gray with some surprise. You know all this? Of course, I haven't fought enough with Natsu, how could he have such a brain? It turns out that you and Natsu are true love. Who is in true love with him? Ha ha ha, just kidding, I just told Natsu the properties of fire. Extreme heat, and explosion. With this kid's current magical attainments, I can't count on the extreme heat, but the explosion that the fire adds to his body can be used. Plus his dragon-slaying physique, the little damage the flame burst brings to him won't cause him any harm at all. As for combat skills, you guys secretly watched the three cats train and fight, and you must have learned a lot. At this point, Gray began to feel a little embarrassed, because as Yang said, they often went to watch the showdown between 3 cats and 2 dogs. After all, it was Yang who taught them, so they were sure to learn a lot. But I think Natsu can now control fire more freely. Just now, the first attack of the sword angle was unsuccessful, but he was able to collect and condense the magic power in time. Finally, it burst out with even more powerful speed in an instant. It can be considered a small achievement. Looks like it's time to take the next step. Gray immediately understood what Yang said. You mean, that guy Natsu is studying with you? Yes, training 3 is training, and training 4 is also training. Gray looked at Natsu, damn it. This guy. I want to go too. Yang spread his hands, I can only give you suggestions, and you need to go through the rest on your own. Grateful. Then Yang kicked Gray directly. Go away, you're blocking my view of the show. At this time, Natsu was about to rush forward to fight again, when suddenly a frog in clothes arrived with an army. Snap! Snap! Everyone, please stop for a moment. President Makarov is here. When everyone saw that it was the council, they all started whispering. Why are the council members here? You don't know? Did you get caught doing something bad? How is that possible? Lucy looked at the discussion and said, don't you think it's weird to see a frog wearing clothes? Everyone in Fairy Tale looked at the people on the council, and Makarov got down from his stool and walked forward. I wonder what your council is here for. The frog ignored Makarov, raised its head proudly and began to read. Now let me read out the notice from the council. Since everyone from Fairy Tale successfully prevented the attack during the Eisenwald incident, the council would like to commend everyone from Fairy Tale. When everyone in the guild heard that they were here to praise him, they all had expressions of disbelief. Chapter 38. But just as everyone in the guild was chattering, the frog's words surprised everyone again. Now read the second notice. Due to the serious damage caused by Fairy Tale to the Kulaki train station and the surrounding areas of Kriba City during this incident, we hereby arrest the fairy tale guild wizard, Yang. When Yang heard his name being called out, he was also confused. Ah? Me? Everyone looked shocked, except Lucy, who looked confused. What's going on, everyone? Yang was just arrested and reprimanded. Myra Jane explained, this is different, Yang has not been called since that incident a few years ago. Lucy asked in confusion, that incident? What happened? Frog, come here, put the magic handcuffs on this man. Frog saw that all the soldiers he brought were standing there indifferently, with no intention of putting handcuffs on Yang. The team leader stepped forward and said, Master Yang, please come with us. Although Yang was unhappy with the frog, he did not make things difficult for the soldiers. After all, they were just following orders. The frog immediately said in displeasure, didn't you guys hear my orders? Put the magic handcuffs on this guy. The aura on Yang's body was released a little bit, and the air around him dropped several degrees in an instant. Lucy rubbed her arms, why did it suddenly become cold? Yang, you talk too much nonsense. The frog was instantly frightened by this momentum, and his whole body kept shaking, with urine slowly flowing out from under his clothes. Yang ignored it and left with the army. The departing army didn't even pay attention to the frog. After a while, everyone returned to the guild to discuss. A. What do you think will happen when Yang goes there this time? B. What else can I do? I'm sure he'll be released right away if I tell him. B. I never thought the council would let Yang take the blame this time. Aren't they afraid of causing public outrage? A. Who knows what they think? Lucy listened to the discussions around her and became more and more confused. What on earth is going on? Myra Jane explained, this is all related to an incident that happened that year. Lucy, event? What event? Myra then told Lucy about the village massacre that happened that year. Lucy was also frightened after hearing this, and then she heard that Yang had wiped out dozens of dark guilds by himself, and defeated the encirclement of the Dark Guild Alliance with his own strength. Every single thing makes it impossible for Lucy to put this lazy guy together. But when the council learned that a Dark Guild Alliance was planning to kill Yang, the council wanted to take advantage of the situation and wipe out those dark guilds. At that time, several top 10 magicians were dispatched. However, by the time they arrived, it was too late. Yang had already wiped out all those people. In order to save the people's image, the council took all the responsibility for this purge on itself. It is only the list of people involved that has been made public. However, when the king learned about this, he was also ashamed of the council's actions, but they were still needed to manage the entire light magic world, so he gave Yang the title of the Great General of the nation. He is even hailed as the #1 person in the current magic world. Lucy was stunned after hearing this. What? The national general is Yang. I remember that this incident shocked the entire kingdom at the time, but no one knew who the general was, and this incident was even spread as a false incident. No, Lucy, because Yang didn't even know about this at the time. Ah? Why? We don't know this either. We only know that when Yang came back, he was taken away by a mysterious person. Yang came back a month later. When he heard that he was being named the Great General, he directly refused. The title of General guarding the nation seems to be given to a dead person. But the King of Fiori still gave the title to Yang. But some people think it's fake, but some people think it's real. People even renovated the village where the incident happened, united hundreds of small villages around it, and named it Zai Town. The king also granted the land to Yang. Lucy asked again, then, who is the #1 person in the magic world? Myra Jane shook her head. We don't know that either. The king made the announcement directly. I think only the president and guildarts know what happened that day. But Yang's strength in the guild is indeed terrifyingly powerful. In the council. Hey everyone, I haven't seen you for several years. You are all still alive. Ouge, why do you look so haggard? Humph, if you don't cause us any more trouble, I won't have to work so hard and I can live a long life. Crawford, okay, this is not the place for you two to chat. Regarding the damage caused to places like Kulaki train station and Kruba City, Yang, you can plead guilty. I admit it, I did all this. That's good, I'll stay here for 2 days. Thank you for your help. Yang then left and went to his own cell. After Yang left, Councillor Reggie immediately said angrily, Chairman, have you seen this boy's arrogant attitude? Crawford rolled his eyes at Reggie and said, since you've already figured it out, why are you still repeating it? The meeting is adjourned. After everyone dispersed, Altair and Zikrane walked along the way. What do you think of this guy, Jalal? After seeing it with your own eyes, what do you think of him? Jalal said slowly, I can't quite figure this guy out. I don't sense any fluctuations of magic in him. He even seems like a normal person. I am really becoming more and more curious about this person. You seem very interested in him. Altair smiled slightly, of course I'm interested. There's a layer of mystery surrounding this man. The turmoil in the dark world a few years ago was closely related to him. If everyone hadn't died at the time, there would be no way to verify it. Even the records of the council don't have the detailed process. His presence is too dangerous. Isn't it? Jalal certainly knew what Altair meant. I still say the same thing, anyone who stands in my way must die. Altair looked at Jalal walking away, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Chapter 39. Yang just came out of his own cell a few days later. Not bad, not bad. It's a good place to come occasionally. Next time I must bring Ergu and Sanmao to experience this together. Just as Yang finished speaking, he met 2 familiar figures at the corner ahead. The scene suddenly became silent. Why are you 2 here? The 3 cats scratched their heads embarrassedly. Boss, what a coincidence. The scene changes. In the council's dining room. Yang looked at the 2 funny guys in front of him speechlessly. In other words, you 2 accidentally collapsed the riverbank while on a mission, causing the village below to be washed away by the flood. The 3 cats scratched their heads embarrassedly. Hehe, that's it, but we've already promised those villagers that we'll help them rebuild. Yang looked at the 3 cats speechlessly. So how did you manage to break the riverbank? When Sanmao heard this, he immediately said, don't blame me, boss. It's all because Ergu used too much force. He used the 6 Kings spear to pierce the dam with 1 strike. Yang looked at Ergu, who was instantly startled. Boss, I swear, I didn't use much force. It's obvious that the dam is a shoddy construction. Yang ignored what Ergu said, but instead felt that the life energy of both of them was much stronger than before. You 2, did you eat something? It seems like your physical strength has improved a lot. The 3 cats chuckled and said, as expected, nothing can be hidden from you, boss. While doing this mission, Ergu and I accidentally ate an egg in the monster's cave. Although we didn't know what it was, we just felt hungry at the time. Who wants to eat that stuff and feel like their magic power has suddenly broken through to the next level? But when we tried to look for another one to give to you, boss, we couldn't find any. This is also the reason why Ergu failed to control his strength well. Yang looked at the 2 and said casually, I don't mean to blame you 2, as long as there are no casualties. Let's go, we should go back after eating. Yes, boss. The next day, Yang brought 2 dogs and 3 cats back to the Fairy Tale Guild. Hey! I'm back! Everyone in the guild was excited to see Yang coming back. Macau, we thought you were going to be caught by the council this time, ha 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 ha. Wakaba, that's right, this is the first time I've seen someone from the council be so tough. The 3 cats replied, with us Crouching Dragon and Phoenix here, do they think they can harm even a hair of my boss? Macau looked at the 3 cats and 2 dogs behind him and burst out laughing. Don't think we don't know what you 2 did. It's all in the newspapers. You collapsed the riverbank and flooded the village below. You 2 were directly captured by the council's army. That's lame. Ha ha ha. The 3 cats immediately became dissatisfied when they heard this. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? We just don't want to cause trouble for the boss. Those people can't catch us. As he spoke, Sanmao started arguing with Macau. Yang returned to his seat and found a jar on the bar, with a fire-breathing lizard locked in it. Who caught this new species? Charizard, Natsu will love it. Lucy spit out, that's Natsu. Makarov was so angry when he saw Yang. If you don't come back, those guys will cause a scene in the council. Isn't it just a formality over there? Why did you stay there for so many days? Ha ha ha, the people over there are so polite. They kept grabbing me and wouldn't let me leave. I reluctantly stayed in my prison villa for a few more days. Yang looked at Natsu, who was trapped in the bottle by Makarov and was making a fuss. Ha ha ha, old man, you should just let Natsu out. Look how anxious the kid is. Makarov then opened the bottle directly, and Natsu was released instantly. Urza, duel with me. Yang looked, frustrated face, is this what you call worrying about me? Urza felt a little relieved when she saw Yang coming back. He no longer had any desire to fight Natsu. No, Natsu. I'm not in the mood for that right now. Oh. I'm on fire. Natsu ignored Urza's words and rushed forward with magic. Bang! Urza turned around and punched Natsu in the back of the head, knocking Natsu to the ground. Happy, me! Everyone in the guild burst into laughter as they watched Natsu being killed instantly, and the guild returned to its former state. Lucy looked at the new members of the guild and asked, who are those two people? I heard them both call Yang boss. Myra Jane explained, the two of them joined the guild together with Yang, and have been companions since childhood. I heard that the three of them were bandits who were robbing people, and ended up robbing guildarts, and were eventually brought back by guildarts. Lucy looked at Yang, who was sleeping, in surprise. Bandits. Yang heard someone mention her past, looked back, and found Lucy looking at her in disbelief. Lucy, why are you looking at me like that? Did you earn next month's rent? I only waived your rent for this month. Lucy's face fell when she heard this. No, the money I made doing the mission with Natsu during this period of time is not enough to compensate me. I didn't make a dime after going through the whole process. After saying that, Lucy immediately ran to the task bar to look at the task. No, this is too little. This, destroy the volcano demon? 100 WJ. Natsu is the fire dragon slayer, so this mission is perfect for you, and the commission is high too. Just when Lucy was about to find Natsu to do a mission, she suddenly felt a strong sense of sleepiness. What happened? After saying that, he fell asleep. Urza raised her head and looked around with difficulty, and found that everyone in the guild except Yang and Makarov was already sleeping on the ground. She stared at the direction of the guild gate and saw a figure walking in from the door. When the visitor saw that Urza was still holding on, an even stronger magic came at him, and Urza could no longer hold on and fell asleep. Yang saw Mist Ogden and greeted him, hey! Long time no see. Mist Ogden nodded towards Yang. Then he took the commission from Lucy. This mission is not suitable for a newcomer like you. At this time, Makarov shouted, smelly boy, why don't you remove the magic quickly? 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. With that, Mist Ogden left the guild, the magic instantly unraveling. Chapter 40. After Mist Ogden left, everyone slowly woke up. This feeling, yes, it's him, Mist Ogden. It's really amazing, this powerful sleeping magic. When Lucy woke up, she found that the order in her hand was gone and she was confused. What happened? Myra Jane explained, if nothing goes wrong, it's Mist Ogden. Mist Ogden? Who is it? Gray explained, he's one of the strongest candidates. Isn't Yang the strongest? Why is there a substitute? And why did he make everyone in the guild fall asleep? Myra Jane, he doesn't want the guild to see his appearance, so every time he comes to take a mission, he will put everyone to sleep. Therefore, only the president and Yang have seen his appearance. Lucy, it feels so suspicious now that you put it that way. I've seen it too. At this time, a voice came from the second floor of the guild. Everyone looked towards the second floor. I saw a young man with short yellow hair, a lightning mark on his left eye and headphones on his ears, looking at everyone with a smile on his face. Mist Ogden is very shy, so you should stop discussing him. When Natsu saw Laxus coming out, he immediately shouted, "Laxus, come and duel with me." Laxus joked, "Didn't you just get beaten up by Urza? Come down. Come up here." Oh! Natsu wrapped the flames around his hands and jumped up. Just when he was about to reach the second floor, Makarov knocked Natsu down with a palm. "You are not qualified to go up now," Laxus said disdainfully, "you can't even deal with Urza, and you dare to fight me." Urza got angry when she heard this. "What did you say?" Makarov said angrily, "You should also keep your mouth shut, Laxus." After what Makarov said, Laxus also started to look unhappy. "Humph, no matter if it's you, Mist Ogden, or the guy over there pretending to be dead, I am the strongest person in the guild. When I inherit the guild, I will drive out all of you weaklings. Lao Zi wants to build the strongest guild." After saying that, he disappeared on the spot with a flash of lightning. The atmosphere in the guild suddenly became quiet. Lucy asked in confusion, "Who is this guy?" Gray replied, "He is also one of the strongest candidates, the grandson of the president." "Then what does the president mean when he says we can't go up to the second floor?" Myra explained, "Lucy, you should know that the task is to be accepted in the task bar over there." "Yes. In fact, there is more than one quest bar in the guild. There is another quest bar on the second floor. There's another one." "That's right. The task bar on the first floor stores tasks of a level and below, while the tasks on the second floor are stored at S level and above." S level? Lucy looked at Myra in surprise. It was the first time she heard of a mission of this level. "That's right. Only those who are approved by the president can take on the above tasks. So far there are only 6 people, Urza, Mist Ogden, Gildarts, Laxus, Yang, and me." "Hi." Lucy looked at Myra Jane in surprise. "Miss Myra is so young, why did she retire?" "Mom, a lot of things happened here. You have to remember that S-level missions are very dangerous. One wrong decision can lead to your death. But similarly, the amount of money for S-level is also quite high, starting at 500 WJ. When talking about money, Lucy couldn't help but look at Yang. "So that's why this guy can buy so many houses." Myra smiled and replied, "Almost, but it's nothing, Lucy, you have to remember that S rank is not enough even if you have several lives." "Yeah, I know, S rank equals monster." "Haha, there's nothing wrong with you saying that." Time passed quickly and it was evening soon. Lucy walked back home alone. "I'm probably familiar with the current guild's combat power. The top one is the president, followed by that unknown uncle, and then there are S-rank like Laxus and his group. As for Yang, it's hard to say how strong he is. Although he is known as the strongest magician, there may be a lot of water in his words." When Lucy returned home, she found Natsu lifting dumbbells in his room. "Hey Lucy, you're back. Hey you ghost." He kicked Natsu directly against the wall. "What are you two doing sneaking into my house again?" Natsu was kicked but acted as if nothing had happened. "Hehe, of course I'm looking for you to do the task," Natsu said as he placed the order in front of Lucy. Lucy looked at the order carefully. "Garna Island, the Cursed Island, tens of millions. 700 WJ. What kind of commission is this? How can there be so much money? This commission amount has caught up with the S level." Natsu smiled and said, "This is an S-rank commission. I specifically asked Happy to get it. It's the cheapest one since this is my first S-rank mission. Love." At this moment, Lucy remembered what Myra Jane had told her. "But, you are not allowed to answer without the president's permission." Natsu said confidently, "It's okay, as long as we complete the task, the old man will recognize us." Natsu continued to tempt, "And as long as you complete this task, you can get the rent right away." "Happy, I won't have to worry about rent for a while." Lucy admitted that she was persuaded by the man and the cat. "Ah! I'm really impressed by you guys. Let's make a deal first, it's 50-50. Happy's eyes instantly turned into the shape of money. "Lucy, you are so generous. You let Natsu and I split it 50-50, but you don't want a cent at all. What are you thinking? It's 50-50 between me and you, and 50-50 between you and Natsu. Seeing that Lucy agreed, Natsu didn't care how much money was divided and simply climbed out of Lucy's window. Can't you two just get out of here through the door? The next morning, in the fairy tale guild, Makarov drank hot tea with a comfortable look on his face. What a quiet day. I wish it could stay like this forever. But why is it so quiet today? Just then, Myra Jane came down from the second floor in a hurry. Oh no, President. There's one less commission on the second floor. Puff. What? How can there be so few commissions? Who in the guild is not here? Gray looked at it for a long time. It's Natsu. And Lucy. I was wondering why I felt like something was missing today. It turns out this guy is missing. Suddenly a voice came from the second floor. I saw a cat carry away a piece of paper last night. Everyone reacted instantly. It's Happy. Chapter 41. Makarov said angrily, Laxus, you knew it was Happy, why didn't you stop it? Tisk, how would I know that was Happy? Then go and get Natsu and the others back for me right now. No one in the guild can bring him back now except you. Laxus refused directly, no, I have a mission to do later, you should find someone else to go. Master, I remember that if a guild member accepts an S-level commission privately, he will be expelled from the guild. Just then, Yang slowly walked in from outside. What's going on? Why are you making so much noise so early in the morning? Laxus, did you make the old man angry again? Suddenly a bolt of lightning struck, Yang's body tilted slightly, and the floor exploded instantly. That was a close call. It almost hit me, just by a little bit. Laxus looked at Yang unhappily, snorted coldly, and left. Makarov saw Yang coming and said hurriedly, you came just in time, you should go and get Natsu back. Yang looked at Makarov in bewilderment, what the hell, why are you asking me to chase him so early in the morning? Where is Natsu? This BD asked Happy to steal an S-level commission from the second floor, and now he's going to do an S-level mission. Ha 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 ha, he finally did this, I thought he would go earlier. Seeing Yang still laughing, Makarov got furious, what are you still standing there for? Go now. Yes, yes, yes. By the way, which one did he take? It's a commission from Galuna Island, a demon island. So you're going to go out to sea? Yes, what's the problem? Of course there is a problem. I can't swim. Everyone was shocked when they heard Yang say that he couldn't swim. Ha! You little brat, how come you can't even swim when you're such a grown-up? No, 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 to be exact, you can't swim in the sea. What's the difference? That's a big difference. When have you ever seen me take on the commission to collapse the sea? That's right, after Yang obtained this template, he also tried the devil fruit's characteristic of being afraid of sea water, but he became soft as soon as he touched the sea water. Makarov thought about it and really didn't realize that all the missions Yang took were within the country, and he would avoid even the faraway places. You little brat, why didn't you tell me earlier that you can't swim? How could I possibly tell others about my weakness? Makarov saw that Yang didn't look like he was joking. He never thought that Yang was afraid of the sea water. He immediately said, Gray, you go with Yang. Gray was unwilling to hear this. Huh? Why should I go? Just when Gray was about to say something, he found that Yang was winking at him. Although Gray didn't understand, he still changed his attitude. If I don't go, no one else can go. I have no choice but to do it, old man. Makarov nodded in satisfaction. Then Yang and Gray left the guild. On the way, Gray asked, Yang, why did you let me pass? Of course I'll let you experience an S-level mission. If Natsu experienced an S-level mission, you would definitely feel unbalanced. The old man doesn't want guild members to secretly accept S-level commissions again. You mean? That's what I meant. The old man saw that I couldn't sit still, so he just wanted me to complete this task and teach Natsu, that idiot, a lesson at the same time. The scene changes. Yang and Gray had already arrived at the Harjan port and asked several boatmen, but none of them were willing to go to the cursed island. Gray asked, what to do, no one wants to go to sea. Yang rolled his eyes at Gray. If they don't go, we can go by ourselves. What's the point of your modeling magic? Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Suddenly, Gray performed shaping magic, and a small ice boat appeared in front of the two people. Yang simply spread his hands and sat there like an old man, while Gray rode the oars with all his might. Gray started complaining soon after. I say, can't you help me row? It will take me a long time to row all the way there by myself. Yang's eyes rolled. Gray, didn't you say before that you wanted to train with the three cats? Anyway, I have nothing to do now, so I just want to talk to you. Gray was instantly motivated when he heard this. Yang glanced at Gray and said, from what you said, modeling magic is the most free magic. Yes, that's right. But you can't ignore the nature of ice. There are many types of shaping magic, such as ice shaping, light shaping, earth shaping, etc. Although they all belong to the same type of shape, they have different abilities, just like your ice. You only thought about turning him into anything, but you ignored the extreme coldness of ice's nature, just like Natsu's extreme heat. Just like your ice creates a cage to trap the enemy, it only traps them. This is no different from putting a person in a prison. However, the reason why prisons are scary is not just because they restrict the freedom of others, but because of the torture inside the prisons. Gray thought for a moment and seemed to understand something. You mean to add some icy properties to my look? Yes, this is the most intuitive property that ice gives you. It's like an ice ship. You just keep it from melting. If that's the case, it will always be just a ship. But if you join the power of freezing, then this ship can freeze the sea for you. Even in this magic world, ice is more than just ice. When a wizard gives ice his own will, then ice is more than just ice. Of course, this kind of thing is not something you can experience yet. You need to understand it yourself. Ice with added will. Gray suddenly thought of his teacher. Yang watched Gray rowing and suddenly stopped, his hands waving in front of his eyes. Pa! Yang slapped him directly. Gray suddenly came to his senses. Did you just hit me? I don't have any. Then why is my face numb? Oh, a fish just flew straight out of the water and gave you a tail. Real? Oh, don't worry about the details. I've just told you so much, it's better for you to see it with your own eyes. As he spoke, Yang gathered the light together, and suddenly a large amount of light energy was gathered by Yang into a little boy the size of a fist. Look, this is the object I created using light. It shouldn't be difficult for you to create such a simple object. Gray nodded slowly. Then Yang threw the little boy in his hand far behind him. Thump. Chapter 42. After a few seconds, nothing happened. That's it? Gray asked doubtfully. Before Gray could finish his words, a huge explosion sounded. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, stunning Gray. This. Yang waved his hand. Basic operation, basic operation. On the other hand, Gray's eyes slowly changed from surprise to horror. See, tsunami. Ah! Yang looked back and saw that the wave that had just exploded directly rolled up waves of dozens of meters. Oh my god! Gray, why don't you row faster? Yang, FKU. Don't worry, leave it to me. As he spoke, Yang condensed energy directly at his fingertips. Flash! Wow! Boom! The energy wave directly defeated the tsunami, but a large amount of sea water continued to surge. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yang turned into a beam of light and disappeared on the spot. Gray could only hold on to his ice boat tightly, and the sea water was splashed towards the island in front quickly. At this time, Natsu and others have arrived at the Devil's Island and are talking with the village chief. Just as they were talking, they suddenly heard a loud noise and the whole village began to rumble. Lucy panicked. What's going on? There's an earthquake. The village chief explained, it's impossible. Our village has lived here for generations and has never encountered an earthquake. After a while, the island stopped shaking. Just when everyone thought it was over, the gate of the village was broken open, and an ice ship crashed through the gate and flew in. What happened again? Natsu sniffed the air. It smells like grey. Lucy complained, you have a dog nose. Happy, love, it's over Lucy, the president has sent someone to arrest us. Natsu said confidently, it's okay, it's just Grey who came. Just then a voice reached everyone's ears. Oh? Is that so? Then add one for me. Yang's voice reached everyone's ears, and everyone looked back, only to see a man emitting a terrifying aura with scarlet pupils walking towards them step by step. Happy and Lucy couldn't help but swallow. Gurgle. Happy flew directly to Yang and burst into tears. Natsu made me do this. You are such a disloyal stinky cat. Lucy grabbed Yang's feet and said. Natsu forced me to do this. Yang looked at the two funny guys and said slowly, Happy, I will punish you by not allowing you to eat dried fish for a week. Love. Lucy, you will be responsible for cleaning the guild for 1 month. Hey! Make sure you complete the mission. As for Natsu. Natsu shouted as soon as Yang mentioned his name. I must complete the S-rank mission. I won't go back even if you kill me. In that case, I can only meet your request. As he said that, Yang appeared directly in front of Natsu and punched Natsu directly, sending him flying and punching through several houses in a row. The golden light behind him turned into an arm and directly grabbed Natsu out. After Yang bought 80% of the templates, he became more proficient in using the Pika Pika no Mi. Although he had no magic source and could not learn magic, it was still easy to refer to those shapes. Don't you know how serious it is to accept an S rank without permission? What if something happens to you? Have you forgotten about Lysina? Instead of sacrificing yourself on the mission and making everyone cry, I'd rather kill you right now. After grabbing Natsu out with his arm, several fists emerged from it and kept hitting Natsu. Speak. Why don't you speak? Lucy complained, you have to give him a chance to speak. After a while, Natsu fell to the ground with bruised face and passed out. When Yang looked back at Lucy and Happy, they hugged each other. Angry Yang, so scary. Seeing that he had a deterrent effect, Yang no longer paid attention to them and directly ordered Lucy and Happy to help the unconscious Grey and the knocked-out Natsu to rest. When looking at the village chief and others, everyone in the village took a step back tacitly. Yang hurriedly retracted his momentum. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, a member of our guild took up this mission without permission, causing you unnecessary trouble. The village chief mustered up his courage and stepped forward and said, It's all right, sir. I wonder what you are going to do next. Yang also saw the village chief's concerns. Don't worry, since our members have already contacted you first, we will accept this commission. Can you give us a place to rest now? When the village chief saw that the wizard was not going to leave but was willing to accept their commission, he immediately relaxed. Then he ordered a few villagers to carry Natsu and Grey inside. By the evening, Natsu and Grey woke up. Grey was shocked when he saw Natsu with a bruised face beside him. After a while, the two walked out of the room. A party was being held outside. When Grey saw Yang, he walked over angrily. That's too much. He just left me there and ran away. Ha ha ha, sorry. I'll teach you some tricks next time. Grey nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Seeing that everyone was present, Yang said, Village chief, now please tell us the details. The village chief sighed and said, a few years ago, our whole village was cursed for some unknown reason. Whenever the moon appeared at night, we would turn into demons, which made us all very troubled. At this moment, the dark clouds blocking the moon dispersed, and purple moonlight appeared before everyone's eyes. When the purple moonlight shone on the villagers, they all showed painful expressions. Soon, every villager developed the characteristics of a demon. The village chief said in pain, You have seen it, sir. This is what happened. Because I became a demon and lost control, I killed my own son myself. As he spoke, the village chief took out a photo of himself and his son and couldn't help crying. When Lucy and the others saw the appearance of the village chief's son in the photo, they were all surprised. Lucy whispered, Isn't this the boatman who brought us here? Happy, love Lucy, we won't encounter ghosts, will we? Don't scare me, you stinky cat! The village chief cried for a while, wiped his tears and said his commission, so our commission is to destroy the moon. After hearing the content of the commission, Natsu and others looked at the village chief in surprise. What? Destroy the moon? Chapter 43. Natsu directly asked Yang, can you destroy the moon? Yang was speechless. Do you know how far this place is from the moon? You still want to destroy it? You really have a plan? Then Yang looked at the ruins in the distance and asked, what is that place over there? The village chief looked in the direction Yang pointed. That is the remains of the Temple of the Moon. According to our ancestral teachings, we villagers cannot go there. Gray, so, your curse may be related to this Temple of Moon. This? I am not sure, so please help us break this curse, sir. Yang nodded. I understand, old man. Let's go over there and see if there are any clues. After saying that, Yang led Natsu and others towards the Temple of Moon. Natsu's bruised face instantly returned to normal when he heard that he had to take on an S-rank mission. Oh! I can finally become an S-rank. As they walked forward, Lucy asked, Yang, have you ever done a task like this to remove a curse? Huh? I don't want to take such a troublesome commission. I saw this S-level commission a long time ago, but because the money was too little and I had to go out to sea, plus I had to remove the curse, I didn't even bother to take a look at it. In this time, I have completed 2 tasks. Lucy == as expected of you, 700 WJ is too little. I don't know how many tasks I have to complete to get 700 WJ. At this moment Yang suddenly felt something. Everyone be careful, something is coming. As soon as Yang finished speaking, Natsu and the others immediately took a defensive stance. They saw the grass in front of them rustling continuously, and the thing coming over from the sound was quite large. Suddenly a huge rat emerged from the bushes. When Lucy saw it was a mouse, she was immediately frightened and grabbed Happy and held him in front of her. Happy, you are a cat, hurry up and catch this mouse. Happy was also speechless. Lucy, I don't eat mice. Besides, this mouse is dozens of times bigger than me. Are you sure I'm the one catching it instead of him? Seeing this, Yang immediately released his momentum. Get out! The mouse was immediately frightened by Yang's aura, and fled away quickly as if Yang was some kind of terror. Lucy looked at the mouse with fear as it left. Could this rat have grown so big because it was cursed? I'd better stay with Yang. It's safer with you. Natsu looked at Yang with shining eyes. Coach, what kind of move is this? I want to learn it too. Gray, idiot. You can tell from the murderous intent here. It must have been cultivated by killing many people. Yang looked at the two speechlessly. This is just a use of momentum. When your strength reaches a certain level, your own magnetic field will become stronger, and some weaker or more sensitive creatures will be afraid of you. As he said that, Yang pulled up Happy who had buried her head. You said so, Happy. Love boss, it's so scary every time you do this. Okay, you are already a brave cat, how can you do this? No kitten will like you in the future. But it's really scary. Okay, I'll go back and buy you some dried fish. Love. After listening to Yang's explanation, Natsu and the others finally understood and nodded. Gray, it turns out that you can really intimidate the enemy with your presence alone, without releasing any magic power. Yang scratched his head and said, Huh? Magic? There is no such thing as magic. Yang was so noisy that she covered her ears. What's so surprising about that? Did you see a magic circle unfold when I attacked? After hearing what Yang said, everyone recalled that they indeed had no impression of Yang casting magic to create a magic circle. Gray, I thought a wizard of your level wouldn't have any magic circle when casting magic. Natsu, but it is true that when Yang released his power, I didn't feel any magical fluctuations at all. Lucy asked curiously, what is the power in you? Yang didn't know how to explain it, so he said, this is the power of the devil, and it is also my exclusive power. It is a completely different power system from magic, but it is essentially the same, and there is no difference between it and magic. The only difference is that when you cast magic, you consume your magic power, while I consume my physical strength. Natsu immediately started making a scene when he heard this. Ah, I'm so envious. If only I could use up my energy too, I don't have enough magic power. Gray didn't make a fuss like Natsu because he knew that whether it was magic or physical strength, it took a lot of effort to improve it, and there was no difference between the two. Gray asked, what about the 3 cats and 2 dogs? Are they the same as you? Yang just shook his head. No, they are just like you, except that their magical talent is too poor. If they want to go a long way in magic, it will be difficult to achieve great things unless a miracle happens. So I taught them simple physical training. Fortunately, they both have good aptitude for physical training and have made some achievements so far. But if you want to gain even greater power, you will need an incredible amount of effort and treasures. So don't envy anyone. You guys have great talents in magic, and your future achievements will only be great. Gray asked again, then your ability to turn your hands black is also a demonic ability. Yang shook his head and said, no, that is another kind of cultivation system. I call it domineering. Everyone wondered again, domineering. Yes, domineering. Simply put, there are 3 types of haki: armament haki, observation haki, and conqueror haki. Among them, armament haki and observation haki can be acquired through practice, but conqueror haki is something that only 1 in a million people can have. It is a gift. Remember when I played hide and seek with you guys? No matter where you hid, I would find you. This is observation haki, which allows you to sense attacks, predict the enemy's next move, sense the strength of living things, feel the emotions and thoughts of living things, and sense the location and number of things in the wild. The more powerful ones can even listen to the sounds of all things and briefly meet the future. Hey, this is too foul. As for the armament color, it's actually very simple. As he spoke, Yang picked up a branch on the ground. As his ability was activated, the branch was directly covered in black. Yang gently slashed at the tree next to him, and the whole tree was cut in half. As you can see, armament haki can further increase one's own attack and defense power, and can also be attached to weapons. The more powerful ones can directly attack the enemy's body, causing internal damage. As for the domineering haki, alas, I don't have the qualifications. Lucy complained again, how many more do you want? These 2 abilities are already incredible enough. Although you haven't mentioned conqueror haki, the fact that only 1 person with the qualifications can be found in a million shows that it is an even more outrageous ability. Natsu immediately asked, can we learn? Yang shook his head, no, I've tried it. You can't learn this kind of power system, which means that only I can learn it. Yang's cold water poured directly into Natsu and Gray's hearts. The power of magic is not inferior to these. On the contrary, it is more comprehensive. Work hard, young men. Then the group continued walking towards the temple. Chapter 44. Soon everyone arrived at the bottom of the ruins. Looking at the dilapidated ruins, there are debris and stone pillars engraved with moon patterns everywhere. The group entered the ruins, but found nothing but stones and no clues at all. Happy seemed to have discovered something and kept searching in the corner, and finally found a bone. Hey Lucy! Look what I found! You are a dog. Gray looked around and said, I remember this place was called Moon Island before. The name Devil's Island seems to have only appeared in recent years. Lucy suddenly had an idea when she heard Gray's words. You say, maybe someone from the village outside accidentally touched the taboo inside, and then angered the things in the ruins, which caused the curse to fall. Yang looked at Lucy speechlessly. What are you thinking about? This ruin has been abandoned for nearly 50 years. Judging from the reverence these villagers have for this relic, it is impossible to hide it, unless the village chief is lying to us. And there is no trace of energy around, except... Before Yang could finish, he saw Natsu stepping around with a curious look on his face. Lucy warned, Natsu, don't touch it. This floor doesn't look solid. Ha, Lucy, you're such a coward. It's okay. Lucy also looked at Natsu helplessly. By the way, Yang, you were about to say. Boom! Natsu stepped through the floor and everyone fell down. Bang! Hashtag, Lucy, I told you not to step on it. Grey, idiot Natsu, you're going to kill us all. Happy, Yang, ha ha ha, this is really interesting. Gomnace. Aa. Just when several people were about to fall into the lake, Yang flashed with golden light and successfully reached the shore below. Several light arms grew out from behind him, and he directly caught the falling people and put them safely on the ground. Yang looked helpless as he saw Happy had such a big bone stuck in his chest. Happy, how did you manage to fit a bone that's longer than your head in there? Yang then cut the bone in the middle and took it out. Wxx, I almost thought I was dead, boss, how about I just be your cat? Natsu is too unreliable. Grey said with a look of relief, Natsu ubd, can't you consider the consequences of your actions? Grey slowly stood up and looked up, then froze in place. How is this possible? How could this guy be here? Impossible, impossible. Everyone looked at Grey, who seemed to be losing his mind and was very confused. Grey. Yang's voice was full of momentum, which made Grey shudder. Grey slowly turned his head to look at everyone. Grey, you're confused. How come you know this guy? Grey swallowed and said in a heavy voice, this guy is the demon who destroyed my hometown, Dai Lionla, a demon who brings disaster. The demon that brings disaster. That's right, but this guy should have been sealed by my master in the northern continent. Why would he appear in this place? At this moment, Yang felt someone coming and immediately warned, everyone be careful, someone is coming. After hearing Yang's words, everyone immediately hid behind the abandoned boulders. I'm really sleepy at night. Yuka, let me tell you a sad story. My Angelica was frightened by something and still refuses to come out to eat. Toby was speechless and shouted, it's just a mouse, why give it such a fancy name? Tisk. What do you know? Angelica is not a mouse. She is a hunter running in the dark. Frustrated face, your hunters are so scared that they dare not come out now. Humph. If I knew what it was, I would tear it into pieces. Yuka's expression became serious after listening to Sharia's words. Is there an intruder? The moonlight will soon be collected. We cannot make any mistakes at this critical moment. We must drive out those invaders before Lord Lingdi finds out. Then let the invader rest here forever. This is love. Natsu, who was hiding behind a boulder, sniffed and said, these people are not from the village below. They don't smell like villagers. Lucy complained, you are a dog. Happy, these guys haven't been cursed yet. Lucy and Grey looked puzzled when they heard Happy's words. Lucy, yeah, why aren't they cursed? As the three people left, Yang and others came out from the rock wall. Natsu looked at the enemy and said dissatisfiedly, Yang, why didn't you just deal with them? Maybe the curse of the village below was caused by these people. Why are you in such a hurry? They said that the moonlight will be collected soon. We have to see what it is. What if it is related to the curse? They looked around again and found nothing suspicious except Dai Lionla standing at the entrance of the cave. Yang looked at Grey and asked, I think you are the only one here who knows this guy best, tell me about it. Grey nodded and recalled solemnly. This guy originally lived in Baida Road. 10 years ago, he committed all kinds of evil in Yisabang. My hometown and my parents all died at the hands of this monster. After that, a large number of powerful wizards came to attack, but they all died at the hands of this monster. This monster has a special ability, which is immortality. No matter how serious the injury is, it will recover quickly. In the end, my master used forbidden magic to seal it up, and the price of this taboo was my master's life. Your master? Lucy asked puzzledly. She is the teacher who taught me the ice-shape magic. She is the strongest ice magician I have ever seen. After she died, I kept hearing her say that there was a wizard more powerful than her on the East Road, so in order to find a way to become stronger, I came to Ishgar, to Fairy Tale. After hearing Grey's story, everyone basically understood. Natsu said excitedly, then this guy must be related to the curse. As long as we defeat this guy, we can complete the mission. As Natsu said this, he prepared to melt Lionra with flames. Gray punched Natsu. Idiot, this guy is immortal and still alive. He is also very powerful. We can't contend with him at all. Besides, your fire can't melt this ice at all. Natsu tried to burn it with flame, but found that it didn't melt at all. Chapter 45. Natsu said unconvinced, how do you know I can't beat him? You just can't beat me. I said you can't do it, and you just can't do it. Ha! You look down on me. You want to fight. Ah! I'm afraid of you, hit me if you want. Yang gave the two of them a brain blast. Bang! Bang! It hurts? Okay, you two, especially Gray. You haven't felt at peace since you met this guy. You still want to do S-level missions. You would have died many times by now. Gray couldn't say a word after hearing what Yang said, because Yang was right. Remember, you are no longer the same person you were before. You have grown up. Although he was your nightmare in childhood, no one can be trapped in their own nightmare forever. It's all modeling magic, it's the magic of freedom. Are you free now? You may think this guy is an invincible enemy, but to me, he is just a slightly stronger monster. When you feel scared, look around you. You are not alone. They will be your strongest support. This is the meaning of partners. Gray glanced around and saw that everyone was smiling. His panicked heart suddenly calmed down. In the end, Laozi is not dead yet, and you are panicking. Everyone looked at Yang with shame on their faces. Lucy complained speechlessly, such a touching scene, you can't do it now. Gray kept imagining the duel between Yang and Lionla in his mind. No matter how he imagined it, it seemed like Yang would win in the end. After all, Yang was the strongest wizard he had ever seen, no doubt about it, a monster among monsters. I'm sorry to have made you worried. So a few people began to wait for the so-called moonlight to be collected. After everyone rested for a few hours, it was already the first half of the night. The moon had risen to the top of the sky outside, and the purple moon could be seen from the entrance of the cave. Suddenly, the cave shook violently and everyone was awakened. I saw a beam of moonlight shining down from above Lionla's head and falling on Lionla's body. Everyone was surprised to find that the frozen Lionra began to melt. Gray exclaimed in disbelief, how is it possible? This is frozen with Uru's life, how could it possibly melt? Lucy, are they trying to unblock Leon? Gray said angrily, damn it! Whoever it is, how dare he tarnish the name of my master? I must kill him. Natsu looked around and didn't see anyone causing trouble. Suddenly, he saw a stone staircase on the wall next to him. Everyone, look, there's a staircase over there, those bastards must be hiding up there. Natsu then rushed directly towards the stairs, and Gray saw this and also ran towards the stairs. Lucy wanted to stop the two of them because they were worried about danger, but the two of them didn't hear Lucy at all. Really? They're both the same. Yang, what should I do? Don't worry, Lucy. Those guys up there are just some low-class guys. These two guys won't be in danger. As he spoke, Yang slowly walked towards the stairs and Lucy and Happy hurriedly followed. Wait for me, Yang. Love. Then the group came to the upper level, where they saw several magicians in black robes, chanting spells continuously, and the magic circle beneath them was flashing continuously. As they chanted, the moonlight was continuously drawn down and fell on Lionla below. Gray saw this and said angrily, damn it, these are the guys. Do they know what they are doing? Just as Gray was about to rush out to deal with these guys, Yang reminded him again, someone else is coming. Natsu hurriedly pulled Gray back. When everyone looked, they saw a man wearing a horned helmet, followed by the three people they had seen below. I've searched around but couldn't find the intruder. Sharia looked at the person in front of her with a crazy look on her face. Lord Lingdi, we discovered the invaders a few hours ago, but we can't find them. Maybe they have left, so I can't show my love. The leader, the man called Zero Emperor, slowly said, oh? Invaders? Don't worry, they are just a bunch of mediocre guys. Our most important thing now is to unlock this monster. Our dream will come true soon. Don't let some insignificant things affect our mood in the future. Yes. Lord Lingdi, oh, all this is for love. Gray felt that Lingdi's voice was familiar, but when he thought of Dai Leon, he found it unbelievable. As soon as Natsu saw the opposing boss coming out, he couldn't suppress his desire to fight. I haven't fought a single fight so far. Is this still considered an S-rank mission? Gray looked at Natsu, who was about to rush out and wanted to hold him back, but what just happened distracted him, and Natsu rushed out directly. Idiot, come back quickly, or you'll be discovered. Lingdi and others were startled by the sudden appearance of Natsu. They never expected that the intruder they had been looking for a long time was right next to them. Yuka hurriedly said, "Catch this intruder." Natsu looked at the enemy in front of him with excitement. "It's you guys who brought the curse to the villagers below, I'm going to beat you up." Fire Dragon's roar. A ball of intense flame sprayed directly towards Lingdi and others. Yuka, looking at the flames coming towards him, immediately released his magic. Wave barrier. Suddenly a light blue shield appeared in front of him, and Natsu's flames dissipated into the air when they touched the barrier. Natsu looked at the other party in astonishment. He never expected that his magic did not cause any harm to the other party. Gray and Lucy, who were hiding nearby, rushed out. They had just seen how easily the other party offset Natsu's flames, which forced them to become cautious. Yuka looked at Yang, who was walking out slowly from the side, and looked at the emblems on the bodies of several people. "Are you from the Fairy Tale Guild?" Lingdi said coldly. "It seems that someone from the village below came here. We shouldn't have kept this villager here at that time." Gray stared at Lingdi and said angrily, "A hole. Don't you know what you are doing, Leon?" Lucy asked, "Gray, do you still know this guy?" I saw Lingdi slowly taking off his mask. "Of course I know him. He is my beloved junior fellow apprentice, don't you think so, Gray?" Chapter 46. Lucy exclaimed, "Junior brother? Gray, this guy is your senior brother?" Gray nodded slowly. "Leon, why are you doing this?" Leon looked at Gray jokingly. "Oh? What did I do? Of course it's to unblock Dai Leon." "Oh, you're talking about this, of course it's to defeat Dai Lionla, to prove that I'm stronger than you are. You. Are you going to unseal the Dai Lionla that you are sealed with great difficulty just for your ridiculous reason?" Leon said jokingly. "A ridiculous reason? What do you know? Don't forget that it was you who killed Uru, and you have been hiding in the guild for several years. How can you possibly understand my feelings?" Gray felt deeply guilty and self-blame after hearing what Leon said. If it hadn't been for him, Uru would probably not have left like that. "What? Why are you silent? Didn't you just question me?" Gray suppressed his emotions and said, "I know you hate me, but you shouldn't make fun of Uru. Do you want the teacher to die in vain? Hey, I haven't seen you for a few years, and you dare to teach me a lesson. If you still have a trace of guilt towards Ulu, don't stop me, take your people and leave here quickly." Gray immediately took a fighting stance. "Impossible. This is something I cannot agree to. If you want to unlock this seal, you must step over my body first." "Well, then let me, senior brother, see how much you have improved by living happily for the past few years." Nar Yang had already laid down on the chair and watched this tragic drama between his fellow apprentices without knowing when. The crunching sound of melon seeds reached everyone's ears at once. Lucy complained directly, "It's already this late, and you still have the mind to eat melons here." Leon looked at Yang and gave a direct order, "Kill them for me." This is the kind of scene Lucy fears the most. In the end, we still have to fight. On the other hand, Natsu looked really excited. "Ha ha ha, we can finally take action. UBD, it was you who eliminated my flame just now, watch out." Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Wave barrier. The flame attached to Natsu's arm dissipated instantly, and Natsu's fist landed directly on the barrier. The huge force all reacted on Natsu, but Natsu was not affected at all. On the contrary, Yuka's barrier began to have a large number of cracks. "Hey, break it for me." Boom. Natsu's fist smashed the barrier directly, losing its wave effect, and Natsu's arm burst into flames again. Yuka hurriedly gathered the energy in his hands and released it violently to the side. Wave jet! Yuka dodged to the side, and Natsu punched the ground directly, making a big hole. Yuka looked at Natsu in horror. How did you do it? You broke my barrier with your own flesh. Your body should have been completely affected by the reaction force just now. Why are you not hurt at all? Isn't this simple? There's a guy in our guild who's been practicing a certain move. He challenges me with fist fights every day. I break his defenses time and time again, and he defends against my fists time and time again. These barriers of yours are not as strong as his physical body. Yuka looked incredulous. I admit that you are very strong, but there is no need to humiliate me like this. Humph, forget it if you don't believe me. Fire Dragon's Roar. Wave Barrier. Yang heard what Natsu said and of course knew who it was, who else but Go, who was keen on iron blocks. This BD, I told him not to practice with the iron block, but he insisted on practicing. Now, Natsu is almost getting the hang of the inner strength, but his iron block is still not fully developed. Toby saw that Yuka was struggling and immediately went to help. Yuka, let me help you. Poisonous Claw, dancing. Toby's nails were immediately covered in a layer of green liquid and he quickly clawed at Natsu with both hands. Natsu pressed Toby's head directly and passed over him, gathering flames in his hands and preparing to punch Toby away. Seeing this, Yuka released a wave to eliminate the flames on Natsu's fist, but Natsu's fist still knocked Toby away. The moment Natsu landed, he exerted force with both feet. Fire Dragon's Sword Horn. Before Yuka could even cast magic, Natsu had already arrived in front of him and knocked Yuka flying head first, where he hit the wall and became motionless. Is this how it's solved? That's really boring. When Natsu looked at Sharia was frightened by his fierce eyes. She just saw that Natsu was besieged by Yuka and Toby and killed them in a few moves. Natsu also lost interest in fighting Sharia. On the other hand, Gray was always suppressed by Leon because he felt indebted to Leon. What's wrong, Gray? This is the only progress you've made in all these years. Ice shape, white tiger. An ice-blue magic circle unfolded, and a huge ice-white tiger appeared in front, quickly moving towards Gray. Gray hurriedly casts magic. Ice-shape cage. A cage made of ice suddenly appeared above the white tiger, trapping the white tiger inside. But because Gray felt guilty about his senior brother at this time, the white tiger broke free from the cage in a short while and slapped Gray away with one claw. The white tiger did not give Gray a chance to breathe and rushed towards Gray again. Gray stabilized his body in the air, exerted force with his feet, and unfolded a magic circle in his hands. A huge ice axe appeared in front of him, and Gray chopped it hard at the white tiger coming towards him, and the white tiger shattered instantly. Leon looked at Gray with disdain. It's just a white tiger, and you're so tired. If you sees you like this, I'm afraid she will regret accepting you as her apprentice. Let me show you my accomplishments in ice modeling over the years. It's freezing cold. In an instant, the entire cave floor was covered with ice, and the temperature inside the space dropped sharply. Ice Creation Dragon. As the Leon magic circle unfolded, a white light flashed, and an ice dragon tens of meters long appeared in front of everyone. Kill him for me. The ice dragon rushed directly towards Gray. Gray flipped his body and avoided the ice dragon's dive, but he could not avoid the sweep of the ice dragon's tail. Bang! Boom! Gray was thrown out and fell into the hole in the center, hitting the frozen Dai Lionra. When Natsu saw Gray being knocked away, he was about to rush over to help but was stopped by Yang. Natsu! Don't go, this is Gray's fight. After hearing what Yang said, Natsu stopped the urge to help and looked at Leon with unfriendly eyes. Gray struggled to get up from the ground, the scene of Uru dying in front of him appearing in his mind. Just when Gray was about to collapse, a voice appeared in Gray's mind. You little brat, why are you so embarrassed? I don't remember teaching you magic this way. Gray's eyes widened instantly, this voice was all too familiar. Uru. Chapter 47. Gray looked at the broken ice beneath him in disbelief. The voice that just appeared in his mind was exactly that of his master, Ulu. Uru, it's you. Gray was responded to by silence, but the broken ice in his hand occasionally flashed with light. Gray injected his magic power into the broken ice, and a light blue energy entered Gray's body. Gray slowly opened his eyes. I understand you are you. Meanwhile, Leon, who was on the upper level, felt that he had dealt with Gray, so he thought about dealing with Natsu and the others as well. At this moment, the temperature in the space dropped several degrees again in an instant. Even Leon felt a hint of chill, and there was even a hint of familiarity in the chill. You are you. Impossible, this woman has been gone for so long, how could it be her? At this moment, a figure quickly rushed up from the gap. After Leon saw the appearance of the person coming, his expression became solemn. He saw that Gray at this time had a thin layer of white snow on his body, and a terrible cold air emanated from his body. Leon said solemnly, You guy, what did you do? Why do you feel like her? Gray said nothing, but walked towards Leon step by step. Lion's expression became more solemn when he saw this, and a feeling of uneasiness gradually surged in his heart. Humph! You're just pretending. Then Leon controlled the ice dragon again and headed towards Gray. Gray stopped and pressed his hands on the ice. Ice shape, dragon binding rope. Suddenly, vertical chains appeared on the ice surface created by Leon, and the chains directly entangled the swooping ice dragon. Leon was slightly surprised and said, You actually changed my form. How could a mere Gray have such a skill? It's just a chain, how can it possibly trap my dragon? As he spoke, Leon directly increased the input of magic power. The ice dragon, covered by magic power, became more violent, and its body kept twisting, trying to break free from the chains that bound it. But no matter how the ice dragon struggled, the chains could not be broken free, and the chains even solidified directly into the ice dragon's body. Damn it, do you think my ice dragon is only capable of this? As he spoke, Leon appeared directly under the ice dragon. Suddenly, a powerful magic power emerged, and a magic circle appeared in the mouth of the ice dragon. Dances with dragons. Gradually, Leon found that he was losing control of the ice dragon, and the magic circle in front of the ice dragon's mouth slowly dissipated. After a while, more and more ice began to adhere to the ice dragon's body, and the ice dragon's movements began to become smaller and smaller, until the entire ice dragon was frozen. Leon looked at all this in shock. Impossible, how is this possible, how can you freeze my ice with just your strength? At this time, Gray slowly said, This is the power that you gave me. Don't worry, this is only temporary. You asked me to wake you up, UBD. Ice shape, teacher's praise. Gray gathered the ice energy with Uru's will into his fist and smashed it hard into Lion's face. Leon fell directly to the ground, and a wave of memories instantly flooded into Lion's mind. These were memories belonging to the three of them. Gradually, tears began to flow down, and Leon felt it all in disbelief. The obsession in Lion's heart was slowly disappearing. Lucy and the others saw this and knew that it was time for things to end, but Natsu alone looked unhappy. This is an S-rank mission, and it's over without me even having to fight. Lucy also felt strange when she heard what Natsu said. The difficulty of this S level was really low. Leon came to the crowd with Gray's help. What mission are you talking about? At this moment, the entire cave began to shake violently. Lucy exclaimed, What's wrong, what happened again? Leon suddenly thought of something. Oh no! Lionla is about to be revived. Gray yelled, What? Isn't it all over? Once this consciousness starts, it won't stop. Even if there's no one around, it will just be collecting data at a slower speed. The group hurriedly ran to the bottom floor, only to see the ice pulled by the Ice King Leon falling down piece by piece. Leon, no. This isn't melting, it's Uru's seal that's broken. Gray suddenly thought of something and looked at Lionla with a serious expression. Gray did not hesitate at all and directly activated his magic power. Leon saw Gray's magic fluctuations and instantly knew what kind of magic it was. Gray, you're crazy. Do you want to sacrifice yourself? Everyone looked at Gray in surprise when they heard Lion's words. Gray shouted, I will not let this monster come out and do evil for Uru. Just when the magic was about to be activated, Yang, who had been silent beside him, finally took action. Bang! Yang kicked Grey to the ground, and Grey's magic dissipated instantly. Grey said angrily, Yang, what are you doing? Yang ignored Grey's anger. You are nothing but a Zeref demon. Why do you treat your life so lightly? Have you forgotten everything Laozi just said to you? Laozi is not dead yet. You are not qualified to die before Laozi. At this moment, Dai Lionla broke through the ice directly, and powerful energy quickly gathered at his mouth. The huge energy fluctuations caused a huge vibration in the entire cave. Suddenly, a powerful energy shot out. Yang looked at the energy wave in front of him without any panic. You are nothing but a completely devoured body. You have to do this to show off yourself, don't you? Sort of aim no cum. Shoot him, Excalibur. Yang's lightsaber instantly grew longer, piercing through Dai Lionla's energy wave and going straight through Dai Lionla's chest. Gradually the energy dissipated slowly, and everyone looked at Dai Lionla, who was pierced by the lightsaber and stood there motionless. Lucy, is this solved? Grey and Leon looked at what was happening in front of them in disbelief. Dai Leon, whom their master had sealed at the cost of his life, was actually solved by Yang. Yang said, haven't you discovered it yet? Huh? Everyone was puzzled. Dalianla has died a long time ago. During the 10 years that he was sealed by your master, the demon's immortality has long been wiped out. Your master is a great magician. The Leon pull just now was just a flash in the pan. Yang retracted the lightsaber, and cracks began to appear on Dai Lionla's chest. Soon, the cracks covered Dai Lionla's entire body. Bang! Dai Lionla shattered instantly, turning into shattered ice crystals that floated in the air. Leon and Grey knelt down to bid farewell to their master. Thank you, master. Chapter 48. The scene changes. Leon and his group and Yang and his group walked towards the village. Lucy asked, I didn't expect the S-rank mission to end like this. Natsu, that's right, even though I didn't fight many times this time, it's still considered accomplished. This way, the president will recognize me, and I can take on S-rank missions. Yang hit directly, what are you thinking, who said the mission is completed, don't forget what our commission is. Suddenly Natsu and the others quieted down and began to recall the commission. Destroy the moon. Lucy said, how is this possible? And the curse has been lifted. This also counts as mission accomplished. Yang looked at Lucy like she was a fool, who told you the curse was lifted? Didn't we defeat Dai Lionra? Then look at Leon and the others. Did they become demons? According to what you said, the curse was caused by Dai Leon. Then why didn't they become demons when they were closest to Dai Leon and stayed with him for several years? Natsu and the others finally reacted and stared at Leon and the others. Yet, why didn't you turn into demons? Leon and the others looked at Natsu and the others with confusion. What the hell are you talking about, some demon? Grey then told Leon the reason why they came here. Leon said, we have been here for many years and have never come into contact with the villagers down there. As for what you said about them turning into demons, that is not the case at all. Lucy, that means, we didn't even break the curse. Yang looked at the lost people and shook his head. You guys want to be S-rank with your current status? You're still far from it. Grey seemed to hear something. Yang, do you know how to remove the curse? Yang nodded. When everyone saw Yang admit it, they all looked at him in shock. Natsu hurriedly asked, how do we solve this problem? There's no rush for this, let's go back to the village first. Soon everyone arrived at the village. When the villagers saw Yang and others coming back, they immediately surrounded them. The village chief said hurriedly, Master, have you found a way to remove our curse? Yang looked at the village chief's expectant eyes and nodded. When the villagers learned that the curse on them could be resolved, they all cried for joy. Lucy and the others were still confused, they had no idea how to lift the curse. Yang, please tell me what the solution is. The solution is what the village chief said at the beginning, destroy the moon. Huh? Natsu asked excitedly, Yang, you finally can't control your desire to destroy. Happy, boss, do you want me to take you to the highest place? Gray, you need me to build a bigger telescope. Lucy was speechless, frustrated face, you guys really believe he can destroy the moon? Love boss is the strongest. Yuko looked at Yang and felt like he had seen him somewhere before. It's you. Leon has been busy fighting Dai Leon these years and has not paid much attention to the affairs of the magic world, so he has no idea who Yang is and does not believe that this man can destroy the moon. What's wrong Yuka, do you know this guy? Yuka nodded. I heard from my mother-in-law before that in the fairy tale guild, there is a strongest wizard in the world, and the only one recognized by the kingdom as the #1 wizard of Ishgar. This is the first time we have seen him. It is said that he is ignorant of worldly affairs and has not been active in the wizarding world since the Great Purge. So now his name is only known among our major guilds. Leon was also frightened by Yang's reputation. Being hailed as the #1 magician, he also wanted to see what abilities this person had. Yang raised his right index finger and pointed to the sky. Natsu and the others all knew what moves Yang was going to use, and the energy waves emanating from his fingertips washed over everyone around him. Natsu and the others looked at Yang with excitement. Yang was usually too lazy and never used his strength. Even the energy fluctuations emitted by the attack against the curse song were not as strong as this time. Flash! Wow! A powerful energy shock wave quickly rushed into the sky. When it reached a certain height, the energy wave directly hit something. When everyone looked down, they saw cracks appearing in the sky. Everyone looked at what they saw in shock. Lucy, the moon is really broken. After a while, the crack became bigger and bigger, completely exceeding the range of the moon that he could see. Gray shouted, it's not the moon that's broken, it's the sky that's broken. After a while, the shock wave broke through the barrier in the sky and the energy slowly dissipated in the air. The purple moon turned back into the familiar white moonlight. Lucy, the moon is back. Yang explained, the moon is always the same moon. The moon we see outside is white, but the moon we see on this island is purple. Then the problem cannot be with the moon, but with this island. Natsu and the others looked at the people in the village and found that the traces of the devil on them had not disappeared. Lucy wondered, but the curse hasn't been lifted. They still look like they are possessed by the devil. No, the curse has been lifted. The reason they didn't turn back into humans is because they were not humans in the first place, but demons. What? He's a demon. Hey, can't you guys think about it carefully? I've said before that if it really is a curse, then Leon and the others should be the first to turn into demon-eating demons. Since Leon and the others are fine, there is only one truth, they are demons. Without the purple moonlight, the villagers seemed to remember something. Village chief, it seems that just as this gentleman said, we are demons ourselves. Yang, I think it's because when Leon and the others were collecting the moon drops, they created a barrier above the island. The moon drop has the ability to break magic, so the villagers who live in human form during the day have their memories distorted by the influence of the moon drop. At night, the moonlight penetrated the barrier formed by the moon drops and had the power to break through it, which turned them back into demons. Although the village chief accepted his identity as a devil, he still had one thing that puzzled him. But, I killed my son myself, so this memory should be correct. Suddenly there was a sound from the sky. Father! Father! The village chief looked up and immediately showed an excited look. It's Bobo, my son. I'm so glad you're okay. But I remember I stabbed you at that time, are you okay? Don't worry, father. For us demons, this little damage will heal in no time. Then Bobo told everyone why he left the island after being injured and the reason for leaving. Chapter 49. Noon, Devil's Island. After the villagers of Devil's Island learned that they were not cursed and their memories were restored, they held a banquet to thank Yang and others. Gray drank the wine poured by Miss Devil and said, Leon, what are your plans for the future? Why don't you join a guild and try it out? You is right, there are very powerful wizards here. And Yang is the strongest I have ever seen. When Sharia heard this, she immediately said, Lord Lingdi, would you like to come to our Lamia Scale Guild? Yang looked at Sharia and the others. You guys are from the Appa Grandma Guild, right? When Sharia and the others heard Yang calling them, they immediately sat up straight. Yes. Although you have your reasons for doing this, you have still made a mistake. I will leave your punishment to Grandma Appa. After hearing this, several people immediately lowered their heads in disappointment, even though they had already prepared themselves mentally. At this time, the village chief came over enthusiastically. Thank you, sir, for waiving our remuneration. Haha, old man, you don't need to thank me anymore. This mission of yours is not even S rank. And since this is a mission that the idiots in our guild took without permission, let's forget about it this time. The village chief said, but I really feel bad about this. Since you don't want money, please accept this key. Then the village chief took out a golden key from his pocket. Yang looked at the key and immediately called Lucy. Lucy, come and take a look. Lucy was eating happily when Yang called her suddenly. Although she was a little confused, she still came. When she saw the 12 golden keys in Yang's hand, her eyes immediately widened. Why do you have the key to the golden zodiac? Oh, the village chief gave it to me. Then he handed the key to the golden zodiac to Lucy. Lucy looked at Yang in surprise. Just give it to me? This is something worth 1000 WJ and there's no market for it. Yang looked at Lucy with a puzzled look. You are so weird, there is no one else here except you, the celestial spirit wizard, who else should I give it to if not you? If you don't want it, I will sell it to you. Lucy snatched the key from Yang's hand. Yes. Why not? Then he put on a perverted expression. Yang looked at Lucy with disgust. When the village chief saw that the other party was satisfied, he also smiled with relief. After the group finished eating, they said goodbye to the village chief and left the Devil's Island by boat. Soon the group arrived at Harjan Port, and after saying goodbye to Leon and others, they headed towards Fairy Tale. Natsu was smiling all the way. Ha ha ha, I can be S rank in the future. Yang slapped Natsu to the ground. Do you think there will be no punishment for the two of you? The old man has already thought of it and will use that punishment on you. Natsu seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly became as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. No, only that one won't work. Gray was laughing at the side with a gloating look on his face. He had become an S rank again, and he didn't have to be punished. He also had his heart not freed. Upon seeing Natsu's expression, he started to mock him mercilessly. Happy flew in front of Yang and said, Boss, I'm a cat, so I shouldn't be punished. I can't guarantee that. No, boss. At worst I can give you half of the dried fish. Yang rubbed Happy's head. Haha, don't worry, you're fine. Lucy was the only one in the audience who looked confused. Can anyone tell me what that punishment is? Yang smiled evilly, you will know when the time comes. Lucy looked at Yang's expression and cold sweat broke out on her face. Happy, Lucy, you are so juicy again. I told you it was sweat. Just as they walked into the entrance of Magnolia Town, the people around them saw the badges of Yang and others and recognized them as people from Fairy Tale. It seems these people don't know yet. It seems so, but I don't know if it might be a good thing. What you said, they will know when they return. Yang immediately had a bad feeling, and Natsu and others also noticed that something was wrong with the people around them. Lucy, what's wrong with them? Why are they looking at us like that? Natsu, I feel a little unhappy for some reason. Gray, we should hurry back to the guild. It seems something happened. Soon they came to the area where they could see the guild building, only to see that it was covered with iron pillars. At this moment, the whole town began to shake violently, the sky suddenly became dark, and thunder continued to flash in the dark clouds. Natsu and the others who were standing around Yang were instantly crushed to the ground by Yang's powerful aura and couldn't move. Lucy and Happy fainted directly. Natsu and Gray raised their heads and looked at Yang with difficulty, and found that Yang's expression had changed at this moment, becoming extremely indifferent, which made people shudder. Makarov immediately felt the pressure, and everyone in the guild was also unable to move due to the pressure. Oh no! That brat Yang is back! Makarov rushed out in a hurry. As soon as he got outside, he saw that the whole sky had changed, as if it was the end of the world. This brat has grown to this point. If this continues, something bad will happen. You little brat, calm down. At this moment Myra ran out of the guild and hugged Yang tightly. Yang, calm down, we are all fine. After Yang heard what Makarov and Myra Jane said, his aura began to slowly weaken. Makarov said seriously, you little BD, do you want me to be locked up forever? Yang didn't reply. Myra Jane pulled Yang towards the guild. After Natsu and Grey were no longer under Yang's pressure, they looked at Yang as he left with a look of relief on their faces. Only then did they realize how huge the gap between themselves and Yang was. The scene changes to the guild basement. Natsu couldn't help but yelled, Grandpa, what the hell is going on? Myra explained, it was the phantoms. They attacked the guild at night when we were away, so everyone is safe. Natsu said angrily, then let's destroy their guild too. I can't stand this. Makarov drank his wine and said, calm down, it's not a big deal, they are just a bunch of clowns who are not presentable, don't worry about it. Recently, if you want to accept a mission, just do it in this basement. I have already placed the commission bar down there. Be careful when doing tasks, and leave immediately if there are any changes. Natsu, how can I have the mood to do the mission when something like this happens? Although everyone was unwilling, they could only hold their anger in since the president had spoken. Yang didn't say a word the whole time. Sanmao and Ergo were right next to Yang, pressing his shoulders with their hands, fearing that he might do something. Chapter 50. Yang patted the hands pressing on his shoulders. 3 cats and 2 dogs, I'm fine. Yang stood up straight up. Old man, I'm a little tired, so I'll go back first. By the way, I'm sorry about what happened just now. All the drinks these days will be charged to me. Don't go out alone these days. After saying this, Yang left the guild. Myra said anxiously, it's bad for the president, Yang is angry. Lucy looked at Yang who left calmly and wondered, why is he angry? Myra explained, this is what Yang is like when he's angry. Every time he's angry, he does something earth-shattering. Makarov looked in the direction Yang left without saying a word, the scene at that time emerging in his mind. The 4 men known as the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar wanted to stop Yang from committing more murders, but they were defeated in a few moves and were no match for his opponent. In the end, it was he and Gildarts who pulled Yang back. Jose is such an idiot. He made the worst possible move. Okay, these things are not your business, go back and have a rest early. Makarov said as he patted Lucy's butt and left. Old pervert. That night, at Yang's house. Yang climbed through the window and came to the roof. Hey! The old man is still awake. Come to my rooftop and look at the stars. You should rest early since you are old. This way you can live 2 more years and take good care of the guild for us. Oh, you little brat! I'm in good health. I'll be thankful if you don't make me angry. Ha ha ha, okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Makarov regained his serious look. Be safe, brat. I know, you are so long-winded. Yang disappeared on the spot with a flash of golden light. A branch of Phantom Lord. Ha ha ha, Gajeel is amazing, look at these idiots, you destroyed their guild and they didn't even give a shit. Gajeel snorted as he drank his wine, but said nothing. Just then, Yang came to the front and felt that the people inside were drinking. Then he raised his fingertips, and a powerful golden light rushed straight towards the Phantom's guild. Boom! A moment later, the entire guild was blown to pieces. A bunch of rubbish. Just when Yang was about to leave, an iron rod came out from the ruins. Yang tilted his head slightly and the iron rod passed by. I didn't expect there's a slightly stronger ant among the ghosts. Gajeel rises from the rubble. Who the hell are you, you BD? Tisk, 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 you just attacked my guild and you forgot about it. Gajeel's pupils shrank, you are from Fairy Tale. It just so happens that none of you were there last time I went there, so this time I have a good chance to take care of you. Yang's eyes turned slightly colder. You're the one who destroyed my guild, even though you were just listening to that idiot Jose. But you are still an accomplice after all, so I will teach you a lesson. Gajeel leaps forward. All fairy tale people are as arrogant as you. Iron Dragon Stick. Shave. Yang disappeared instantly and Gajeel's attack missed. Gajeel looked around warily, but saw no movement at all. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Gajeel. Are you looking for me? Just as Gajeel was about to turn around, he was hit hard by a powerful blow and flew forward. Yang flashed in front of Gajeel again, and directly pressed Gajeel's head and smashed it hard to the ground. Yang slowly let go, and Gajeel rolled his eyes and passed out. That's it for this time. Dividing line. The next day, in the Fairy Tale Guild. Lok took the newspaper and quickly ran to the guild. Something big has happened. All of Phantom's divisions have been smashed. As soon as everyone heard the news, they gathered around. Macau said excitedly, ha ha ha, there is such a good thing, who did it? Myra took the newspaper and immediately recognized the figure in the newspaper and knew who it was. Yes, Yang. The 3 cats and 2 dogs said unwillingly, damn it, we were definitely going to be in today's newspaper. Everyone looked at the 2 of them in confusion. We both guessed yesterday that the boss would go for revenge, but he knocked us out last night. Elfman, the boss is a man. Natsu was even more excited, ah. A whole Yang, sneaking out by himself without taking me. Natsu ran directly in front of Makarov. Grandpa, didn't you say you wouldn't let me go? Why would Yang go? Oh, I usually don't let you get into trouble, which one of you listened? Natsu still refused to accept, but... What do you know, UBD? If all of you go, it will be a battle between 2 guilds. It is a very serious matter and is expressly prohibited by the council. If it was just Yang, then it could be considered a personal grudge. There is a huge difference between the 2. Just then, Yang came to the guild. Hey! Everybody's here! When everyone saw Yang coming back, they immediately surrounded him. The 3 cats and 2 dogs were even more exaggerated. They hugged Yang's legs and cried. Boss! How can you do such a good thing without taking us 2 with you? You gave us 2, and each of us got a big dice. Do you know how much damage these 2 big bastards have done to the 2 of us? Ergu, me too. Alright, you 2 are too slow and are affecting my speed, so I won't take you. It's too late to go back. I'm afraid it will affect my sleep. 3 cats, wow XX, the boss doesn't love me anymore. Ergu, beat him up. Yes, boss. Ouch, be gentle, ouch. Everyone in the guild looked at the 2 funny guys and started laughing. Just then the door of the guild was opened. Everyone in the guild looked outside. The frog found that the army of the council was coming in from outside, but he did not dare to go in, so he read the words outside. Last night, the president of Phantom Lord, Jose Porla, reported that Yang, a wizard of the Fairy Tale Guild, had attacked many of his guilds. After investigation by the council, the situation was confirmed to be true. Yang is hereby arrested and brought back for trial. When everyone in the guild heard this, they immediately started to make a commotion. If you capture Yang today, we will rebel. Right. That's the opposite. Why didn't you do anything when our guild was attacked? Just as everyone was arguing, Makarov shouted. Quiet. The guild fell silent instantly. Makarov looked at Yang and asked, what do you think, little brat? Since Jose has convinced those old guys, I have to go and take a look. If their judgment is not to my liking, then I don't mind passing judgment. Little brat, be careful. Okay, I got it. Chapter 51. In the council. Yang stood below and looked at everyone with an indifferent expression. Everyone, we meet again. Do some of you want to see me so badly? Ouge, who wants to see you? If it weren't for your family causing trouble every day, who would want to see you? Councillor Reggie angrily said, Councillor Ouge, why are you still wasting your time talking to this prisoner? Criminal Yang, do you plead guilty to attacking many branches of the Ghost Guild? Yang looked at Councillor Leleji. Before I talk about this, I want to ask you, do you know about the incident where the Ghost Guild members smashed up our fairy tale? Reggie, we have also heard about the attack on fairy tale, but do you have any evidence to prove that it was done by Phantom's men? On the contrary, I'm afraid everyone knows what you did to Phantom Lord. This is a serious violation of the agreement between the guilds not to fight. Therefore, I propose that Fairy Tale be disbanded and that the prisoner Yang be detained indefinitely. Yamaki immediately retorted after hearing this, Senator Reggie, this sentence is a bit too much. Just as Yakima was about to speak, Congressman Reggie interrupted him. Senator Yakima. This is the Parliament chamber. I know you have a close personal relationship with Fairy Tale's President Makarov. You don't have to protect him so much just because of this. Yang scratched his ears. It's really noisy. When Counselor Reggie saw Yang's attitude, he angrily yelled, "What's your attitude? I'm going to charge you with contempt of the council. Your president can go to jail." Yang couldn't bear to listen anymore. All right, stop barking. You're the only one who keeps nagging among so many people. It's obvious to you. So what this damn old man said is what your council means. Counselor Reggie said hurriedly, "Speaker, just announce it." At this moment, Ugg raised his hand. "Guys, I don't agree with this." Then Yakima, Zikrane, and Altair also raised their hands to express their disagreement. Crawford looked at everyone and asked, "What do the others think?" The rest of the people echoed, "We agree with Counselor Reggie's proposal." Snap! 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 I don't know how much money that jerk Jose gave you. Now that you've come to this point, there's no need to talk about it. Yang said as he exerted force with both hands, and the anti-magic handcuffs broke instantly. Reggie's eyes widened when he saw this. Even the 10 holy mages would have to obey the magic-proof handcuffs, but he didn't expect that Yang would tear them apart directly. Without this support, Senator Reggie and others panicked instantly. Yang, what do you want to do? How dare you resist? Aren't you afraid that I will sentence you to death? Yang looked at Counselor Reggie like he was a fool. Didn't you just say that you wanted to disband Fairy Tale? Then I am now a member of the Dark Guild. It seems normal for me to attack the council as a member of the Dark Guild. Congressman Reggie panicked instantly, "Guards, guards! Hurry up and catch this guy." At this time, all the soldiers of the council were gone. As early as when they were escorting them, Yang reminded them to leave quickly. When they delivered Yang, they immediately withdrew. "I told you to stop making noise. This place no longer needs to exist." Suddenly, everyone saw Yang continuously condensing huge amounts of light energy, and a 20-centimeter long light energy missile appeared in Yang's hand. He. Boom. The entire council exploded in an instant and became a ruin in the blink of an eye. Therefore, among the people in the council, only Yamaki and Ouge were still intact without any harm. The rest, since Yang had no intention of killing them in the first place, were all injured to varying degrees. Ouge cursed directly, "UBD, can't you be a little gentler? I have been very careful, otherwise these old guys would have turned into ashes long ago." Yamaka said, "Okay, Xiao Yang, I'm no longer angry. I've already notified Xiao Ma and will come pick you up later." Ha, sorry to trouble you, old man. These guys have brought this upon themselves. I'm afraid that after this incident, I will have to retire early. I have to be more careful in my actions in the future. I won't have a say in this anymore. Ha, okay, come to my place when the time comes, and I'll arrange a house for you to live in during your retirement years. Oh wow, that's good. Makarov came over here soon, and seeing Yang outside, he immediately shouted, "Did you escape from prison, UBD? What is it, old man?" "I am doing well in the council, okay." Yamaki explained, "Pony, this is the council." Makarov glanced around, but because he was in a hurry he didn't look carefully, and found that this was indeed the council. "What have you done, you little brat? How did the council become like this?" At this time, the chairman and other members of the parliament woke up and saw Makarov coming and immediately complained. "President Makarov, look at the members of your guild. It's totally outrageous. Makarov paid no attention to Reggie's barking. What's wrong with you, brat? Master, they want to disband Fairy Tale, put you in jail, and even sentence me to death. Makarov directly activated the magic power of Saint Ten and instantly turned into a giant. Everyone, I'm afraid this kind of trial is a bit too much. How could these people withstand the magical pressure of Makarov, a veteran Saint Ten? Cold sweat kept dripping from their foreheads. Yamake mediated, okay, Xiao Ma, these are all misunderstandings. I will give you a satisfactory verdict. Hurry up and take Xiao Yang away first. Makarov nodded and pulled Yang away. At this moment, the council, which had been reduced to ruins, returned to its original state in an instant. The congressman couldn't help but exclaimed, and then two figures appeared in front of everyone. Crawford shouted, Senator Zicrane, Senator Altair, why didn't you help just now? Altair said aggrievedly, I am just a weak woman, how can I beat this guy? Zicrane teased, that's just my thought body, how could it possibly defeat this monster? Look, I rushed here in a hurry, who would have thought that everything would be over? Crawford, then hurry up and capture them. The dignity of the council cannot be trampled by that guy. Oh, Mr. Counselor, the other party's president is here too, and he's Makarov, one of the 10 holy ones. How can I handle both of them alone? Crawford saw that he had no place to vent his anger and looked at Yamake angrily and said, Senator Yamake, you are so protective of these guys, where do you think the Council of Review is? Yamake snorted coldly, humph. You guys really make me sick. In that case, I'll call Yang and Makarov back. Are you satisfied? When everyone heard that the two evil stars were going to come back, they immediately shut up and stopped talking. Chapter 52. On the way back. You little brat, you may have gone too far this time. You can't say that, old man. I just destroyed the house of the council. Look at the injuries those old guys have sustained. That woman will heal them. Besides, those guys are just sitting there doing nothing. We can only live a good life without them. Bang! You little brat, if there's trouble in the wizarding world without the council, you'll be the one to take care of it, right? Just pretend I didn't say anything. Makarov thought deeply, but the person you are talking about should be someone who looks like Mist Ogden. You mean Ziclane? Yes, if it weren't for the fact that Mist Ogden and that person have completely different temperaments and auras, I really wouldn't believe that there are two people in this world who are so similar. That guy named Zicline, I always feel that he is not a simple person, I can't quite figure him out. Don't worry, old man. I'm here. Makarov stared at Yang and said, I can't quite figure you out now. Huh? Me? Since you've discovered it, I can only mercifully tell you that I'm the richest man in Magnolia Town. I'm laying my cards on the table. That's what I'm talking about, brat. Don't worry, old man, I will always be a member of Fairy Tale. Humph. You are a good talker. By the way, you should go back first. I always have an uneasy feeling in my heart. This all feels like a conspiracy. Well, I think this is all done by that old man Jose. I'm going to go back first. Old man, remember to follow me. After saying that, Yang disappeared in a flash of golden light. This brat, but it's still reassuring to have him in the guild. Inside the Fairy Tale Guild. Soon after Makarov left, everyone lost their backbone. The top echelon of the guild was gone, Urza was still on the way, and everyone sat in silence. Just then, the entire guild began to make faint noises. Grey, what's going on? Is there an earthquake? Boom! 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 Everyone walked towards the outside of the guild, and what came into view was an entire guild walking on the sea. Myra Jane exclaimed, it's Phantom Lord's Guild. Everyone was shocked and asked, what? It was the first time they had seen a guild of this scale. Judging from the appearance of the guild building alone, Fairy Tale was really no match for Phantom Lord. Suddenly, the Phantom Guild stretched out a huge cannon barrel from the middle and aimed at Fairy Tale. Just then, Urza finally returned to the guild. Everyone run, this is a magic cluster cannon. When everyone heard Urza's voice, they all turned around excitedly. Finally, a backbone had arrived. At this time, the muzzle of the cluster gun was constantly condensing black energy. Urza quickly put on the diamond armor and stood in front of the guild. You guys go. Natsu, how can we leave? This is our guild. Gray, we're here to help you. I believe we can stop it together. Just then Jose's voice came. Ha 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 ha, you are worthy of being the queen of fairies. But you guys can't stop my cluster artillery. I really want to see what Makarov's expression will be when he returns to the guild and sees all his members dead here. Ha 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 ha. Report to the president, the cluster artillery has been fully charged. Then let's fire it. Yes. Goodbye, my lovely little fairies. The guild members saw the cluster cannon was about to fire and shouted, Urza, move away. Even your diamond armor can't stop the cluster cannon. Hurry up. Just as the cluster artillery was about to fire, a beam of golden light from the distance quickly came towards this side. Light speed kick. Bang. The entire Phantom Guild tilted to one side. The legs that supported the guild could not withstand the pressure and broke one after another. The entire Phantom Guild fell directly from the air. The barrel of the gun that fired the cluster artillery was concave in the middle, so the cluster artillery deviated greatly in direction and hit the top of a distant mountain, which was directly shattered. There was a flash of golden light, and Yang appeared in front of everyone. Is everything alright everyone? I'm late. Yang. Boss. Everyone in the guild immediately started chattering. Macau, good boy, that kick of yours is so cool. Wakaba, the kick must have been so powerful that the barrel of the gun was crooked. Three Cats, as expected of the boss, he's as strong as a monster. Ergu, I have already learned this trick. Next time it will be my turn. Jose shook his head, confused by the vibration just now. What the hell is going on? Report to the president, the magic cluster cannon is severely damaged and can no longer be used. What? Who did it? Jose saw Yang through the crystal ball. How come this guy came back so quickly? Those rubbish from the council couldn't even hold him back for a day. Execute Plan B. It's the president. Outside the guild, Jose shouted, Hey, isn't this the #1 person in the magic world? Why did you end up here when you were staying in the prison of the council? Tisk, old man, I knew it was you who was causing trouble. These old guys on the council can't control me, but you, a guy who has been hiding your head and tail, finally came out. I was wondering if I could find your guild. It turns out it's always on the sea. I've let you live a few more days. Just tell me how you want to thank me. Jose laughed and said, Don't think that just because you are praised as the best in the magic world, you really think you are the best. You have no idea how terrifying the power of the Holy Ten is. Yang sneered, Tisk tisk tisk, I really don't know what you, the 7th of the 10th saint, are capable of. Since you have already started the war, let's fight to the death. The war has begun. Ah! Natsu, I've been fed up with these guys for a long time. Just when Yang was about to kill all these guys, Jose stopped him and said, Boy, you can't move, or you can see what this is first. Suddenly, a projection appeared in the air, and 3 members of the Lane Engine team were hanging on it, covered in injuries. When Yang saw this, his aura soared into the sky. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed drastically, and huge waves kept hitting the sea surface, which was even more terrifying than before. Jose! You really deserve to die. Yo yo yo, I'm angry, ha 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 ha. You can't move. I can deal with you, but it would be too boring. You are known as the #1, so I want you to see what you should do next as the #1. When the guild members saw Levi and the other 2 being abused in this way, they could not suppress their anger. Natsu, I'm going to kill this BD. Lucy, that's too much. Chapter 53. Gradually, Yang retracted his aura and turned into his harmless self again, but his eyes became extremely cold. Jose couldn't help laughing when he saw Yang compromise. Ha 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 ha. I really have to thank Makarov. Tied up this monster of yours. This guy's aura just now was really terrifying. Even I couldn't bear it. It seems that his first place is not a random statement. I've never been so afraid of those old guys. As long as I keep this trump card, I may win. When everyone in the guild heard what Yang was saying, they all shouted. He's not a monster. He's our companion. That's right. That's right. Natsu, you just have to watch carefully this time, Yang. You always get the limelight. This time it's my turn. Watch me beat this BD. Gray, I won't give you the limelight. Sanmao, boss, just take a good look and see if I don't kill these guys. Ergu, my iron block has grown big. No one can hurt you as long as I am here. Jose looked at the people below and couldn't help laughing. Just you guys, don't make me laugh to death. Move out, my ghost soldiers. Suddenly, the gate of the Phantom Palace opened wide, and thousands of people ran out, while a large number of black shadows flew out in the sky. Suddenly, dark shadows filled the entire sky. The fairy tale people were a little surprised when they saw this. Their total number of people was only about 100, while the opposite side had as many as 2,000 to 3,000 people. Lucy was a little surprised at the huge crowd. The difference in the number of people in the two guilds was so big. How can there be so many? In recent years, Phantom Lord has recruited members without considering any conditions, so it has recruited a lot of members. It is said that many of them are from the destroyed dark guilds. Gray explained. Natsu shouted excitedly, ha ha ha, now it's time to watch me beat all of you away. Jose looked at the current situation and felt that the advantage was completely on his side. He then said, as long as you give me Lucy, I can give you these 3 people. How about it? 1 person for 3 people, it's a good deal for you. Everyone looked at Lucy in confusion, not understanding why the other party specifically asked for Lucy. Lucy also looked confused. Me? Jose, yes, I accepted your father's commission and asked me to bring you back. Everyone was even more confused, they couldn't imagine that this matter was related to Lucy's father. Jose looked at Fairy Tale who seemed to know nothing and everyone got angry. Don't tell me you don't know her identity. Lucy Heartfilia, the eldest daughter of the richest family in the kingdom of Fiori. Lucy was stunned when she heard that all this was because of her father. How could it be? So, this is all because I... Natsu looked at Lucy with a puzzled look. What is Heartfilia? Is it famous? At this time, Yang said, Lucy, don't be influenced by this guy. This war has nothing to do with you. Lucy raised her head and looked at Yang with confusion. This is all caused by the old man, but the main reason is that Jose is jealous of us Fairy Tale. Everyone. The war has begun, and the first task is to rescue Levy and the others. Oh! For a moment, the Fairy Tale team directly engaged in a fierce fight with the enemy. Everyone tried their best, but the Phantom Assassin was no match for them. Myra walked over to Lucy and comforted her, don't worry, Lucy, everything will be fine. You have to believe in everyone and believe in Yang. But... No buts, didn't Yang just say that this war is not because of you? Fairy Tale and Phantom Lord will have this day sooner or later. I understand. Not long after the war started, although the Phantoms had the majority of people, no powerful wizards appeared at all. Under the leadership of Natsu, Gray, Urza, and others, the situation became one-sided. Most of those ghost soldiers in the sky were coming towards Yang. Fortunately, with Ergo's protection, those ghost soldiers could not get close to Yang at all. Soon Natsu, Gray, Elfman, the 3 cats, and Urza all rushed into the Phantom Guild. Natsu was led directly by Happy to enter from above, and the others also began to disperse after entering. After a while, Natsu met Gajeel. Natsu lost interest in the fight when he saw Gajeel wrapped in bandages. Just when Natsu was about to leave, an iron dragon stick hit Natsu directly. Happy, watch out, Natsu! Fortunately, Natsu defended himself in time and just retreated backwards. UBD, do you want to fight? Gajeel sneered, you are a fire dragon, nothing more than that. Natsu suddenly sniffed the air. You are the one who destroyed our guild. You smell like those iron pipes. Gajeel was surprised and said, you are a dog. I'll destroy it, so what? Natsu said seriously, I didn't want to fight you because you were covered in wounds, but I'm really PD off just looking at you. That's perfect. I'm not happy with you either. Let me see how powerful the fire dragon is. Iron dragon stick. Natsu was startled when he saw the arm coming towards him and quickly dodged to the side. At this moment, the original iron arm actually grew another piece of iron out of it, and directly knocked Natsu out. Tisk, I thought you were so awesome, but it turns out you're only this capable. You're a dragon slayer after all. Natsu slowly stood up from the ruins. You guy, you are also a dragon slayer, do you know where Igneel is? Well, if you beat me, I'll tell you. I didn't want to duel with you because you were covered in wounds, but now it seems I can't do it anymore. Watch me beat you up. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Iron Dragon's Steel Fist. Bang! The moment the two fists touched, Natsu instantly felt a sharp pain. It hurts? How can your body be so hard? I am the Iron Dragon Slayer. I can transform my body into iron. Natsu looked at Gajeel in surprise. So, you eat iron? Is this thing, delicious? Oh, is this what you're concerned about? Iron Dragon's Roar. Fire Dragon's Roar. Boom! The two huge energies collided, directly blasting a huge hole in the wall. Chapter 54. The Other Side. The three cats met Todomaru. Todomaru looked at the man in front of him with disappointment on his face. I thought I would meet a very different kind of opponent, but it turns out he's just a guy with such ordinary magic power. Fairy Tail really will accept any kind of trash. Sanmao looked at the other person speechlessly. Who are you, you arrogant fellow? You just opened your mouth and said that you, Sanmao, have never lost in an argument. One side of her hair is white while the other side is black. She looks so non-mainstream, just like a shamit. Oh, people who wear fishnet stockings on their hands speak differently. You have a knife on your waist. Are you trying to scare me? Your grandpa was scared of you when he was little. I'm not afraid of my boss's 40-meter-long sword, so why would I be afraid of your 3-foot-long knife? Ah tui! It's nothing. Todomaru's face turned red due to the three cats' verbal attacks. You've pd me off. Go to hell. Red flame. Todomaru waved his hand, and a red magic circle appeared in front of him, and a ball of blazing flames came towards the three cats. The three cats sneered. Shave. In an instant, the three cats disappeared from their original place and appeared behind Todomaru, just about to use finger guns to end the battle. Todomaru simply pulled out his sword and slashed at the three cats. The three cats hurriedly used painted paper to dodge Todomaru's knife. I really underestimated you, you guy. I thought you were just a wizard, but I didn't expect you to be so strong in physical skills. I should be the one saying this. I'm really impressed by your advanced physical skills. However, no matter how strong your physical skills are, they will never be as powerful as magic. Blue flame. A ball of blue flame spurted out from the magic circle. Todomaru controlled the flame to attach to his sword and slashed it fiercely in the direction of the three cats. A blade energy mixed with blue flames quickly moved towards the three cats. Wherever the flames reached, the ground turned into ice. The three cats raised their legs and swept fiercely, storm kick cat claw. Three flying blades flew out and collided with the sword energy. Todomaru controlled the blue flames and continued to pounce on the three cats. Shave. The three cats disappeared again, blue flames fell on the wall, and the wall froze instantly. The three cats stared at Todomaru and said, not only can you shoot different types of flames, but you can also control them, and your physical skills are not weak either. Todomaru saw the other party began to praise him and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This is the difference between you and me. Magic is the thing that transcends everything. Sanmao sneered, I know magic is very strong, but physical skills combined with magic can also make up for the gap between me and those geniuses. Suddenly, the three cats covered their hands and feet with magic power. Shave. With the enhancement of magic power, the shaving speed directly increased to a higher level. Todomaru only caught a glimpse of the trace, and the three cats appeared directly behind Todomaru. Todomaru hurriedly swung out with a knife, and the three cats raised their hands to block the long knife. Then he extended his right index finger and quickly pressed on various acupuncture points on Todomaru's body. Todomaru suddenly felt that his magic power was not flowing smoothly. "What did you do to me?" "It's nothing. I just injected magic power into your acupuncture points, disrupting the flow of your magic power. This way you won't be able to move for a while." 6 Style Secret Technique, 6 King's Spear. The 3 cats placed their fists in front of Todomaru's chest. Instantly, a powerful force exploded in Todomaru's chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Todomaru was knocked flying and hit hard against the wall. Todomaru's eyes rolled back and he passed out. "Phew! I'm so tired. The 6 King's Spear is really exhausting. Fortunately, this guy doesn't have a perverted body like Natsu." Another place. Elfman meets Soul. When Soul saw Elfman, he bowed very gentlemanly. "I know you. Your name is Elfman, right?" Elfman didn't want to listen to this man at all. "I didn't mean to talk so much nonsense with you. Beast Receiver Black Bull." Elfman's arms suddenly turned dark and strong, and he attacked Soul fiercely. But just when the attack was about to hit Soul, Soul's body instantly twisted at an incredible angle and avoided the attack. Soul immediately unleashed his magic. Sand Dance. Suddenly, a large number of chimneys emerged and surrounded Elfman. Due to the large amount of smoke and dust, Elfman lost his vision instantly. But Elfman did not attack randomly. Beast Soul Cat Ears. Elfman's ears instantly grew longer and grew furry hair as he listened to the sounds around him. Just then Elfman felt the sound of air breaking. Several rocks were seen flying in from outside in the smoke and dust, and Elfman smashed them one by one. "You think you can defeat me with these little tricks? That's ridiculous." Elfman quickly twisted his body and jumped suddenly. Suddenly, the air produced a strong pulling force, and the surrounding smoke and dust instantly moved towards the center. Then Elfman fell down suddenly, and the smoke and dust were blown away instantly and slowly dissipated. Soul couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the scene in front of him, but he didn't panic because he had read Elfman's memory. Snap! 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 "Great, great, you are worthy of being the fairy tale wizard. Your sister Lysina will definitely be very happy to see her brother become what he is now." Soul's words immediately angered Elfman. "How do you know my sister?" "Oh, you're talking about this. I know all the secrets. Like, you killed your sister." A wave of memories suddenly flooded into Elfman's mind, and the words "killing his own sister" kept echoing in his mind. Elfman froze in place, and Soul showed a sneer on his face when he saw this. "Why don't you dare use the whole body to receive it now? You only dare to use part of it. Are you afraid that someone else will die in your hands?" "Shut up!" Elfman said angrily. Then he punched Soul hard, but at this moment, a stone sculpture of Lysina appeared in front of him and Elfman stopped attacking instantly. Soul took advantage of the situation and kicked Elfman back. "You BD, I won't let you defile my sister. You scumbag. Non. 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 Compared to you, a beast who killed your own sister, what I have done is nothing. I told you to shut up." At this moment, the stone sculpture Lysina opened her mouth. "Brother Elfman, do you want to kill me again?" Elfman was stunned again. "I didn't, how could I?" Plaster Sonata. Soul took the opportunity to cast magic stones into a huge fist and knocked Elfman out directly. Chapter 55. Elfman climbed up from the rubble. The damage just now didn't cause much harm to him. But Elfman looked at Lysina in front of him and felt full of guilt. Soul was surprised to see that his special move did not cause any damage to the opponent. "I didn't expect this big guy to be so difficult to deal with, but it doesn't matter, I will let you go." Sealed. Filled with guilt, Elfman was hit directly by Soul's magic without any resistance. The guilt in my heart was infinitely magnified. "I'm sorry Lysina, it's all my brother's fault. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." At this time, Elfman's appearance gradually turned into stone. "Ha ha ha, I succeeded. I will repent in the future." Just then a voice was heard. "Elfman." Elfman, feeling guilty, was startled by the sudden voice. "Boss! You idiot! Wake up, Lousy. Suddenly another memory emerged from my mind. Elfman, that's all you can do. Boss, I'm sorry, I'm too weak. Bang. That's what Lousy is talking about. Have you forgotten why you came to see me? Because of Lysina. Yang looked at Elfman, who completely lost his soul when Lysina was mentioned, and sighed helplessly. It's just a mere beast king soul. Remember, you are the master of this body. I. Yang looked at the disappointing Elfman and suddenly thought of something. How about this, as long as you get my recognition, I will bring Lysina back. Elfman raised his head immediately. Boss, are you telling the truth? It's true. Even if I have to snatch it from the hands of the god of death, I will snatch it back for you. But you have to get my approval in advance. Otherwise, even if Lysina comes back, she will be disappointed to see you still looking so cowardly. Elfman slowly got up from the ground with a fighting look in his eyes. Come on, boss. For Lysina. I can do it. The scene changes and returns to reality. That's right. I can't fall down yet. Lysina is still waiting for me to become a man. I can't let the boss look down on me. And Myra outside seemed to feel something. No, Elfman. Yang hurriedly stopped him. Believe him, Myra, he is no longer the Elfman he used to be. But don't worry, he'll be fine. At this time, Elfman also heard Myra's voice. Sister, I won't let you cry again. The eldest brother also said that he would bring Lysina back to see us. Receive the Beast King's soul with your whole body. When Soul saw this, he immediately became excited, because he had seen in the other party's memory that Elfman could not control the soul of the Beast King at all. Once he received it, he would lose his mind and become a monster who only knew how to kill. As the receiving magic ended, the appearance of the Beast King appeared in front of Soul. When Elfman slowly opened his eyes, the violence Soul had imagined did not appear. On the contrary, Elfman's eyes were extremely clear. What's going on? Why aren't you controlled by the Beast King? Elfman walked forward slowly. Why? Because my boss is far more terrifying than this Beast King. I was able to control the Beast King several years ago. But in order to prevent my sister from being saddened by seeing me like this, I kept it a secret and never showed it to outsiders. Soul panicked. Impossible. Even so, how did you get over the guilt of killing your own sister? Kill? No, my sister has never died. The eldest brother told me that he would snatch Lysina back from the hands of death the day I become a real man. Ha 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 ha, this is ridiculous. This is absolutely laughable. Your boss lied to you, don't you know that? Don't bother worrying about that, you scumbag who only knows how to play with other people's feelings. Go to hell. Shave Beast King charge. Elfman's huge body disappeared in an instant, and before Soul could react, he crashed into him. Soul flew backwards, hit the wall, his glasses shattered and he passed out. You think you can question my boss? My boss never lies. Elfman then walked outside in the manner of a Beast King and waved to his sister. Myra Jane immediately covered her mouth with her hands when she saw it, tears streaming down her face slowly. Elfman, that's great. Another place. Gray walked away shirtless and no one knew where he was. Why is this damn guild so big? Where am I? Just then, it suddenly started to rain lightly. Pitter-patter, tick-tick-tick. At this time, a girl with blue curly hair, blue eyes, wearing a blue coat and rain boots, and holding an umbrella appeared in front of Gray. Gray saw that there were finally people around and asked, "Do you know where your club is?" Juvia was stunned when she saw Gray's appearance. So handsome. Gray saw that the other party didn't say anything and slowly walked forward. I'm asking you a question, why don't you answer it? Juvia came back to her senses instantly. Ah! Over here. Gray looked at the direction of the other person's finger and thanked him, "Thank you, it might be dangerous here soon." "It's dangerous for a little girl. Let's go quickly." Juvia's face instantly turned red when she saw that the other person cared about her. That. Gray heard that the other party seemed to have something to say and stopped and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" I want to ask, do you like rainy days?" Ah? Rainy days? Of course I don't like it. Why do you ask such a weird question? Jovia's expression suddenly darkened. Haha, you are just like those people, all the same. In that case, go and die. Water flow cuts through. Jovia waved her hand, and several water blades quickly flew towards Gray. Gray was confused for a moment, not knowing what he had said to make the other person angry, and then he dodged one by one. Hey! Why did you suddenly attack me, woman? Jovia said with a cold expression, I am the Rain Girl, one of the 4 elements of the Phantom Flame. I am here to clean you up. Water flow whip. Jovia gathered the water into a giant whip and swung it fiercely at Gray. Bang! Gray dodged hastily, and the hard ground was instantly dented by the water whip. UBD, if you do this again I will fight back. Ice Shape Warhammer. Water Flow Whip. The warhammer made by Gray was instantly shattered by the water whip. Water flows and rising clouds. Suddenly, a blue magic circle appeared under Gray's feet, and a strong stream of water emerged from the soles of his feet, suddenly pushing Gray into the sky. Ah! Damn it, I won't be polite if you're here. Water restraint. Just as Gray was about to fall, he felt himself being surrounded by water. Chapter 56. Gray suddenly felt like he couldn't breathe, and his body kept floundering in the water. What's going on? I'm trapped. Jovia slowly walked to the water ball. I thought you would be different from others. Maybe I am destined to be alone. Pitter-patter, tick-tick-tick. Suddenly, the water ball that trapped Gray froze instantly. Bang! Gray came straight out of the water ball. You're really good at this. Jovia was surprised when she saw this and quickly used magic. Water Typhoon. A large amount of water rushed towards Gray. Gray clenched his right fist and placed it on the palm of his left hand, and the magic power of ice continued to overflow. Ice Shape Ocean. A stream of icy magic rushed directly to the ground, and the water flowing towards it was instantly frozen when it touched the ice. Gray rushed towards Jovia quickly. Ice Shape, Ice Demon Sword. Jovia once again controlled the water flow, continuously swinging the water whip to attack Gray. However, the waving water whip was cut off by Gray's Ice Demon Sword, and the cut water flow continued to condense into ice and spread towards Jovia. Seeing that the situation was not good, Jovia hurriedly left the spot and started running, while constantly controlling the water flow to attack Gray. Jose. Jose looked at the battle situation everywhere and found that his thousands of people could not defeat Fairy Tail's more than 100 people. Fortunately, the ghost soldiers were restrained, which made the situation balanced. A bunch of rubbish. Totemaru and Soul also lost. Humph. Activate the magic giant. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the entire Phantom Guild began to shake violently. Natsu instantly felt nauseous, and Gajeel took the opportunity to knock Natsu away. What's wrong? You went limp all of a sudden. If that's the case, I won't be polite. Go to hell. Outside. The shape of the entire guild changed, and everyone outside stopped fighting and watched as the guild in front of them continued to climb higher and turned into a giant. What is this thing? The guild has turned into a mechanical giant. How are we supposed to fight? Yayang's eyes lit up when he saw what was in front of him. Gundam, Gundam! Jose, your clothes and appearance are as ugly as a sewer rat, but your attainments in this area are better than the old man's. When can I start Gundam? Lucy directly complained, you still have time to praise the enemy. At this time, Jose's arrogant voice came from the air. Ha ha ha, see! This is my super magic giant Phantom Mkii. Go to hell, you little goblins! Suddenly, the magic giant raised his hand and kept carving words in the air, and suddenly a huge magic circle unfolded in the air. What is that? Is it text? Kana shouted hurriedly, it is carving a magic circle. This giant is a wizard. Lucy looked at the magic circle in front of her and immediately thought of something. Everyone, stop this magic quickly. This magic is called Purgatory Shattering, and it is a forbidden magic. If we let the other side launch an attack, everyone here will die. Yayang looked at everything in front of him and clenched his fists. Not yet, you can't move yet. We are relying on you. Meanwhile, Urza came to the hall where Jose was. Jose looked at Urza with a smile on his face. As expected of the fairy queen, you are the first one to come here. Urza ignored Jose and looked up at Levi and the others, anger welling up in her once again. Jose. Jose looked at the angry Urza with a smile on his face. Why are you people from fairy tales so easily angered? You and that monster too. Don't worry, I won't use these 3 people to threaten you. These 3 are used to restrain that monster. Change your outfit, black feather armor. Black feather moon flash. Urza disappeared, her magic running through her sword, and she slashed out in a cross pattern. Jose disappeared instantly from where he was, and his original position instantly shattered. Ghost arrow. Jose teleported directly behind Urza, and with a wave of his hand, a large number of black arrows appeared and quickly flew towards Urza. Urza stepped on the ground and retreated sharply to the side. Urza cast the magic of changing clothes again, and the armor on her body instantly transformed into the heavenly wheel armor. The speed instantly increased to a level, and he rushed towards Jose. Jose still had a charming smile on his face, and every attack from Urza was dodged by Jose using instant movement. Too slow. Too slow. Dark shooting. Black energy bullets were shot out like bullets. Urza dodged hastily, but some of them still hit her. Urza, who was covered in wounds, gasped and looked at Jose. So strong, totally different from him. Is this the power of the Saint 10? Just then, Sanmao's head appeared from the corner, and the two saw each other directly. Sanmao gave Urza a look, and Urza understood. Jose looked at Urza, who was in a state of embarrassment and couldn't help but sneer. Is this the end? You are so weak, fairy queen. In that case, I don't want to play with you anymore, so go to hell. Despair. Jose waved his hand, a red energy wave surged out, and a violent explosion occurred in front of him instantly. Boom. It's really boring. Just as Jose turned around and prepared to leave, a powerful energy wave came from behind him. At this time, Urza had already put on the purgatory armor, exuding a dark aura, and looked at Jose with a sharp expression. Urza exerted force on her feet and rushed towards Jose quickly. Jose looked at Urza, who was still resisting, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Ghost arrow. Magic arrows several times more numerous than before rushed towards Urza. Urza had a determined look on his face, ignoring all the damage and taking it all in. Jose looked at the smoke in front of him with a puzzled look on his face. He didn't understand why the other party was fighting so desperately. Stupid fellow. No. I saw a figure breaking through the smoke. Although he was covered in wounds, his eyes did not change at all, and his armor continued to flash a dark red light. Urza looked at Jose, who was so close to her, tightly grasped the serrated knife with both hands, leaped hard, and slashed at Jose with the knife in her hand. Purgatory, heaven shaking and weeping ghosts. Jose, who had no time to dodge, released his huge magic power, and a magic barrier directly covered himself. Bang! The serrated blade and the protective shield collided violently, and the strong collision wave blew away everything around them. Amazing! I almost got caught. Ah! Urza roared, the dark red light of the purgatory armor kept flashing, powerful force continued to flow into the serrated knife, and Jose's barrier gradually had tiny cracks. Jose was a little surprised. You have such achievements at such a young age, why are all the talented people in your fairy tale? Our Phantom Lord is the strongest guild. Dark erosion. Jose raised his hand and a black and purple magic circle unfolded. Vertical energy arms extended from the circle and directly bound Urza. Chapter 57. Urza, who was hit by magic, instantly felt a piercing pain. Ha 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 ha, if you want to defeat me like this, you really underestimate the power of the Saint 10. Feel the pain. Queen of Fairies. Urza endured the pain and stared at Jose. Your plot will not succeed. Yang will stop you. Yang? He's restrained now, he can't stop me at all. Urza sneered, do you really think so? Jose suddenly thought of something and immediately turned around to look in the direction of the hostage, and found that the person had been rescued. "You're looking for death." Suddenly, 3 cats rushed towards Jose at a very fast speed. "Go to hell, old man." 6 styles of secret techniques, the largest wheel, the 6 kings spear. "Ah! You bastards! Ants! I want you all to die." As he said that, Jose unfolded the magic shield again, wanting to restrain the 3 cats like Urza. He didn't think the 3 cats could break his magic shield. Then he activated his magic, and at the moment when the 3 cats' fists touched the magic shield, a powerful force burst out, directly penetrated the barrier and hit Jose. Puff! Jose spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the 3 cats in disbelief. "How is it possible? How can a mere ant like you break my magic shield?" The 3 cats said disdainfully, "UBD, I didn't do that. I just penetrated your magic shield directly. I won't talk to you anymore, I'm leaving now." As they said that, the 3 cats hurriedly carried Urza and ran outside quickly. "Ah! Die! Die! All of you die!" A powerful magical power surged out instantly, and the entire sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. The powerful pressure made it difficult for everyone to breathe. The magic giant's riding speed instantly increased, and the magic would be completed in a while. Lucy said in a panic, This is the power of Saint Ten, what a terrifying magic." Myra comforted him, "Don't worry, as long as Urza and the others rescue Levi, Yang will take care of him." At this time, Natsu and Gajeel were fighting fiercely, because they were on the magic titan and could feel the horror of this magic power more intuitively. Because Jose released his pressure indiscriminately, Natsu and Gajeel were both pinned down by it and unable to move. Gajeel laughed and said, "See, this is the power of our president. You can't defeat him." Natsu said disdainfully, "Tisk, this kind of power, I don't know how many times I have felt stronger than him." Gajeel, "This is the Holy Ten." Natsu, "It's just the Holy Ten." At this time, Elfman in the Beast King state had already carried Levi and the other 2 out. "Boss! The people have been rescued. Well done, Elfman. Listen up, my friends in the Magic Titan. Come out, everyone." Buzz! Boom! A shocking momentum exploded in an instant, blowing away Jose's dark clouds, and golden sunlight poured down from the sky. When Natsu and the others heard the news, they immediately dropped their fights and prepared to run away. "Why don't you leave now? If you don't leave now, you will die here." After saying that, Happy took Natsu and flew out of the magic giant. Gajeel looked confused, "Hi." On the other side, Grey immediately performed shaping magic after hearing it, and a long ice ladder appeared in front of him. "Let's go quickly. It will be too late if we don't leave now. This place will be gone soon." Jovia looked at Grey in confusion, "Why, aren't we enemies?" "Oh, I can't just watch a girl like you stay here and die." As he said that, he took Jovia's hand and slid down the ice ladder quickly. Only after he landed on the ground did Grey feel relieved. On the other hand, Jovia's face was already red. Grey asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" "Hands, hands." "Ah? Hand. Ah, sorry, okay, let's go quickly, you phantoms won't exist after today. If you want, you can come to our fairy tale then." After saying that, Grey ran away in a hurry. Jovia looked in the direction Grey left, and her eyes turned directly into hearts. Grey adult. Yang used his observation haki to find out that everyone had left the range. Call out. When Yang appeared again, he was already above the head of the magic giant. "If you really release Purgatory Shatter, it will be over. Go to hell, you piece of iron." Large light speed kick. A large amount of golden light condensed on Yang's right foot, and the shining golden light flickered in the air like a second sun. Boom! A golden light flashed, and the head of the magic giant disappeared without a trace in an instant. Because the energy device in the head was destroyed, the writing magic stopped instantly. The magic giant stopped moving, his arms drooped weakly, and he slowly lay down on his back. Boom! Suddenly, huge waves arose and rushed towards the shore. It simply swept everyone away, and even the fairy tale guild was washed away by the flood. Gurgle gurgle! Gurgle gurgle! Yang looked at the scene below and cold sweat instantly broke out. This wasn't my fault. It was all Jose's fault. After a while, the sea water below receded, and all the members of the guild fell to the ground in scattered pieces. Yang, you BD, you ruined the guild. Yeah, that's right. Phantom didn't destroy our guild, but I didn't expect it to be destroyed by a BD like you. Get down here. You made me drink so much sea water. Yang looked at the chattering of the people below and knew that they were scolding him. Dark spiral. A powerful magic wave shot out from below, directly submerging Yang. Jose slowly floated up from the bottom. How foolish! How dare you be distracted at a time like this? Tisk tisk tisk. Yang's voice came from behind Jose. Old man, you don't think I don't know about the tricks you're doing down there? Then you are really stupid. Have you thought about how to die? Jose laughed and said, You. Don't forget that I am a holy 10 mage. Yang said disdainfully, I have defeated many Saint Tens, and you are the next one. Arrogant. Whether it's arrogant or not, you'll know in a moment. Yang flashed with golden light, appeared beside Jose and kicked fiercely. Jose's magic shield was instantly shattered, and Yang kicked straight into Jose's face. Jose flew backwards instantly, and Yang shot several golden lights in the direction where Jose was flying. Boom! 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 Suddenly, Jose with a bloated face teleported and appeared behind Yang. Ignorant brat! Chapter 58. Just when Jose was about to release his magic, Yang's voice came. You are the ignorant one. Yang turned around and kicked Jose on the waist. Blood spurted out and Jose fell directly onto the sea, splashing a huge wave. In a flash, no matter how Jose used teleportation, Yang would predict it one step ahead. When Jose was thrown into the sea again, he rushed out of the sea after a while and looked at Yang in a mess. You little brat, I have to admit that you have mastered your perception magic to such an extent that you can even sense my teleportation in advance. I don't want to play with you anymore. As he spoke, Jose pulled out a bottle of potion from his pocket. The moment Yang saw the bottle of potion, he recognized what it was. A violent rage instantly surged out, and the originally bright sky instantly became dim. Why do you have this thing? Jose looked at Yang, whose expression changed drastically, and couldn't help but teasing him. It seems that you are very interested in this bottle of potion. But you won't know, because you won't survive today. Jose opened the bottle cap and drank the potion in one gulp. In just a moment, violent energy burst out from Jose's body, constantly repairing the damage to Jose's body, and the magic power became more and more abundant. Ha 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 ha! Power! Great power! Drink it! The powerful energy fluctuations instantly caused the sea water to surge continuously, and strong winds continued to rage underneath. Everyone in Fairy Tale couldn't help but shudder after feeling this evil power. Gray, what's going on? This is all Jose's strength. Urza, I don't know, this power is too evil, and Yang's aura has also changed, just like it did back then. Everyone couldn't help but recall the time when Yang was escorted back by Makarov and Gildarts. Suddenly, Makarov returned to the guild without knowing when. This is not Jose's power. I think Jose must have used some secret method or some external object. Everyone looked back and found that the president had returned. Myra Jane, President, you are finally back. I hope Yang is okay. The aura on him. I don't know either. There is only one reason why Yang is so angry, and that's something about that organization. But don't worry, this kid hasn't lost his mind yet, don't worry. And even if Jose improves his strength, he is still no match for this kid. At this time, mysterious black lines appeared on Jose's body. The lines looked like an evil ghost, and there was a layer of unknown light grey substance on the surface of his body. Jose looked at his current body with satisfaction. Yang asked again, where did you get this bottle of potion? You want to know, why does the best wizard need to rely on these external objects? Yes, no one would refuse such power. But it's a pity. I spent a lot of money to get this bottle of medicine a few years ago, but because the other party's technology was not perfect at that time, I didn't dare to use it. I didn't expect that I won the bet. After Yang heard this, the hostility in his body began to slowly dissipate. Jose took the opportunity to instantly move to Yang's side, circulating a large amount of dark energy in his hands. Dark spiral. Yang's body slightly tilted, and a black energy wave shot out from in front of his eyes and landed on the sea in the distance. A huge water mushroom cloud rose from the sea. A tsunami even bigger than before rose from the sea level. Yang directly grabbed Jose's right hand and pulled it to the side. Golden light quickly condensed on his knee and hit Jose's chest hard. A golden light came directly from behind Jose and a large amount of blood came out of Jose's mouth. Yang turned around and kicked Jose directly towards Haixiao. Then Yang gathered golden light in his hands, and countless small golden lights shot out from Yang's hands, sweeping over a large area. The tsunami was directly destroyed by the intensive explosions, but a large amount of sea water still poured into the shore. With the help of his observation skills, Yang discovered that a powerful force was brewing under the sea. Then Yang raised his fingers, and a large amount of golden light condensed at his fingertips, while Jose at the bottom of the sea also condensed magic power in his hands. The originally surging sea water became even more boiling, and the earth began to shake violently. Makarov instantly turned into a giant and protected everyone in the guild under him. "Children, be careful." Natsu and the others all looked at Yang in the sky with anticipation. It was the first time they saw Yang display such powerful strength. At this moment, the two powerful energies dissipated instantly. A moment later, a golden energy fell from the sky, causing ripples in the air. A black energy emerged from the bottom of the sea, splitting the sea water instantly, revealing Jose's appearance. Flash! Death storm! Boom! The two energies quickly collided with each other and consumed each other. For a moment, the two energies remained frozen. Jose saw that he couldn't even defeat the other party now. How is it possible? How do you have such power? I am Saint 10. Jose's aura instantly grew stronger, and the energy wave also instantly became thicker. Seeing this, Yang's aura was raised to a higher level again. The original energy wave instantly became thicker and much more powerful than Jose's. In just a moment, the dark energy could no longer support it and quickly pressed forward. Impossible! My magic power has long surpassed my original self. Why? Ah! As the magic power continued to surge out, Jose's body gradually became overdrawn, his facial features gradually became distorted, and blood began to flow out of his facial features. Ahem! I won't accept this, I won't accept this. The energy wave instantly engulfed Jose. A huge mushroom cloud rose from the sea. The sea water surged in all directions. Most of Magnolia town was eroded by the sea water. Fortunately, the buildings did not suffer any damage. The tide came and went quickly. Under Makarov's support, all the members of the guild were safe and sound. Apart from drinking a few sips of sea water, there were no other impacts. When everyone looked forward, an extremely huge hole appeared in the sea. After a while, the sea water continued to surge into the hole. The sea surface finally returned to calm, and Jose was also washed ashore by the sea. The dark clouds retreated, the sun shone on the earth again, and everything seemed so peaceful. Yang appeared in front of Makarov with a flash of golden light. Makarov, in giant form, grabbed Yang directly and stared at Yang with his huge head. "You're really ruthless, little thing. Not only did you destroy my guild, but most of Magnolia town was flooded. If you want me to die, just say so." Yang scratched his head embarrassedly. "How could it be, my beloved president, isn't this the case? That old guy Jose wants to fight me. If I don't fight him, it will seem that I am weaker than him." Makarov's brain veins popped up. Is this a reason? Yang escaped from Makarov's control with a flash of golden light. "Okay, old man, let's go talk to Jose about compensation first." Chapter 59. Makarov came in front of Jose, who was now in a state of disarray, with the dark lines on his body disappearing. "Why did you come to attack my guild? It seems that we at Fairy Tale don't have much in common with you guys." Jose heard Makarov's voice and opened his eyes with difficulty. Yes, I lost. I have never been able to wash away the shame you brought upon me back then. Makarov asked in confusion, when have I ever humiliated you? Stop pretending. Makarov. Cough. Jose spat out a mouthful of blood in anger, but fortunately the blood made him feel a little better. When I was promoted to the Holy Ten, everyone came to curry favor with me, and it was you. You defeated me at that time and made me lose face. Since then I have been thinking about how to take revenge on you. I continue to recruit members, and the guild is growing stronger and stronger, but your fairy tale is nothing more than a run-down tavern. But in recent years, there have been fire dragons, demons, the fairy queen, the god of thunder, and so on. More and more outstanding wizards are emerging, and the most important one is you. Golden Flash, Son of Light, the greatest wizard on the continent. These embellished titles directly spread the name of fairy tale throughout Ishgar. It makes everyone think that fairy tale is the #1 guild. Now you have even recruited the eldest daughter of the Heartfilia family. How far do you want fairy tale to expand? Yang rolled his eyes at Jose and said, we at fairy tale have never cared about being #1 or anything. Even the title of the #1 wizard is something I have never accepted. It's all just rumors from others. We just want to protect the tavern you think is run down. As for the Lucy you mentioned, we don't even know the eldest daughter of the Heartfilia family you mentioned. I only know Lucy who can't pay the rent. Lucy, oh, I'm so sorry that I can't pay your rent. All of this is just due to your jealousy. Now that your magic source is damaged, it is impossible for you to become a wizard. You will spend the rest of your life in prison. Not long after, the council's army arrived and took Jose back. The matter finally came to an end. Lucy found Makarov guiltily. President, I decided. Makarov saw what Lucy was thinking at a glance, and then poked Yang with his hand. What? Lucy, you decided not to pay me the rent. Okay, liquidated damages 100 million. Hashtag, what do you mean by a 100 million yuan penalty? I just signed a lease contract with you for the rent. Yang took out Lucy's rental contract from somewhere, then took out a pen and wrote down the penalty of 100 million on the contract. Look, it's right here. Superscript 33. Didn't you just add this? How black-hearted are you? Then I don't care. Do you think you can get out? 3 cats and 2 dogs. Boss. We are here. You've seen her, don't let her go until you've paid her back. Hashtag, I didn't say I was leaving. I just wanted to go home. The scene suddenly became quiet. Well, what did you want to talk to me about, old man? Oh, I thought of you funding the rebuilding of the guild. Although the insurance can compensate part of it, there is still a large amount of expenses. I'm sorry to bother you. Ha ha ha, no problem, no problem. Once I sell those things of the Phantom, I'll have money right away. Old man, do you know any junk collectors? Introduce them to me. Look at what you said. I'll take care of this matter. Ha 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 ha. Lucy looked on speechlessly as the old man and the young walked away in unison. Urza came over and patted Lucy earnestly. I heard that you owe Yang 100 million. Don't worry, since we are a team, we will share the burden for you. XX. I didn't. The next day, the guild began to rebuild and everyone worked very hard. Happy. Look how much wood I have. Natsu was seen carrying a large amount of wood on his shoulders and moving step by step. Gray walked up to Natsu and said, You're an idiot, taking so much wood at once. Natsu said disdainfully, if you can't do it, then you can't do it. That one is already your limit. Gray was instantly dissatisfied and threw the wood away. In the blink of an eye, he was carrying twice as much wood as Natsu. How about it, I'm better than you. Just then a gust of wind blew, instantly breaking the balance on Gray's shoulders, and the wood instantly fell apart, pressing Gray under him. Natsu saw it and laughed at him, ha 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 ha. Happy, did you see that? So lame. Just then Urza ran by carrying twice as much wood as Gray. I say you two stop playing around and get to work. Gray and Natsu's eyes bulged out of their sockets. 3 cats and 2 dogs also passed by carrying similar loads of wood, talking and laughing. This made Natsu and Gray feel even more frustrated. At this moment, a noisy sound suddenly came from the distance. Urza and Laxus started arguing. What did you just say? Say it again. Humph. Since everyone is here, I'll say it again. Fairy Tale doesn't need weaklings. Even a guild like Phantom Assassin is challenging us. Don't you feel ashamed? Even the guild will be smashed by them. Myra came out and explained, that's because everyone in the guild was away at the time. Gray stepped forward and said unconvincedly, that's right. You didn't do anything when the guild was in trouble, and now you're back and you have the nerve to blame us. Laxus, in the final analysis, it's because you are too weak. If we were strong enough to be feared by others, who would dare to challenge our guild? The guild exists because of weaklings like you. When I inherit the guild, I will kick all of you weaklings out of the guild. I want to build the strongest guild. As he spoke, Yang passed by carrying a huge beam and threw the wood directly to Laxus. Laxus carried the wood with a confused look on his face. This is the mainstay. You want to build the strongest guild, so put this mainstay over there. You'll need it later. After saying that, he slowly left. The scene suddenly became extremely quiet. Well, something seems to be going on at home. What a coincidence, I just happened to go to your house for something. My water is boiling, I have to go turn off the fire. There was originally a group of people gathered around, but suddenly only Laxus was left standing there with a confused look on his face. Yang. Crack. The wood turned into ashes in an instant. Chapter 60. The next morning. Excuse me, do you know where Loke went? Myra, I'm sorry, I don't know where Loke is. The girl looked at Myra with disbelief. You hid my Loke, didn't you? Haha, ma'am, you are joking. We really don't know where Loke went. Well, if you have any news about Loke, please tell me in time. After saying that, the girl left disappointedly. Myra also looked helpless. Wakaba said, holding a cigarette in his mouth, this is the 20th one. Macau, almost. What's wrong with this guy Loke? Why do so many girls come to him? Myra, alas, why should I bear the consequences of his actions? Yang suddenly thought of something. Lucy. What's wrong Yang, you called me? Well, are you going to get Loke back now? Lucy was immediately unhappy when she heard this. I don't want to have any contact with that playboy. I'll waive your 2 months' rent, just consider it as a commission from me. When Lucy heard about the 2-month rent, she immediately became excited. I promise to complete the task, my landlord. After saying that, he ran out. Myra looked at Yang in confusion, what's wrong? You seem to know something. You'll know it tomorrow. The next day, Loke was standing next to Lucy with an excited look on his face, explaining to everyone. Gray, so you are not a human, but a Leo from the Golden Zodiac. Yes, because of what happened before, I was expelled from the celestial spirit world. Just when I was about to dissipate, my Princess Lucy came out to save me. This must be the arrangement of the God of Destiny. And my original name is Leo. As he said that, he picked up Princess Lucy, and Lucy's face turned red instantly. From now on, I will become the princess's knight and come out to protect Lucy when she is in danger. How willful are you? And put me down now. Happy, lion? Is it a grown-up cat? Leo touched Happy's head, yes. By the way, Lucy, how did you know I was a celestial spirit? It was too late yesterday, and I didn't ask you in detail. Lucy said directly, I didn't know you were a Leo celestial spirit. Yang asked me to find you. Everyone turned to look at Yang who was sitting on the recliner. Yang looked at everyone and explained, from my perception, whether it is the energy fluctuations or the aura of creatures on you, Leo, they are different from theirs. At first I thought you were just a special existence. It wasn't until I met Lucy and saw her celestial spirits that I finally understood. You are not a human but a celestial spirit. Some time ago I noticed that the fluctuations of your aura were getting weaker and weaker. Plus you suddenly disappeared and you wanted to quit the guild. So I thought I'd ask Lucy, a celestial spirit wizard, to see if she could help you. Everyone nodded when they heard Ye Yang's words. This explanation was perfect and there was not a single flaw to be found. Then Leo searched his trouser pocket and pulled out a few tickets. I was planning to use these to go out with my girlfriends, but now I don't need them anymore, so I'll just consider this as a thank you. Dividing line. Acne Beach Resort. Ooh. Happy look, it's the beach. Love. Go, go, go. After saying that, the man and the cat rushed towards the beach. When Ye Yang saw the sea, he felt some inexplicable fear in his heart. After all, he couldn't touch the sea water. You guys have fun, I'll bask in the sun. Gray nodded seriously. Ye Yang looked at Gray, wearing nothing. Well, Gray, please pay attention to your image. Gray looked down and found that he was not wearing anything. Ah! When? And Urza has no intention of letting Ye Yang go. I heard from the president that you can't swim. Come on, I will definitely teach you how to swim today. As he said that, he took Ye Yang's hand and kept walking forward. Ah? No? It's not that I can't swim. It's just that I can't swim in sea water. Before Ye Yang could react, Urza threw Ye Yang into the water. Gurgle gurgle. Gurgle gurgle. Is this how I'm going to die? By the time Ye Yang opened his eyes, it was already dusk. Where am I? At this time Happy flew over. Boss. You're finally awake, come here quickly, we're waiting for you to start the meal, after dinner we're going to go to the casino to have some fun. Ye Yang instantly became interested when he heard about the casino. Walk. Mad, there is still money to be made from the casino, Lao Zi will collect the 500 million today. System opens the panel. Ding. The system panel is opened successfully. Host, Ye Yang. Age 19. Panel, Borsellino 80%. Ability, top level of armament Haki, top level of observation Haki, awakened Pikachu fruit, top level of Navy 6 styles, swordsman. Money 42154651J. It takes 50,000 J to exchange for the next stage Borsellino template. Backpack, evolution fruit *1, can be used when the panel reaches 100%. Note, 80% of Kizaru has reached the peak, and breaking through to 100% will enter another level. Not bad, not bad. It's just 8 kilowatts of money. Look, Lao Zi has collected the money for him today. Then the group happily came to the underground casino. As soon as Ye Yang entered, he hurried to play the dice with the highest odds. After a while, Ye Yang won a huge sum of money with his observation Haki. The manager of the casino kept wiping his sweat beside Ye Yang. If Ye Yang took all the money, he would almost be fired, or even his life would be in danger. This gentleman. Ye Yang knew who the person was and glared at him. The casino manager was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. What can I do for you? Nothing, nothing, just asking if you had a good time. Of course I am happy. I feel like I have lived for nothing for so long. It turns out that the law will only affect the speed at which I make money. What should we play next? The hotel manager knelt down directly in front of Ye Yang. Brother, oh no, sir. Please let me go, just take this money and stop playing, or I won't be able to survive. Ye Yang looked at the person in front of him, then looked at the chips on his desk. Okay then, I'll let you off this time. Go and transfer all the money to my card. Okay, I'll go right away, please wait. Chapter 61. After a while, the casino manager took care of the matter and respectfully returned the card to Ye Yang. Ye Yang nodded with satisfaction. That's it for now, I'll go look for something else. The manager panicked when he heard what Ye Yang said. Sir, don't worry. If you keep gambling, I'm going to be finished. I have old people and young children to take care of, please let me go. Ye Yang scratched his head. You must have misunderstood something. I have other companions. I'll go see how they are. Don't worry, I won't leave the table. The manager breathed a sigh of relief. Follow this gentleman and satisfy his needs. If he wants to gamble, report to me immediately. It's the manager. Wherever Ye Yang went, he was followed by a large group of bodyguards, which made everyone in the casino start whispering. Then Yang walked over to Natsu's side. "Yo, how's the battle going, Natsu?" Natsu's attention was now focused on the turntable because he was betting all his belongings on it. 28, 28, 28, he kept shouting the number he had chosen. After a while, the dice fell into 27 next to 28, and Natsu felt like the sky was falling. Happy was crying and sobbing. "Wow, boss! Natsu lost all my money and all my cat food." Yang stroked his sunglasses. "Give this little brother of mine 10 WJ. Then the bodyguard behind Yang took out a 10 WJ chip and gave it to Happy. This amount of money was nothing compared to what Yang had snatched from the casino. "Thank you, boss." XX. Natsu went to argue with the dealer, who also looked helpless. Yang saw that the matter here was resolved, and then saw something and sat down at the gambling table. The bodyguard behind him saw this and hurriedly contacted the manager. When the manager heard this, sparks flew from his heels and he appeared in front of Yang in a few seconds. "Uncle, didn't you say you didn't want to play?" Yang spread his hands. "I didn't, I was just looking." At this moment, a girl who looked like a cat tied up Yang who was about to place a bet. Yang looked at the girl in front of him with a puzzled look on his face. "Are you a bodyguard hired by the casino?" "No, I'm here to look for someone, but I think you'll be in the way, so I'll tie you up first." On the other side, when Natsu was arguing fiercely with the dealer, a voice came. "Boy, you are not gentlemanly at all." Natsu looked back and saw a person with a square face sitting next to him. "Fang Fang! Zhang Zhang!" Wally stood up from his chair. "Boy, let me tell you, there are only two ways for a man to go, either live gracefully or not. Or, stop and die." As he said that, he grabbed Natsu's scarf and pulled the defenseless Natsu in front of him, and put the gun directly into Natsu's mouth. Bang! Happy Natsu! The bullet went straight into Natsu's mouth and he fell backwards. When the people around saw Natsu being shot, they immediately panicked. "Murder! Run!" Suddenly, the casinos in the area became chaotic and people began to run out frantically. Wally saw that the fire dragon had been dealt with, and when he saw Happy, he directly captured Happy. Gray, on the other side, was wandering around shirtless. People around him always gave Gray strange looks, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. "What's going on? Why are you all looking at me? It's really annoying." When Gray looked around, he suddenly noticed a blue-haired girl in the distance looking at him. "Is it her?" Gray then walked towards the other party. When Juvia saw Gray coming, she immediately became flustered and prepared to leave, but when she turned around, she bumped into a pillar. "It hurts?" Just as Juvia was rubbing her head, Gray had already walked up to him. "Hey! Why are you here? I remember you are the 4 elements of Phantom. I think your name is Juvia. Phantom Lord should be disbanded." Juvia was panicked by Gray's question. "Yes, so Juvia is a freelance wizard now. I want to join Fairy Tale." Juvia, why are you just saying what you think? What if he disagrees?" "Gray, you're talking about this. It's okay. After all, this incident was caused by your president, and you all obeyed Jose. When the time comes, you can tell the president directly, and he will agree to your joining." When Juvia heard that she could join, her expression instantly became happy. She kept imagining the loving days she would have with Gray in the future and even thought of a name for her child. Ever since Gray dragged her away that day, Juvia has been following Gray secretly. When she heard that Gray came here, she immediately bought a ticket and rushed over. Gray was speechless as he looked at Juvia, who was lost in fantasy. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared and slapped Juvia away. Gray quickly became alert. "Who are you?" A man with a turban on his head, a black eye patch on his left eye, and iron tools on his mouth, jaw and cheek appeared in front of Gray. "You must be Gray Volpisksa, right? Where is Urza?" Gray said angrily, "Who are you?" Simon didn't give Gray any chance to resist and cast magic directly. Gray felt that everything in front of his eyes suddenly became dark. Simon threw a punch and tried to knock Gray out, but Jovia reacted and integrated Grey into her body to protect him. Simon saw this and left without staying any longer. Urza was sitting on the chair with a queen-like look on her face. As soon as the dealer opposite her opened the cards, Urza won. Lucy's eyes turned into money. The money she won this time was enough to pay her rent several times over. Urza, let's continue. I want to win the rent for the next few years. Urza looked at the somewhat dazed Lucy and shook her head helplessly. Suddenly a voice came. Would you like to bet with me? Urza said confidently, I don't care, anyone can come. Then let's change the way we play. How about betting on something else? With pleasure. How about betting your life? Urza turned her head and looked forward after hearing this, and a familiar face appeared in front of Urza. You are, Shu. Long time no see, sister. Lucy's eyes widened when she heard this. Sister? Urza, when did you have a brother? Urza's voice trembled as she looked at the other person in disbelief. Why are you here? Chapter 62. At this moment, the lights in the casino suddenly became dark. When the lights came on again, Urza and Lucy were the only two people left in the entire casino. Lucy panicked immediately when she saw that they were the only two people left around. What's going on? Why is everyone gone? I saw Zio playing with the cards in his hand with a smile on his face. Here it is. Lucy and Urza looked towards the cards in Quinn's hand and saw that the people were trapped inside the cards, flapping around in panic. Urza was a little bit incredulous. Divorce you? That's right, sister. It's magic. You never thought that I also awakened magic. Then Quinn swung his hand and the card hit Lucy directly. Lucy was directly put into the card and fell to the ground. Lucy was seen tapping the cards with a terrified look on her face, but they just couldn't come out. Urza saw that Lucy was also put in and shouted hurriedly, What are you doing? Phew! Let Lucy out. She is my companion. Zio laughed loudly, ha 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 ha. Don't forget sister, we were companions a few years ago, but you betrayed us. Lucy heard it clearly in the cards. How is it possible, comrade? Betrayal. After hearing what Quinn said, Urza's expression suddenly became painful, and a memory that she didn't want to recall surged from the bottom of her heart. Urza slumped to the ground, trembling all over, without the slightest intention of resisting. At this time Wally also came here. Shu, as a mature man, you must control your temper. Urza looked up. Wally. You're here too? And Happy. Urza looked at the unconscious Happy and immediately shouted angrily, What did you do to Happy? Wally, so you care about your friends, sister. Didn't you expect us to be here? Not only me, but all the people you betrayed are here, and they all learned magic. Don't worry, this kitten is too noisy, so I'll just let it be quiet for a while. I'm also going to give it to Miliana, and she will definitely like it very much. At this time, Simon also came over, and when he looked at Urza, there was always a different look in his eyes. You are Simon. Long time no see, Urza. Simon ignored Urza and looked at Wally and the other man. Is everything resolved? Wally, solved. Those guys aren't that strong. Now all that's left is Miliana. Lucy and Urza couldn't believe it. Lucy, did they take care of both Natsu and Grey? Urza, who the hell are they? Urza said solemnly, they are all my former partners, brothers without blood relationship, but... Urza didn't say anything after that, as if she had something to hide. Lucy, you've always lived in fairy tale, so why have I never heard of it? Urza, this was before I joined the guild. Shoo! Let Lucy out now. This has nothing to do with her. Seeing this, Zio jokingly said, Don't worry, sister. When Miliana comes back, we will take you home, back to the Tower of Heaven. Urza heard Tower of Heaven and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Tower of Heaven. You guys. Phew, that's right, sister. The Tower of Heaven is finished, so we are going to take you back. At this time, a voice came from a distance. You can't go anywhere today. When everyone heard the sound and looked, they saw Yang appearing and walking towards them, carrying Miliana in one hand. Miliana shrank back in fear. I'm sorry guys, I got caught. Just now, after Miliana tied up Yang broke free from the restraints with a slight effort, and directly subdued Miliana and extracted the answer from her. Simon and others saw Miliana being caught and shouted. Let Miliana go quickly. Yang said playfully, oh? What if I don't let it go? Phew, let's go, he's just one person. Simon and Wally nodded and went straight to Yang. Yang looked at the three of them and directly released his aura. The three of them stopped before they had run a few steps, a sense of fear surged in their hearts. You will die. Yang looked at the three people indifferently, slowly raised his finger, and golden light condensed at his fingertips. Seeing this, Urza hurriedly shouted. Yang! Happy homemaker! Call out! The golden light swept past the three people and landed in the distance, and a violent explosion was heard. Cold sweat slowly slid down the faces of the three people. Yang looked at Xiao and said, let Lucy out. But at this moment, Xiao couldn't move at all, and couldn't release it even if he wanted to. Miliana said silently, brother, can you hold back your momentum? Yang glared at her, and Miliana's hair stood on end instantly. I'm sorry. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The scene changes. After Yang had gathered his momentum, Xiao released Lucy and everyone else in the casino. At this time, Natsu and Gray also rushed over. As soon as Natsu saw Wally's square face, he walked up and grabbed him by the collar. UBD, who puts a bullet in someone's mouth as soon as they meet? Lucy complained, if it were a normal person, he would have died long ago. Gray, are you okay too? Gray nodded. I was saved by Jovia, and I rushed over when I heard some noise over here. Lucy asked in confusion, Jovia? Yes, it's the four elements of Phantom Lord. She wants to join the guild, so I asked her to go back first and then introduce her to the guild when she returns. Then Simon and the others began to talk about what happened after Urza left. After Urza heard this, Jalal's appearance came to mind, Urza's fists kept clenching, and the desire to execute Jalal became stronger and stronger. Urza then told several people what happened to him. They all looked at Urza in disbelief. Xiao looked a little crazy and said, impossible. You betrayed us. Jalal said that you awakened magic and were controlled by the power. It was you who blew up our only ship and abandoned us. It was because of Jalal's words that we helped him build the Tower of Heaven and have managed to survive until today. If all this is fake, then what have we been doing all these years? It's you. It's you. Yang got angry when he saw this kind of person. You idiot! Don't you know what kind of person Urza is? If she really wanted to kill you, do you think you can still stand here with your mediocre abilities? You would have died in her hands long ago. And that Jalal, he locked you up in that place for several years and built the so-called Tower of Heaven for him, restricting your freedom. Who lied to you? Use your brains to think about it. Phew, that's because Jalal said that the self outside is fake. Only by resurrecting Zeref can we gain true freedom. Urza looked at Quinn, who had gone insane, and slapped him. Xiao just stood there in a daze. You hit me? Why did you hit me? Chapter 63. Urza slowly shed tears and looked at Hugh. That's not freedom. If you rule, how is that any different from those who enslaved us? The moment Quinn saw Urza crying, he was stunned. In their impression, their sister was someone who had never cried even when her eyes were blinded by whipping, but now she was crying. Sister, you. At this time Simon spoke up, Hugh, Wally, Jasmine, Anna, you have indeed been deceived by Jalal. I believed in Urza from the beginning to the end. Wally, Miliana, and Hugh all looked at Simon in disbelief. Hugh, Simon, you. Yang interrupted, okay, we don't want to waste time talking to you. Now that you are captured by me, take us to the Tower of Heaven, and all the truth will be revealed. Natsu. Gray. Boss. We are here. Take them away. Urza was about to stop him when Yang's voice came. It has to be solved, Urza. Urza stopped talking after hearing that. After a while, Yang started his bandit activities again, and took Natsu and Gray with him to rob Simon and others' boat. The group headed towards the Tower of Heaven. On the road, Urza leaned on the boat pole, looking at the blurry island in the distance with a serious expression, not knowing what she was thinking. And Zio and the others were all tied up, with their heads down as if they were thinking about something. Tower of Heaven. Jalal, will those idiots betray me? Altair, projection, are you so sure those people will betray you? Instead of bringing Urza back. Jalal, with just a few of them, don't forget that with that guy here, even if there are dozens more of those idiots, it's meaningless. Altair, projection, then your plan has failed? And you're missing 4 errand boys. Jalal smiled evilly, no, she will definitely come. You'd better convince those old guys to turn on that thing. Don't worry, it's almost done. We're just waiting for you. After the projection was turned off, Jalal looked at the full moon in the sky and began to fantasize about his own free world. The scene changed, and Yang and his group entered the Tower of Heaven smoothly by riding on Simon and others' boat. Just as the few people got off the boat, the magic soldiers in the Tower of Heaven surrounded them. When Zio saw his own territory, he instantly felt confident. Why don't you let us go? Can't you see that you are surrounded by our people? Yang and the others looked at Zio, who looked like a clown, and shook their heads helplessly. Even Wally and Miliana looked at Zio strangely. Lord Jalal has ordered that all traitors Simon and others be killed. As the magic soldier spoke, he deployed a magic circle, and elemental bullets rained down on the surroundings. Zio looked at the magic soldiers in disbelief. They had never imagined that these people were here to kill them. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Zio. Change your outfit, diamond armor. Boom, boom. Zio was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, and stood there in a daze as she looked at her sister who was guarding her in front of her. The magic soldier's attack slowly ended, and looking at the front blocked by a large amount of black smoke, it was unclear whether it was resolved. Suddenly, Urza, wearing the diamond armor, leaped out of the black smoke, and the shield lit up with blue energy waves, and smashed it hard into the center of the magic soldier. King Kong broken. Boom. Wah-a-a-a-a-a. In an instant, all the magic soldiers were defeated by Urza. At this time, a projection appeared in the sky. Jalal was sitting in his seat, looking at everyone with a smile on his face. When Zio saw Jalal, he immediately asked, "Why are you killing us?" Jalal looked at Zio and the others and said jokingly, "Haven't you already betrayed me? Do you think we are betraying you by looking at us like this? Oh? You're still trapped? Ha 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 ha." Hugh looked at Jalal laughing and suddenly became angry. "What are you laughing at, Jalal? Tell us the truth." "The truth? You already know it, I just made up an excuse. I didn't expect you to be so stupid and trust me so much. To be honest, I can't bear it." Every word Jalal said reached the ears of the 3 people. Miliana and Wally had been prepared when they were on the boat, but hearing it in person still made them feel a little complicated. On the other hand, Zio's expression kept changing. He couldn't accept this fact and ran forward like a madman. Urza hurriedly shouted, "Hugh! Jalal!" Then he looked at Jalal with anger. "Don't look at me like that, Urza." As he spoke, another picture was projected, in which a child just like them before was imprisoned, huddled in a corner with lifeless eyes. "I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and kill all these children." Natsu saw this and yelled, "UBD! Lucy, how could this happen? Gray, this guy." Yang's expression also turned cold. What he hated most was children being abducted and subjected to inhuman abuse. "Tell me, Jalal, what you want to do." Snap! 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 "As expected of you, you are known as the best wizard in Ishgar. You are different from these idiots. I want to play a game with you all. The rules are very simple. As long as you can make it all the way up from the bottom, defeat the guards on each level, and finally defeat me, then you will win. On the other hand, if you lose or break the rules, I'm sorry, but these children will die because of you. Okay everyone, have a nice day." Then the projection disappeared. Gray said solemnly, "What a scumbag, he actually used people's lives as a bet. UBD. Look at me, I'm going to climb to the top of the tower and beat you away." Natsu said and ran out alone. "Gray, you idiot, we have no idea what's going on inside, don't take any. At this time, Natsu had disappeared. This guy. At this time Miliana shouted, Sister, please let us go quickly, we know where to get to the top of the tower quickly. Urza cut the rope hastily. Miliana, follow me to find Hugh. I'm worried something might happen to him. Simon, take Gray and Wally to find Natsu. Urza then looked at Yang. Don't worry Urza, I will deal with this BD. Well, I'll trouble you with everything. Then everyone in the group left, leaving only Yang, Lucy, and Happy. Lucy said nervously, Yang, you have to protect me, I'm a little scared. Happy, Lucy, how can you be like this? Why don't you learn from me and be a mature cat? Lucy complained, then you should get off Yang's head. Let's go too, and see what kind of opponent he has prepared for us. Chapter 64. Inside the Magic Council. What did you say? Is the information you said true? Ouge said in shock. But after we received the news 8 years ago, didn't we capture all the followers who worshipped the dark mage Ziref? I remember there were 7 small islands, but weren't they all destroyed back then? After thinking for a moment, the chairman. Perhaps there is an 8th. This. Ouge was speechless. Although the information he received at that time indeed showed that there were 7 towers, he was not sure whether there was an 8th tower. Even after searching the surrounding islands, he did not find anything. Speaker, according to the news sent back by our people, it has indeed been built. Ouge, but why was the R system discovered at this time? Zikaline reminded, it's Tower of Heaven, not R system. Ugg slammed the table and shouted, I don't care if it's the R system or the Tower of Heaven, we can't release this forbidden magic. It's a magic that can revive a dead person by sacrificing a living person. If Ziref is really resurrected by those pagans, who knows how many people will die in the disaster? It will seriously threaten people's lives. We must send the army to destroy it immediately. Foolish people! What did you say? Zikrane. You said it was a magic that used human sacrifices to revive people. You sent the army there to revive Ziref in advance. Og was speechless after hearing what Zikrane said. Indeed, sending more troops would only lead to their deaths. Zikaline, the only way now is to use magic spirit power to carry out long-range attacks. What did you say? All the councillors were shocked when they heard about the magic elf power. Magic elf power is the ultimate weapon of the Magic Council. It is a fusion of several kinds of magic, and is the product of the subversion of fusion magic. It has the power to destroy a country with one shot. It can be said to be a nuclear bomb weapon. It is a strategic weapon used to deter other countries and will not be used lightly. It is precisely because of the possession of the magical power of the elves that the Magic Council is able to intimidate the countries and guilds of the entire continent. However, due to its destructive power, it is only used for threats and never used against external parties. Og shouted, you said you wanted to use the transcendent time and space destruction magic. Do you know the power of magic spirits? It's more dangerous than that Tower of Heaven. Zikrane said excitedly, because of this, only it can launch it at a super long distance and destroy it directly. What on earth are you still thinking about? This matter cannot be delayed. Altair was the first to vote. I agree. Og, no. There must be another way. Right. Go find Yekun, this guy can definitely take care of that Tower of Heaven. Reggie hastily objected, I disagree. It is impossible for our council to find that BD. I agree to use the magic spirit power. It's just destroying an island. It won't have any impact on the surrounding areas. Inside the Tower of Heaven. Yang took Lucy and walked towards the top. During the walk, they encountered several waves of enemies, all of which were defeated by Lucy, which made Lucy swell up a little. She walked ahead of Yang all the way. When they reached the stairs, a huge rock suddenly rolled down from above. Lucy, who was full of confidence in front, was so scared that she ran behind Yang. Ah! Yang, help me! As the boulder rolled down, Yang blocked it with one hand. At this moment, the sky in front opened up and a huge stone axe fell. Yang grabbed the boulder in front and threw it at the stone axe. The two collided, broke apart, and fell to the side. Just some cheap stuff. Lucy grumbled with cold sweat, it's you. If it was someone else, they would have died. Love. Soon they reached the upper level. Lucy looked at the scenery in front of her with some disbelief, because below there were caves full of rocks, but here it turned into a vast forest. On the other side, Gray, Simon, and others quickly found Natsu, who was punching the minion who was trying to stop him. Natsu! Natsu heard someone shouting and he looked back, seeing it was Gray and the others. Oh, you are finally here. You idiot, why are you running so fast? What if you run into any danger? Ah? No, I didn't encounter any decent enemies along the way. They were all too weak. Just then, two figures appeared in front of them. One of them had a bird's head, two cannonball-like things on his back, and was extremely strong. Owl of Justice. The other one was holding an electric guitar, had long black hair, and was wearing clothes similar to those of a bosozoku, looking extremely wild. Hey! Ah! Hey! Ah dash! Hell concert, Death Roll L. Natsu was surprised to see the person coming and shouted, Gray, look! It's a bird, Birdman. Gray looked at the two strange people with a serious expression. Well, there's something wrong with these two people, everyone be careful. Natsu said confidently, what are you afraid of? I'll beat them up. Natsu said as he rushed towards the two of them. Look at me taking care of you two. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Xiao looked at Natsu rushing towards him, took a horse stance, gathered energy in his fist and swung it out with all his might, and a wave of energy suddenly went towards Natsu. Natsu saw this and punched the energy wave directly. Boom! Natsu was seen retreating from the smoke, his expression becoming serious. Finally, a decent one has arrived. At this moment, the biker holding a guitar started playing the electric guitar. It's decided. You will become my nightmare today. Rock and roll nightmare, high dash. Yet. Suddenly, a piercing sound reached everyone's ears, and everyone covered their ears tightly. Gray, what is this? It's so noisy. After a while the music stopped, and after Gray and Natsu released their ears, their heads were still a little dizzy. Natsu, I almost thought I was going deaf, this guy. Gray turned back to look at Simon and Wally. Hey! Are you okay? These two are not simple. Be careful. Gray saw the two men lowering their heads and not responding, and he immediately felt something was wrong. Suddenly, the two of them changed their clothes and became like the biker gang. Wally rock! Rock! I'm going to take care of you two idiots. Natsu and Gray looked at the two in shock. What? Oodaloodas, kill them, my little darlings, rock and roll. Chapter 65. Another place. Urza and Miliana walked forward without seeing Quinn. They only saw defeated magic soldiers and scattered cards. Where on earth did this guy Zio go? Urza asked anxiously. Miliana comforted him, don't worry, except for the four of us, no one here is stronger than me. I think you should go find Jalal. No, that's too dangerous. There's no way he can match Jalal's strength. Miliana, let's split up. You go rescue the trapped people, and I'll continue to look for Zio. Miliana said with some concern, but trust me, I will definitely bring Ziowi. After saying that, Urza walked straight ahead and disappeared into the passage. The other side. Natsu and Gray continued to dodge the attacks as Simon and Wally continued to attack them under Udaluta's magic. The two were unable to kill and could only keep dodging their attacks. Simon, rock! Come and duel with me. Black curtain. Instantly Natsu and Gray felt that the surroundings suddenly became dark. Gray exclaimed, damn it again. Be careful Natsu. Ice shape shield. Instantly, an ice shield appeared in front of Natsu and Gray, and at this moment, several gunshots were heard. Bang! 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 All of them were blocked by Gray's ice shield. The older Natsu gets, the angrier he gets. Ah! This is so annoying. Then Natsu's body burst into flames, and the blazing flames directly dispelled the surrounding darkness. Fire Dragon's sword horn. Natsu suddenly rushed in the direction of Udaluta's. When Simon and Wally tried to stop him on the way, Natsu walked right past them without having time to react. Gray saw this and quickly cast his magic. Ice-shaped floor. Ice energy instantly covered the ice surface, freezing Simon and Wally's feet directly, and the ice continued to spread towards the two of them. Suddenly, the upper bodies of both men were covered in ice. Udaludaz looked at Natsu rushing towards him and quickly dodged to the side. Rock rock! Hair whip wrap! Hi! Yay! Udaludaz's entire body was glowing with purple energy, and his hair instantly grew wildly, directly wrapping around Natsu. Fingers pluck the electric guitar. Electronic music, crazy dance. A powerful sound wave hit Natsu directly. Ah! Natsu felt an extremely harsh sound coming from his ears, which made him extremely painful. It's so noisy. Wow! Natsu's body burst into flames, burning all of Udaludaz's hair. At this moment, Xiao jumped up, gathered a large amount of energy in his hands, and smashed towards Natsu. Ice shape, ice cannon. Go to hell, you BD Birdman. Boom! An ice blue shell flew quickly towards Xiao. At this moment, two rocket-like things behind Xiao spewed gas directly from the tail. Xiao in the air changed direction instantly and avoided the attack of the energy cannon. He threw a punch in the air towards Gray. A wave of energy came towards Gray, who quickly dodged. Natsu then leaped up and struck the fire dragon's iron fist towards Owl. Just when Natsu stood up, his feet were tied up by his hair, and he was pulled out and thrown to the ground. Boom! Seeing this, Owl suddenly fired the jet behind him and rushed towards Natsu quickly. Ice-style Lancer. Several streams of ice energy gathered into the shape of a gun and flew towards Xiao. Owl dodged hastily, and the Lancer exploded in mid-air. Owl looked at Gray unkindly in the air, and Gray was also wondering why the other party was so interested in Natsu. Natsu slowly got up from the ground and said angrily, "You BD, I'm going to beat you up." Fire Dragon's Sword Horn. Natsu rushed towards Udaludaz again, and Udaludaz dodged hurriedly, while using magic to gather his hair into a long whip and swung it hard. But the flames on Natsu's body continued to burn, and his hair was burned to ashes before he even got close. Udaludaz looked at Natsu in disbelief. At this time, Natsu's leg muscles bulged and he rushed towards Udaludaz. At this time, Owl fell directly from the air and appeared in the direction of Natsu's movement. Looking at Natsu greedily. "I'll take this magic. Owl of Justice." Then the owl opened its mouth, and its mouth became bigger and bigger, enough to accommodate a whole person. Gray saw that the situation was not good and warned, "Natsu! Be careful!" Natsu saw someone in front of him and yelled, "You two are the same, I will beat you to pieces." As he spoke, Natsu began to twist his body in the air. In an instant, Natsu's body began to spin wildly and turned directly into a fire top. Bang! Natsu crashed directly into Owl's mouth, and Owl immediately felt a powerful force coming from his mouth. But the desire to eat Natsu was too strong, his mouth held on tightly, his hands tried to stop Natsu, and his body kept sliding behind him. Hey! Hey! Magic Needle! Udaludaz cast magic again, and his hair exploded towards Natsu like spikes. Roar! Natsu roared, like a dragon roaring. The whole cave was shaken by Natsu's roar. Owl was startled by the sudden roar, and was unable to defend himself against Natsu for a moment, and was pushed hard by Natsu. Before Udaludaz's hairpins touched Natsu, the loud noise went straight through his hair and penetrated his body, shocking him so much that he froze in place. Boom! Natsu knocked Owl and Udaludaz directly into the wall. Natsu came out of the wall, and Owl and Udaludaz had fainted with white eyes. "Humph! You want to eat me too?" Gray was relieved to see that Natsu was alright. Simon and Wally, who had transformed into rock forms, also recovered and fell unconscious. Another place. Yang, Lucy, and Happy walked towards the front of the forest without encountering a single enemy. Lucy asked in confusion, "What's going on with Yang? Is there no one in here?" Yang said slowly, "Yes, there must be someone there, look ahead." Lucy quickly turned her head and found that there was indeed a person standing in front of her. "Lucy, when did this guy show up?" "Yang, you've been here all along?" Didn't you see it, Lucy? Really not. Happy, Lucy, why don't you go up and say hello? No way, this guy is obviously an enemy. You stupid cat. Love. Chapter 66. As they approached, they saw a girl with long cherry-colored hair, dressed in a white kimono, and dragging a long red sword in her hand, looking exactly like a Yamato Natsuhiko. After Yang and others approached, they stopped a few meters ahead of the other party. I saw the other party slowly bowed towards Yang. I, Turtle Dove, have been waiting here for a long time, Lord Yang. Seeing that the other party addressed Yang as Sir, Lucy asked in confusion, Yang, do you know him? Yang shook his head. I haven't seen him, but he should be from the Dark Guild. Turtle Dove replied, yes, Lord Yang, I am the captain of the Three Crows, an assassination group of the Dark Guild Skull and Bones. I am here to stop you, Lord Yang, on the orders of Lord Jalal. Are you sure you can stop me? Banjio shook her head, I really don't have that confidence. You are Lord Yang, who is known as Shura in the Dark World. Your bounty is ranked first on the assassination list, and the bounty is 1 billion J. I am indeed no match for you, but I still want to fight with you, Master Shura. Yang looked at the turtle dove with interest, then you might die. The turtle dove covered its mouth and smiled, death is like a summer flower. It is so gorgeous when it is alive, and it is so beautiful when it dies. As a swordsman, it is so happy to die at this most beautiful time. Lucy was shocked when she heard such a statement, and cold sweat kept pouring down her face. Happy, Lucy, you have leaked so much juice again. I told you this is sweat. Leave Yang to me. Yang looked at Lucy doubtfully, are you sure? Of course. The opponents we meet along the way are all similar. Leave her to me. Yang spread his hands and motioned Lucy to start the performance. Then Lucy took out her golden zodiac key. Open. The gate of Taurus, Taurus. Moo. I'll protect Lucy's figure. A muscular cow with a double-edged axe on its back appeared in front of everyone. Oh! Lucy's figure is still as amazing as always. You perverted cow. Taurus. Kill this woman now. After receiving the order, Taurus swung his giant axe and headed towards Turtle Dove. Moo. Oh, you are such a rude cow. This is not gentlemanly at all. No girl would like you. There was a flash of knife light, and Taurus was stunned on the spot. Lucy, the other party is very strong. After saying that, Taurus turned into light and disappeared on the spot. Turtle Dove rushed directly towards Lucy and swung his knife. Bang! Yang appeared directly in front of Lucy and blocked Akaraga's attack with the sword of Aim no Kume. Lucy was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. Lucy, you are no match for her. Happy, take Lucy and go first. Love. Then Happy grabbed Lucy and flew into the air. Banjio retracted his long sword and went behind to look at Yang with interest. I didn't expect that Lord Shura could use swordsmanship. It's becoming more and more fascinating. I am so brave that I would like to have a sword fight with Lord Shura. Would you agree to my request? Yang nodded to indicate her agreement. When Banjio saw that the other party agreed, his expression changed and his eyes became extremely sharp. Moonless flow sword flash. I saw a sword flashing quickly in the air, and Yang slightly tilted his head to avoid the lightning-fast sword. Banjio approached quickly, waving the long knife in his hand towards Yang. Yang held the aim no Murakumo and blocked the opponent's intensive attacks one by one. For a moment, there were flashes of swords and sabers, and the two men were sparring with each other with swordsmanship. The surrounding trees were all cut in half when they were touched by the sword and knife energy emitted by the two men. After a while, a piece of open space suddenly appeared in the originally dense forest. Lucy watched the two people attacking and cold sweat slowly flowed out. Happy, Lucy, you are so swollen. Lucy's face instantly turned red. Don't complain at this time XX. After the two men's intensive attacks, they finally faced each other with swords and retreated to the sides. At this time Yang swung out a sword, and a sword energy quickly went towards Banjio. Banjio immediately became excited when she saw the sword energy. She could feel that there was no magic power attached to this sword energy. She could never have imagined that someone could create such a powerful sword energy with just swordsmanship. Moonless flow, Garuda flame. Banjiu swung out a fierce blow mixed with flames, which instantly collided with Yayang's sword energy. The moment Banjiu's slash touched Yayang's slash, it was cut in half, and Banjiu looked shocked. He quickly dodged to the side, and the sword energy directly cut a long path in the forest. Banjiu exerted force with his feet and rushed towards Yayang quickly. Moonless style Yaksha sky flash. There was a flash of sword light, and Banjiu's long sword and Yayang's Tian Kusanagi collided with each other. Banjiu looked at Yayang with an expression of difficulty, while Yayang looked relaxed, as if he had not used his full strength at all. At this time, Yayang reminded, "Power is not the path you should take." Banjiu came back to his senses immediately after hearing Yayang's words. With the help of Yayang's strength, he retreated backwards and put the long sword back into the scabbard. Moonless style, multiple sword flashes. Bang! 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 In just a moment, Banjiu slashed out dozens of times. But they were all blocked by Yayang one by one. The secret of the moonless style, soul-splitting sky. I saw that Banjiu's knife was as swift as a ghost, and the blade vaguely affected the space. A dark knife energy suddenly went towards Yayang. Seeing this, Yayang gathered his armed color on aim no Kusunari, and the golden aim no Kusunari instantly turned pitch black. God avoid! With a swing of the sword, a jet of black sword energy mixed with dark red lightning flew out. The two sword energies met, but did not collide with each other. Dark lightning continued to rage around, and the surrounding forest suffered serious damage again. Happy and Lucy, who were flying in the air, swallowed their saliva. It was as if there was a fight between gods below and they couldn't get close at all. Happy complained again, "Lucy, you are still too arrogant." "Oh, you've already said it once." Banjiu's sword energy did not last long before it was defeated by Yayang's sword energy and went straight towards Banjiu. Banjiu's pupils dilated as he looked at the sword energy coming towards him and hurriedly raised his sword to block it. The sword energy directly pushed the dove back continuously. It was unknown how many trees it had crashed into along the way, and finally, it crashed hard into a tree, and the dove's knife was cut directly in half. The turtle dove spat out a mouthful of blood, which slowly flowed out from its forehead, and it sat on the ground powerlessly. Yayang walked forward slowly, and the dove raised his head and looked at Yayang, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Yes, I am a little girl, I have lost. Please kill me, Master Shu, Shura." Chapter 67. Yayang let go of Aim Kun, and Aim Kun turned into scattered light and dissipated into the air. "I admire you for being able to practice swordsmanship to such a level that even Urza would not be your opponent. Are you interested in joining Fairy Tail?" The turtle dove shook its head slowly. "My hands are stained with the blood of too many innocent people. How can I be qualified to stand in the sun? Perhaps this is my fate." Then Yayang gathered the energy into a ball, and a golden energy ball like the sun appeared in Yayang's hand. Seeing this, the turtle dove closed its eyes and prepared to face its own death with a smile on its face. "It's finally over. Master, I still don't understand why I drew my sword." After waiting for a while, the turtle dove still did not feel the coming of death. Instead, a warm sunlight shone on its body. The turtle dove slowly opened its eyes and saw a golden ball of light hanging in the sky. "Everyone has the right to bathe in the sun. The sun is the most tolerant. Your pace shouldn't stop here," Yayang said as he headed towards the road ahead. Turtle dove looked at Yayang, who was leaving, not knowing what he was thinking. Happy and Lucy saw that the battle was over and flew directly to Yayang's side. "Yayang, what's going on?" Yayang spread his hands. "You saw it all. Okay, time to go. We've wasted too much time here." Inside Magic Council. The Magic Council voted on whether to launch the magic spirit power to the Tower of Heaven. The result of the vote was 5 in favor and 4 against, so they decided to use the spirit magic power. Seeing that most of the votes were in favor, Yakima immediately said, "Don't you know what the consequences of using the magic power of the elves will be?" "Congressman Reggie, Congressman Yakima, didn't I just say that the island is in the sea? Even if we attack it, it will not affect the surrounding areas. Zikrane looked at Yakima and said, Senator Yakima, you haven't forgotten who the Tower of Heaven wants to resurrect, right? Compared to the ecology, that's nothing. There was no way to refute what Yakima said to Zikrane and Councilman Reggie. Indeed, let alone having no impact on the surrounding seas, even if the surrounding area was destroyed, it would be nothing compared to the revival of the strongest wizard 400 years ago. The counselor knocked on the table and said, Okay. After this meeting, we have decided to use the magic spirit power to launch a trans-dimensional attack on the Tower of Heaven. Be prepared to launch the magic spirit power in 30 minutes. Following the order from the chairman, the entire council became busy. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Zikrane's mouth corners slightly raised. Altair saw it and stepped forward and said, Congratulations, Jalal. Your hard work over the past few years is finally coming true. Yes, it's finally going to happen. Now that things here are over, there's still something going on over there that can't be solved by my thought body alone. Another place. Jalal saw everything through surveillance magic. Tisk, what a bunch of rubbish, they can't even stop those people. But it's okay, we're almost done. Just then, Zio arrived. Signal. Jalal heard the voice and looked down to see that it was Hugh. This really surprises me. I didn't expect you to come here first. But are you alone? Zio angrily said, Why did you lie to us? I thought it was something else. You are stupid and insisted on believing my words. You didn't have a brain before and you still don't have a brain now. Who can you blame for being deceived? Damn you BD! I'm going to kill you. Jalal said disdainfully, Just you? Don't forget, I taught you magic. A series of stars. Jalal waved his hand and a star flew out from the magic circle, knocking Zio away directly. Puff! At this time, Urza arrived and saw the scene where Zio was knocked away. Stop! Sister, sister! Zio said after seeing Urza, and then there was no more movement. Urza hurried to Quinn's side and found that he had just fainted, so she felt relieved. Signal! Change your outfit, heavenly wheel armor. Urza rushed directly in front of Jalal and slashed with the sword. Meteor! Jalal cast a spell and instantly disappeared from the spot. You're too slow, Urza. You can't possibly be my opponent. At this time, Jikar received the message from the main body and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. The timing is right. Urza took advantage of this opportunity and punched Jalal directly in the face. Jokar was sent flying by Urza's punch. Boom! When Jalal looked up, Urza's sword was already hanging in front of Jalal. Ha 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 ha! We're almost there. Urza looked at Jokar with a puzzled look on her face. What's the meaning? To tell you the truth, Urza, in 10 minutes or so, the magic spirit power will land here. Urza's pupils shrank when she heard this. What did you say? At this time Yang and Lucy arrived here and saw that Urza had subdued Jalal. When Lucy saw this, she thought the matter was over and felt relieved. Urza hurriedly said, Oh no, Yang, the magic spirit power is about to fall. Get out of here. Lucy thought she had heard it wrong. What? Magical spirit power? You must be kidding. Suddenly, Jalal was taken away by a beam of light and appeared in another place. Urza saw that the Jalal under her sword had disappeared, and immediately looked in the direction of the light. Who? When the light faded, the person who rescued Jalal appeared in front of everyone. Zikaline. Lucy looked at the two people who looked exactly the same with a puzzled look on her face. They look exactly the same. Urza explained solemnly, he is Jalal's brother, Ziklain. When Lucy heard the name, she immediately remembered who this person was. Isn't he, the youngest of the 10 holy mage? How could he be Jalal's brother? This is too ridiculous. Urza, although I don't believe that there is such a ridiculous thing in the world, but it is the fact. Zikaline, why are you here? Also, was what he just said true? Zikrane looked at them and smiled, of course I came here because of my useless brother. As for what you are talking about, what is it? UBD. Don't be angry, Urza. I was just joking with you. You were talking about the magic spirit power, right? Of course it is, it's true. Chapter 68. Yang looked at Jackal, who was still acting, and said, I say, you are such a liar that you even believe yourself. Urza looked at Yang in confusion. What do you mean? They are the same person from beginning to end. This Jalal is just his thought form. That is to say, there has only ever been one Jalal, and Zikrain's identity is fake. When Jalal saw that his lie was exposed, he stopped pretending and the two Jalal figures merged together. As expected of you, unlike Urza, that idiot who still doesn't know he was tricked by me. Sometimes I really feel sorry for you. Urza said angrily, so, you arranged all this? Yes, everything is just as I expected. At this time, Lucy wondered, what does he want to do with the magic spirit power? Yang said slowly, Lucy, casting a spell requires the support of magic power. The more powerful the spell, the more powerful the magic power. What's more, this kind of magic that can resurrect people violates the laws of nature. The amount of magic power required is not something he can bear. Look at these crystals around. I think they are used to store this huge amount of magic power. Snap! 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 Great, great! It is just as you said. It requires 2.7 billion magic units to cast this magic. If I want to gather such a huge amount of magic power, I don't know how long it will take. So, I also tricked those idiots on the council into attacking this place. Soon, Ziref will reappear in the world, and the free world will come. Ha ha ha. When Lucy heard that the person to be resurrected was Ziref, the dark wizard known as the strongest in history, she panicked. Yeah, Yang, is what he said true? Yang looked at Lucy speechlessly. Why do you even need to ask? Of course it's fake. Lucy immediately became happy when she heard it. So, the story about the magical spirit power is also fake. Oh no, only this is true. Sigma. Oh right. Happy, you can fly, so take us out now. Happy simply shook his head and said, Lucy, I can't carry so many of you at once, and you're too heavy, Lucy. You damn cat. Like. Urza was at a loss for a moment. Facing the absolute power of magic spirit power, all methods would be useless. What should we do, Yang? Are we just going to watch Ziref come back to life? At this time, Jalal shouted, you better stop resisting in vain. If everything here is destroyed, I can't guarantee that I can completely absorb the magic spirit power. It is your honor to witness Ziref's coming with me. Yang scratched his ears and said, noisy. As he spoke, he raised his finger, and golden light continued to fall on the magic crystal. Boom! 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 All the larger magic crystals around were instantly shattered. Seeing this, Jalal shouted hurriedly, you don't understand what I just said. Destroy these magic crystals, and the magic spirit power will destroy everything here. Yang said disdainfully, how do you know that I can't stop the magic spirit power? Jalal was incredulous. You must be joking. That's magic spirit power. It can destroy a country. It's not something that human power can contend with. At this moment, several giant magic circles of different colors appeared above the Tower of Heaven. The magic circles were superimposed one by one, combining into a huge magic circle. Jalal looked at the magic circle above with excitement, and felt an unfathomable magical power gathering above. Yang ignored it, and golden light condensed in his hands, and a golden longbow appeared in Yang's hands. Yang held the bow in his left hand and pulled the bowstring with his right hand. A golden arrow appeared in Yang's hand. System, by template. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful purchase. The template is being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host Borsellino. The template has reached 100% evolution and has begun to fuse. Suddenly, Yang was wrapped in golden light. A powerful aura instantly burst out from Yang's body, and the entire Tower of Heaven began to vibrate violently. A powerful pressure instantly swept across the entire Tower of Heaven. Natsu and Grey, who were running up, instantly felt this powerful force. Grey, what is this power? Natsu sniffed the air. This breath is Yang's power, but there is also an unclear force gathering. Hurry! Let's go quickly, it feels like we're missing out. Top of the tower. As Yang's eyes opened, the magic crystals around him instantly turned into golden light. Urza and the others all looked around in confusion, not understanding what was going on. As Yang slowly pulled the bowstring, the energy on the arrow continued to gather, and the arrow became more solid. As the energy of the arrow continued to condense, the pressure around Yang continued to deepen, and the surrounding ground began to crack and sink. Arm! Buzz! The golden arrow turned black in an instant. Hegemonic color entanglement. Large amounts of dark red lightning continued to appear around the pitch-black arrow. Magic Council. The final stage of the Magic Spirit Power launch has been completed. Magic Spirit Power launch. Plan. The sacred bell sounded in the air, and the sacred light fell from the moment the bell rang. Ripples appeared in the air. The powerful magical fluctuations caused the originally vibrating Tower of Heaven to begin to shake violently. The surrounding sea water continued to hit the Tower of Heaven. Urza, Lucy and Happy stared at the young man in front of them. Urza. Clear. Change your outfit, diamond armor. Urza gathered the power of the diamond armor in the air to protect Lucy, Happy and Quinn. Let me see the power of the magic spirit force. This arrow will pierce through the stars. Destroy the sky arrow. Call out. Wow! The moment the arrow was shot, everything around Yang was instantly subjected to a powerful pressure, and the surrounding magic crystals shattered instantly. Urza suddenly felt an unprecedented pressure and could only hold on to her diamond armor tightly. The energy fluctuations emitted by Yang's arrow directly caused cracks to appear in her diamond armor. The pitch-black arrow formed a huge black beam of light and headed towards the magical spirit power. Inside the Magic Council. Report: an unknown energy is found approaching the magic spirit power. The chairman of the review said with disdain, how stupid. There is no power that can counteract this force. In the transmitted image, a dark energy flew towards the magic elf power at a high speed. The moment the two forces came into contact, a powerful energy wave instantly blew away the surrounding clouds, and the sky suddenly became clear under the moonlight. Just as everyone in the council was laughing, the black energy directly penetrated the magic spirit power, causing everyone's eyes to bulge out. Chairman of the council, how is this possible? Quick! Quick! Delete all these images. And the memories of everyone here, including mine. Chapter 69. At this moment, the entire council building collapsed instantly. Those who didn't know what was happening had no time to react and were all trapped in the rubble. Crawford immediately understood what he saw. Senator Altair, what are you doing? Altair smiled and said, what? Of course, we are doing what the Dark Guild should do. Crawford's expression changed. What did you say? Don't you understand, old man? Look around and see who's missing here. Crawford looked around and suddenly thought of something. Zikaline. You and Zikaline are from the Dark Guild. Your goal is to destroy the launch pad for the magic spirit power. So the so-called Tower of Heaven is also a lie of yours. What is the thing that defeats the magic spirit power? Altair joked, you only guessed half right. Our goal is indeed to destroy the magic elf power. But, the Tower of Heaven thing is also true, but it seems that the Tower of Heaven was stopped. We don't know what the power that defeated the magic spirit power is. Okay, goodbye everyone, I wish you a happy life in the future. After a while, the news that the magic elf power transmitter was destroyed came, and Crawford collapsed to the ground. It's over. It's all over. Inside the Tower of Heaven. Everything around became quiet, and all the surrounding buildings were covered with cracks, as if they would break at any time. Urza's diamond armor was already covered with cracks and was just a little bit away from breaking. Urza retracted the diamond armor and immediately looked up in Yang's direction. Seeing that it seemed to be over, Lucy slowly opened her eyes. I'm alive. Like. By the way. How's Yang? As she spoke, Lucy stood up quickly and saw Yang gasping for breath with a pale face, as if he had been drained of energy. Lucy was surprised. He really did it. Urza's face was filled with admiration, as expected of him, it's like a mortal resisting a divine punishment. Lucy, let's go over there quickly. Yang seems to be in a bad state. Yang. Yang. Boss. Yang heard someone calling him and stood up to look and saw Lucy and Happy running towards him. Gave Yang a bear hug. Bang. So hard. Lucy asked, Yang, are you okay? I feel you. Don't worry, I just consumed a lot of energy. The magic elf power is really strong. It has drained all my energy. Not even a drop can be squeezed out. Omega. Just then. Jalal looked incredulous. Impossible. How is this possible? You are a monster. How can humans defeat the magical elves? It's you. You BD ruined my 8 years of hard work. Looked at Jalal, who had fallen into madness, and quickly protected Yang behind her. Jalal looked at protecting Yang and said disdainfully. Just you? You even have such a hard time defeating my thought body, and you still want to stop me. I did underestimate the guy behind you, but what use can he be now? That strike just now probably consumed all your energy. Now that the situation has been messed up by you guys, why don't you just go and die? After I deal with you, I just need to find another place to build my Tower of Heaven. This time it won't take 8 years, only 5 years will be enough. Lucy stood up immediately. Don't forget me. Ha 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 ha, you're such a loser. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten you existed. You. Lucy was instantly annoyed when she heard that. Yang patted the two of them. Hey, I'm not so weak that I need the protection of you two. Don't try to be brave at this time. Jalal, that's right, you should listen to this way you can live longer. You look so weak, you still want to beat me. Yang said disdainfully, nonsense, if I recover, will you still be able to speak in front of me? Lucy hurriedly shouted, Yang, how could you tell him that you haven't recovered yet? Ha 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 ha. You really are a bunch of idiots. Yang looked at Jalal speechlessly. You are the idiot. Don't you know that villains die because of talking too much? Do you want to chat until I fully recover? Idiot. Jalal regained his composure immediately after hearing what Yang said. You're right. What's there to say to dying people like you? Meteor. Jalal rushed towards the three people quickly. Was shocked. This speed was totally different from Jalal's just now. How could it be so fast? Change clothes. Just as Elu was about to cast magic, Jalal rushed in front of them in an instant. Get out of my way. Triple stars. Boom. 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 Ah. Lucy and were blown away. Jalal walked slowly towards Yang. Now that there are no more people getting in the way, you're right. I have to deal with you first. Otherwise, if you really recover, I may not be able to defeat you. Lucy forced herself to take out the key. Open, Sagittarius Gate. This is Sagittarius, Moses. Attack him. Darius drew his bow and arrow upon hearing Lucy's order. 6 stars in a row. Moshi. Jalal didn't even bother to look at it, he just swung his hand and a beam of energy shot out, directly destroying Darius's 6 star, directly piercing it, turning it into fragments and disappearing on the spot. Just lie still, you piece of trash. Lucy was stunned. Her performance just now was just as Jalal said. She didn't play any role at all. Lucy's expression immediately dimmed. Saw this and said hurriedly, Lucy, don't forget, the opponent is the Holy 10. Your talent is not bad, and in time, you can also become an excellent magician. Lucy suddenly realized something and felt a little better, but she was still a little depressed because she couldn't help her partner. The same goes for she is the top tier in the guild, but now she is so powerless. Yang changed his previous weak expression and looked at Jikr with indifference. I really should have gotten rid of you before the magic spirit power fell. Jalal joked, how come this is your last words? I heard you're very fast? I just wonder if you're as fast as my shooting star. After saying that, Jalal quickly rushed towards Yang with an extremely confident look on his face. He wanted to crush Yang with his own hands. Go to hell, you BD. Jalal used his magic power and kept drawing in the air with his hands. A hexagram-like magic circle appeared in front. 6 consecutive stars. Suddenly, 6 magic bullets like meteors rushed towards Ye Yang. Boom! Jalal looked ahead with confidence, because he didn't think that Ye Yang could withstand his attack now. Chapter 70. Just then, Ye Yang suddenly appeared beside him. Where are you looking at? Jalal looked startled and quickly dodged. How could you possibly dodge my attack? Ye Yang said disdainfully, because you are too slow. Laser. Call out. Boom. Ye Yang's attack directly hit the fast-moving Jalal, and Jalal was blown away by the shock wave of the explosion and slammed into the wall. Didn't you just ask if your meteor was faster than yours? A shooting star is not as fast as light. 8-foot mirror. Several mirrors made of light suddenly appeared in front of Ye Yang. Golden light from Ye Yang's body continued to refract from the mirrors, and then appeared in front of Jalal. Jalal certainly saw through Ye Yang's plan, and anger suddenly surged from the bottom of his heart. You! Are you kidding me? Oh my, you found out all this. You look so scary when you're angry. I don't quite like your expression right now. As he spoke, Ye Yang slowly raised his legs, golden light condensed on his feet, and he just looked at Jalal. Then his feet slowly landed, and Jalal turned around hastily. The ground exploded instantly, and Jalal rolled on the ground in a mess. Damn it! You're teasing me like that. I'm the youngest of the 10. Ye Yang scratched his ears. Oh, what a familiar phrase. I seem to have heard it somewhere recently. Oh! Now I remember, it was Jose. He told me the same thing back then. He's still in jail now. But you might just stay here. Jalal said angrily, don't confuse me with a third-rate Saint 10 like Jose. Joker casts meteor and flies up into the sky quickly. Celestial magic, 7-star sword. In the night sky, it looks like the Big Dipper is twinkling, with 7 beams of light falling from the sky. Ye Yang raised his finger and golden light gathered at his fingertips. Flash! Wow! Ye Yang's energy wave directly defeated Jalal's 7 light beams, but fortunately Jalal dodged in time and was not affected. How is it possible that you still have such powerful magic power now? I don't believe it. You must be forcing yourself. Go to hell, go to hell. True celestial magic, star collapse. A huge magic circle appeared in the sky, and a meteorite emerged from the magic circle and fell rapidly downwards. See? Even if you run as fast as you can, it's useless. Your friends are all here. Can you run away? Ye Yang shook his head, you are such a BD. Who else said I was going to run away? Ye Yang gathered golden light in his hands, Yashakani no Megatama. Countless light bullets flew towards the sky like raindrops. Boom! 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 Countless golden lights attacked the meteorite, causing it to disintegrate directly in the air, turning into rubble and flying around. Ye Yang flashed with golden light and appeared directly behind Jalal. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by light? Bang! Whoosh! Ye Yang kicked Jalal directly on the back. Jalal vomited blood and felt a sharp pain. He fell to the ground with a ferocious look on his face. Boom! The ground suddenly caved in, and a huge hole appeared. In the hole. No! Impossible, how could I fail? I haven't met Ziref yet, and I still haven't achieved my freedom. Golden light condensed at Ye Yang's fingertips, and he looked at Jalal coldly. Even though you deceived everyone, you were also the poor one who was deceived. There was no such thing as resurrecting Ziref from the beginning to the end. You are nothing but a fool deceived by Altair. Go to hell and repent, Jalal. Flash! Boom! Ye Yang instantly blasted a huge bottomless hole in the ground, and it was unknown whether Jalal was alive or dead. Ye Yang landed slowly and almost lost his balance. His physical strength had been almost exhausted, and he had to use high-energy techniques such as Yasakani no Megatama and Hollow Flash in succession. Urza and Lucy rushed forward to support Ye Yang. Haha, let you see how embarrassed I am. I didn't hold back just now, Urza said gently, I know, it's all in the past. At this time, Natsu and Gray arrived. As soon as Natsu came up, he shouted, Jalal. Where are you? I'm going to beat you away. Gray looked at the mess around him and saw Yang and others in front of him, walking forward. Hello. Is everyone okay? Lucy waved to Gray to indicate that everything was fine. Gray stepped forward and asked, Where's Jackal? Lucy looked at the two people who came late. They have all been solved by Yang. Natsu was instantly disappointed. Yang got the better of me again. Damn it. Gray asked while doing Yang's weak look. This Jalal is really strong. He actually pushed Yang to this extent. Lucy shook her head before telling the two what happened. Gray and Natsu looked more shocked the more they listened. They knew Yang was very strong, but to be so inhumanly strong was a bit exaggerated. Yang saw that the two men were looking at him as if they were watching something shocking, so he gave them a dunk. What are you looking at? It's just a trivial magical spirit power. Everyone was speechless for a while. This is a top-level strategic weapon, brother. The scene changes, and Yang and others board the ship with the captives on the island. When everyone saw that they could finally leave this place that enslaved them, tears slowly flowed down their cheeks. Urza looked at the tower that rose into the sky, and everything seemed like a dream. When Yang saw that the boat had sailed very far out, a golden light flashed and disappeared from the boat. Everyone wondered what Yang was going to do. Lucy suddenly saw a light appear in the distant sky. Everyone look! What is that? When everyone heard the sound, they looked and saw a spot of light appear in the sky above the Tower of Heaven. Natsu lay on the ground and sniffed. It's, Yang. Lucy was surprised and said, Aren't you seasick? How can you smell it from such a distance? No, I saw it. Sigma_. Everyone was speechless. Gray wondered, what is he going to do? I also want to go and destroy the island. After listening to Natsu, everyone knew that this was very likely. Gray said, Idiot, what are you going to do? If you go there, he will destroy the island and you too. Yang looked at the small island below that was glowing with blue light, raised his index finger, and golden light condensed at his fingertips. Quay! The golden light suddenly expanded, and a ball of light with a diameter of 100 meters appeared in the sky. It seemed as if a second sun appeared in the sky, illuminating the entire sea. Fall! Yang waved his hand, and the ball of light slowly fell toward the ground and soon disappeared into the ground. The surroundings suddenly became pitch black. The people on the boat looked ahead and suddenly saw no movement. Chapter 71. At this moment, a bright light appeared from the Tower of Heaven, and then a loud noise was heard from a distance. A golden mushroom cloud rose from the ground, and then everyone saw a wave of energy spreading out in all directions. A tsunami of 100 meters high was created, surging towards the surroundings, and the sea surface around the ship was instantly choppy. Urza, everyone hold on tight. Everyone grabbed onto any secure places on the boat to prevent themselves from being thrown out. Due to the violent shaking, Natsu vomited and was thrown out by the sea water. Fortunately, Happy caught Natsu in time. Gradually, the sea surface began to calm down. Everyone shook their heads and looked up in the direction of the Tower of Heaven. Under the moonlight, they could see everything in front of them clearly. The Tower of Heaven that once towered into the sky has now disappeared without a trace. Gray was shocked and said, Hey, didn't you say that Yang just defeated the magic spirit power? Why does he still have such power now? Lucy was also stunned when she looked ahead. How should I know? He looked half dead just now. Could he have recovered in just a moment? Urza looked at the island disappearing in front of her, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Who knows? The sea breeze blew, ruffling Urza's crimson hair. The wind passed without leaving a trace, but it created ripples in her heart, touching her deepest tenderness. The scene changed and everyone returned to the hotel. Yang walked directly into the hotel's 24-hour buffet restaurant. He started to eat a lot to replenish the energy he had just consumed. Just like that, the whole restaurant became busy because of one person. After Yang had eaten and drunk his fill, it was already early in the morning, with the morning light slowly rising from the horizon. Yang was about to go back to her room to sleep for a while when she saw a figure in a red dress on the beach. Urza. Yang slowly walked towards the beach and saw Urza not wearing her armor, but a long red dress, looking out at the sea in the distance. Have they left? Urza nodded. I originally wanted them to join Fairy Tale, but they refused. They said their entire lives were trapped in that tower, and now that the tower is gone, they want to see the outside world. How can I, as a sister, stop them? Yang didn't reply, but followed Urza's gaze towards the sea. I thought of the sad experience he had gone through before he came here. I thought about every little thing that happened after I came here. Just then Urza turned around and went straight into Yang's arms. Yang was caught off guard by the sudden hug. Thank you, Yang. After hearing Urza's words, Yang's expression gradually calmed down. He stroked the back of Urza's head and said, "Aren't we partners?" Afterwards, the group played on the beach for a few days before returning to the guild. Everyone was shocked when they saw the appearance of the guild. They had only been away for a few days, and the entire guild had been completed. It was several times larger than before. Lucy, wow, this is such a huge change. Myra saw Yang and hurried out to greet him. Hey, you guys are back. How do you feel about the new guild? Are you surprised? Lucy nodded quickly, yeah. This is too luxurious. Natsu, I always feel like something is missing. Gray, help me think about this. Oh, how can I know what you are thinking? Myra introduced, not only that, there is an open-air cafe outside and a swimming pool inside. Yang was not happy when she heard about the swimming pool. Suddenly, a few people saw someone setting up a stall in front of the guild entrance. When they walked forward, they saw it was Max. Welcome all bosses to my Max shop. Is there anything I can help you with? Gray asked. Max, why did you start setting up a stall? Max sighed. It's not like the missions are slow lately, so I thought of making some small things to sell. There are a lot of things here, just take a look. Yang looked at the stall and saw a bunch of strange things, but the most eye-catching thing was the action figures on display. Hey, there are still our figurines here. Max, how is it? It's very exquisite, isn't it? These figures are only 3000 J. Yang then picked up the Lucy figurine. How much is this? This is a figure of the strongest team. It's a little more expensive, 4000 J. Yang put the Lucy figurine down directly. That's expensive. Lucy looked at Yang's figurine and saw that it was marked as requiring 2 WJ. Why does his action figure cost 20,000? Mine is only 4,000 J. Max explained, Yang is very popular now, he is handsome and talented, so of course he has to pay more. Yang looked at Myra and Urza's figures again. How much are these two? Each of these two is 1 WJ. Yang nodded in agreement. Not bad, very cheap. Oh, Lucy, how hypocritical are you? Max suddenly came over and said in a very obscene way, you can take off the clothes of these figures. As he said this, he was about to take off the clothes of Lucy's doll. Lucy heard everything they just said clearly and hurriedly stopped them. No. Lucy snatched her figurine away. Yang looked at Urza and Myra's figurines with a bad look and asked. There's, two. Max suddenly felt something was wrong, cold sweat kept coming out of his forehead. Under the strong pressure from Yang, Urza and Myra, he nodded. Bang! 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 Max's dream of becoming a boss was instantly shattered, his stall was smashed by Yang, and Max was beaten by Urza. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. After everyone dealt with Max, they opened the door of the guild. Welcome. Fairy Tale. There were beautiful receptionists on both sides of the gate. Yang nodded with satisfaction. The president still has good taste in this regard. Gray agreed, yes, that's right. Myra went on to introduce, not only that, the swimming pool is in the back, and there is also a playground in the basement, but the biggest change is the second floor. In order to prevent everyone from being curious about the second floor, the president has decided that anyone can go up to the second floor now. Natsu and Gray immediately became excited when they heard this. That means we can also do S-level missions. Myra shook her head, No, you can't accept it without the president's consent. These words immediately woke up the two excited people. Natsu, isn't it even more uncomfortable to just watch and not be able to answer? Gray, yes, that's right. Chapter 72. At this moment, Makarov's voice suddenly came. You little brats! You're back! I'm back, old man! By the way, let me introduce you to our new member, Juvia Loxer. Isn't she cute? Gray looked at Juvia and said, so you've already joined. I was thinking of taking you to see the president. It's alright Lord Gray, Juvia wanted to give you a surprise. Urza, well, I heard you saved Gray in the casino. Welcome to Fairy Tale. At this time, Makarov kept staring at Yang, as if he wanted to see something from Yang's face. Yang looked confused. Why are you looking at me like that, old man? Makarov came over and whispered, you don't object? She's Phantom Lords. Look at what you said. Am I such a stingy person? We were both serving different masters at that time. Now that old man Jose is in jail. Makarov nodded in satisfaction. Not only her, I recruited Gajil as well. Come in if you want. I beat him up at the time, so that can be considered as a compensation. Well, as long as you agree, then everything will be fine. Yang rolled his eyes, you are the president, okay. I have to consider other people's opinions, too. You have the highest prestige among these guys. They won't say anything if you agree. Ahem, there's a new member in the guild. Natsu and the others who were chatting turned around and looked. Then a man with long black hair and heavy metal attire walked up to Makarov. Natsu saw the person coming and shouted, hey, stop kidding, why are you here? Lucy asked in confusion, who is this person? Natsu yelled, he's the guy who destroyed our guild. Grandpa, why did you recruit him? Makarov, Mom, although he was the one who destroyed our guild, he was just under Jose's orders. There's no need to be so hostile to him. Natsu saw that the president couldn't be persuaded and turned to look at Yang. Yang, do you also agree to let him join the guild? Didn't the old man say that it was Jose who did it? What does it have to do with him? It's the same when you're doing missions and wreaking havoc everywhere. But Natsu was speechless. Urza also looked at Gajil with a serious expression, but seeing that Yang agreed, she didn't have much to say. You'd better behave yourself and don't let me catch you doing anything evil, or I will kill you myself. Gajil was extremely upset, even though he had already expected this scene. Tisk, I'm just here to take on commissions and make money. I never thought about dealing with you guys. Juvia hurried forward and said, everyone, I brought him here. Gajil is actually a good person. President Jose asked him to do those bad things. Gray, since Yang has agreed, I don't have much to say. Ever since Spectre disbanded, Gajil has been living in a garbage dump, eating scrap metal for a living every day. Makarov really doesn't want to see such a capable young man go down a path of no return, so he sincerely invites him to join Fairy Tale. After Juvia's persuasion, he agreed to join Fairy Tale. Pa! Alright brats, I've observed Gajil these past few days, and like Juvia said, he's a very good kid, so let's just let go of what happened in the past. Natsu immediately yelled, no way! I can't work with this guy. It just so happens that the last duel has not yet decided the winner, so let's settle the outcome here today. Gajil was shocked when he heard this. Haha! Just what I want. I'm afraid I'll accidentally punch you to death. I heard that you can't even make it to S rank here. You're really embarrassing us dragon slayers. When Natsu heard Gajil say this, his anger grew even more. Because Natsu knew that what Gajil said was right, he knew that Gajil was one of the Aces Inspector and an S-class wizard, while Natsu, on the other hand, was not S-class at all. How can your S rank be compared with our S rank? It's not that easy to be a Fairy Tale S rank. Don't make so many excuses for yourself, Fire Dragon. I don't want to do a mission with an unqualified Dragon Slayer. Who the hell are you calling unqualified, UBD? The two began to quarrel face to face. Makarov simply enlarged his arms and gave each of the two men a fist. Bang! Bang! Natsu and Gajeel were knocked to the ground, with big bumps on their heads. But the two still looked at each other unhappily. At this moment, the entire guild went dark. Lucy asked in confusion, "Huh? Why did you suddenly turn off the lights?" "Okay, stop asking, just sit down and watch the show," said Makarov. Performance. This made the people who had just returned all look confused. Soon the spotlight shone on the center of the stage, and Myra held her guitar and prepared to sing. Yang and his group looked at the stage in shock. Omega Omega, Myra! Compared to their surprise, the other members of the guild were all excited. "Myra-chan, I've finally waited for you. Let's get started." Then Myra's moving voice began to resound throughout the guild, and the people below continued to sway and cheer along with Myra's singing, just like a whole concert. After a while, Myra's singing came to an end. "One more song, Myra-chan." "Yes. One more." Suddenly, the spotlight on the stage shone on the other side, and the scene suddenly became quiet. I saw Gajeel sitting on a chair with a guitar in his hand. "Next, I will sing a song I wrote for you." After saying that, Gajeel strummed his guitar and began to sing. At first, no one cared much, but as Gajeel's singing began, everyone felt that it was unpleasant. "What the hell are you singing? It sounds so ugly. My cat's meow is more beautiful than yours. Go down. Go down," the audience said as they threw trash at Gajeel. Gajeel finally couldn't stand it anymore and stood up and shouted. "Do you guys even know what art is? You are a bunch of tasteless people. A hole. What did you just say? Do you want to fight?" After a while, the guild started another big fight. Natsu immediately became excited when he saw the thriving scene in front of him. "Ha ha ha, I said something was missing. This is what a guild should be like." Natsu also joined the melee. Makarov looked at the newly established guild and thought that he would enjoy a few days of peace, but instead a fight broke out straight away. "Can't you bastards just be left alone for a few days?" Chapter 73. "Brat, come here for a moment." Yang walked to the backyard with a puzzled look on his face. "What's the matter, old man? You want to buy a house from me? Oh, you little brat! There's nothing else on your mind except the house. There is still money. Bang! Seriously, you defeated the magic spirit power." "Yes, old man, you already know that." When Makarov heard Yang's admission, the look in his eyes when he looked at Yang was strange. That's the power of magic elves. Makarov could never have imagined that the people who just ate and waited for death every day in the guild have now reached such a level of strength. Even in the past history, no one has ever been seen who can withstand the power of magic elves alone. "You little brat, how many people know about this? If other people knew about this, it would be a big deal. We at Fairy Tale would easily become the target of public criticism." Yang waved his hand. "Don't worry, those who know the inside story have been ordered to keep silent and will not tell anyone. By the way, old man, how did you know it was mine?" Makarov thought for a moment. "It was Yahima who told me that those bastards on the council were going to release the magical spirit power, and he wanted you to stop them. But when I wanted to contact you, I couldn't reach you at all. It was only after Urza reported to me that I learned that you also went to the Tower of Heaven." Yakima said that the magic spirit power was destroyed by an unknown force. For this reason, the old guys in the council erased the memories of all those irrelevant people. Only those few counselors know about this. I am just guessing. After all, as far as I know, there is no magic that can compete with the power of the magic elves. Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "Are you so sure that I did it?" "Of course I don't believe it, but you little brat, I can't see through you. So I came here to ask you, but I didn't expect it was really you. What I couldn't imagine was that Zikrane was actually Jalal. I felt at the time that this person was not simple. Alas, what's wrong with the young people nowadays? At this age, he has reached the level of Saint 10. His talent can be said to be 1 in a million, but he doesn't use it on the right path." Yang joked, "Old man, did you say the same thing to old guy Jose?" Makarov's face turned red instantly. "Ahem, how is that possible? You can't do bad things, little brat. Oh, don't worry, old man. I will only destroy towns, islands, mountains, and so on. It won't have much impact. Oh, this is too much, brat. Ha 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 ha, you're the one who's taking care of it, old man. I am already 80 years old. I will retire in a few years. Fairy tale will still be handed over to you. Yang immediately took a few steps back when he heard this. No, I don't want to be scolded by those old guys. I'm afraid I can't control myself. You should find Gildarts. I think he's quite suitable. And if Laxus knew about this, he would be very angry with you. Makarov heard that it was indeed the case. There were still too many things that had not been resolved. Why are you in such a hurry? I didn't ask you to be the boss now. I can still hold on for a few more years. Haha, don't worry, old man. With your physique, you will definitely live to be 100 years old. Sitting for 20 years is not a problem. Makarov got anxious when he heard that he would have to sit for 20 years. You little BD. Can't you just let me enjoy my old age in peace? Oh, I feel at ease with you as the guild master. He patted Makarov on the shoulder. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. You little BD. You have no respect for your elders. Wait, there is one more thing. Tomorrow a reporter will come to our guild to interview us. Please cheer up. After all, this is your first time appearing in public. Okay, I got it. Yang waved his hand casually and left the backyard. Makarov looked at Yang's departing back, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. With Yang's strength, as long as he doesn't do anything bad that would anger God and people, he can ensure that fairy tale will remain prosperous for decades. The next morning, Lucy was stunned when she arrived at the guild. Lucy couldn't believe her eyes and kept wiping them. She found that everyone was dressed very exquisitely, and there was a hint of elegance in their every move. What happened? What's wrong with everyone? Myra stepped forward and explained, today is the day when Magus Weekly Sorasa comes to the guild for an interview. So the president ordered everyone to restrain themselves. When Lucy heard it was Sorasa, her eyes widened immediately, because this newspaper was well known throughout the kingdom of Fiori, and Myra's photo was also published in this newspaper. If a guild is listed there, it will be a huge boost to the guild's reputation. Suddenly Lucy seemed to realize something. Ah! Why didn't anyone tell me? I'm not prepared for anything. At this time, Urza's voice came from behind Lucy. Lucy, it's okay, just stay like normal. Lucy just looked back and saw Urza's armor gleaming in the sunlight. Ah! So flashy. Urza smoothed her hair. Yes, it's okay, I just wiped it off. Suddenly an excited voice came. Cool. You are the fairy queen. I finally see you in person. Crack. Crack. Urza stepped forward and politely replied, you are the reporter who came here to interview me. Yes. That's me. My name is Jason. Can I ask you some simple questions? Sure. Cool. How many sets of changing clothes do you have in total? Urza thought for a moment and then said, there are about 100 sets. I haven't counted them carefully. Cool. Which outfit do you like best? It should be a bunny girl, because I think it's very cute. Cool. I am asking you a question that everyone is interested in. Excuse me, do you have a boyfriend? Urza glanced around but didn't see the figure. Not yet. Cool. Just then, Natsu burst in from the door. Who is a reporter? Jason came directly in front of Natsu. It's the fire dragon Natsu. He's my favorite wizard. Natsu looked at Jason unkindly. You're the one who wrote that I destroyed this and that. Yes, it's me. Go to hell, BD. Natsu punched Jason and sent him flying. Cool. Chapter 74. After Jason was knocked out, he landed directly in front of Gray. Jason immediately got up from the ground after seeing it. Wow! It's the real Gray. Gray heard someone say this and looked a little unhappy. Huh? Who are you? At this time, Jovia explained, Mr. Gray, this person should be the reporter that the president mentioned coming to interview. Jason heard the sound and looked over, and was excited when he saw it. It's actually Juvia the Rain Girl. Cool. So you really joined Fairy Tail. This is really big news. Excuse me, Miss Juvia, why did you join Fairy Tail? Juvia looked at Gray shyly and didn't answer Jason's question. Jason also noticed this, so he stopped asking questions and turned to look at Gray. Excuse me, Mr. Gray, why do you take off your clothes so easily? I'm warning you not to talk nonsense. Who takes off clothes all the time? It makes me sound like a pervert. Juvia blushed and lowered her head. Gray-sama, clothes, clothes. Gray looked down and found that his clothes were gone without him knowing. Ah! When? Just then, footsteps were heard at the stairs on the second floor. Everyone subconsciously looked over and were all stunned. Yang was seen wearing a Gothic-style, moon-silver shirt, a loose long shirt with bat sleeves, and a black cloak behind him. With Yang's carefully retouched face, he looked like a noble prince. Lucy's face turned red, her heart beat faster, and she spoke incoherently. Yang. This is completely different from his usual sloppy look of wearing a shirt, shorts, and flip-flops. He is exactly Lucy's ideal type, handsome, rich, and stylish. Not only Lucy, but everyone else in the guild wiped their eyes in disbelief after seeing this, unable to believe that this was Yang's appearance. Myra also covered her face and looked at Yang shyly. When Jason saw that it was Yang, he immediately slid in front of Yang with both knees. Oh my god, I finally saw the real me. I guess you are Mr. Golden Flash Yang. Yang politely extended his hand and helped Jason up. His tone was extremely gentle, and he had a slight smile on his face, making him seem so approachable. I'm sorry, but the people in the guild are all barbarians. I hope I didn't hurt you. No. Jason's face turned red with embarrassment at the gentle tone. Natsu burst out laughing when he saw Yang's look. Ha 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 ha. Yang, why are you dressed like this? At this moment, veins bulged on Yang's forehead, and Ama Murakami instantly appeared in Yang's hand. The lightsaber extended directly and pressed against Natsu's neck. Gurgle. Natsu's forehead was covered with cold sweat and he dared not move. Jason looked even more excited after seeing this. Cool. This is the holy light that can destroy all darkness. This is the first time I've seen it. Yang was also confused when he heard Jason's description. This is the first time I've heard someone say that. Because Yang spoke quietly, Jason didn't hear it. Ah? Did you say anything just now? I didn't hear it clearly. No, you have a lot of questions to ask, right? Let's go. This isn't the place to chat. I'll take you to the outdoor cafe over there so we can eat and chat. Cool. Everyone looked at Yang in disbelief as he walked by. Every step he took revealed his nobleness. Compared to them, they are just like a country bumpkin. Mr. Yang, I heard that you were praised by the Kingdom of Fiori as the strongest person in the light magic world, but you yourself don't seem to admit it. Is there any reason? Because of this title, I feel that I am still young and unworthy of it. Who dares to say that they are the best? You haven't made any big moves in recent years, so much so that everyone has forgotten your existence. What have you done over the years? Of course I will. Before Yang opened his mouth, he felt an eye staring at him. Of course it's because I've reached a bottleneck in my magic path. I've been keeping a low profile these past few years, preparing to break through to the next level in one fell swoop. Oh. I see. No wonder Phantom Lord's President Jose was defeated by you. Is it because your strength has reached the level of the Holy Ten? Probably. Haha, Mr. Yang, you are really modest. Everyone looked at it for a while, then quickly surrounded the 3 cats and 2 dogs. Has Yang always looked like this? San Mao looked proud, of course not. Look at whose boss that is. My boss is only slightly more handsome than me. Everyone looked down upon hearing San Mao's boasting. Lucy was puzzled by everyone's reaction. You've lived with him for so long, don't you know? Kana, how would we know? He is just like what you see when he comes to the guild. He usually does quests, and we don't follow him. This is the first time we've seen him like this. Lucy turned to look at Myra and Urza. The two of them said that it was the first time they saw him like this. After a while, Jason left the guild contentedly after learning the situation. Seeing that he had left, Yang simply stopped pretending. He teleported to Natsu's side, grabbed Natsu's head and threw him back, staring at Natsu with a bad look. Little thing, you were laughing so happily just now. How could that be? Yeah, Yang is the most handsome. #@. After a while, Natsu was hung at the entrance of the guild with a bruised face. Few much more comfortable. Old man, you made me wear this and pretend to be so polite. I feel a little disgusted myself. Didn't I tell you? This is your first time appearing in public. You must package yourself well. Before Makarov finished speaking, Yang was about to take off his clothes. Seeing this, Myra pulled Yang away and started filming frantically. A few days later, the content of Fairy Tale's interview was published. After everyone saw Yang's appearance, Yang directly topped the list of wizards that most wanted to be boyfriends, leaving an unknown distance from the second place. At this time, in a remote and unknown tavern, several wizards were watching Fairy Tale's report. This is really hilarious. This is a guild, and there's even a swimming pool. And this person is completely different from the photo of the underground bounty. He's handsome, and he's also a Shura. To be honest, I was quite in awe of this guy, but now that I know what Shura looks like, why should I be afraid of him? Ha 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 ha. You're right. At this time, a tall figure blocked the view of the few people. They looked back and immediately recognized who the person was. It was Laxus from Fairy Tale. After seeing this, several people immediately stopped talking and began to tremble all over. Laxus ignored them and picked up the newspaper to read. When Laxus saw Yang's outfit, he was speechless, frustrated face, because they were completely different people from what he remembered. This guy actually plays with the old man. Chapter 75. Suddenly an arrogant voice came from behind Laxus. Wow! This is the celebrity effect. Just standing there makes people scared. Makarov's grandson is different. But I'm not afraid. I'm not like these wimps. Laxus' expression immediately turned cold after hearing that. He turned around and looked at the man with cold eyes. The atmosphere in the entire tavern suddenly became extremely cold. Oh my! Why does he look like he's going to eat me? I'm really scared. At this time, the tavern owner said, "Okay, Zat. Stop causing trouble." Zat waved his hand. "Don't worry, we don't have to be afraid of such a grandstanding guild. Recently, we received news that the magic elves of the council have been destroyed. What do we have to be afraid of? We were hiding before because we were worried about the threat from that thing. Now is the time for our dark guild to rise up." Laxus' eyes became even colder when he heard the other party talking about his dark guild. "Go outside. I don't want to interfere with the business of this tavern." After saying that, Laxus walked straight out of the tavern. Zat was not afraid either, and walked out arrogantly, followed by several younger brothers to support him. Just as Laxus stopped walking, Zat took the lead in attacking, sending a wave of wind energy directly towards Laxus. Just as the wave was about to approach Laxus, an electric current flowed out from Laxus and directly defeated Zat's wave. Boom! At this moment, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and landed on Zat and his companions. Ah! In an instant, Zat and his men were charred by the electric shock and lay on the ground, their life or death unknown. Laxus said disdainfully, "Now anyone dares to challenge Fairy Tale. The old man and Yang are really getting worse and worse. It seems like it's time for me to clean up Fairy Tale." Then, Laxus disappeared in a flash of lightning. When the people who came out to watch the fun saw that Zat was killed instantly by the opponent's blow, they all swallowed their saliva. Zat can be said to be quite powerful in this area, which is why Zat speaks so arrogantly. However, even such a Zat was killed instantly by the opponent in one move. Next day, Lucy kept looking for a commission that suits her in front of the task bar. Levi was surprised when he saw it. "Lucy, you're teaming up with Natsu, so why are you choosing commissions here?" "XX stop talking, doing commissions with Natsu isn't enough to compensate me, if this continues I'll end up on the streets. Levi also knew Natsu's style of doing things. Thinking of this, Levi didn't know what to say and could only smile awkwardly. At this moment, Lucy suddenly saw a more suitable commission. Just as she was about to take it, a hand reached out and snatched the commission away. Lucy saw that her commission was snatched away and hurriedly shouted, "I saw this first. Whoever gets it first gets it." Without waiting for Lucy to say anything, Gajeel ran out of the guild in a hurry. Seeing that the commission had been snatched away, Lucy had no choice but to look for another one. Levi had just seen Gajeel appear and didn't dare to say a word, but when he saw Lucy was so brave, he looked at Lucy with some admiration. "Lucy, aren't you afraid of Gajeel?" Lucy looked at Levi with a puzzled look. "Huh? Why are you scared? What's so scary about Gajeel? Don't you think Gajeel looks fierce? I don't even dare to talk to him." The corners of Lucy's mouth twitched, because she suddenly found that she seemed to have changed. If it were her old self, she might really be scared, but after going through so much with Yang and the others, and hovering between life and death every time, she is not afraid at all now. Ha, ha ha ha, if you go on a few missions with Natsu and the others, you'll feel like these are nothing. At this time in Magnolia Park, Gajeel was blocked by someone. "Get out of the way, I have to go on a mission now." Laxus sneered, "Don't you think it's ridiculous that a guy whose own guild was destroyed is now doing a quest in the place that destroyed his own guild?" When Gajeel heard the other party say this, his expression instantly dimmed. He knew that someone from the guild was looking for trouble with him. "If that's all you want to say, then I have nothing to say. I still have to do my mission." Crack! Just as Gajeel took a few steps, a bolt of lightning dropped from the sky and hit him directly. Ah! Gajeel endured Laxus lightning, his whole body was smoking from the electric shock, but he did not choose to fight back. "What's wrong? Why don't you fight back? You are praised as the ace by Phantom, but this is all you can do." Even after Laxus said this, Gajeel said nothing and endured it all in silence. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Laxus suddenly became angry, and condensed more powerful thunder in his hand and went straight towards Gajeel. Gajeel has already felt this huge amount of magic power. He knows that if he is hit by it, he will not die, but he will definitely need to rest for a while. At this moment, a golden light flashed, and the man waved his hand to defeat Laxus's lightning. Yang said solemnly, "What are you doing, Laxus? Have you forgotten that the guild is not allowed to attack members?" When Laxus saw that the person coming was Yang, he felt angry. "I didn't admit that he is a member of our guild. He has the guild's emblem tattooed on his body, so he is a member of the guild. Even if he did some wrong things before, he has been punished accordingly, and everyone has already let it go. You are being so aggressive here now. Aren't you a little too petty?" Laxus laughed and said, "Hey, so you are known as the best wizard, so you are qualified to teach me a lesson, right? You are attacking people from our own guild, so I have an obligation to stop you and sober you up." When Laxus saw Yang say this, the thunder on his body kept flashing, and the magic power on his body began to dissipate little by little. Yang said no more and activated his Conqueror's Haki to fight against Laxus. Suddenly, the pressure around him increased dramatically and the ground in the park began to crack. When the people around saw the situation here, they all gathered over here. "Everyone come quickly, there's a fight over there." "Really? Really? Hurry up and lead the way." Seeing that more and more people were gathering around them, Laxus and Yang simply retracted their momentum. Laxus looked at Yang and said, "The duel between you and me is not far away." After leaving these incomprehensible words, Laxus transformed into lightning and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 76. Yang felt helpless when he saw Gajeel, who was covered in wounds. "Are you okay?" "I'm sorry." Laxus is a bit immature. He cares more about the reputation of the guild than anyone else. Due to the old man's lack of discipline, he developed this kind of personality. Gajeel slowly stood up. "It's nothing, just some flesh wounds. How can I say hello to you? Don't you know how to resist?" Gajeel looked at Yang with some confusion. "Why did you save me?" His previous place, Phantom Lord, was a place where the strong dominated the weak, and if you had strength, you could do whatever you wanted. Laxus's behavior happens every day there, so he doesn't think there is anything wrong with it. Yang looked at Gajil's expression and understood a little bit. After all, he knew what was going on inside Phantom. What you said is just bullshit. You are a member of Fairy Tail. How can I watch you get beaten by him? The guild is a place where people help each other, even if there are occasional quarrels. If you feel guilty about destroying the guild, you don't have to use such a stupid method to redeem yourself. Remember, this is Fairy Tail, not Phantom Lord. If he hits you, you hit him back, although you will definitely be beaten to a pulp. Don't worry, everyone has accepted you, you don't have to feel guilty or anything. You are still a long way behind him in strength now. You should work hard to cultivate and catch up with him as soon as possible. Then you can avenge yourself now. Also, don't go on the mission now since you are injured all over. Rest for a few days and wait until you are well again. You can do the mission anytime. If you lose your life, you lose everything. Gajil looked at Yang who was walking away and didn't know what he was thinking. Although he couldn't get out of Phantom's survival rules for the time being, he felt that Fairy Tail's survival rules were very good. At this time, in the northwest of Ziluo City, inside the Dark Guild Corpse Soul. At this time, the people in the guild were drinking, eating meat and bragging, little knowing that what was about to greet them was a nightmare. Boom! The door of the Corpse Soul Guild was broken open, and 2 men and 1 woman rushed in. All the zombie souls put down their food, picked up their weapons, and stared at the 3 people in front of them with unfriendly faces. Hey! Who are you? You dare to break into our corpse souls, don't you want to live? The young man in the lead glanced around and shook his head in disappointment. You dirty sewer rats dare to criticize Fairy Tail. You are simply courting death. When the corpse souls heard this, they immediately realized that it was the Guild of Light that came to cause trouble. You are from the Fairy Tail Guild. People from a regular guild are not simple. They even bring a beautiful girl with them when they go out on a mission. Now we are happy. Evergreen saw that the other party was teasing him, and he remained calm and said nothing. Instead, he took off his glasses. A purple light flashed, and everyone who looked at Evergreen was petrified on the spot. The remaining members of the Corpse Soul were all stunned in shock. Shoot them, babies! 5 puppets flew out from Big Slow's side, and lasers shot out from their mouths, shattering all the petrified people one by one. After a while, under the attack of Evergreen and Big Slow, the entire Corpse Soul Guild was destroyed. Freed watched everything indifferently from beginning to end. This is the price you pay for underestimating Fairy Tail. Big Slow said disappointedly, oh, it's over like this, I haven't even warmed up yet. Evergreen covered his nose with a fan and said, next time, if we go to a small place like this, you two should just come. It stinks. Freed, they are just a bunch of low-ranking guilds. How strong do you expect them to be? Well, let's go, Laxus' plan is about to start being implemented. Big Slow smiled and said, this day has finally come. We haven't appeared in the guild for such a long time. It's time for the newcomers to get to know us. Magnolia Town. Today is Magnolia Town's annual Harvest Festival, a celebration held to celebrate the harvest in advance. Fairy Tail is the only guild in Magnolia Town and is invited to be in charge of the magic parade every year. At this time, the people of Magnolia Town were all smiling happily and preparing for the celebration. After Lucy left home and came to the guild, she felt something different. What's going on? It's so lively. Then Myra took out a flyer and gave it to Lucy. After seeing this, Lucy realized that a celebration was going to be held. Myra, every year, Fairy Tail takes over the performance of the magic parade, so everyone is preparing. Lucy, this is the first time I heard of it. Myra, not only that, there will also be a beauty contest tomorrow to select the most beautiful girl in the guild. Lucy was even more curious after hearing this. There are still activities like this, but since we are all in the same guild, there is no need to divide them so clearly. The first prize is 50 WJ. I want to participate. Happy, Lucy, you just said that a guild shouldn't be divided so clearly. This is 7 months' rent. Do you know how poor I am now? No. I have to go and get ready. After saying that, Lucy ran out of the guild like the wind. Happy, Natsu, Lucy is broken. Oh, is that so? Do you want me to burn her butt with fire? Happy, then Lucy might be ruined. At this time Myra Jane looked at the president and said, Laxus came back yesterday. Makarov took a sip of wine and said, really? It doesn't matter. He never participated in the magic parade in previous years anyway. I hope this kid just behaves himself. But I was surprised that he didn't have a conflict with Yang after he came back. Myra, no, President. They almost fought in the park yesterday. But I heard that because the impact was a bit big, they didn't fight. However, the ground in the park cracked. Puff. Makarov spat out a mouthful of old wine. Can't these two brats behave themselves? No, no one knows it was us, right? Then Myra handed over a penalty ticket with a smile on her face. It said damage to the park and the cost of repairing it. Ah! I'll teach these two brats a lesson when they come over here. Chapter 77. The next morning, which was also the day of the harvest festival, there was an endless stream of tourists pouring in. In Magnolia Town, vendors of all sizes came out to set up stalls and shout out their wares very early. The streets were already bustling in the morning, and the busiest place was Fairy Tale, where almost all the men gathered. The guild has also cleared out the stage, and there is also a row of judges' area in the basement, which is very professional. Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited election of the most beautiful fairy lady begins now. Now welcome our judges. The first person we would like to invite is our dearest mayor of Magnolia Town, Mr. Fawcett. On the judges' panel, a middle-aged man who was slightly short and looked very kind stood up and waved his hand. Oh! Secondly, please welcome the president of our Fairy Tale Guild, Mr. Makarov. Makarov stood on a chair and waved to everyone. The last one is Mr. Yang, who has recently become famous throughout the kingdom of Fiori and is known as the most handsome and powerful wizard. Yang stood up and waved to everyone, which immediately attracted a group of fangirls to cheer wildly. Ah! Hubby, look here, look here. The men around all had gloomy faces. Shallow. After Yang sat down, Makarov poked Yang with his elbow. How about it, little brat? I have created a lot of momentum for you, right? It has helped you to capture so many fans. Old man, you have really made me suffer. I don't even dare to walk outside now. My peaceful life is gone forever. How do you think you should compensate me? You little BD, you're still ungrateful after getting an advantage. Be content with what you have. The players preparing at the back were also secretly watching the scene in front. Lucy, there are too many people. Urza went up to comfort him. Don't worry Lucy, it's just a game. Lucy was so exhausted at this point that she could not even cry, because the contestants around her were stronger than each other, and she felt that she had no chance of winning at all. Why are Urza and Myra also participating? I feel like my 500,000 is going to fly away, XX. Host, okay, everyone, please calm down. The 3 judges below are driving you crazy, but these next few fairies will make you lose your way even more. Next, let us welcome the first contestant. An exotic beauty with an extra-dimensional appetite, Kana Abel Rona. Ooh. Then Kana appeared confidently on stage, the cards kept dancing and emitting brilliant light. Kana nailed several cards to the ground, and a magic circle unfolded in the center of the stage. At this time, a wormhole-like shadow appeared in the center of the magic circle. Kana walked out of it, immediately changed into a swimsuit, and posed in a very sexy posture. The men below were bleeding from their noses. This is heaven. Kana looked at the reactions of the people below and was very satisfied. I'll take this 50 WJ for the wine. Lucy looked at Kana and saw that she even changed into a swimsuit, and scolded, ah! She even changed into a swimsuit for 50 WJ, why didn't I think of it? Urza thought thoughtfully, so there is such a trick. I learned it. The host wiped the blood from his nose and went on stage and said, good. Thank you very much Kana for giving us a wonderful performance. Now let's start the judges' comments. Mayor, not bad. Makarov wiped the blood from his nose and pretended to be serious, very good. Yang, however, had a serious look on his face and crossed his fingers in front of his nose. Kana's performance was very creative, with cool lighting effects and exotic dances. The combination of the two was eye-catching, especially the final performance, which combined projection and costume magic, which was even more unexpected. I hope you can give us a better performance next time. Lucy was even more surprised when she saw Yang's comments. No way, do you have to be so professional? Host, good. Thank you all for your comments. Now let's welcome the next contestant. Juvia Loxer. As soon as Jubia came on the court, he released a water ball directly in the center of the court. Then Jubia took a running start and dived directly into the water ball, but the moment her body touched the water ball, her clothes began to change into a swimsuit little by little. Then Jubia kept dancing in the water like a mermaid. Finally, the water ball burst, and Juvia looked at Gray in the audience with a very pitiful expression. Mr. Gray, are you watching? This scene directly touched the hearts of the audience and aroused the boy's desire to protect. Instantly, everyone on the field became agitated. Host, well, thank you Miss Jubia for the wonderful performance. Now let's invite our judges to give their comments. The mayor blushed and said, it's totally not good enough. Makarov still pretended to be serious, very good. Yang, very good. Jubia held her weapon perfectly in her hands, and danced beautifully in the water, just like a mermaid living freely in the sea. The bursting of the water ball at the end was like being driven out of her homeland because of her beauty. It's like a moving story. That charming demeanor makes people want to take her in. Yang's last words directly expressed the thoughts of the majority of male friends, and they all nodded in agreement. Makarov had to admire Yang for being able to say so many words, which also expressed the thoughts of everyone. You're still the best, little brat. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Host, let me welcome the next contestant, who is also one of the candidates for the championship of this beauty pageant, Fairy Tale's signature girl, Myra Jane Strauss. Oh! Champion! 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 Myra looked at everyone with a smile on her face and said, I don't know any magic, so I will perform the transformation magic that I am best at. As soon as Myra said this, all the men began to fantasize, expecting her to come up with something that would shock them. Myra slowly raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. In an instant, a wisp of white smoke floated out from the center of the stage. As the smoke slowly rose, everyone saw Myra's figure emerging from the bottom to the top. Her clothes were exactly the same as before. Until the smoke cleared, Myra with Happy's head appeared in front of everyone. Turn day. The whole scene became silent in an instant. Myra's performance really shocked everyone. Happy looked at his head pressing against Myra's head and felt a chill. Chapter 78. Without giving anyone time to react, Myra snapped her fingers again. This time it was Myra whose head was Yang. Yang looked at Myra's head supporting his head, which was just like him wearing women's clothes. The women around him started screaming crazily when they saw this. But Yang just felt socially dead, lowered his head and dared not look forward. The host stepped forward hurriedly. Thank you, contestant Myra, for giving us a wonderful performance. Now let's start the review session. When the host said this, his tone was extremely quick, completely lacking the meticulousness just now. Mayor, amazing eyeballs. Makarov lost his seriousness and felt very embarrassed. Transfiguration magic is very good, don't use it next time. Yang, Myra, you are fallen. Myra looked at Yang and said directly, what do you want to see? I can wear it for you in private. Myra's words directly angered all the men present. They stared at Yang with fire in their eyes. Jealousy made people unrecognizable. Ahem, Myra was just joking, don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously. At this time, the host came on stage to ease the atmosphere. Okay, now let's invite the next contestant, who is also the favorite to win this competition. The Queen of Fairies, Urza Shikaret. When the audience heard that it was Urza, their emotions were stirred again. The sound of high heels hitting the floor reached everyone's ears. The whole audience instantly fell silent, and everyone stared at the right side. Everyone saw Urza, who was wearing a gorgeous black dress with a long skirt at the back and looked like a queen, walking to the front of the stage. Everyone looked at Urza, who stood solemnly, and no one dared to utter a word. Urza slowly sat down, and the magic circle behind her unfolded, and the majestic seat belonging to the queen appeared in front of everyone. Urza crossed her legs slightly, slowly extended her right hand, and pointed her index finger forward. "Greetings to Her Majesty the Queen." The scene was so grand and the noise was so loud that the birds on the roof flew everywhere. The host stepped forward respectfully. "Your Majesty, will you please notify the judges below to review the case?" Urza nodded. "Mayor, I'm a little panicked. Makarov, it's so amazing. Yang, my queen, please accept my knees." The next two to appear were Levi, whose lovely word magic, and Bisk's precise shooting skills, both received unanimous praise. Lucy was the last to appear. She walked forward nervously. "Lucy, you can do it. You can definitely do it for 50 WJ. Just when Lucy was about to take out the celestial spirit key, a hole appeared on the top of the house. "Why are you participating in the Miss Fairy pageant without me?" Lucy had just made up her mind to start her performance when she was interrupted. "Hey! Who are you? It's my show now." Evergreen glanced at Lucy and ignored her, facing everyone confidently. "The fairy is me, the beauty is me, so the championship is mine, the winner is decided, I am the champion, Miss Fairy Evergreen. The boring game is over, let's start the next one." Makarov saw Evergreen suddenly appear from the sky and said angrily, "Evergreen, when did you come back? Are you going to ruin this event?" Lucy said hurriedly, "Don't make trouble, this is related to my livelihood." "What are you talking about, little girl?" Evergreen turned around, took off his glasses and looked at Lucy and said. Grey warned, "Lucy, be careful not to look into her eyes." Lucy froze and subconsciously looked into her eyes, and almost instantly turned into a stone statue. The residents who saw what happened ran away without stopping. "Run! Something happened!" Makarov said angrily, "Evergreen, let Lucy go quickly." Evergreen ignored Makarov's words. "President, you said it's a festival. If it's a festival, there must be some entertainment programs." After saying this, the curtain suddenly opened and all the women turned into stone statues. "Elder sister! How could that be? That's Urza." Yang was also a little angry. "Evergreen, let them go quickly so I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, I don't think you would want to know the consequences." The aura emitted by Yang instantly made Evergreen feel dangerous. In order to avoid being caught, Evergreen did not stop and flew directly out of the hole at the top. Yang's golden light shot out directly, but was blocked at the entrance of the cave. Then a piece of text emerged. "Do not use external force to defeat it. It's this guy freed. When did he write this? Do you think this alone can stop me?" Yang instantly flashed to the entrance of the cave, condensed golden light and kicked out, and the barrier written with magic words instantly shattered. The magic of the text was powerfully broken, and Freed felt it instantly. How is it possible that the magic spell I wrote was so easily broken by his brute force? The message was sent directly to me by Evergreen. "Run, Evergreen, Yang defeated my warlock." Yang appeared directly on the roof of the guild. At this time, Evergreen was still glad that he had escaped. At this moment, Freed's voice was heard, and a golden light fell directly at Evergreen's feet, and the roof collapsed instantly. "Ah!" Alba Green fell straight down, and just when Yang was about to chase her, a bolt of lightning fell and blocked Yang's steps. Yang looked at the newcomer with an indifferent expression. "Laxus, what on earth are you going to do?" Laxus joked, "You can't tell. Of course it's a celebration. Aren't you having fun? I don't have time to play any festival games with you right now. Tell Evergreen to turn the petrified members back to normal." "Oh, why are you so sad? Is there a girl you care about in there? Let me guess, is it Urza or Myra Jane?" Suddenly, Yang's aura became even more terrifying, and the sky darkened instantly. Laxus said hurriedly, don't move, I'm afraid I'll break the stones by accident, and then you'll be sad. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, the final duel between you and me is not now. For now, you just stay here and take a look at the feast I'm going to prepare for you and them. Then there was a flash of lightning and Laxus disappeared on the roof. Yang returned to the guild with a serious look on his face. Makarov asked hurriedly, what's wrong, brat? With your speed, it's impossible that you can't catch up with Evergreen. Yang then informed everyone in the guild about what Laxus had done to stop them. A hole. How could this guy do such a thing? He usually acts foolishly, but this time he is risking the lives of everyone in the guild just to play a game with him. Chapter 79. At this time, Laxus' voice came from the sky. Everyone at Fairy Tale, in the next few days before the magical parade, I will be holding a game, and the participants are all of you. The rules of the competition are also very simple. Whoever survives to the end is the winner. Don't even think about breaking the rules, otherwise I'm not sure those who have been petrified can remain intact. Makarov roared, Laxus. This joke of yours is really too much. Hurry up and restore them to their original state. There is a limit to joking. But Laxus couldn't hear Makarov's roar at all. Let's start a 3-hour fight. As long as you defeat the 4 of us, they will all return to their original state. Then a huge projection panel appeared in the guild. Makarov, this BD. After hearing this, everyone in the guild became agitated. Elfman was the first to rush out of the guild. Sister, I will definitely come to rescue you. Following Elfman's actions, others also rushed out of the guild. You're looking down on us by letting so many of us fight against the 4 of you. Come on, brothers, let's show them how powerful we are. Seeing that the situation was out of control, Makarov also ran outside in order not to cause any impact on Magnolia Town. Bang! It hurts, what's going on? Makarov looked at the rules displayed above. Stone statues are not allowed to pass, and people over 80 years old are not allowed to pass. When did Fried become such a powerful warlock? Natsu saw this and yelled, Grandpa, leave it to me. I'll beat Laxus away. Bang! Natsu rushed out the door and bumped into the warlock hard. It hurts? What's going on? Gajeel taunted, ha ha ha, Fire Dragon, I didn't expect you to be over 80 years old. You should stay here and retire. Leave this guy to me. It's just right for me to take revenge. Gajeel walked towards the outside with confident steps. Likewise, after encountering the warlock's rules, I ran straight into it. Gajeel looked ahead in disbelief. Natsu took the opportunity to mock him, ha ha ha, you are over 80 years old too. Outside the guild, everyone was desperately looking for the 3 members of the Thunder God clan and Laxus, but no one could find them. Altsak, what's going on over there? Droy and Jet, no, we didn't see them. It was like they disappeared into thin air. Suddenly, a magician appeared and surrounded the 3 people. Altsak panicked, what is this? What happened? Droy, I don't know, this seems to be Fried's warlock. Jet looked at the content on the warlock. Only the strongest can leave. What does he mean by this? Does he want us to kill each other? Droy, this is too despicable. At this moment, Altsak used magic and knocked Droy and Jet unconscious with 2 shots. I'm sorry, both of you. I have to apologize for saving Bisksa. I'll buy you a drink after this is over. At this moment, the projection in the guild hall suddenly moved. Fairy Tale Battle Report, Altsak vs Droy vs Jet, winner, Altsak. Makarov immediately understood that these were the people fighting. These brats are really worrying. The same thing is happening all the time in Magnolia Town. At this time, Laxus' projection appeared in the guild. Makarov grabbed him with one hand, but his arm went straight through Laxus' body. Don't waste your time, Grandpa. My real body is not even here. Besides, aren't they having a lot of fun? Do you want to see how they attack their friends? Ha 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 ha. Humans are selfish creatures. You still cherish your companions, but that's just an excuse for you to deceive yourself. Alright Laxus, your laugh is really ugly. I don't know what qualifications you have to laugh here, just to make everyone kill each other and mock your own grandfather. You just want to fight me, why do you want to involve these innocent people? Laxus laughed and said, innocent people? There are no innocent people here. All I see are a bunch of trash who will only bring disgrace to the guild. I've said it before, I'm going to kick all of them out of the guild one by one. Makarov yelled, they are not trash, they are my children. I really don't understand why you have become like this, Laxus. What's wrong with me? I'm doing great. Don't worry, Grandpa. The guild will get better under my leadership. Yang, you sound like you're already the president. Laxus, not now, but after tonight, it's hard to say. Makarov said angrily, someone like you who doesn't know how to care for your companions will never be able to become the president of Fairy Tale. I will not give you the position of president. Ha 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 ha. Laxus laughed. Old man, you finally spoke your mind, didn't you? You have always looked down on me. All you have eyes for is Yang. Are you going to hand over the guild to this BD Yang? How on earth am I inferior to this guy? Yang was speechless when he saw Laxus. Old man, you'd better not waste your breath on him. He won't listen now. I'll catch him back for you later. Laxus said disdainfully, yo, I'm really scared. Don't think that you can always beat me just because you beat me a few years ago. I have been thinking about defeating you all the time in the past few years, and I have invested a lot of training for this, but you have been living a lazy life in the guild, there is no way I can't beat you. Yang shook his head, I still say that, if you want to fight me, you can pick a place and I will accompany you to the end, but you shouldn't make fun of everyone in the guild. Now we can restore everything and pretend nothing happened. Laxus, I will not miss this opportunity to clean up this garbage. Don't worry, once the garbage is cleaned up, you and I will have a fight. After saying that, Laxus disappeared from the spot. Makarov sighed helplessly. Hey, what are you still doing here, brat? Go and take care of these bastards. Yes, I'll go right away. Then Yang raised his index finger and a golden light directly defeated Freed's warlock. Natsu, Gajeel, follow me. Oh. Chapter 80. At this time, the 3 cats and 2 dogs were searching everywhere outside, but still couldn't find a single figure. Suddenly a laser shot out, and the 2 quickly dodged it, and the laser directly shattered the ground. The 2 looked in the direction where the laser came from and found 5 dolls floating in the air. Bixlo was sitting on the roof, looking at them with a smile. What a coincidence, you two. Since you two have found us, let's play. Bixlo's puppet also shouted, come and play, come and play. You two are Yang's personal guards. Let's see who is better, Laxus's personal guards or Yang's personal guards. The 3 cats said arrogantly, you think too highly of yourself. The 2 of us, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix, beat you like a butcher dog, and you still want to fight with us too. That's a nice thought. Bixlo's mouth suddenly turned cold. You really overestimate your own abilities. I know that you two have no talent for magic, so you can only learn Yang's physical skills. In this era where magic is respected, physical skills are worthless. At this time, the 2 dogs stopped the 3 cats. Leave this to me. Go find someone else. I'll show him the boss's taijutsu. Seeing this, the 3 cats didn't say anything more. Then I'll leave this place to you. Then the 3 cats ran out in another direction. Seeing this, Bixlo directly controlled the puppet to chase after the 3 cats. At this moment, a figure instantly appeared in front of the puppet, kicked out, and directly knocked the puppet back. Your opponent is me. Bixlo, okay, great. It won't take long to deal with you anyway. Give him a good treat, baby. Then Bixlo directly controlled the puppet to rotate continuously around Urgu. Shoot him, babies. Then extremely dense lasers continued to shoot at Urgu. Urgu said disdainfully, that's it. It can't be compared with the boss's laser at all. Paper painting. Urgu's body was like a piece of paper, floating in the wind and dodging all attacks. Bixlo also put away his contempt upon seeing this. Just based on Urgu's actions, he knew that the physical skills taught by Yang were extremely extraordinary. Shave. Ergu kept stomping on the ground with his toes, and his body instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Big Slow. Magic power exploded under Big Slow's feet, and his body retreated violently backwards. I saw Ergu's fingers directly piercing through the hard ground. That's quite a trick. Line formation, baby. I saw 5 puppets sticking together in a straight line, rushing towards Ergu quickly like a slashing attack. Ergu twisted his body suddenly, causing his legs to sweep quickly, and a slash flew out, colliding with the puppet. Seeing this, Big Slow quickly came to Ergu and used his magic power to punch Ergu's abdomen hard. Iron! Bang! It hurts? A sharp pain ripped through Big Slow's hand, as if it had hit a piece of iron. Ergu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, raised his hands and extended his index finger. I said that iron blocks are useful, but the boss insisted that they are not. Finger gun, random twisting. Big Slow suddenly felt something was wrong, as he had seen the power of that finger just now. X formation, baby. The 5 puppets quickly formed a formation and flew in front of Big Slow to unfold a magic wall. Big Slow then saw Ergu's fingertips constantly poking at the magic wall. Fortunately, the magic wall was strong enough and Ergu's attack was not enough to break it. Big Slow directly activated his magic power, and a green magic circle unfolded in front of him. Let me show you the difference between magic and physical skills. Magic doll light killing cannon. Ergu did not dodge and placed his fists on the barrier. 6 style secret technique, 6 king's spear. Boom! The powerful force directly shattered Big Slow's puppet, and the force penetrated the barrier to shatter the magic circle, directly destroying Big Slow's mask. Big Slow's brain was severely impacted and he passed out instantly. At this time, Ergu's arms were seen shaking constantly, and his arms were drooping weakly. It seems that I should learn more about strength like the 3 cats. Brute force is really harmful to me. But this doesn't mean I won't lose face for the boss. The news that Big Slow was defeated by Ergu soon appeared on the guild's big screen, which surprised Makarov very much. Big Slow's strength is also above Class A and below Class S, and Ergu's magic power is at most around Class C. Yayang's taijutsu is truly extraordinary. It can give ordinary people the power to defeat magicians. Another place. Elfman received the leopard-type monster, and his nose kept sniffing in the air. Come out, I know you're nearby. A figure slowly walked out of a building nearby. I didn't expect you to find me first. Elfman looked at Evergreen and shouted, You are the one who petrified my sister. Restore my sister to her original state. Evergreen joked, Simple, as long as you defeat me, I will release your sister. I'm just afraid you don't have the ability. Elfman said angrily, Stop looking down on me. Shave. The moment Elfman used the razor, Evergreen spread his wings and flew into the sky. I know you well. You and the 3 cats and 2 dogs all learned physical skills from Yang. I don't think I can be your opponent in a head-on battle. Pixie Bomb, Pixie. Evergreen activated his magic power and waved his hands. A large amount of magic phosphorus powder fell and exploded instantly next to Elfman. Ah! Elfman was instantly blown away and crashed into a civilian house. Elfman exited the receiving mode and looked at Evergreen flying in the air, covered in wounds. You and Yang have been learning for so long and nothing has happened. Only idiots like you think taijutsu is powerful. At this time, the news that Big Slow was defeated by Ergu spread in the air. Elfman laughed and said, I just haven't learned all 6 styles of the boss, otherwise you wouldn't be my opponent at all. Evergreen just felt a little embarrassed. What on earth is Big Slow doing? How could he be defeated by Ergu? Damn it, I shouldn't have given you another chance to speak. Fairy explosion, little elf. A large amount of phosphorus powder particles suddenly appeared around Elfman. Seeing that the situation was not good, Elfman was about to leave, but the phosphorus powder exploded instantly and the whole bungalow collapsed instantly. Boom! Elfman realized that he didn't feel any pain, so he slowly opened his eyes and saw Yang appear in front of him. Boss! Nothing hurt, Elfman. I'm fine, boss. I'm sorry, boss. Okay, don't let your anger get the better of you next time. With your current strength, Evergreen won't be your opponent. Yes, boss. Chapter 81. Then Yang looked at Evergreen flying in the air with a serious face. I don't have much more to say, quickly remove the petrification seal. When Evergreen saw Yang coming, cold sweat slowly flowed down his forehead. Damn it, how did I meet this killer? I have to run away. Evergreen flew into the sky without any hesitation. Just when she was feeling thankful again, Yang appeared in front of her. Yang pointed a finger at Evergreen's forehead. My patience is limited. I'm not sure if you can survive if I lose my mind. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds and became gloomy. The air pressure increased instantly, and Evergreen felt a huge pressure enveloping him, as if a pair of invisible giant hands were pinching him. I won't, let them go. It's all for Laxus. Yang grinned after hearing the answer. Great. In that case, I only have to deal with the person who cast the spell. The effect will be the same and it will be more convenient. Instantly, a powerful energy gathered at Yang's fingertips. Evergreen's pupils dilated as she felt a crisis of death approaching. I'm going to die. Call out. Yang's golden light flew directly past Evergreen's ears and disappeared into the distant mountains. Boom! The top of the mountain was flattened directly. Evergreen was under such a close-range attack just now, and he felt a heavy pressure all over his body. His nerves suddenly couldn't hold it together and he fainted. Yang picked up Evergreen with one hand and threw her to Elfman. Take care of her. I'll go take care of Laxus. When Elfman saw Yang throwing Evergreen into his arms, his brain froze instantly. When he came to his senses, he found that Yang had left. No. Boss, you. At this time, in the Fairy Tale Guild. When everyone saw the screen showing that Evergreen was defeated, they all showed joy. Because this means the petrification magic has been lifted. Sure enough, after a while, all the petrified women returned to their original state, looking at each other with a confused look on their faces, not knowing what had happened. Makarov stepped forward and explained, you were all hit by Evergreen's petrifying eyes. Then Makarov told him everything Laxus had done. Urza said angrily, damn it! Laxus, that BD! Makarov, don't worry, Yang has already dealt with that kid. Now that there are no hostages, Yang doesn't have to worry about so much. It won't be long before this farce is over. Let me think about how to explain this to the public. I'm really overwhelmed now, old man. Urza suddenly felt that things were not that simple. President, it may not be that simple. Laxus cannot fail to think that Yang will take action to deal with Evergreen. I'm afraid he has worse plans. The other side. Inside the Cathedral of Chaldea. Laxus looked at the message on the screen and saw that both Bixlow and Evergreen had failed. Both of these guys have been defeated. At this time, the door of Chaldea Cathedral opened. Laxus looked and found that it was Freed. Freed, why are you here? Laxus, Evergreen has been defeated. Without the threat of hostages, they would not have listened to me. We have already failed. This farce is our loss. Laxus smiled. You think I haven't thought of this step? The game has just begun. Freed looked at Laxus in confusion, because that was basically the end of what Laxus had said to them. What else? Then Laxus picked up the sound crystal. At this time, Urza had just finished speaking in the guild when Laxus' voice was heard. Everyone at Fairy Tale. Due to a special reason, one of the original rules has become invalid. In order to keep the game going, I will open the Shenming Palace. There are almost 2 hours left. I hope you can defeat me within 2 hours. Otherwise, the Shenming Palace will open after 2 hours and launch an indiscriminate attack. Ha 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 ha. After Laxus finished his report, the entire guild fell into silence, and Makarov's face turned red with anger. Laxus, you, a hole. How can you take ordinary people's? Makarov suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his heart, and he fell down with his hands covering his heart tightly. President! Myra Jane went straight to Makarov and fed the medicine into his mouth. After waiting for a while, she found that there was no improvement. Quick! Go and ask Granny Polyasica. Urza said angrily. Myra, take care of the president first, I'll go stop the shining palace. Urza said as she led the others outside the guild, and saw a circle of magic crystals appearing above the town, connected to each other. Bisksa looked at these things and said confidently, leave these to me, Urza, I will clean them up quickly. No. Bisksa. Urza just tried to stop him when Bisksa took out his magic gun and fired at the magic crystal in the sky. Bang! The magic crystal shattered instantly. Bisksa saw that he had solved a magic crystal and looked at Urza confidently. At this moment, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and hit Bisksa directly. Lucy was shocked when she saw this, and the broken magic crystal in the sky returned to its original state in an instant. How could it be? Urza explained, the Shenming Palace is a super destructive magic composed of 300 magic balls with lightning attributes. Each magic crystal ball contains powerful magic. Once the magic is released, the entire Magnolia town will become a sea of thunder. Laxus also added life linkage magic to this magic. Lucy asked in confusion, what is life linkage magic? It means that if someone destroys the magic crystal will strike back at the attacker and restore to its original state with the help of the remaining magic crystals. Lucy understood immediately and covered her mouth in surprise. That is to say. That's right. If you want to remove this magic, you must destroy these 300 magic crystals at the same time, and you must also endure the backlash of these 300 magic crystals. Lucy looked at Bisksa, who was knocked unconscious by the electric shock. Just one bullet had such power. If there were 300 bullets, it would be unbearable for a human. Chapter 82. Change your outfit, Tianlun armor. Lucy was shocked and said, Urza, what are you going to do? Urza looked determined, she knew that she was the only one who could stop it now. As an S-class wizard of the guild, I must stop it. Hundreds of flying swords appeared around Urza, but this number of flying swords was not enough to smash all the magic crystals at the same time. Urza is still gathering. Inside the Cathedral of Chaldea. Fried saw Laxus opening the Divine Palace and said in panic, Laxus doesn't have to go to such lengths. Crack! A bolt of lightning landed directly at Fried's feet. Fried was also frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Don't stop me, Fried. Fried said, but isn't our goal to kill the guild leader? Why are we involving these innocent people? Fried, you don't understand. I don't just want the title of guild president. I want Yang's reputation to fall from the peak to the bottom. If he continues to exist, I will never be able to sit firmly in my position as guild president. Let those who worship him see how he is defeated by me. Let them know how powerful their president is. At this time, although the entire Magnolia town was extremely chaotic, the people were no longer surprised. After all, with fairy tale in this town, all kinds of things could happen. They thought that the current unrest was just preparation before the parade. When they saw 300 magic crystals appear in the sky, everyone was even more excited and believed that this year's magic parade would be extremely exciting. Old man, it looks like this year's parade will be great. Middle-aged man, who says it's not? Look how exciting it is right now. It's just that some places were too badly damaged. Old man, with these guys here, the town has become a lot more lively, which is good. Child, Mom, I want to be a wizard when I grow up. The child's mother, then you have to work hard. Fairy Tale Guild. Everyone was in a very low mood. The current president was still lying on the ground with a painful look on his face, muttering something from time to time. Suddenly, the words on the screen started jumping wildly, and someone lost every few seconds. Everyone looked at the screen and found that it was Yang who was dominating the list. Nab was shocked. Yang wiped out the entire guild by himself. Happy, love. You are worthy of being my boss. Guild Gate, Yang instantly appeared here. Lucy said in surprise, Yang, you're back. Yang nodded. Urza, leave it to me. Urza said, no. You can't do everything by yourself. We are also members of the guild, and we can also help. At this point, there were nearly 200 swords floating around Urza. Yang shook his head and said, Urza, now is not the time to be stubborn. There are still a lot of things to do that must be solved as soon as possible. Mist Ogden has already gone to stop Laxus, just leave this to me. Seeing this, Urza stopped being stubborn, all the magic swords disappeared, and Urza ran out unwillingly. After saying that, Yang gathered golden light in his hands, jumped up with his feet, and the golden light spread in all directions like raindrops. The 300 magic crystals in the sky suddenly shattered. The life linkage magic was activated, and all 300 lightning attribute magic sources counterattacked and gathered on Yang. Ugh! Yang endured the pain brought by the lightning. Although Yang's physique was very strong, his resistance to magic was not very strong. After all, he didn't have any magic at all, so he naturally had no resistance to magic power. At this time, Yang's whole body was charred and he stood there motionless. Everyone looked at Yang with great concern. After a while, Yang stood up straight. Apart from being covered in black, his expression looked as if nothing had happened. When Yang walked into the guild, he saw the president lying on the ground with a look of pain on his face. Yang hurried forward and Myra said, "I gave the president some heart-healing medicine, but it didn't seem to have much effect. I've asked someone to ask for Granny Polyasica." Yang observed through his observation haki that the president's life force was still very strong and he was not in any danger for the time being. "Don't worry, the old man is fine for now. You guys take good care of him here. I'll go and catch that guy Laxus." Inside the Cathedral of Cardia, Freed, who was about to persuade him again, suddenly fainted. Laxus's mouth slightly raised when he saw this. "I didn't expect you to find this place. I saw a man in a black cloak appear here. Laxus, you really went too far this time. So you're here to stop me, but it doesn't matter. I've been wanting to fight you for a long time." Skyscraper. Mist Ogden attacked first, and before Laxus could notice anything, he suddenly found that everything around him turned dark. The Cardia Cathedral exploded instantly, and a tall building rose from the ground. "What the hell are these? What kind of magic is this guy using?" A huge monster appeared in the dark sky. Laxus felt a palpitation when he saw it. Suddenly, the monster in the sky raised a huge sickle and chopped towards Laxus fiercely. Laxus realized that he was unable to move at all and just watched the sickle cut through his body. The scene changed, cold sweat broke out on Laxus' forehead. Looking at the surrounding scene, he found that he was back. "Sleep, Laxus. What? Was that just an illusion?" Laxus saw 5 magic circles appearing above his head, stacked one on top of the other. "It's too late to find out now, Laxus. 5th layer magic circle, protect Kagura." Laxus laughed and said, "You think I'm defenseless against you?" Mist Ogden was startled, and then he found a yellow magic circle appeared under his feet. When Mist Ogden dodged hurriedly, and then a bolt of lightning fell directly, and Laxus's mouth curled up slightly. Thunder flash! Laxus, who was originally surrounded by the magic circle, instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared in the thunder that had just fallen. Laxus simply gathered lightning in his hands and attacked Mist Ogden in the air. Lightning strike! Mist Ogden was surprised when he saw Laxus's move. Penglay is right. Mist Ogden hurriedly pulled out 3 magic wands and inserted them into the magic circle in the air, and a violent whirlwind surged out. Boom! The entire Cardia Cathedral was shaking violently. Chapter 83. The smoke slowly dissipated, and the 2 men stared at each other calmly. Suddenly, several sword marks appeared on the door of the church, and the door instantly split into several pieces. Laxus! Laxus couldn't help but smile when he heard the voice. He knew what Mist Ogden looked like, and a sense of evil interest rose in his heart. "Isn't this Urza? You came at a perfect time. Stop it, Laxus, and come back with me to apologize to the president." "Okay, as long as you can defeat me." Mist Ogden covered his mask tighter when he saw Urza coming. Urza gave Mist Ogden a look and rushed directly towards Laxus. "Change your outfit, Thunder Emperor armor." "Oh? It's armor that can increase resistance to lightning. Do you think you can fight me with just this? Just try it and you'll know." Urza thrust hard with the Thunder Emperor's spear, and Laxus transformed into lightning and leaped upwards. He swung his hand violently, and a bolt of lightning turned into a spear and attacked Urza. At this time, Stockings took out his staff and poked it into the ground. A magic circle instantly appeared under Laxus, and a hurricane came out from underneath. Laxus had retreated to the wall, and with the help of the reaction force of the wall, he exerted force and rushed towards Urza quickly. Urza tightly grasped the Thunder Emperor's spear and swept it fiercely, knocking Laxus to the side with lightning. At this time, Laxus' figure had appeared in front of Urza. Urza reacted quickly, and the sailor gripped the gun tightly and blocked it forward. Thunder Fist! Bang! Urza felt a powerful force coming at her, and her body continued to slide behind her. Laxus, who was suspended in the air, suddenly felt something was wrong. Sure enough, 5 magic circles appeared above the body. 5th layer magic circle, protect Kagura. Seeing that he could no longer dodge, Laxus directly unleashed all his magic power. Suddenly, a powerful and violent thunder was released from Laxus's side, breaking Laxus' shirt into pieces. The sleeping magic hit Laxus directly, but had no effect at all. Stockings looked shocked that his sleeping magic didn't work on Laxus. At this time, Laxus' muscles bulged and thunder continued to rage around him and on his body. It is indeed remarkable that you two were able to force me out of this form, but it is time for you two to end this farce. Urza and Stockings were both surprised to see Laxus in this state. They never expected that Laxus was still a dragon slayer. Urza warned, "Be careful. He's coming." Laxus exerted force on his feet, and his body broke through the air and rushed towards the two people. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. The two men retreated directly behind them, and their fists hit the ground directly. Thunder continued to spread around, and a huge hole appeared in the cracked ground. Penglay is right. Change your outfit, Purgatory Armor. Purgatory, Heaven Shaking and Weeping Ghosts. Laxus was not impressed, just a trick. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. Stockings' hurricane and Urza's wind pressure merged into an even more violent hurricane, colliding fiercely with Laxus's roar. However, both of them underestimated Laxus's strength at that moment. After several years of inhuman training, Laxus' strength had far surpassed that of the two. The violent power of the Thunder Dragon instantly suppressed the strength of the two. Fire Dragon's Roar. Iron Dragon's Roar. Boom! The collision of the 5 forces produced a violent explosion, which directly collapsed the entire cathedral. Urza, are you okay? Urza looked back and saw that it was Natsu and Gajeel. It's okay for now. If you two hadn't helped us just now, we would have really lost. Although we are unwilling to accept this, Laxus's strength is far beyond ours. Natsu asked in surprise, Laxus is the Dragon Slayer. Urza nodded, it seems so at the moment, but why he is the Dragon Slayer is not clear yet, maybe the President or Yeyang knows something. At this time, a pillar of lightning surged out from the ruins, directly shattering all the surrounding rubble. Laxus appeared in front of them holding Freed in his right hand. You guys really made me embarrassed. But someone came to see me and said I was leaving, wasn't it Stockings? Stockings seemed to realize something, and reached out to touch it, only to find that his mask had disappeared without him noticing. Is it the impact just now? Urza looked towards Stockings and saw a familiar face. Jalal. Stockings saw this and immediately disappeared from the spot. Urza was about to chase after him, but there were more important things to do now. At this time Natsu shouted, "Leave this to us, Urza." Urza said solemnly, "Are you sure you can do this?" "Of course, I'm no longer the little kid I used to be. Believe me." Urza was still a little hesitant, but Natsu just gave him a confident smile in return. "Hold him, I'll be back soon," Urza said and chased after him. Gajeel smiled and said, "Don't hold me back, Fire Dragon." "Oh? I should be the one saying this." Laxus looked at the two with disdain. "Two S-class players combined are no match for me, how can you two be my opponent?" Natsu smiled and said, "You won't know unless you try." Laxus stopped talking, stretched out his hands and hooked them at the two men, signaling them to attack. Natsu and Gajeel rushed directly from either side of Laxus. The two men punched Laxus on both sides with all their might. Laxus simply raised his hands to block the attacks of the two men, grabbing their arms and swinging them violently. He gathered lightning energy in his mouth and roared at Natsu. Natsu roared hastily to the side and dodged Laxus' attack with the reaction force. Gajeel took a sharp breath when he saw this Iron Dragon's roar. Laxus exerted force with his right foot and quickly retreated backwards. Lightning strike! A powerful bolt of lightning was released from Laxus' hand. Gajeel in the air had no way to dodge it. He could only cross his hands and take the bolt of lightning. Ah! When I fell to the ground, my whole body felt a little numb. I knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Laxus wanted to deal with Gajeel first, but then a ball of fire came straight towards him. Laxus held out his hand, ready to block the force. Bang! Laxus' figure continued to retreat backwards. Ah! Charge at me! You think you can defeat me like this, Natsu? Chapter 84. Laxus exerted force with his right foot, and his foot embedded directly into the ground, and his body stopped immediately. Laxus grabbed Natsu's scarf and threw it behind him. Gajeel resisted the numbness in his body and ran forward to catch Natsu. Use roar, Fire Dragon! Oh! Fire Dragon's roar! Iron Dragon's roar! The roar of the Thunder Dragon! Wow! Natsu and Gajeel's roars merged together, and the blazing flames melted the iron filings to form a dark red roar, but it was crushed the moment it touched Laxus' roar, and the roar directly submerged the two of them. Wow! The smoke cleared, and Laxus looked at the two people lying on the ground with a look of disdain. A small fry should be a good small fry. At this moment, a golden light flashed from the sky. Laxus hurriedly dodged it, and the golden light instantly exploded on the ground. Laxus' expression suddenly became excited. You're finally here. At this time, Natsu and Gajeel opened their eyes with difficulty, and when they saw the person coming, they also smiled. Natsu, you're finally here. Yayang nodded. You two have done a great job, your strength has improved a lot, leave it to me from now on. As he spoke, Yayang transformed the light into a large hand and sent Natsu Gajeel and freed far outside. Laxus, as you wish, I am here. Yayang looked at Laxus' embarrassed appearance and asked, do you need some time to recover your magic power? Laxus said arrogantly, it was just a warm-up. You came just in time. Yayang was too lazy to listen to Laxus' nonsense and directly threw a bottle of potion over. Drink it. Don't let me win unfairly when you lose. Laxus didn't act pretentiously. He opened the bottle cap and drank the green liquid in one gulp. The scratches on his body healed instantly and a steady stream of magic power flowed from his body. It's really good stuff. Drink it. Crack. Crack. Thunder suddenly raged around Laxus, and his aura continued to rise. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder continued to fall. Yayang was not inferior at all, his domineering aura soared into the sky, blowing away the dark clouds on one side, revealing the bright sky. Suddenly the weather became half sunny and half thunderstormy. I've been waiting for this battle for years. Don't let me down. Yayang. Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. Laxus rushed towards Yayang first, with violent thunder condensed on his fist. Just as Laxus jumped to the top, a bolt of thunder fell from the sky and wrapped around Laxus' hand. Seeing this scene, Yayang had to admit that Laxus' mastery of lightning had reached an extreme. Yayang directly condensed his weapons, his arms turned pitch black, and black lightning continued to wrap around Yayang's arms. Yayang stomped his feet dozens of times in an instant, disappeared from the spot, and appeared in front of Laxus. The two of them punched each other fiercely. Bang! Crack! The pitch-black lightning and the orange-yellow lightning continued to intertwine and rage. The waves generated by the two men's fists were like a hurricane passing through. The trees on the roadside were bent by the wind and then blown away. The surrounding buildings disappeared in an instant. However, the two fists did not collide with each other, as if there was some substance in the middle that prevented the two from colliding. The two people who were watching the duel between the two people from a distance all looked incredulous. Natsu, too strong. One day I will become as strong as you and challenge Yayang. Gajeel, you live with monsters like this every day. Gajeel thought about the night when Yayang beat him up, and suddenly he felt that Yayang was so gentle at that time. ahh. How could I have such a thought? Just then Fried also woke up and saw Natsu and Gajeel next to him with a confused look on their faces. After hearing the loud noise, he was about to look up to see what was going on, but just as he looked up, a strong wind blew towards him, carrying a huge rock. What's going on? He was so scared that he quickly lowered his head. Natsu yelled, "You're finally awake." Fried ignored him and slowly raised his head, and saw Laxus and Yang in a stalemate with fists. Yang felt the power coming from Laxus and actually underestimated him. "You must have worked hard on your body over the past few years, Laxus." Laxus responded, "That's right. In the S-rank assessment that year, you beat me without any chance of fighting back. Your body is even stronger than my dragon physique. Since then, I have been constantly training my body and magic, which has made me who I am today. Now you're probably afraid that my power is stronger than yours. Ha 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 ha." Yang laughed and said, "Do you think this is all my strength? It's useless to just rely on brute force. The power that can hit the opponent is the good power." Ryu Sakura. A mysterious force burst out from Yang's fist and was directly transmitted into Laxus' arm. What kind of power is this? Laxus suddenly felt pain, and Yang swung his sword with all his might, knocking Laxus flying and slamming him into the ground. The entire ground instantly sank and continued to spread around. "Ah! Damn Yang, I don't believe I can't beat you even now." Thunder suit. Boom! The energy in Laxus' body suddenly became more violent, and the surrounding magnetic field changed instantly, with huge rocks floating around. Volt rage. Laxus gathered the lightning in his hand and threw it towards Yang. Yang raised his hand and knocked the lightning away. When the lightning hit the ground, a thunderstorm was instantly generated, leaving a deep pit dozens of meters long on the ground. Laxus turned into lightning and Yang turned into golden light, and they rushed towards each other. Their speed was so fast that Natsu and others saw the two lights constantly colliding in the air. Fortunately, Laxus' light was orange and Yang's light was gold, so they could be vaguely distinguished. Little did they know that the moment the two collided, they had already exchanged fists and kicks dozens of times. Each time, Laxus could not withstand the power of Yang that hit his body. No matter how he protected his magic power on his arms, he could not prevent the penetration of Yang's power. Then Laxus simply stopped fighting with Yang and instantly moved dozens of meters away. Lightning magic array. Suddenly, a huge magic circle appeared under Yang, and a lightning array was immediately erected to surround him. Yang ignored it and kicked out, and the golden light directly destroyed the magic circle. Chapter 85. Don't use these little tricks, Laxus, use your big moves. You know, my perception is very strong, not only of the surroundings, but also of the sky. At this time, thunder clouds continued to gather above Yang's head. Boom boom! What resounds through the sky is the roar that summons thunder and lightning, which comes down from the sky and turns everything into ashes. Thunder and waves. Boom! Flash! Wow! The falling violent thunder was instantly defeated by Yang's virtual flash, and a huge hole appeared in the sky, which could not heal for a long time. The dark clouds could no longer bear it, and heavy rain fell from the sky. Laxus was breathing heavily, the raindrops soaked his hair and obscured his face, making it impossible to see his expression. Laxus, you've had enough fun, right? If you've had enough, come back with me and apologize to the old man. Laxus roared, shut up. How long are you going to humiliate me? Why can you still be so calm until now? Is the gap between you and me really that big? Yang shook his head, then why do you have to distinguish between the high and low? Is this important to you? Of course it's important. Only the strongest person can inherit the guild. And that person will definitely be me. Plan. A sacred voice rang out from Laxus, spreading throughout Magnolia town. You are all my enemies. I will destroy you all and create the strongest guild. The Goblin's Law. Launch. A huge golden magic circle appeared above the ruins of Cardia Cathedral. Everyone in the guild knew what this sound represented. It was the fairy law, one of the three great magics of fairy tale. Anyone who regards the caster as an enemy will be punished by the holy light. The golden light almost spread across the entire Magnolia town, and everyone closed their eyes due to the dazzling golden light. When the golden light slowly faded away, the people of Fairy Tale found that they had not suffered any harm, but were instead surrounded by a warm light. Laxus closed his eyes with a look of great joy. It's finally over. Suddenly Yayang's voice rang out, yeah, it's all over. Laxus opened his eyes instantly and looked at Yayang, who was intact, in disbelief. You, why are you okay? Yayang asked in confusion, is there something wrong with me? Nonsense. This is the law of the fairies. The most perfect magic. How did you evade the law? Alas, Yayang looked helpless. Don't you understand, Laxus? Not only me, no one has been harmed by the goblin law. That is to say, you don't consider us as enemies at all. You have inherited not only the old man's powerful magic, but also his caring heart for his friends. At this moment, Laxus looked a little crazy, and he couldn't recognize himself. Impossible. You are all enemies who are preventing me from becoming the president. Why are you all fine? Did you do something? Magic won't lie. Laxus. At this time Myra came running over in a hurry. It's bad, Yayang, you guys should go back quickly, the old man's condition is a little unstable. Yayang immediately became anxious when he heard this. What did you say? How could it be? It was fine when I left. What happened? After you left, the president's condition did stabilize, but he fainted again after hearing Laxus use the fairy law. Granny Polyasica is still trying to save her life. Please come back with me as soon as possible. Yayang looked at Laxus and said, you heard me, come with us and apologize to the old man. We don't know whether he is alive or dead, but you are his grandson. Laxus is very sensitive to the word Makarov's grandson as he has been living under this shadow since he was a child. No matter how hard he tried, they would always say that he was Makarov's grandson and that he had wiped out all his own efforts. You are strong not because of yourself, but because you have Makarov's blood in your body, and you have the guidance of Grandpa Saint Ten, plus the lack of fatherly love. The old man was focused on the guild and never disciplined Laxus too much, which also led to Laxus's current appearance. Shut up! I am who I am. I am not anyone's grandson. I am Laxus. Fairy Tale's strongest wizard. That's perfect. I can now legitimately inherit the guild. I will kick all of you weaklings out of the guild. Laxus' words completely ignited the anger in Yayang's heart. Buzz! Wow! Powerful domineering aura emerged from Yayang's body, and the surrounding ground shook violently, sinking towards the center with Yayang as the center. The atmosphere shook, the dark clouds retreated, flocks of birds fell from the sky, and the waves continued to hit the shore of Magnolia Town. Fortunately, Yayang concentrated most of his pressure on Laxus, and the people of Magnolia Town felt that there was a huge pressure oppressing them. Laxus felt this power most intuitively. Fear arose from deep within his heart and his body trembled unconsciously. The strongest. The strongest. Are these the only illusory things in your mind? The strongest even makes you ignore the hard-earned family affection. You want to be the strongest, don't you? Laozi will let you know how insignificant you are today. Bang! 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 Yayang walked towards Laxus step by step, and with every step, the powerful domineering color spread around. Every step he took intensified the fear in Laxus' heart. Stop bluffing. That's right. As long as I defeat you, I can become the strongest. Laxus clenched his fists as he spoke, and then he realized that his whole body was shaking. What's wrong with me? Why am I shaking? No. Impossible. You're Laxus. How could you be scared? You are not allowed to be afraid. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck directly from the sky. Laxus opened his mouth wide and absorbed the lightning into his body. An even more violent thunder was released from Laxus' body. Ha 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 ha! Power! The incomparable power from nature. Puff! Laxus spat out a mouthful of blood. His body could not withstand the natural thunder at all. The lightning he usually used was just an artificial thundercloud that absorbed the natural thunder element. Ha ha ha, let's fight it out. Yang. Chapter 86. Laxus concentrated all his magic power in his hands, and was surrounded by a large amount of lightning. He rushed towards Yang quickly, and lightning flashed along the way, leaving a straight scorch mark. Dragon killing secret technique, thunder control. Yang opened his right hand and Ama Murasaki appeared in his hand. The armed color covered the golden Ama Murasaki with black, and the domineering color made the dark Ama Murasaki turn dark red. Dark red thunder continued to rage around Ama Murasaki. Yang looked at Laxus coming towards him, and clenched the Ame no Murasakibara and swung it with all his might. God avoid! A dark red sword energy mixed with dark red lightning quickly moved towards Laxus. Laxus threw a punch with all his might, and violent lightning surged out of Laxus' fist and flowed towards the sword energy. But what Laxus didn't expect was that the moment the lightning and sword energy came into contact, the lightning was instantly disintegrated, and Laxus was directly hit by the sword energy and flew backwards. As Yang withdrew his aura, everything around him became calm, the dark clouds retreated, and rays of sunlight shone through the gaps in the clouds. Yang appeared in front of Laxus with a flash of golden light. At this time, there was a deep scar on Laxus' chest, and blood was constantly flowing out. Laxus just lay in the ruins with his eyes rolled back. Yang grabbed Laxus's leg and flew towards the guild. At this time, everyone was in the guild hall, worried about the safety of the president. At this time, several people saw a light coming from a distance. When they blinked again, Yang dragged Laxus in from outside. Everyone gasped as they watched Laxus being beaten horribly. Yang was in a very bad mood at the moment. Although he didn't say anything, he gave me a feeling of authority without being angry. How is the old man now? Everyone stood in a neat row and shook their heads to indicate that they didn't know. Yang didn't say anything else and walked straight to the second floor. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when Yang entered the door, and Natsu and others also ran back. Lucy, how scary, Yang. Happy, scary boss. Macau, it makes me feel even more anxious than that time. Wakaba, Laxus wasn't killed by Yang, was he? Myra, what are you thinking? Yang is very measured in his actions. Everyone, he was the most tactless one. Second floor. Polakov frowned when he saw Yang dragging the half-dead Laxus. UBD boy, send another patient here. We just saved an old one, and now we have to save this young one. Yang immediately smiled and said, haha, sorry, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. How about I bring you more rare herbs next time? Polyasica snorted coldly when he heard this. Put him down. Yang turned to look at Makarov, who was the first to raise his hand to greet him. Yo! Yang also raised his hand. Hey! Old man, you're not dead yet. Oh, I'm in good health. Then he saw the injuries on Laxus' body. You're too cruel, little brat. Just a little lesson will be enough. Don't worry, old man. I gave him medicine before I fought him. Otherwise, your grandson would have been struck to death by lightning. He's really amazing. In order to decide the outcome with me, he directly swallowed the heavenly thunder. Fortunately, the medicine I gave him was very effective, otherwise he would have suffered organ failure long ago. Where is the chance for you to be hurt by me? Polakov checked and found that Laxus's wounds had begun to heal. It was the first time that Polyasica had seen such a miraculous medicine. Where did you get this medicine, UBD? I found a nest of water in a cave when I was on a mission. It was just a very small mass, but it was full of signs of life, so I got all the water over there. Quick! Give me a bottle, old woman. It's my reward for saving this old man. Yang then handed him a small bottle of liquid. After Polyasica put away the bottle, he returned to his original stern expression. You go out first, I'll clean up this kid. I was able to save this old guy's life this time because he was lucky. If he gets hurt again, I can't guarantee that he can survive it. Also, remind this old man to take his medicine. The reason he got into trouble this time is largely because he didn't take his medicine on time. I know, mother-in-law. I will pay attention to it. Polashka glared at Makarov. Makarov instantly became timid and kept nodding and smiling. Okay, I'll be on time, I'll be on time. Yang then left the room, and the moment he opened the door, the originally noisy guild immediately became quiet. Myra stepped forward and asked worriedly, "Is the president okay?" "Don't worry, it's all right now." After saying that, he turned around and looked down at the people below. "And you too." When everyone in the guild heard this, they immediately stood up and formed 4 rows. "Boss, please tell me what you want me to do." "The magical parade will proceed as normal. You need to apologize for all the mistakes you made. You need to pay the compensation you deserve. If you ask, just say we are preparing for the parade. After you have done this, set up the parade for me." "Yes, boss." After saying this, everyone in the guild dispersed and went door to door to apologize. Soon, after treating Laxus's injuries, Polyasica quickly left Fairy Tale and prepared to study Yang's potion carefully. Makarov couldn't help but sigh when he saw Laxus lying on the hospital bed. "You little brat! Now that you're awake, stop pretending to be dead. Do you know what you did today?" Laxus knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he opened his eyes, but he didn't dare look up to meet Makarov's eyes. "Look at me, Laxus. The so-called guild. It is a place for companions to gather and work. For those homeless children, it is their home. It is not your personal property. The guild is built on the trust and morality of every individual. It is the strong tenacity and bond that makes it indestructible. But you violated morality and threatened the lives of your fellow guild members. This is absolutely unforgivable." Laxus was speechless. I just want to make the guild stronger and not let others look down on it." Makarov sighed helplessly. "Ah, you silly child, why do you want to carry such a heavy burden on yourself?" "Grandpa, I don't intend for you to become a powerful wizard. As long as you grow up safely, I will be satisfied. Look at everyone in the guild. There are quite a few powerful wizards. Although they may not be as powerful as you, they are happy. Put down the burden in your heart, maybe you will see a different scene." "Laxus! I declare you expelled from the Fairy Tale Guild." Laxus also guessed the result, slowly stood up, picked up the clothes next to him and walked outside. "Ah! Thank you for your care over the years." The moment the door closed, Makarov's tears couldn't stop flowing. "I'm sorry Laxus, don't blame Grandpa." Chapter 87. At this time, Myra, who was eavesdropping outside the door, ran down immediately after hearing that Laxus was going to be expelled from the guild. "Everyone! This is bad. The president is kicking Laxus out of the guild." The people who were preparing for the parade were stunned when they heard the news. "Ah! Grey, you don't need to be kicked out of the guild, do you? Isn't it enough to just give him a little punishment?" When everyone learned that no one was harmed when Laxus activated the fairy law, their resentment towards Laxus had already disappeared by more than half. As for letting them fight, it makes no difference whether they are fighting every day or not. At this time, heavy footsteps came from the second floor, and Laxus' figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. The 3 thunder gods immediately ran to Laxus and asked, "Freed, Laxus? Is it true that the president wants to kick you out of the guild?" Laxus nodded. The 3 were furious when they saw that it was true. "Evergreen, how could you do this, guild master? We 3 did it, and if we are leaving the guild, we should leave together." "Freed, yet. If we were going to leave, let's go together." Laxus waved his hand. "Okay, you 3, this is all because of me. I threatened everyone's lives and the lives of the people in this town. I made a huge mistake this time. Only after I leave the guild can I give everyone an explanation." Then Laxus walked up to Yang. "I'll trouble you to take care of the old man and everyone in the guild from now on." Yang asked, "Have you decided where to go?" "I don't know. The old man asked me to go outside and take a look. I think I'll take this opportunity to look around." "Okay, go look around and remember to come back." Laxus looked at Yang in confusion. Suddenly, Yang leaned close to his ear and said, "Be careful of your father." I understand." After saying that, Laxus left the guild. At this time, Makarov walked down the stairs with Myra's help. Natsu immediately rushed forward and shouted, "Grandpa, why did you kick Laxus out of the guild?" Makarov remained silent. Yang said, "Okay, Natsu. The old man is already very sad. Don't make things worse." "Ah! But..." Bang! Yang knocked Natsu to the ground with one punch. "Everyone is ready to start the parade. Oh oh! Dividing line. Bang! 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 Magnificent fireworks bloom over Magnolia Town. At night, Magnolia Town was brightly lit, and tourists were coming and going, strolling in front of the various stalls. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Here we come!" Natsu appeared on the street ahead, his mouth puffed up, and small fireballs came out of his mouth, flew into the air and exploded. The English words fairy tale and the fairy tale guild emblem appeared in the sky. Suddenly, music started playing and a huge parade came from afar. Natsu jumped right back onto the parade car and started breathing flames. Lucy and Levy and her Virgo celestial spirit, the cuter girls, were singing and dancing. Grey and Juvia continued to release ice magic and water magic, causing ice crystals to float in the sky around them. Urza was dancing with a sword, and Myra, dressed as a princess, was sitting on the Beast King Elfman, who was constantly roaring at the crowd around him. Makarov was dressed in a clown costume and danced in funny ways, making passers-by laugh. Everyone else displayed the magic they were good at, and finally 2 dogs and 3 cats pulled a huge throne, and on the throne sat a young and handsome king. He waved cordially to the people around him, causing the young girls who came to watch to scream. Laxus, who was far away, looked at everything and recalled the days when he was a child and sat on his grandfather's shoulders to watch the parade. "It's a pity that we can't go back now. Grandpa is no longer young and still has to worry about his grandson." After watching for a while, Laxus prepared to leave with his bag on his back. When he turned back again, Laxus was stunned and saw that everyone in the guild was pointing their index fingers to the sky. This is the hand gesture Laxus created when he and Makarov were watching the parade as children. Tears instantly flowed from Laxus' eyes. "When I am not by your side, I will be watching you and protecting you from afar." At this time, Yang stood up from the throne, and a golden bow and arrow appeared in Yang's hand. At this time, Yang was surrounded by golden light, giving people a sacred feeling. He pulled the golden bow, and a golden arrow appeared on the bow. He shot out a sword, and the arrow flew up into the sky like a meteor. Instantly, arrows bloomed in the air, and particles of light floated in the air, continuously falling towards the entire Magnolia Town. The light fell to the ground but did not disappear immediately. It continued to emit golden light, and suddenly the whole Magnolia Town was lit up with dazzling light. The light illuminates the figures of those who have left their homes. The magical parade ends here. At this time, in a basement somewhere in Magnolia Town, opposite Gajil sat a man in a black cloak. "The information you sent back recently is very good. This is your reward." Gajil took the money and asked, "What are your plans from now on?" The man in black robe, "Of course, I am waiting for my good son to return to his father's arms." "Yes, this man is Laxus' biological father, Ivan." Gajil asked in confusion, "Are you so sure he will come to you?" "Of course, otherwise he would have nowhere to go. But what I can't imagine is that Laxus is actually the dragon slayer. Is there also a thunder dragon teaching him magic?" Ivan laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, there is no thunder dragon. He is just a fake dragon slayer. When he was very young, because he inherited the old man's powerful magic, his body couldn't bear this energy at all, and it almost cost him his life. So I found him a Thunder Dragon Slayer magic crystal and let him become a Dragon Slayer to enhance his physical fitness. But what I didn't expect was that the crystal is now sold at such a high price on the black market." Gajil understood Ivan's thoughts instantly. "Can this thing still be taken out? Of course I have my own way. This power did not originally belong to this kid. I just took it back. This way I will have enough funds to complete my plan." Gajil looked at Ivan and stopped talking, then stood up and left. Chapter 88. Host, Yang. Age 19. Panel, Borsellino 100%. Ability, top level of armament Haki, top level of observation Haki, awakened Pika Pika fruit, top level of Navy 6 styles, great swordsman, top level of Conqueror Haki. Moves, fake flash, light speed kick, aim kun, divine avoidance, 8-foot mirror, 8-foot ninja megatama, annihilating heaven arrow. Money 254419773J. Evolution fruit fusion in progress. Backpack, none. Note, 100% panel has already surpassed the peak of Borsalino. Time flies, and the harvest season has been going on for several days. The guild is still the same as usual, without any changes, and they are still drinking, bragging and fighting. The reconstruction process of Cardia Cathedral and the surrounding houses also began. Fortunately, the church was originally empty and there were not many houses that were not damaged. However, all the expenses were paid by young Master Ye, which was a huge expense. Fortunately, Ye Yang patronized several casinos under his control and was able to pay back the money. Otherwise, it would be better to kill him than to ask him to sell his property. This also resulted in Ye Yang being blacklisted by all casinos, and Ye Yang's means of making money through gambling could no longer be used in Fiori. Ever since Ye Yang integrated the panel to 100%, the evolution fruit has been showing as being integrated. Ye Yang did not feel any changes in his body, so he ignored it. Gajil had just finished reporting to Makarov about Ivan's situation on the day of the parade. Gajil was sent by Makarov to monitor Ivan, and then Ivan asked Gajil to monitor Fairy Tail, making him a double agent. Gajil leaned on the railing and looked at the lively crowd. He couldn't help but be speechless, frustrated face. We were fighting to the death 2 days ago, but today we're good brothers again. This guild is so weird. I'm not going to become that weird too, am I? At this time, Lucy ran in from outside the guild and saw Myra drawing something. Lucy asked in confusion, "What are these?" Myra explained, "These are the composition of the Dark Guild. The president asked me to draw them, saying they will be useful later." Lucy, you haven't been in the guild for long, so you probably don't know much about the organization of the Dark Guild. Lucy nodded. Then Myra pulled out a large white board, borrowed a paintbrush from Rieda's, and started painting while talking. Lucy, you should know that the light magic world is maintained by the Magic Council to combat the Dark Guilds. So in order to avoid being cannibalized, the Dark Guilds formed an alliance consisting of several of the most powerful Dark Guilds. It's called the Balam Alliance. They are the 3 guilds of Grimoire Heart, Tartaros, and Oration Cease. These 3 guilds have countless subsidiary guilds. Just like the Eisenwald you met earlier, they are a subsidiary guild under the command of Oration Cease. Lucy was shocked when she heard this. It feels so scary. I didn't expect the Dark Guild also has a leader. At this time, Jovia stepped forward and said, "Lucy, don't worry, it's not that scary. Gajil and I have destroyed several dark guilds before." Lucy heard this and cold sweat started to flow down her face. "Your statement is not convincing at all." Lucy suddenly realized something. "But Natsu and I have completed so many missions, and we haven't encountered anyone from the Dark Guild yet. Aren't they all lawless?" Myra explained, "That's not the case, Lucy. The reason we didn't meet him when we went out on a mission was because of one person." Lucy asked in confusion, "Alone?" Myra looked at Ye Yang. "You mean him?" Myra nodded. "Ye Yang is notorious in the dark world. He is known as Shura. Even Eargo and San Mao have the title of Rakshasa." Hi! Lucy had heard Ye Yang's title of Shura before, but this was the first time she heard that Ergu and San Mao were both called Rakshasa. "Don't be so surprised, Lucy. Ergu and San Mao are much stronger than you think. They were trained by Ye Yang himself. The magic world is not as safe as you think. There are too many guilds without powerful wizards in charge that have been attacked by dark guilds." At this moment Makarov hurried in from outside the guild. "Don't sleep, little brat. I have an important task for you." Ye Yang took off the blindfold and looked at Makarov with blurry eyes. "What's going on, old man? Aren't you in a meeting? What's going on? Did you win the bid?" Makarov shook his head helplessly. "Yes, this time the council has assigned us an important task." As he said that, he pointed to the diagram he had Myra prepare, pointing to Oration Cease. "Recently, the people in the council received news that the dark guilds have become unusually active in recent days. In particular, Oration Cease, who also belongs to the Balam Alliance, has summoned all the people from his affiliated guilds. I don't know what they are going to do. Lucy was surprised and said, everyone is out? Which guild are they going to attack? Makarov, the specific reason is unclear, but the council is currently in the process of changing its term due to the previous scandal and is unable to spare time, so we are here to defeat them. Yang asked in confusion, just us? Of course it's not just me. If it were all us, we would probably be targeted by the entire dark world. So this time the council asked us to form a coalition. The 4 major guilds, Blue Pegasus, Cat Demon Inn, and Lamia Scale, formed a coalition to fight against it. Lucy, they are all famous guilds. Is it necessary to do this just for Oration Cease? Myra reminded, Lucy, you can't underestimate any of these 3 guilds. Each of them is extremely powerful. And it is said that Oration Cease only has 6 people. With just these 6 people, they can stand on equal footing with the other 2 guilds. It can be seen that each of them is extremely powerful. Makarov said, that's right. The 3 dark guilds are more mysterious than each other. So far, we know nothing about Grimoire Heart and Tartaros. Even Oration Cease has very little information. And this time they are all out. According to the intelligence, the number of people submitted is as high as several thousand. The specific number may be even higher. Many guild members were ambushed by Oration Cease when they went out on quests, so it is urgent to eliminate Oration Cease this time. Yang pointed, so why do you want me to go again? Lucy asked quietly, why did Yang say again? Has he been there many times? Myra, this is not the first time that several major guilds have joined forces. Every time, such work is basically taken care of by Yang. Who can blame him for being the most idle person in the entire guild? Chapter 89. At this time, on a deep mountain, 6 people were standing on the edge of a cliff. I heard it. This is the sound of light falling. A man with a giant python with purple scales wrapped around his body looked at the sea of trees in the distance. Don't worry, Cobra. We don't know the exact location yet, but it will be there soon. A man wearing a red racing suit, sunglasses, and a pointed nose came to Cobra's side. You don't understand. This is where the legendary magic, laser, is hidden. A large man wearing the same clothes as the priest said, destroy the light and bring dark magic to the world, right? That's right. Otai. I heard it's called Nirvana, right? Angel, the only female among the group, said the name of the magic. Ha ha ha. The legendary magic is finally in our hands, said Brain, the tattooed leader holding a skull staff. Angel, is it really good to have such high expectations? After all, so much time has passed. Brain raised his palm and pointed to a place in the distance, and saw that the land seemed to have lost its vitality and was out of tune with the surroundings. Look at that! Just by Nirvana's proximity, the earth began to die. His power is unquestionable. Far away here, in the sky 10,000 meters high, a spaceship is sailing. Yes, it is the spaceship of the Dark Guild Demon Heart. Altair, Oration Cease has already started to act. President Hades, what are our plans next? Hades sat in his seat, holding an unknown book in his hand. The elf magic power transmission tower has been destroyed, and some clowns can't wait. Are they going to take action? But with these idiots helping us to attract the attention of those losers, we should take this opportunity to find Zeref's key and open Zero's door. Altair smiled and said, you mean the group from Fairy Tale, but I think President Hades' plan will be disrupted. How can you say that? Fairy Tale's president, Markov, has cultivated a super monster. He might. Are you referring to the young man named Yang who is known as the #1 in the magic world? Yes, President Hades. It's ridiculous. Only those idiots in the bright magic world would impose these empty titles on a person to build momentum for themselves. Just a clown. Altair stopped talking when she saw how confident Hades was, but in her heart she was still more inclined to believe that Yang would win. Because he is the only man who can defeat the power of magic elves, I really can't think of anyone else who can be compared to him. Dividing line. On the way to the alliance. Yang looked at the people in the carriage speechlessly. So, why are you guys in the carriage? Urza, after all, we've been doing missions together lately. This team has already been formed. If you have anything, we will definitely come to help. Gray, exactly. Natsu, no, that's right. Lucy XX, but I didn't want to come. They forced me to come. Happy, Lucy, you seem to be leaking juice again. Let it flow. If it will get me out of the car, let it flow. Happy immediately ran to Natsu and said, Natsu, Lucy is broken again. Ha, Happy, I think I'm almost done. Yang looked at both sides of her again. So what's going on with you two guys? Sanmao, boss, you said that after we have learned enough, you would take us out to see the world. 3 years. 3 whole years. Do you know how I spent these 3 years? You completely forgot about me and Ergu. Ergu, that's right. 3 cats, you have to bring me here to see the world this time. Otherwise I will lie on the ground. As he spoke, the 3 cats slowly bent down. It's bent. If I were a little bit longer, I would hit the ground. When I hit the ground, I would start rolling. Yang shook his head. All right, now that you're here, how can I chase you out? The 3 cats instantly returned to their original state. Look at Ergu, I told you that the boss would definitely take us there. Have you learned my essence? Ergu looked at Yang's increasingly gloomy face and cold sweat slowly flowed down his face. Should. At this moment, Sanmao suddenly felt a chill and turned to look at Gray. Gray, did you release your magic? Gray shook his head in amusement. No? Why do I feel so cold? Sanmao couldn't figure it out, so he just sat back in his seat, and saw Yang staring at him with faint scarlet pupils and mist coming out of his mouth. Gurgle. Bang. The 3 cats were punched directly onto the roof of the car with just enough force that only their heads were exposed on the roof while their lower bodies were blocking the view in the air. This feels, not bad. The scene changes. The carriage stopped next to a large pink villa. After seeing this, Lucy couldn't help but complain, why is the decoration style here pink? Urza, this gathering place is Blue Pegasus's territory. Lucy couldn't help but recall the president who was wearing creepy clothes during the spell song. Thinking about it now, she felt a little cold. Yes, it's him. No wonder he has such taste. Yang, okay, come in quickly. Then Ergu opened the door and saw only pitch darkness inside. Sanmao said disdainfully, what? You don't even want to turn on a light in such a big villa? How stingy! Suddenly a spotlight shone down from above, followed by the voices of several people. Everyone at Fairy Tale, we've been waiting for you for a long time. We are the Trimen chosen by Blue Pegasus. The sound of the White Knight. Yvonne of Holy Night. Lotus of the Sky Knight. Lucy was stunned when she saw the 3 people who suddenly appeared in front of her. After seeing their looks, her cheeks slightly blushed, so handsome. Among them, Bai Yes Yang is ranked second in the list of the magician that most people want to have as a boyfriend, and now Yang is ranked first. Lucy looked back at the 5 men in our guild. Some were taking off their clothes, Natsu was still vomiting, Ergo looked rough, Sanmao was too disgusting, and Yang looked like he hadn't woken up yet. Lucy rubbed her forehead in disappointment. Total defeat. When Lucy looked up, the 3 of them surrounded Urza, moved the sofa and tea table, helped Urza sit down, and continued to comfort her. I am glad to see you at last. You are as beautiful as the rumors say, Your Majesty. Urza was completely confused by this operation. 2 words suddenly popped up in Lucy's mind. Major. Chapter 90. Just when Lucy was stunned, her hand was suddenly held by the showdown-like Yvonne. There is a seat ready for you, my lovely lady. When Lucy heard such a voice, her hair stood on end and she felt uncomfortable all over. After hanging out with the scum in the guild for too long, she could no longer appreciate the finer points. Urza looked at the enthusiastic 3 people and could only suppress her discomfort. Please give me your guidance, 3 of you. Hibiki's cheeks slightly blushed as she looked at Urza, who was smiling. Ah! What a beautiful face! She is just like the girl of my dreams. Urza, who had just adapted a little, couldn't withstand such an attack in an instant. Gray looked at the three of them with an unhappy look on his face. What? What are you talking about, Blue Pegasus? At this time, a handsome man with slightly dark skin handed Lucy a glass of orange juice with a tsundere look on his face. It's not prepared for you. Sigma, LLL, AO, tsundere. Gray couldn't bear it anymore. Hey, why are you guys harassing our guild members? We are here to defeat the 6 demons, not to watch your show. When the three heard Gray's words, their expressions changed instantly. Yvonne said impatiently, Ah, why are there still men here? There are only these beautiful girls here, you can go back. Gray got angry when he heard this. What did you say? You want to fight? Natsu perked up instantly when he heard about the fight. Fight? Where? Happy complained, we haven't started fighting yet, Natsu. Sai, when will you become a mature kitten like me? Lucy, you're not much better yourself. At this time, a crisp sound of footsteps came from the second floor. Forever at this time, a sweet voice came from upstairs. You guys, stop right there. Listening to this magnetic voice, Lucy instantly became curious about the person who she had only heard the voice but not seen. What's that sound? On the other hand, Urza's expression started to become a little uncomfortable. Soon, a short and ugly man wearing a white suit and holding a rose in his hand came into Lucy's sight. Lucy, pft! The three of them respectfully appeared on both sides of the stairs. One night adult. After seeing Urza one night, the magnetic voice came out again. Long time no see, Urza, my sweetheart, I exist for you this night. Lucy and Happy were stunned when they heard Yi address Urza. Sweetheart. The Blue Pegasus trio immediately said, so she's the overnight adult's girlfriend. We were the ones who were rude just now. Ichia jumped directly from the stairs, making what he thought was a very cool move, and flew towards Urza. Urza looked at the night getting closer and closer and felt like she wanted to escape but couldn't. At this moment, a big hand stretched out from Urza's side and grabbed Yi's head directly. Yi kept flapping in the air, but couldn't break free. Yang simply let go of his hand, and Yang fell to the ground. Seeing this, the trio immediately came to Yang and helped him up. Teacher Yi, are you okay? Yvonne, how dare you lay hands on Teacher Yi? One night, after I looked up and saw who was coming, cold sweat kept pouring down. Yang, I didn't expect it would be you who came this time. Just when Xiang was about to go forward to cause trouble, Yi shouted directly, why don't you idiots stop it, this is the son of light, Yang. The three were surprised when they heard Yang's name, because this name was mentioned from time to time by the presidents of various guilds. Yvonne looked at Yang curiously. You are Yang, the son of light, the one who took the first place on the boyfriend ranking of Brother Xiang. It doesn't seem so good, does it? Yi, that's so rude, Yvonne, please leave now. Hello, long time no see, Yang. Yang, it's been a year since we last met, and you haven't changed at all. Ichia once again posed in various positions. I think this is good, man. Why don't you put these things away quickly? We are not here to play. It's the boss. Lucy watched as the three of them moved their belongings away in an orderly manner. What kind of guild is this? They are so skilled in their work. Urza also looked helpless. Lucy, Blue Pegasus is like this, you just have to get used to it. Although these people may seem unreliable, they are still very powerful. Lucy looked at Yang in confusion as he chatted with her, not realizing how powerful Yang was. One night, while chatting with Yang, I suddenly smelled the air. This. What does this smell like? Yi ran to Lucy's side based on the smell and sniffed hard. Yes, that's the smell. It's the fragrance of an 18-year-old girl. It takes me back to the ignorant days of my youth. Lucy couldn't help it, she took out a folding chair from somewhere and hit Yi in the face with it. It's still so disgusting. Bang! Yi flew straight towards the gate. At this time, the gate of the villa was suddenly opened by someone. After seeing something flying over, he grabbed it with one hand. In an instant, Yi turned into a piece of ice and fell to the ground. We were so enthusiastic when we first arrived. Everyone turned around and saw 2 men and 1 woman walking inside. Gray and others immediately recognized one of them. Leon. Hey! Long time no see, everyone from Fairy Tale. At this time, a girl came out and said, "There's me too." Lucy immediately recognized this person as the girl who followed Leon on Devil's Island. "How did you become like this?" "Of course it's because of love. It's love that brought me back to life." Gray asked, "Leon, how does it feel to join the guild?" "You should call me senior brother." Gray: "Oh. But you're right. Joining the guild has indeed opened my eyes to many powerful wizards, and Mr. Jura is the strongest wizard I've ever seen, aside from Mr. Yang." When Jura saw Yang, he immediately walked towards him. "Mr. Yang, I didn't expect to see you here." "It's you, Jura. I didn't expect Grandma Appa to let you come over. You must have improved your strength." "Ha ha ha, compared to you, my little progress is nothing." Natsu looked at the bald guy who was talking and laughing with Yang and asked in confusion, "Who is this person?" Lucy was surprised and said, "You don't know him. He is one of the 10 wizard saints just like the president. Even I have heard of his name, Jura of Rock Iron." "Natsu, oh? Is that so?" Chapter 91. At this time, Yi jumped out and danced again. "With the alliance of our 3 guilds, we can definitely destroy Oration Cease, man." Lucy asked in confusion, "Huh? Didn't they say there were 4 guilds? One of them didn't come." "Yi, that's true. I heard that this guild only sent 1 person to participate." This had to surprise everyone. Although Fairy Tale originally wanted to send Yang alone, the others just followed along on their own. But Yang was strong enough to go alone, so Lamia Scale sent out his trump card Jura, along with 2 powerful wizards. The Cat Demon Inn has only sent 1 person so far, so everyone has to have extremely high expectations of that person's strength. Even Natsu imagined a 5 m tall, muscular monster. Yang suddenly looked up towards the door. "Here I come." Everyone looked outside the door curiously, and saw a figure running towards them from a distance. Ouch! The girl just walked in the door and fell to the ground, tripping over her left foot and right foot. "It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! I'm sorry everyone, I'm late. I'm Wendy, the wizard from the Cat Demon Inn. Please give me your guidance." "Little girl." No one expected that the other party would send a frail girl to participate in such an important crusade. Natsu looked at Wendy and felt like he had seen her somewhere before. Gray, I seem to have forgotten something, can you help me think about it? Who knows what's going on in your mind?" "Jura, okay, now that everyone is here, let's discuss our next steps." Sharia looked at Wendy and felt strange. "Why did you only send you here?" A voice came from the door. Wendy was a little flustered when asked. She's not the only one, this big sister with heavy makeup on." A talking white cat came out of the door and appeared in front of everyone. Happy was surprised and said, "The cat spoke." Lucy complained, "You are just a cat yourself." When Wendy saw that it was Carla, her nervous expression suddenly became happy. "Carla! You're coming too? Well, I was a little worried about you coming out alone, so I followed you out as well." Happy looked at Carla's increasingly confused expression and pulled Lucy's trouser leg. "Hey, Lucy, hurry up and give her my dried fish." Lucy immediately knew that Happy was attracted to her and was very talkative. "Oh? You are a mature kitten, you have to take the initiative." Happy said disdainfully, "Tisk, I'll go and beg the boss." As he said that, Happy flew directly to Yang's shoulder and poked Yang's face. "No, send it yourself." "Boss, how could you do this? This is my lifelong happiness." Happy looked at Carla and Carla just shook her head. Happy watched and caught a black base. "It's so cute." Lucy complained, "I don't even want to pay attention to you." Happy, "Lucy, how can you possibly understand a girl's mind?" "Lucy. Wendy became a little flustered when she saw everyone was looking at her. Well, I'm not very good at combat magic, but I know a lot of auxiliary magic, so please don't exclude me. Carla was a little angry when she saw Wendy's disappointing face. It is because of your weak character that people look down on you. I'm sorry. Carla couldn't help but feel a little disappointed with Wendy when she saw her like this. At this time, Urza stepped forward and said softly, "Don't worry, little sister, we won't exclude you, we just think it's a little weird. Auxiliary magic is it? It's a very rare magic." Wendy looked up and saw Urza's beautiful face. "Carla, this is Miss Urza herself. She's so beautiful." Carla nodded, "She is indeed a gentle girl. You don't have to be so polite and just call me Urza." At this time Happy came over. "Do you know me? I'm Happy Totoro." "Humph carrot." Carla turned her head and gave Happy a side profile. At this time, Yi said, "Well, now that everyone is here, let's explain the battle plan this time. Before that, please let me smell the toilet, man." Fortunately, Yi came back after a while. Suddenly, Yang appeared beside Yi and kicked him. Yang flew backwards in an instant, and everyone looked at Yang in disbelief. The trio reacted instantly and used magic to fight Yang. Xiang said angrily, "Why did you attack Teacher Yi, you BD?" 3 cats and 2 dogs immediately protected Yang. "No one can hurt my boss in front of us." Urza and the others, although doubtful, believed that Yang would not do anything out of line, and Natsu and Grey were also ready for a fight. Wendy was so frightened by this sudden move that she froze. What's going on?" Carla hurriedly said, "Wendy, please stay away from them." Urza stepped forward and asked, "Yang, what happened?" Yang looked at everyone's reactions and said, "Everyone calm down, this person is not a one-night stand at all, your one-night stand teacher is still locked in the toilet." When everyone heard this, they looked straight ahead. Sure enough, the original knight had disappeared and only a doll-like thing was left lying on the ground. After a while, it decomposed into light particles and disappeared on the spot. When Lucy saw this scene, she had no idea what this thing was. "It's celestial spirit. Yang, you 3 should rescue Yi first." The 3 of them hurriedly ran to the bathroom, and soon they supported Yi, who was covered in injuries, and came to the hall. Wendy hurried forward, "Leave him to me, I can use healing magic." As she spoke, a green light appeared on Wendy's hand and she began to heal overnight. Jura hurriedly asked, "What is going on, Mr. Yang?" Just now, Yi was in the toilet when he was attacked by someone, and then that person turned into Yi's appearance. But that person left the moment I defeated him in celestial spirit. Xiang directly unfolded his magic ancient book. Soon, oration ceases information appeared on the light curtain. Xiang quickly clicked on the only girl's profile picture, and Yi woke up after being treated by Wendy. Pointing at the person on the screen, he said, "This is the person who attacked me." As the fingertips tapped quickly, the girl's information appeared in everyone's sight. "Angel, according to records, this person has the ability to see into people's hearts. I didn't expect that he is also a celestial spirit mage." Chapter 92. The morale of the crowd suddenly dropped. Now, before they even saw the other party, they had already sneaked in. If Yang hadn't discovered it in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Yi thanked her, "Thank you, little sister, your healing magic is really powerful." Wendy shook her head, "It's okay, as long as I can help everyone." Carla said proudly, "This little injury is nothing. Wendy is a sky dragon slayer." Everyone was even more surprised after hearing this. After all, ancient magic was already very rare, and to add that it was healing ancient magic, it was extremely rare. Natsu asked directly, "Do you know where Igneel is?" Wendy shook her head. "I'm not sure. I'm also looking for my Grandini." Natsu was immediately disappointed. Natsu had asked Gajeel before, but Gajeel also didn't know. It can be said that the situations of the 3 were exactly the same. Yang said, "Now is not the time to chat, let's continue the topic just now. What is the battle plan you have come up with?" Then, under Xiang's operation, a map appeared on the light screen. There is a vast sea of gas trees ahead. According to ancient documents, the Nebet tribe once lived in that forest. This tribe created a powerful magic, Nirvana. Nirvana? Leon said, I have never heard of this magic. What does it do? Yi shook his head, it's not clear yet, I only know it's a very destructive magic. The Oration Seas gathered in this place this time. I think they came here for Nirvana. And what we have to do is to prevent the other party from obtaining this magic. That's it, man. Then Xiang released the information of the 6 demons again. This person uses a poisonous snake called Cobra. It is unknown what kind of magic he uses. This guy in the racing suit is called Laser, and he's a wizard who uses speed magic. This person is Otai, who has the third eye. It is said that this person loves money very much and can do anything for money. And she is the angel who can see into people's hearts. As for this man, we know very little about him. We only know his name is Midnight, and there is no other information about him. The last one is their commander, the leader Brain. Similarly, there is almost no record of Brain. But what is certain is that each of these 6 people is extremely powerful, and each of them has powerful magic that can destroy a guild. So our next actions will be carried out in groups, and individual actions are strictly prohibited. Wendy immediately raised her hand, please don't count me in the battle. Lucy also raised her hand at this time, and me. Yes said, don't worry, our main task is to find their lair, so we are divided into groups so that we can find them faster. Finally, our Pegasus's Christina will attack them with cluster artillery. Lucy said happily, really? Does that mean we can stop fighting? Jura said solemnly, I'm afraid it's unlikely now, because the other party may have known our secret. Although we don't know whether this angel has the ability to read people's minds, we must assume the worst. Now the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. We will have a fierce battle with them and we can't escape. Lucy XX, we still have to fight after all. Natsu immediately ignited. Ha ha ha, finally we can have a good fight. After saying that, he ran out quickly. Gray yelled, hey! Natsu, don't do this alone. Leave the 6 demons to me. I want to beat them all away. If we don't hurry up, Yang will take care of them again. Urza shook her head. There's really no way to deal with this guy. Let's go and follow him. Gray and Urza then ran in Natsu's direction. Seeing Gray was leaving, Leon said hurriedly, hurry. Let's go too. We can't let Fairy Tale steal the spotlight. Sharia called out, wait for me, Lord Leon. The 3 members of Blue Pegasus saw that everyone had run out, and they also ran quickly forward. There was only one knight left in the whole villa, Jura, Lucy, Wendy, Carla, Happy, 3 cats, 2 dogs and Yang. Sanmao, boss, just wait and see. Ergu and I will never let Natsu steal your limelight. With that, the 2 of them left one after another. I was dumbfounded all night. This was completely different from what was said at the beginning. Jura laughed and said, haha, what a group of energetic young people. Sir Yang, then I will be in a group with Mr. Yi. Yang nodded, this is the only way now. Happy boasted to Carla, Carla, it's safest for you to be in our group. My boss Yang is the strongest. Carla said, your boss is stronger than you, why are you so proud? Wendy looked at Yang's face and was slightly surprised. I seem to have heard that he is the best in the magic world and is known as the strongest wizard in the world. I didn't expect Fairy Tale to send such a strong man. Lucy said a little embarrassedly, actually, the guild originally sent him here alone, and we all followed him shamelessly. But don't worry, following Yang is definitely the safest. Yang, let's go, Happy, Lucy, Wendy and Carla. Like. Here I come. Then I'll trouble brother Yang. This is where the 6 demons gathered. Lisa asked, what do you think, Angel? How about you go and test the alliance this time? Angel said solemnly, I was discovered by the other party. Heter was a little surprised and asked, can your Gemini be discovered by others? Angel, everything went smoothly at the beginning, but as soon as I came out, I was discovered by the opponent, and my Gemini was defeated instantly. Fortunately, I used the props to transfer myself in time, otherwise I might have died there. Fortunately, this trip was not in vain. This disgusting man I copied happened to know all the plans. Angel then informed everyone of all the information she had gathered. Brain thought for a moment and said, "This magic crit boat is indeed a tricky thing, but it won't have much impact. It's just a dead object." Cobra said excitedly, "Are there any powerful wizards in the Alliance army?" The other party sent out Jura of Rock Iron, one of the 10 saints. I originally wanted to transform into that man and blend into the team, waiting for that man to be left alone, and then take the opportunity to deal with him, but now there is no chance. As for the others, I'm not sure. Gemini was discovered too quickly and there was no chance for him to contact them. But the guy who can find Gemini may not be a simple person. Brain, okay everyone, there is no point in discussing here for a long time. Since the bright magic world has sent people, we can only welcome my guests in a friendly manner. After hearing this, the other 5 demons all smiled cunningly. Chapter 93. After a while, Natsu and the others ran to the edge of the sea of trees, and everyone saw trees that stretched as far as the eye could see. "Grey, Natsu! Stop running so fast!" Natsu looked reluctant. "I don't want to, we have to beat those bastards away before Yang comes." Suddenly, there were bursts of noises in the sky. Everyone looked back and saw a huge airship appearing in the sky. "Grey, that's Christina!" Xiang said proudly. "Yes, we are the only one in the world that has such a ship, Blue Pegasus." Suddenly, Xiang seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly opened his ancient document, his fingers constantly operating it. Indeed, the cost of a magic attack boat like Christina is extremely expensive, which shows how rich Blue Pegasus is. This is also one of the reasons why Blue Pegasus can become a big guild. If it lacks strength, it can make up for it with technology. Few guilds can withstand a single blow from Christina. Lucy looked at the airship flying in the sky and shouted, "Yang, look, that should be Christina from Blue Pegasus. But I feel something is a little weird." Suddenly, Christina turned the gun around and pointed it at Yang and the others. Urza and the others also noticed something strange. What happened? Why did Christina turn around? At this time, Xiang was operating with sweat on his forehead. "Oh no everyone, someone has taken control of Christina. I can no longer control Christina." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. "What did you say?" At this time, a large amount of energy began to gather at the shelling point of Christina. "Yang?" Lucy asked hurriedly. "Yang, look, is Christina's gun pointed at us?" "Lucy, Wendy, get out of here." Suddenly, Christina's energy cannon was gathered and attacked Yang directly. Yang raised his right hand and used a virtual flash to push back Christina's energy cannon. The virtual flash directly hit Christina's tail wing. Christina instantly lost her balance and slowly fell from the sky. Natsu and the others in the distance saw the familiar moves and knew it was done by Yang. Urza shouted, "All right everyone, the matter should be resolved. Let's find the lair of the 6 demons as soon as possible." Xiang and the other 2 watched as their guild's masterpiece was destroyed so easily. Their minds went blank and they had no idea what was going on. "What happened just now?" Urza explained, "I think Mr. Jura's guess was correct. The other party really knew our plan, so they took the lead and kidnapped Christina. They wanted to use Christina to fight back against us, but they made the worst move and pointed their guns at Yang. This amount of power is totally not enough to deal with Yang." "San Mao, that's right, wasn't Phantom's turret blasted by my boss? Let me make it clear first, we won't compensate you for this. I can barely afford to eat because of the compensation I've received lately." Xiang and the other 2 found it hard to accept this fact. After all, that was a magic cluster cannon. It was not possible for ordinary magicians to intercept it. How powerful must one be to directly push the energy cannon back? The 3 of them then realized how strong Yang, whom their president had told them about, was. The 2 people and 2 cats hiding behind a big tree poked their heads out when the noise disappeared, and saw Christina falling from the sky. Wendy was surprised and said, "Carla, look, brother Yang is so awesome." Carla was also surprised. In her opinion, this was impossible to accomplish with human power alone. He is indeed powerful. I can rest assured that he will protect Wendy. At this time, a man wearing motorcycle clothes and sunglasses appeared in front of Yang and his companions. There is actually someone as powerful as you in the world of light magic. But, that should have used up all your magic power. Yang looked at the other person with a hint of amusement. Ah, yes, you 6 demons are really powerful. You can even control Christina. Wendy said worriedly, Brother Yang, let me help you. Just as Wendy was about to run over, Yang waved to signal Wendy to stop. Lucy said, Don't worry Wendy, Yang will take care of it. Although Wendy heard what Lucy said, she was still a little worried. But Lisa smiled and said, Little sister, you should listen to him, so you can live longer. Wendy stared at Lisa, and suddenly Lisa disappeared from the spot, and Wendy could only see the afterimage left by her. So fast. But what Wendy didn't expect was that in just a moment, Lisa flew backwards and hit a big tree hard. What happened? Carla said solemnly, I can't see what happened just now. At this time, Lisa was looking at Yang in disbelief, because even he himself didn't see clearly what happened just now, he just felt as if he was knocked away by something. On the other hand, Yang just stood there quietly as if nothing had happened. Why are you trying to scam me? I didn't touch you just now. Everyone was watching. You agree? Lucy, Wendy, and the 2 cats didn't know what was going on, but they nodded in agreement. Lisa stood up from the ground with difficulty, and her expression became increasingly solemn as she looked at Yang. UBD, I don't know what kind of magic you used, but you won't have a chance next time. Red field. A red magic circle appeared under Lisa's feet. A red light spread around and instantly surrounded several people. Yang felt as if something was a little bit wrong, but it didn't affect anything. Lisa quickly ran towards Yang. Wendy looked at him and could see his afterimage just now, but now she couldn't even see his afterimage. Lisa was seen running around Yang. He thought that the other party would be shocked by his speed, but to his disappointment, the other party did not even look at him. Damn BD! As she spoke, Lisa pulled out a dagger from her arms and stabbed it fiercely in the direction of Yang. Ding! A sound like metal collision reached everyone's ears. When Lisa saw the dagger in her hand stabbing towards Yang directly raised his palm to block the dagger. The moment the dagger touched Yang's dark skin, it broke immediately. You clown, you are too slow in my eyes. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by light? In a flash, Yang kicked out, and Lisa didn't even have time to react. A sharp pain came from Lisa's waist, and Lisa saw her body flying quickly into the distance, breaking one tree after another, and finally crashed under a big tree, slowly sliding down, not knowing whether she was alive or dead. Chapter 94. On the other side, Urza and the others were blocked by the remaining 5 demons. Natsu touched his hands together and flames flew everywhere. You guys finally came out, I'm going to beat you guys to the ground. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. I heard it. Cobra instantly appeared beside Natsu and threw a poisonous punch directly at Natsu's weak spot. Natsu looked horrified and quickly crossed his arms to defend himself, but Cobra heard all of Natsu's movements. Cobra retracted his fist and kicked Natsu away. The roar of the poison dragon. A green energy suddenly rushed towards the group. Grey and Leon activated their magic upon seeing this. Ice-shaped shield. 2 huge shields appeared in front, one after the other. The moment the roar touched the ice shield was corroded by the powerful corrosiveness of the poison. Grey shouted, Everyone be careful, this guy's attack is extremely poisonous. Suddenly, the ground occupied by everyone became extremely soft, and everyone sank directly into the soft ground. Only Urza and the 2 dogs and 3 cats jumped out of the ground in time. Change your outfit, black feather armor. Black feather moon flash. Urza instantly appeared in front of them, with the sword energy coming towards them. Always guard in darkness. Brain casually raised the skull staff, and a green protective shield surrounded the few people. Urza's attack did not shake the shield at all. Chang and Palm. Brain gathered green energy in his palm and sent it towards Urza. Urza raised his sword in the air to block and quickly retreated behind him. After Urza's feet touched the ground, he exerted force with his right foot and swung the sword, cutting Brain's energy in half. Ergu and Sanmao approached the group quickly using the moon step. When they saw someone sleeping, they worked together to use the storm kick. Rask Foot Mongoose. Lan Jiao Dog Run. They each launched 2 shockwaves, which took the form of a dog and a cat, heading towards the sleeping Midnight. But just as the shockwave was about to approach Midnight, 2 energies deviated directly from the sides of Midnight and fell to the sides of the ground. Hedel waved his hand, and the sand on both sides surged. Ergu and Sanmao saw that the surging sand was about to surround them, so they hurriedly stepped on the moon step to avoid the attack. I can't let you wake up Midnight, or something terrible will happen. At this moment, Brain suddenly found that a line on his body disappeared. Prepare to retreat. Lisa has been defeated by the enemy. Upon hearing this, the other 4 demons' expressions changed and they all returned to their original places. Hotel waved his hand. Activity Plaza. The entire face of the earth changed instantly, and several people trapped by the sand were thrown out. By the time everyone stood up, the 5 demons had disappeared. When Yang and Jura hurried over, they saw everyone sitting on the ground resting with injuries all over their bodies. Yang still had no idea what was going on. You were defeated. Urza nodded. The strength of these people is indeed not to be underestimated. They cooperated perfectly. Although this was just a small collision, we were beaten so badly that we had no power to fight back. We underestimated the enemy. Natsu looked angry. Damn it! That poison-using BD always knows my attack pattern before me, just like you, Yang. Oh? Really? Then I really want to see it. Wendy saw that many people were injured and began to treat them one by one. Gray said, it seems that there are only 5 people on the other side, but they clearly had the advantage to deal with us, but they didn't, and instead left directly. Lucy said, there was another one on our side, but Yang dealt with him in no time. Urza was happy to hear that and said, very good, you are worthy of me. This way we have one less trouble. After a short while, Wendy healed all the injured people. Everyone was surprised by the fast healing magic. Yi, as expected of ancient magic, the healing effect is really powerful. Yi himself is an auxiliary magician and is very familiar with healing magic, but this is the first time he has seen someone as powerful as Wendy. Then everyone began to discuss how to deal with the remaining 5 demons. On the other side, the 5 demons no longer felt as relaxed as they did at the beginning, because Lisa was dealt with by the opponent. Brain, we can't delay any longer. We must find Nirvana quickly. Send all the people under us out to look for him. Angel asked, Brain, is it true what you just said about Lisa being defeated? Brain nodded, that's right. From the time Lisa took the initiative to test that man's strength to the time he was defeated, it didn't take that long at all. The man who defeated Lisa gives me a bad feeling. His strength is probably far beyond that of Lisa, and he may have reached the level of Saint 10, otherwise Lisa would not have been defeated so easily. It would be easy for Lisa to escape at her speed. Then Midnight woke up. Lisa is just a piece of trash. Leave that person to me, father. Brain smiled and said, very good Midnight, I'll leave this person to you. Brain is still very confident in Midnight's ability. After all, it is his most perfect work, and its strength exceeds that of the 6 of them. Don't let me down. Brain gave instructions to a few people and then they dispersed. Similarly, Yang and others regrouped and dispersed again after the discussion. With Xiang and the other 2 as the center, they searched the surrounding area and built a map based on Xiang's ancient documents to find the remaining 5 demons. If you find that you are no match for the enemy, you can call Yang or Jura, try to delay the enemy and wait for their rescue. Natsu was in a group with Ergu, Urza was in a group with Lucy, Leon was in a group with Sharia, Gray was in a group with 3 cats, Wendy was in a group with Yang and 2 cats, and Jura was in a group with Yi Yet. In this way, 6 groups of people walked in 6 directions. Along the way, Wendy thoroughly witnessed what a powerful magician is. Yang's golden light is like a big move, which other light magicians can also use, but their magic power will be exhausted soon. But Yang seemed to have magic power for free. He encountered more than a dozen waves of attacks along the way, but he swept them all away with his own strength. Wendy had always lived in the Cat Demon Inn and rarely went out, so she had never seen such a scene. Carla had the same expression. Yang's strength was far beyond her understanding. Just after Yang defeated another enemy, a person riding a flying carpet appeared in front of Yang. Midnight just stared at Yang without saying anything. Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and a beam of golden light quickly attacked Midnight. But the moment the golden light approached Midnight, it deviated and landed directly next to it, causing a violent explosion. Chapter 95. Yang was slightly surprised to see that his attack was deflected. In all my life, this is the first time I've encountered someone who can deflect his own attack. Midnight looked at the hole left by the explosion and said, "You are the one who killed Lisa. You really have some skills. It's normal that the idiot lost to you. But I will defeat you." Seeing how confident Midnight was, Yang couldn't help but want to tease him. "Really? I'm really looking forward to it." At this time, Wendy shouted, "Brother Yang, do you need me to cast additional magic for you?" Yang shook her head, "It's okay, Wendy, just be cute." Carla cursed inwardly, "Pervert." Then Yang raised his fingers slowly as usual, and golden light continued to shoot out from Yang's fingertips, but the golden light would deflect when it was about to touch Midnight. "I've already told you that you are no match for me. All your attacks have no effect on me." Yang ignored Midnight. With a flash of golden light, he instantly appeared beside Midnight and kicked him. Midnight disappeared right where he was, and when he reappeared, he raised his hand and slowly spun it. The space around Yang suddenly began to distort, but Yang did not show any pain, which made Midnight feel very strange. "What did you just do? Why didn't my attack cause any harm to you?" Yang said unconcernedly, "You are talking about this, of course I avoided your attack in advance." Midnight felt that Yang had played a trick on him and immediately became angry. "People in the Guild of Light are all boastful like you." Pain spiral. Midnight directly increased the range of the space distortion, and saw Yang's whole body and the surrounding space began to twist. However, Yang had already seen the brief future and elementalized his body in advance to avoid the tearing of space. "Call out!" Yang disappeared from the spot in an instant, and reappeared in front of Midnight. He kicked out, and Midnight teleported and disappeared from the spot again. "You can distort space, so why are you trying to escape? You can't distort living things, right?" Midnight was shocked when he heard Yang's words. He never thought that his magic could be seen through by the other party so quickly. Fortunately, he still has teleportation to use. No matter how fast Yang is, he can never be faster than his teleportation. "So what if you knew about it? You can't do anything to me anymore." Yang glanced at Midnight and said, "Oh? Is it really as you thought?" As Yang turned into golden light, Midnight calmly used teleportation to avoid Yang's attack, but at the moment Midnight appeared, Yang arrived at the teleportation location even faster than him. Yang kicked Midnight off the flying carpet. "Who gave you the courage to ride on a flying carpet and pretend to be me?" Midnight lost his composure and looked at Yang with disbelief in his eyes. He would rather believe this was a coincidence than believe that the other party could predict his future. "Impossible, I have surpassed my father and I am the strongest wizard." Yang thought of another child with a stupid brain when he heard this. "Oh, yes, yes, you are the strongest. If you want this title, take it. I don't have so much time to waste here with you. Shave." Yang inserted his finger directly into Midnight's heart. Midnight suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his heart. Yang pulled out his finger, and blood gushed out. Midnight lay on the ground in pain, twitching continuously, and gradually became silent. Wendy had never seen such a scene before, so she covered her eyes, not daring to look at the bloody scene in front of her. On the other side, Natsu and Urga were making great progress along the way. The minions of the Dark Guild who came to encircle them were no match for them at all, until a familiar figure appeared in front of them. "I heard everything." "His Natsu immediately got excited when he saw the person coming. Finally, I meet you again. Cobra didn't take Natsu seriously at all. He didn't think Natsu could be his opponent. I came here to deal with you useless people. I will defeat you one by one, and then we can join forces to defeat Yang. Ergo immediately said disdainfully, you guys want to deal with my boss? Laozi can handle you. I heard everything. Although your physical fitness is indeed very strong compared to ordinary people, it is still not good enough for a dragon like me. As for you, you are just a complete idiot. Natsu got angry when he heard this. What did you say? You BD pointy-eared monster. After saying that, Natsu wrapped flames around himself and rushed towards Cobra. Cobra was also a little annoyed at Natsu's description of his pointed ears, and he looked at Natsu rushing towards him with flaws all over his body. Natsu's fists kept swinging, but Cobra dodged them all, and Natsu didn't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. At this time, Urga used the shave and appeared beside Cobra. Just when Urga wanted to release the storm kick, Cobra kicked Natsu away. Then he gathered the poisonous energy in his hands. The claws of the poisonous dragon. 4 streams of dark red venom flew towards Urgu. Urgu directly used the storm kick and swung out an air blade, cutting the venom energy in half. Natsu's abdomen bulged and a large amount of flames spewed out of his mouth. Cobra fought back with the same move, and the two energies confronted each other in the air. Urgu took the opportunity to appear above Cobra's head using the moon step. Finger gun, break the air. Urgu poked his finger downwards quickly, the air was compressed instantly, and a powerful small air cannon flew out. Cobra's ears moved, disconnecting the energy from the roar and dodging to the side. The roar had no energy to support it, and Natsu's flames were extremely swift, almost brushing past Cobra. Fortunately, no one was hurt. Natsu pushed forward with his feet, his whole body ablaze with fire. Fire Dragon's Horn. The fangs of a poisonous dragon. Cobra transformed the poison energy into a giant snake mouth and pounced on Natsu. Because Natsu was protected by the flames, all the venom was burned up and he was not hurt. He directly broke through Cobra's energy. Suddenly Cobra felt a wave of heat coming towards him. This was very uncomfortable for him as he liked the shade. Then Cobra jumped up, and his beloved snake with wings rushed under Cobra, and Cobra stood firmly on the snake. Urgu, who was in the air, did not miss this opportunity. Storm Kick's Frenzy. A large number of air blades were swung out from Urgu's feet, but Cobra's snake had an extremely keen sense of danger and dodged all the attacks one by one. Chapter 96. Cobra looked at Urgu in the distance, waved his hand, and a dark red magic circle unfolded. A large number of small poison bombs emerged from the magic circle. Urgu hurriedly used paper painting to avoid the poison bullets one by one. At this time, Cobra's big snake rushed directly in front of Urgu and swept him fiercely with its tail. Urgu in the paper-drawn state dodged the fierce attack directly, but Cobra heard the sound of Urgu's muscles and directly determined where Urgu would go next. The venom directly turned into the giant snake's teeth, swallowed Urgu and smashed him into the ground. Natsu got furious when he saw this scene. Ah! UBD! Natsu jumped up and sent Fire Dragon's iron fist towards the man and the snake. Cobra didn't take it seriously at all. He circulated his energy and sent Fire Dragon's iron fist and Natsu's fist into a violent collision. Bang! For a moment, neither of them could do anything to the other, and suddenly Cobra's snake turned its head and bit Natsu directly. At this critical moment, a figure appeared beside Natsu, and the venomous snake's mouth bit Urgu directly. Iron. Even though Urgu used the iron block, his skin was instantly penetrated by the powerful bite force of the poisonous snake, and the venom instantly penetrated. Urgu held the venomous snake's head tightly. The snake wanted to let go after biting it, but Urgu's 5 fingers pierced the tough snake skin directly. The venomous snake felt a sharp pain and its body kept twisting. The cobra on his body was thrown away. Chubarios. Ergo. Natsu looked at Urgu in disbelief as he held the snake's head tightly and his fingertips continued to pierce the snake's skin. At this time, the poison began to spread in Urgu's body. A mouthful of poisonous blood spurted out of Urgu's mouth. Urgu, will never lose to a beast like you. Go to hell, lousy. Ah! Ergu clenched his right hand and pulled hard, and a large piece of snake meat was pulled out. Roar! The snake felt even more intense pain and twisted its body madly. Ergu held on to his body and aimed his fist at the twisting head of the snake. He held on tightly with his left hand. 6 Style Secret Technique, 6 King's Spear. Boom! Ergu's power directly hit the poisonous snake's brain, and the snake's brain was instantly shattered by this force. The body that was originally twisting wildly stopped instantly and fell straight down from the air. Ergu saw that he had finally gotten rid of the beast, but the snake's venom had also spread throughout his body. Now Ergu could not move at all and could only fall down with the snake. Cobra was furious upon seeing this. Kyuberios was a relative to him. Now seeing his relative being beaten to the point of life or death, he felt extremely angry. Damn you! I'm going to make you pay. The spiral jaws of the poisonous dragon. Cobra's legs turned into poisonous smoke and quickly moved towards Ergu. At this moment, Natsu blocked Cobra's way before Cobra did. Natsu knew that this was the opportunity Ergu had fought for him, and he had to respond to Ergu's expectations. Cobra yelled, "Get out of my way!" The iron fist of the poison dragon. Natsu looked at Cobra who was attacking him and he had lost his initial composure and was covered in flaws. Natsu directly caught Cobra's fist, and flames emerged instantly. Cobra felt a blazing flame coming. The burning flames forced him to use magic, and a layer of dark red dragon scales suddenly appeared on his body. You should die too. The iron fist of the poison dragon. Cobra swung his other arm violently. Natsu looked calm, and saw the opponent's attack path clearly. The flames wrapped around his entire arm, directly separating Cobra's arm, and he grabbed the opponent's other hand with his backhand. The intense flames continued to burn Cobra, and even with the protection of dragon scales, it was still unbearable. Ugh! Damn it! Natsu concentrated the energy of fire on his knees and slammed them hard into Cobra's abdomen. Cobra's abdomen was severely hit and his body leaned backwards, vomiting stomach acid. Ahem! Natsu swept his leg, and Cobra instantly lost his balance and flew into the air. Natsu crossed his hands and clenched them tightly, gathering a large amount of flames in his hands and swinging them fiercely towards Cobra's abdomen. Fire Dragon's Jaw! Boom! Cobra crashed into the ground violently, and the ground instantly cracked around him. Cobra's eyes rolled back and he passed out. Natsu hurriedly ran towards Ergu and saw that the snake was dead. Ergu was lying next to the snake with a purple body. The bite site had become festered and pus and blood were constantly oozing out. Ergu! Ergu! Ergu looked extremely painful, holding a bag tightly in his hand. Natsu knew that this bag contained the medicine that Yayang prepared for the 2 dogs and 3 cats. Then he opened the storage bag and rummaged through it. Natsu had no idea what the medicines were, so he just gave it a try and fed Ergu all the medicines down his throat. After a while, Ergu's breathing began to become steady and the purple color on his body began to fade. Natsu finally felt relieved and contacted Hibiki and the others to inform them of the situation here. After a while, Happy flew from the sky with a bottle of potion in his hand. Natsu! Happy! Natsu immediately became happy when he saw Happy coming over. Yayang said that if you give this to Ergu, he will be fine. Seeing this, Natsu directly poured the medicine into Ergu's mouth again. Ergu's eyes suddenly widened in anger, and he quickly stood up and started vomiting. Natsu saw Ergu recovering and said, "Oh! What Yayang gave is extraordinary." Ergu was resurrected right away. After Ergu finished vomiting, he looked at Natsu and said, "What did you give me to eat?" Natsu shook the bottle in his hand. Ergu of course knew what it was. It was the antidote developed by Grandma Polaka. "You, what else did you give me to drink?" Natsu casually pointed at the bottles and cans on the ground, and Ergu looked in the direction Natsu pointed. "I found a pile of empty bottles on the ground." Vomit. "You guys want to kill me, you just drink it without knowing anything. The other bottles are used to restore energy, but this bottle is for treating constipation. This bottle is..." Before he could finish his words, Ergu felt like something was about to come out. "Shit! Natsu, Just wait for me. As he said that, Urga put his hands on his butt and quickly went into the forest. After a while, there was a crackling sound and a foul smell, which made Natsu feel nauseous. After a moment, Urga walked out from the bushes tremblingly with a pale face. Damn you Natsu, wait until I recover, I will definitely let you feel this feeling. Chapter 97. On the other side, Urza. At this moment, Urza and Lucy were walking in the forest, and everything around them seemed so peaceful. Just then Grey suddenly came out from the front. Urza. Lucy. When the two saw that the person coming was Grey, they looked at the location in their hands, looked at each other, and understood each other's thoughts. Urza, Grey, why are you in such a hurry? And why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be with the 3 cats? Grey hurriedly said, the 3 cats and I encountered one of the 6 demons, but we were no match for him, so we came to seek help. As soon as Grey finished speaking, Urza slashed with a sword, and Grey quickly retreated behind him. Urza, what are you doing? You're not Grey at all. You're probably the celestial spirit of Angel, one of the 6 demons. Snap! 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 How did you find out he was fake? At this time Angel walked out from the trees nearby. My disguise should be very good. You should not be able to see through it. Urza smiled and said, indeed not, but we have already discussed a strategy to deal with you. Our people are all equipped with positioning magic, so we can clearly know where everyone is. We just checked and there is no sign of our companions around. Angel covered his mouth in surprise. Oh, that's really smart, but it doesn't matter, it just takes a little more effort. Then Angel looked at Lucy. I heard that you are also a celestial spirit mage. What a coincidence that I am one too. Attack him. Then he transformed into Grey's Gemini, placing his right hand on top of his left. Ice-shape Warhammer. Urza and Lucy looked at each other in surprise. They thought the other party could only copy each other's appearance, but they never expected that the other party could not only copy Grey's appearance but also copy his magic. Urza hurriedly shouted, Lucy, be careful. Change your outfit, purgatory armor. Urza swung the serrated sword straight with a fierce force, and the powerful air pressure directly shattered the ice hammer. Then he swung it towards Grey again. Grey used an ice shield to try to block the wind pressure, but the shield shattered after just a moment. Lucy took out the golden key. Open, Gate of Taurus. Moo. Lucy, you're still in great shape as always. Angel narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he knew something. Gemini becomes each other's appearance. Bang! In an instant, a copy of Lucy appeared in front of them. Your celestial spirit seems to like your figure. As she said that, she asked Gemini, who had transformed into Lucy, to open her clothes. Upon seeing this, Taurus' eyes turned into the shape of hearts and flew towards Lucy quickly. Moo! Lucy hurriedly shouted, how can this be possible? As soon as Taurus rushed over, he was knocked away by Lucy. Angel taunted, your celestial spirit is really weak. Are you really a celestial spirit wizard? Lucy was a little angry about the mockery of the other party and closed the door of Taurus. At this moment, the copied Lucy also took out the same key as Lucy. Open, Gate of Taurus. Lucy looked at the other person in surprise. Why can you summon my celestial spirit? Taurus attacks the other. When Taurus heard the other party's order, he raised his axe and chopped towards Lucy without any control. I'm sorry Lucy, I can't control myself. Lucy took out the key and tried to close the door, but it didn't work at all. Why can't it be turned off? Angel sneered and said, no, this is what I summoned, and you can't shut it down. Urza saw that Lucy was in trouble and swung her sword, knocking Grey away. He quickly came to Lucy's side and blocked Taurus's giant axe attack. Taurus, you are Lucy's partner, kill me quickly, I don't want to do anything to Lucy. No. You are our partner, how can I attack you? Don't worry, celestial spirit cannot die. It just can't be summoned for a short period of time. That won't work either. Urza swung with all her might, separating the Taurus. Change your outfit, black feather armor. Urza then started fighting with Taurus. In order to buy time for Lucy, Urza didn't kill her, but basically blocked and defended. At this time, Grey, who was knocked away, rushed towards Urza again, and the three of them started a fierce battle. Lucy instantly saw the water around and took out the key, the Aquarius key. Open, Gate of Aquarius. The door opened, and the mermaid Aquarius holding a bottle appeared in front of them. Aquarius, take him away. This time, it doesn't matter if you take me away with you. Just as Aquarius was about to take action, Angel closed the Gemini door and took out the golden key. Open, Scorpius Gate Scorpion. We are. When Aquarius saw that it was Scorpio, she immediately turned into a little woman and threw herself into Scorpion's chest. We are. Are you okay, Aquarius? We haven't seen each other for a long time. I miss you so much. Rubbing, rubbing. Lucy's jaw dropped when she saw Aquarius's attitude. Is this the boyfriend you mentioned before? And you look like this. Aquarius quickly came to Lucy and threatened, if you dare to say anything to Spikeen, I will kill you. Do you hear me? Lucy was sweating profusely from the threat, and then Aquarius quickly returned to her little woman's attitude and threw herself into Scorpio's arms. Spikeen, should we go out for dinner? I know a restaurant where you can see the northern lights. Whatever you say is up to you. It's up to you to decide. Spikeen turned to look at Angel. Angel, everything should be fine now. If not, I'd go on a date with my girlfriend. Angel waved his hand, bye. Then the two of them walked forward lovingly and disappeared in front. Lucy looked at Aquarius with despair as he left. Angel looked at Lucy's expression and said, oh, you know that these two are a couple, right? I know everything about celestial spirit, right? Lucy remembered that she still had a trump card, and then stood up confidently. I also have the strongest celestial spirit. Open. Leo's gate, Leo. Hey, Lucy, why did you suddenly come to me? Did you miss me? Now is not the time for you to pick up girls, Leo, deal with her. When Angel saw that it was Leo who was summoned, the corners of his mouth slowly rose. I know his secret, too. Open. Aries gate, Aries. As soon as Alice came out and saw Leo, she lowered her head. Sorry Leo. Chapter 98. When Leo saw that it was Aries, his expression changed drastically. Why do you have this key? Angel laughed and said, that's easy, because I was the one who killed Karen. As he said this, Angel touched Aries' hair. That stupid woman was so weak, but she insisted on opening the double doors. In the end, she didn't even summon the celestial spirit. It's really pitiful, don't you think, Golden Leo? Don't worry, you will soon become my property. This woman will die in my hands just like Karen did. Of course Leo knew that Angel was pointing at him. Don't look down on celestial spirit. I did violate the celestial spirit's contract in the past, but now I will protect Lucy with my life. Even if I'm facing my former companions, I won't hold back. Alice, even if he has done me a favor, celestial spirit will fight for his master. This is the pride of celestial spirit. Angel directly closed the door of Taurus. Open the gate of the Saelim. Attack them. The pedestal gathered energy cannons and hit Alice directly. The energy penetrated Alice's body and hit Leo. Puff. Leo. Ollies. The two were shattered by celestial spirit and dissipated into the air. Lucy looked at what was happening in front of her in shock. Why are you attacking your own celestial spirits? Aren't they your friends? Angel looked at Lucy strangely, you are really not a qualified celestial spirit wizard. Those are just my props. Anyway, they can be resurrected after death. Besides, a useless Aries can be exchanged for a powerful Leo. This deal is really a good deal, don't you think? Lucy looked gloomy and slowly stood up. They are not props, they are living beings. They will feel pain when they are hurt, and they have their own thoughts. Urza was furious when she saw this. You woman, you deserve to die. Then Urza quickly rushed towards Angel, who was not panicked at all when he saw this. Open. The gate of Gemini. One of the Gemini that appeared directly transformed into Urza's appearance and blocked the oncoming Urza in front of him. Urza felt the power coming from the other party, which was not inferior to her own at all. Why do you think I played with you for so long just now? It was all to copy your abilities. Now, between you who have been fighting for a long time and you in your prime, who will be more powerful? It's really exciting. Urza looked at herself with a firm gaze. It's nothing but my former self, Urza said as he attacked Urza. For a moment, the two of them fought with their swords, and the trees around them were all cut in half wherever the sword energy passed. Angel looked at Lucy, who was keeping her head down and not saying anything, then picked up the carving stand and slowly walked over. What's wrong? Is this not enough? Ha ha ha, what I like most is seeing you like this. I'll take all your keys. As he said that, Angel raised the carving stand and chopped it hard at Lucy. At this time, Lucy quickly dodged to the side. I know the celestial spirit mage's weaknesses very well. Lucy flying kick. Angel didn't expect that Lucy was pretending just now, and before he could react at all, Lucy's foot kicked Angel directly in the stomach. Angela spat out a mouthful of bitterness. Lucy's attack made her feel pain and her expression instantly became crazy. You woman! Gemini! When the blue man heard Angel's call, he turned into grey and appeared in front. Kill the other person for me. But Gemini did not act upon hearing the order, because Gemini knew all of Lucy's memories when she first became Lucy. It includes Lucy's love for Celestial Spirit, and seeing Lucy sacrifice herself for Leo and triggering Celestial Spirit at the same time. This is a resonance that can only be created by someone who loves Celestial Spirit wizards very much. This made Gemini not want to do anything to Lucy even though it violated the rules of Celestial Spirit. Angel said angrily, "What are you doing standing there? Hurry up and do something. You useless BD." Lucy smiled and said, "See, Celestial Spirits also have their own ideas. People like you who treat them as tools are not worthy of being a Celestial Spirit wizard. Open. Sagittarius Gate, Sagittarius. Moses. Shoot her. Sagittarius. It's a gamble. Moses. Sagittarius pulled the bow and gathered magic power at the tip of the arrow, and an arrow quickly attacked Angel. When Angel saw that he could not command Gemini, he hid behind Gemini. The arrow pierced through Gemini, who had turned into grey and disappeared on the spot. You are really annoying, using Celestial Spirit as a shield. Ungir said angrily, Humph. What's the difference between an uncontrolled Celestial Spirit and a waste? After I kill you, I will definitely teach this guy a lesson. Let it know who the real master is. At this time, Urza's voice came from a distance. You may not have this chance. Angel turned around and saw that the two were originally evenly matched, but now the real Urza was suppressing the fake Urza. Angel looked incredulous. How is this possible? You've already used up so much energy, how can you still defeat me when I'm invincible? That's because you don't understand Fairy Tale Wizard at all. You can defeat your previous self by surpassing your past self. Angel said angrily, you are kidding. How can a person break through himself in such a short time? Making the impossible possible, this is the Fairy Tale Wizard. Black Feather Moonlight. Urza's body instantly passed through Urza. Several sword marks passed through Urza's body, and the severely injured Gemini turned into a point of light and dissipated into the air. Urza pointed her sword at Angel, it's your turn next. Angel looked a little scared, everything was beyond her plan. Open. Scorpio Gate Piscorn. We are. Attack her Piscorn. Sandstorm. A magic circle unfolded in front of Piscorn, and a sand wave poured out from the magic circle. Urza directly summoned the sword of Poseidon, drew the water on the river, and swung it violently. A strong water blade directly cut through the storm, chopped Piscorn into pieces, and knocked Angel out. Lucy collapsed on the ground. The continuous summoning of Celestial Spirit had almost exhausted her magic power. She was completely relying on her own willpower to hold on. It's finally over. Chapter 99. Brain, the leader who was still searching for Nirvana, felt 3 lines on his body disappear in succession, and realized that the 3 of them had failed. Damn it, how come even Midnight lost? Damn it! Bang! Brain punched the stone hard, and it cracked, revealing a hole. Brain, who was getting angry, saw a green light coming out of the hole. What is this? Finally found it. Our future. As he spoke, his face gradually became excited and he slowly walked into the cave entrance. On the other side, when Yang and others were walking forward, Yang suddenly felt a familiar figure. When the two men and the cat approached, they saw scattered wizards of the Dark Guild lying around, and in front stood a man holding a katana. Carla asked in confusion, "Who is this person? He doesn't seem to be one of the 6 demons." "Wendy, it seems that she defeated all these Dark Guild members. Is she from another guild to support us?" Yang recognized the woman in kimono and cherry blossom-colored hair at a glance. "It's you? Why are you here?" Wendy asked. "Brother Yang, do you know this sister?" Yang nodded. When the turtle dove saw Yang, it slowly walked over. "Long time no see, Lord Yang. I have been waiting here for a long time." Yang asked in confusion, "Are you employed by Oration Cease?" The turtle dove shook his head. "That's not the case. I've thought a lot since that day, especially about what you did to me, Master Yang. I still can't forget it." Carla simply covered Wendy's ears. "Don't listen, little kid." Wendy panicked. "Ah! What, Carla, why are you covering my ears?" Yang looked at Wendy and Carla speechlessly. "You're talking as if I did something to you. There are children here, don't talk nonsense." Banjia covered her mouth and laughed. "Haha, I was just stating the facts. I didn't expect that the invincible Lord Yang has such a side. So why did you come here to see me today?" Banjia slowly opened his eyes and looked at Yang with a serious expression and said, "I decided to follow you, sir. It is because of you that I found out why I drew my sword. I also hope that Lord Yang will allow me to follow you." "Oh? So you want to join Fairy Tale?" Turtle Dove shook his head. "I've said it before, my hands are stained with too many sins, joining the Guild of Light is no longer an option."